Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Huang Zhong and the others glared angrily. Kang Ji's men didn't believe Zhang Fei's words at all. In their view, this was nothing more than Liu Bei's shameless excuse. Gongsun Zan and Zhao Yun looked at Bei with complicated expressions. They couldn't tell whether Zhang Fei's words were true or false. Gongsun Zan, in particular, had very mixed feelings at this moment, as he truly regarded Liu Bei as a younger brother. He never hesitated to help Liu Bei whenever he encountered difficulties. But this incident truly broke his heart. Even if Zhang Fei's words were incredibly eloquent, Liu Bei hadn't even sent a single brother to gather information in 3 days. How could he possibly believe Zhang Fei's claims? As for Zhao Yun, he has now made his choice. Since he has pledged allegiance to Kang Jai as his lord, whether Liu Bei's sincerity or pretense is no longer important to him. Finally, Gongsun Zan sighed and slowly closed his eyes. I understand Xuande's feelings. I'm a little tired. That's enough for today. You can go back now. Gongsun Zan's order to leave made Liu feel uneasy, realizing that there was truly a rift between him and Gongsun Zan. With a sigh, he said, "Since Brother Bogi is tired, I will come back to apologize in a few days." He was about to leave when Gao Ming called him back. "Lord Xuande, have you forgotten something?" Liu Bei stamped his foot, turned to look at Gao Ming, and then looked at Kang Jai. "Don't worry, Magistrate Kang. I'm a man of honor. I'm not one to lose. You can take my supplies any time." After speaking, he looked at Zhao Yun with a complicated expression. Seeing that Zhao Yun was just looking at him calmly, Liu Bei sighed again. "I am not destined to meet Zai Long in this life, but I hope to meet him again in the next. When that time comes, Liu Bei will definitely make sure to get to know Zai Long as soon as possible." After saying that, he turned and left. This time, no one stopped them. In fact, Kang Jai no longer cared about Liu Bei's supplies. The harvest this month far exceeded Kang Ji's expectations, and Linyu County will no longer lack resources for its future development. Of course, even if the supplies are scarce, Kang Jai will not leave any for Liu Bei. Just as Kang Jai was sighing, Zhao Yun came up to Kang Jai, bowed and said, "Zhao Yun greets my lord." Kang Jai quickly helped him up, and at that moment, Kang Jai felt exceptionally relieved. No amount of resources can compare to Zhao Yun's loyalty at this moment. Watching Zhao Yun lord, Gongsun Zan felt both happy and disappointed, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. Just as everyone was celebrating, a soldier rushed over. "General, Magistrate Kang, an angel has come with your Majesty's decree requesting that you two go and receive it immediately." Kang Jai was stunned. There was actually an imperial edict from him? If there was an imperial edict for Gongsun Zan, Kang Jai wouldn't be surprised, given Gongsun Zan's status. Why would someone with supernatural abilities deliver an imperial edict to him? Could it be that Dao's war exploits reached Luoyang? Kang Jai couldn't help but look at Gongsun Zan, but Gongsun Zan seemed to know what he wanted to ask and shook his head directly. "I haven't had time to report your military achievements, and the court is unaware of your accomplishments." This made Kang Jai even more confused. If it wasn't because of his military achievements, then why was the new emperor looking for him? Filled with doubt, Gongsun Zan and he hurried towards the camp gate. However, when they arrived at the camp gate, they found Liu Bei there as well. Gongsun frowned slightly, but said nothing. Upon seeing the two arrive, the eunuch stepped down from the carriage, glanced briefly at Gongsun Zan and Kang Jai, and then began to read the imperial edict. However, when the imperial edict was read, everyone was in an uproar. "What? You want me, Zhong Kang, Eli and Zai Long to go to Luoyang to serve? Are you kidding me?" Huang Zhong, Xu Chu, and Zhao Yun all stared at the imperial edict with disbelief on their faces. The three imperial edicts were addressed to Kang Jai, Gong Zhen, and Liu Bei, respectively. The imperial edict given to Kang Jai was simple. It required Kang Jai to hand over Huang Zhong, Xu Chu, and Dian Wei, and to send the three of them to Luoyang to receive orders. Gongsun Zan's imperial edict was even more outrageous, ordering him to hand over all his white horse volunteers and Zhao Yun to Liu Bei, and instructing Bei to lead his men and troops to report to Luoyang. As for Liu Bei's imperial edict, it was even more shocking. Liu was surprisingly Marquis of Sangting and general who guards the east, and his three brothers were ordered to lead these people to Luoyang to report back. Moreover, the emperor's edict granted Liu Bei the authority to act expediently, and on his way to Luoyang, he was to take Huang Zhong and others from Linyu County with him. If Kang Jai refused to release them, Liu Bei even demanded that Liu Bei lead a large army to annihilate Kang Jai and take Huang Zhong and the others to Luoyang. This imperial edict terrified everyone who heard it, and Kang Jai was so enraged that he almost couldn't resist killing that dog of a eunuch. Ha ha ha, that's great, brother. You've become the general who guards the east, and the Marquis of Sangting. From now on, let's see who dares to look down on you. As he said this, Zhang Fei looked at Kang Jai with even more disdain. Nowadays, Kang Jai, a mere county magistrate, is no match for Liu Bei at all. A county magistrate only holds a salary of 1,000 shi, a unit of grain measure, while Liu Bei's position as general who guards the east holds a salary of 2,000 shi. Not to mention, Liu Bei also holds the more prestigious title of Marquis of Ting. It can be said that Liu Bei rose to the top in one fell swoop. Kid, what makes you so arrogant now? Hand over your men obediently, or my brother will wipe you out. Kang Ji ignored Zhang Fei's arrogance and simply looked calmly at Liu Bei. At this moment, Liu Bei looked at Kang Jai with a calm expression without saying a word. Seeing Liu Bei's reaction, Kang Jai knew that Liu Bei intended to obey the imperial decree. Looking at Gongsun Zan, one could see that he looked conflicted. Obey the order. Is it really okay to just hand over White Horse volunteers, which I've worked so hard to build, to someone else? However, disobeying the imperial decree would be a capital offense, equivalent to rebellion, and the new emperor would certainly send a large army to suppress it. At that time, Border Pass will certainly not be at peace. Just as Gongsun Zan was struggling with his decision, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from afar. The imperial edict is fake. Your Majesty is fake too. Someone is impersonating the emperor. Taishi Si rushed over, but was still a step too late. Upon seeing the imperial edict in the eunuch's hand, Taishi Si hurriedly shouted loudly. His words immediately enraged the eunuch, who had finished reading the imperial edict, who angrily ordered Dao, insolence. How dare he spout such nonsense? Kill him. His guards rushed towards Taishi Si. Unfortunately, these ordinary guards were no match for Taishi Si, whose martial prowess was comparable to that of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Seeing his guards being slaughtered by Taishi Si like cutting melons and vegetables, the eunuch hurriedly shouted at Liu Bei, "Lord Sangting, why haven't you made a move yet? This is a traitor. Your Majesty has said that traitors should be killed without mercy." Liu Bei narrowed his eyes. Although he admired Taishi Si's martial prowess, he would not tolerate him ruining his plans. Second brother, third brother, capture this scoundrel. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, naturally. Their elder brother had finally risen to prominence, and they wouldn't allow Taishi Si to ruin things. Faced with the sneak attacks from Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Taishi Si also suffered repeated defeats. "My lord, should we help?" Huang Zhong asked in a low voice. Kang Jai was also puzzled by the sudden appearance of Taishi Si, as there were very few people in the entire world with such martial prowess. Kang Jai was guessing Taishi Si's identity when Huang Zhong asked her a question. After thinking for a moment, she was about to agree. "Regardless of Taishi Si's identity, since he is of benefit to me, I should save him first." Before Kang Jai could give the order, Taishi Si shouted again, "Is Magistrate Kang here? I am Taishi Si from Donglei." "Huh? Taishi Si from the east?" Kang Jai was shocked. This person was actually Taishi Si from Donglei. But then he wondered, why would Taishi Si from Donglei be looking for him? He doesn't know Taishi Si either. Furthermore, shouldn't Taishi Si be in Liaodong now? How did it end up here? And they even shouted that the current emperor is a fake. What's going on? Just as Kang Jai was in turmoil, Taishi shouted, "My lord, Dian Lai, and I am now an official under Linyu County. I have important matters to report to the county magistrate." Kang Jai was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Swick, save him!" Dian Wei and Shu Chu rushed out instantly, attacking Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. At this moment, Kang Jai had no time to think about how Taishi Si had become Dian Lai's lord. Let's save them first. What exactly happened in the past month? Why does the world feel so unfamiliar? Kang Jai muttered himself, his brows furrowed, clearly not understanding what was going on. Gong Sunzan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Outrageous. Are you trying to rebel?" Seeing Huang Zhong and the others go to help Taishi Si, the eunuch pointed fiercely at Kang Jai and demanded an explanation. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent appearing in them. In that instant, he really had an impulse to kill this damned eunuch. But things were still unclear, and some things still needed the dead eunuch's corroboration, so Kang Jai suppressed his murderous intent. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Kang Jai, Gong Sunzan turned to look at Kang Jai. Sensing Gong Sunzan's gaze, Kang Jai tilted her head and looked at him. Their eyes met, and Kang Jai saw resentment and anger in Gong Sunzan's eyes. When Gong Sunzan turned to look at the eunuch, he also exuded murderous intent. Kang Jai laughed. Gong Sunzan was planning to defy the imperial decree just like him. With a grin, he figured that since Gong Sunzan had made his decision, he had nothing to worry about. He turned to Zhao Yun behind him and ordered Dao, "Zilong, bring that dead eunuch here." Yun was taken aback. His body stinned for a moment, but he immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the eunuch. Kang Jai nodded in satisfaction. Since Zhao Yun obeyed his orders and took action against the eunuch, it meant that Zhao Yun had truly and completely acknowledged him as her master. Even if it meant joining him in rebellion, Zhao Yun did not hesitate. "Zilong, what are you doing? Stop right now. How dare you lay a hand on an angel?" Li drew his sword and stepped forward, blocking the eunuch's path. Zhao Yun paused, frowned, and said, "Master Xuan, please step aside." Bei shook his head. "If you want to harm an angel, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and stared intently at the eunuch behind Liu Bei. But Liu Bei desperately tried to stop him, which made Zhao Yun hesitate for a moment. Kang Jai just watched, neither urging nor calling for them to return. After a few breaths, Zhao Yun did not hear Kang Jai's voice and understood what Kang Jai meant. "Excuse me." With a flick of his spear, he thrust it straight at Liu Bei. Facing Zhao Yun's spear, Liu Bei dared not be careless and quickly brandished his double-edged sword to meet it. The two exchanged blows. Although Zhao Yun was stronger, he did not want to kill Liu Bei. who was also quite powerful. "Lord Suande, please step aside, or Zilong will not be polite." Liu Bei gritted his teeth and insisted, then sighed. "Zilong, do you really want to be a person without a ruler or father?" Liu Bei tried to provoke Zhao Yun with words, but Zhao Yun just gritted her teeth and continued to attack. Zhao Yun understood that since he was following Kang Jai, he couldn't be half-hearted. Kang gave him the order for the first time, and he couldn't give up just because of Liu Bei's few words. Moreover, Kang Jai only ordered him to capture the eunuch, not to kill him directly, so Zhao Yun was even less likely to disobey the order. As Zhao Yun's attacks grew increasingly fierce, Liu Bei finally couldn't hold on any longer and shouted, "Second brother, third brother, save me." Upon hearing Liu Bei's cries for help, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei immediately became anxious. "Brother, don't panic." Guan Yu unleashed a slash, and the massive green blade of light forced Huang Zhong and Xu Chu back. Zhang Fei also seized the opportunity to repel Taishi Si, and the two quickly ran towards Liu Bei. Xu Chu snorted coldly and chased after them without saying a word. Huang Zhong and Taishi Si followed closely behind, the three of them relentlessly pursuing Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. After Guan Yu got close, he slashed at Zhao Yun with his sword. Faced with Guan Yu's all-out attack, Zhao Yun had no choice but to retreat and dodge. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei immediately joined Liu Bei, keeping Tai under their protection. Just as Xu Chu and his two companions arrived and were about to attack, Kang Jai spoke up, saying, "Stop." Walking slowly toward the three Liu Bei brothers, Kang Jai glanced coldly at the dead eunuch, before looking at Taishi Si. "Z, you just said that the current emperor is a fake. What exactly is going on?" Taishi Si clasped his hands in a respectful greeting before explaining. With Taishi Si's explanation, finally understood what was going on. It turns out that Emperor Ling of Han suddenly passed away a little over a month ago, and the news spread shortly afterward. Logically, the next step should have been the ascension of the new emperor, followed by the power struggle between He-jin, scholars, and eunuchs. However, to everyone's surprise, the supposedly dead Emperor Ling of Han came back to life. Some sources claim that Emperor Ling of Han did not actually die, but only faked his death. There are also reports that the real Emperor Ling of Han has long since died, but someone is impersonating Emperor Ling of Han in an attempt to take his place. Regardless of the situation, the subsequent actions of the resurrected Emperor Ling of Han shocked even Kang Jai. Emperor Ling of Han first faked his death and used the 10 attendants to kill He-jin. Then, he turned around and used the 10 attendants' alleged harm to He-jin as a pretext to have them executed. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Ling of Han deposed Empress He from her position as empress on the grounds she had altered the imperial edict and interfered in politics. Next, Emperor Ling of Han subdued Wang Yu, recruited Ding Yuan into Luoyang, promoted him to one of the 3 dukes, and heavily relied on Lu Bu, Shang Liao, Gao Shun, and others. Subsequently, through unknown means, an agreement was reached with the Yuan family, in which the Yuan family withdrew from the political center of the Han dynasty and promised not to interfere in the future of the world. After completing these operations, Emperor Ling of Han dispatched Lu Ji, along with Lu Bu, Wang Yu, Shi A Liao, Gao Shun, and others to launch a surprise attack on Xiliang, defeat Dong Zhuo, and recruit Hua Xiong, Li Ru, Jia Shu, Zhu Hong, Zhang Xiu, and others. He then subdued Pang Di and his son Ma Teng, killed the rebellion in Xiliang, and completely took control of the Xiliang region. Subsequently, Emperor Ling of Han issued a decree to recruit talented individuals, requiring all those who received the decree to report to Luoyang. Anyone who refuses to go will be punished for treason. It was this very decree that provoked opposition from many powerful families and feudal lords. In particular, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and others who already knew their own fate claimed that Your Majesty was a fake, an impostor trying to usurp the Han dynasty. Cao Cao even produced an imperial edict, stating that back in Luoyang, the real Your Majesty had already discovered the clues and secretly given him an imperial decree. If one day someone impersonates him and attempts to usurp the Han dynasty, he should call upon all wise men in the land to jointly punish them. With the issuance of Cao Cao's declaration and edict, numerous people across the land responded. Even members of the Han imperial family like Liu Yan and Liu Biao chose to side with Cao Cao. Now, Emperor Ling of Han is sending people everywhere to forcibly recruit talent, while also preparing for war and purging the entire world. And that's why Kang Jai and his group received such an order. The imperial edict had been delivered to Linyu County long before this, but unfortunately, Kang Jai was not there at the time, so eunuchs found it here. After listening to Taishi Ci's entire description, Kang Jai's eyes flickered as he looked at Gongsun Zun. The false emperor usurped the throne and murdered Your Majesty. As his subject, it is my duty to avenge him. When Gongsun Zan said those words, it signified his choice. Traitor! Traitor! You, Gongsun Zan, how dare you defy the imperial court? The dead eunuch screamed shrilly, jumping up and down as he shouted, Lord Sancting, what are you waiting for? This traitorous villain, kill him right now. Liu Bei's expression changed, and he wished he could kill this damned eunuch. The situation is difficult to see clearly now. Whether they can leave here alive is unknown. Yet they still dare to clamor to kill Gongsun Zan. They are simply courting death. Gongsun Zan narrowed his eyes, his killing intent palpable, and stared at Liu Bei, demanding, Suande, are you really going to protect this damned eunuch? Liu Bei tightened his grip on his weapon, his knuckles turning white, and he said nervously, Brother Bogey, you must not easily believe the nonsense of an outsider. Your Majesty is blessed by heaven, having been resurrected from the dead. You are now diligently governing and recruiting talented individuals. This is a blessing from heaven and a great fortune for the Han dynasty. You must not be misled by treacherous people. Ha, is this nonsense? I, Gongzan, am no fool. My actions are completely different from Your Majesty's past behavior. You and I both know the reasons behind this. Suande, why deceive yourself? Gongsun Zan's words made Liu Bei's turn ugly. He knew, of course, that the emperor's current actions were completely different from his previous ones. It's quite possible that Your Majesty has been replaced. But so what? The former Your Majesty didn't grant him any official title or rank. But the current Your Majesty not only appointed him as general who guards the east, but also as Marquis of Sangting. How could he refuse such a favor? General Gongsun, why waste words with them? The matter is clear now. Let's capture this dead eunuch and use him as a sacrifice to avenge Your Majesty. Seeing that Kang Jai was once again targeting the dead eunuch, the three Liu brothers felt a chill run down their spine. This eunuch is here to deliver an imperial edict. If he dies, how will they explain it to Your Majesty? This concerns Liu Bei's own future, so naturally Liu Bei will not allow the eunuch to die here. Looking at Gongsun Zan, Liu Bei knew if he wanted to leave this place alive, he could only rely on Gongsun Zan. Brother Bogey, we're brothers, do we really have to fight each other? Liu Bei looked dejected, took a deep breath, and stared at the silent Gongsun Zan, holding a sword to his neck. Brother Bogey, if you insist on this, I am willing to commit suicide here. only hoping that you will spare the attendant and my 2 brothers." With a slight exertion, immediately seeped from Liu Bei's neck, sliding down the longsword and dripping onto the ground. Seeing the bright red blood, Gong Sunzan felt a tremor in his heart, recalling all the past events between him and Liu Bei. Gong Sunzan slowly closed his eyes, his face showing pain. Kang Ji's move was truly cunning. Liu Bei's move was incredibly clever, hitting Gong Sunzan right where it hurts. Gong Sunzan is a person who values loyalty and righteousness, especially towards those he approves of. Liu Bei and he have been friends for many years, having known each other since they were teenagers. Over the years, he has always treated Liu Bei like a younger brother. He simply couldn't bear to watch Liu commit suicide. A master. Liu Xuande is indeed a master. Even in this situation, he can find a way to break the deadlock. Bei had calculated that Gong Sunzan would let him go, and that if he insisted on keeping him, it would inevitably create a rift between him and Gong Sunzan. In that case, it might even affect his relationship with Gong Sunzan. Looking at Liu Bei, Kang Ji's killing intent intensified. Bei was too dangerous. Seemingly sensing the killing intent and emanating from Kang Ji, Liu Bei looked at Kang Ji with calm expression, revealing neither joy nor anger. However, the more this was the case, the more vigilant Kang Ji became. He knew that if Liu Bei were let go, he would definitely become a formidable enemy in the future. Just as Kang Ji was about to do anything to keep Liu Bei, Gong Sunzan suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Kang Ji, he sensed killing intent emanating from her, a naked, undisguised killing intent towards Liu Bei. With a sigh, Gong Sunzan spoke up. "Magistrate Kang, could you please spare my life and let them go?" Kang Ji frowned, meeting Gong Sunzan's slightly pleading gaze, and Kang Ji's heart trembled violently. Scanning his surroundings, he saw that Xu Chu, Huang Zhong, and Taishi Si on his side all looked eager to try, clearly not caring who Liu Bei was. When Zhao Yun looked at Kang Ji, he had a complicated expression and seemed hesitant to meet Kang Ji's gaze. Kang Ji did not blame Zhao Yun. After all, people are not plants or trees. How could they be without feelings? If he were truly heartless, Kang Ji wouldn't dare use the other party. After careful consideration, he realized that if he insisted on taking action against the Liu Bei brothers, he was not absolutely certain that Huang Zhong, Xu Chu, and Taishi would all be able to after them. Since Zhao Yun felt sorry for Liu Bei, Kang Ji didn't want to force him. Gong Sunzan has already made his stance clear. Kang Ji remained silent, sighing inwardly, knowing that Dao would not be able to keep Liu Bei today. Just as Kang Ji was about to agree, Gong Sunzan spoke up again. "As a condition, I can give you another 10,000 white horse volunteers." Kang Ji looked at Gong Sunzan in shock and disbelief. It should be noted that, including the white horse volunteers remaining at Border Pass, Gong Sunzan has a total of less than 50,000 white horse volunteers. He had already promised to give me 10,000 white horse volunteers, and now he's giving me another 10,000, which makes a total of 20,000 white horse volunteers. Kang Ji's heart skipped a few seconds, and when she looked at the 3 Liu Bei brothers again, she couldn't help but think that letting them go was an option. Although these 3 are very troublesome, he will be able to deal with them once his power increases further. Thinking of this, Kang Ji nodded. Since it was General Gongsun who spoke, I will naturally give him a face. Looking at the 3 Liu Bei brothers, Kang Ji's eyes flashed with disdain. Kang Ji felt somewhat ashamed of Liu Bei for repeatedly exploiting Gong Sunzan's feelings. Ignoring Kang Ji's disdain, Liu Bei bowed deeply to Gong Sunzan, saying, "I thank you, elder brother. If I achieve something in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness. Gongsun Zan, feeling disheartened, waved his hand and said, "This is the last time I'll help you. From now on, we're no longer friends. If we ever meet on the battlefield, I will not hold back." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei trembled, her eyes reddened, and her lips trembled as she tried to say something, but in the end, she could only bow deeply once more. Watching Liu Bei and the others leave, everyone with a mix of emotions. What are Magistrate Kang's plans next? Thus now as Zhao were tantamount to rebellion. Next, the imperial court will surely send a large army to deal with them. However, Kang Jai just smiled slightly. The next step, of course, is to eliminate the 3 Xianbei tribes on the grassland and rescue all the people. Gongsun Zan never expected Kang Ji's answer to be like this. Even at this point, they were still thinking about rescuing the people. Looking at Kang Jai with a complicated expression, Gongsun Zan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Kang, didn't you see the attitude of that dead eunuch just now? We've openly defied the imperial court this time, and they certainly won't let us off the hook. And now you want to send troops to the grasslands? This?" For a moment, Gongsun Zan didn't know how to express his feelings. Kang Jai laughed. "Brother Bogey, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. We're not the only ones rebelling against the false emperor." You think the false emperor won't attack us first? Gongsun Zan's eyes lit up. Kang Jai squinted and rubbed his fingers together. "We are located in Yuzhou, which is quite far from Luoyang. There are many rebels now, including Liu Yan, Liu Boyao, and Sun Yinjian in the south. In the east there are Anfu, Cao Cao, and Tao Qian. At present, the only areas that the imperial court can control, besides Sili, are Liangzhou, Bing Province, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, and part of Yuzhou. However, Jizhou was an obstacle between Yuzhou and the imperial court. And although Yuzhou nominally submitted to the imperial court, in reality, Yuzhou is now separated from the imperial court by Jizhou. If the imperial court wants to truly control Yuzhou, it must take over Jizhou. In Ji Province, there are Hanfu and Cao Cao. Hanfu dared to rebel against the imperial court. I don't believe the Yuan family wasn't involved in this. Although I don't know why the Yuan family withdrew from this game, I'm sure they were unwilling to accept it. Liu Yu outwardly submitted to the imperial court, but whether his sincerity was genuine remains uncertain. The court can only rely on Liu Yu to deal with us. Our real enemy is actually Liu Yu. Only when the imperial court captures Hanfu and Cao Cao and secures control of Ji Province will they pose a real threat to us. Kang Jai instantly grasped the current global situation, and Gongsun Zan nodded repeatedly, feeling much relieved. When Gongsun Zan looked at Kang Jai, he was filled with admiration. He was brave, resourceful, and cared deeply for the people, which was truly rare. "Brother Kang, now our 2 families have a common enemy. Would you be willing to form an alliance with me?" Kang Jai was overjoyed and laughed without thinking. "Brother Bogey thinks so highly of me. How could I refuse?" Gongsun laughed heartily. His originally sorrowful mood improved considerably. The 2 sides then discussed many cooperation agreements, including resource trade, business development and maintenance, and most importantly, a defensive alliance. After doing all this, Kang Ji immediately dispatched Drill Rat Clone, along with Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, Xu Chu, and Gao Ming, led 30,000 White Horse volunteers and 20,000 new recruits to the grasslands to annihilate the 3 Xianbei tribes. As for Kang Jai himself, he, along with Taishi Si and Zhang Zhongjing, borrowed 10,000 White Horse volunteers from Gongsun Zan and, with a large number of Han Chinese, escorted 60,000 prisoners, countless cattle, sheep, and horses, heading towards Linyu County in a grand procession. During this trip to the grasslands, Kang seized more than 30,000 Han Chinese, of whom nearly 20,000 were willing to follow Kang Jai to settle in Linyu County. The number of foreign prisoners captured from the grasslands reached as high as 120,000. Kang Jai took 60,000 with him, and the remaining 60,000 were traded to Gongsun Zan. Once the three Xianbei tribes are destroyed, the entire grassland will fall under their sphere of influence. After negotiations, both parties agreed to jointly manage and operate this grassland. This area is very suitable for grazing, so there is a great need for a large number of herders, and these captives are a perfect fit. Kang Jai left 60,000 prisoners to Gongsun Zan for future grazing purposes. Along the way, Kang Jai finally had time to ask Taishi Sisi about his origins and why he became Dian Lai's retainer. After the explanation, everyone understood that Dian Lai hadn't been idle for the past month. First, he went out and brought back ancient shipbuilding technology. He then built ships and tested sea navigation in Linyu County, which is near Qinyuangdao in later generations. After a trial voyage, Dian Lai, Dian Wei, and the others actually arrived in Donglei County. Even more coincidentally, while they were resupplying in Donglei County, they happened to encounter a group of yellow turban remnants attacking a village. Dian Lai and his men naturally wouldn't stand idly by. They fought off the yellow turban remnants and saved the village. Taishi Si's family happened to be located within this village, and to thank Dian Lai and his group, the village invited them to stay for a few days. During this time, Taishi Si was being chased and fled back to Dongnei County, where he encountered Dian Lai and others. After learning of Taishi Si's identity, Dian Lai tried to recruit Taishi Si, and Taishi Si, persuaded by his mother, chose to worship Dian Lai as his master. That's the whole story. After listening to Taishi Si's account, Kang Jai felt that something was off. You mean you were being hunted down in Liaodong Prefecture? Taishi Si nodded. Yes, those people may not be very strong, but they are numerous. Most importantly, they also threatened me, saying that if I didn't join them, my mother's safety would be in danger. That's why I rushed back to Dongnei County. After hearing Taishi Si's explanation, Kang Jai felt that this matter was not so simple. Based on your description, the time you were attacked was around the same time that the yellow turban remnants attacked the village. Could there be any connection between them? Taishi Si was taken aback. He hadn't really thought of that. Your Excellency, are you implying that this was done by the yellow turban remnants, and that the group that attacked me was also a yellow turban remnant? But Taishi Si quickly shook his head again. Your Excellency, that group doesn't seem like the yellow turban remnants. They are disciplined and highly capable, unlike the yellow turban remnants. Kang Jai murmured to himself, somewhat puzzled, but he always felt there was something going on, especially when he thought of the yellow turban remnants that appeared when Xu family village was destroyed. Unable to understand it and not wanting to think about it for the time being, Kang Jai simply kept it in mind. He had a feeling that there was definitely something going on here. Back in Linyu County, Dian Lai and the others stared in astonishment at the endless line of people behind Kang Jai. My lord, are these all the spoils of war from the past month? Faced such a harvest, even Shi Zikai and Go Jia could not remain calm. Looking at the 100,000 head of cattle and sheep, 20 horses that he had brought back behind him, Kang Jai grinned. This is nothing. Guess how many cattle, sheep, and horses we've harvested this time? Everyone was stunned. Go Jia stared at Dao and asked, this isn't all of it? 100,000 cattle and sheep, and 20,000 war horses in everyone's eyes, this was already an enormous harvest. To know the Dao, a cow is worth 5,000 coins, a sheep is worth 300 coins, and a warhorse is worth 20,000 coins. This is almost the lowest price for these livestock. And that's only because they are located in Yuzhou. If transported to the heart of the Central Plains, the price would double, and war horses could fetch several times more. Even so, these 200,000 cattle and sheep, as well as 20,000 war horses, are worth at least 930 million coins. If it were exchanged for grain and fodder, it could be exchanged for at least 3 million shi of grain and fodder, which is terrifying. Even the worldly wise Guojia and Shi Zikai were shocked when they heard that these cattle, sheep and horses were not all of them. Of course not all. We spent a month on the grasslands. How could we only have this much to show for it? Upon hearing this, Guojia and Shi Zikai rolled their eyes. Listen to this. Is this even human language? In just 1 month, they had amassed 200,000 head of cattle and sheep and 20,000 war horses. Yet they were still not satisfied. It should be noted that Dao's achievements were unprecedented in the entire history of the Han dynasty. Could it be that the Lord's gains could double? Guojia asked, waving his feather fan, somewhat teasing Dao. In his view, the fact that he had gained so much was already terrifying. Even if not all, it is certainly the majority. As for Kang Ji's disdainful words, in his view, they seemed more like boasting. Seeing Guojia's teasing expression, Kang Ji grinned. Feng Xiao, do you really underestimate your lord like that? Do you think I can't even double it? Looking at the teasing Kang Ji, Guojia raised an eyebrow. My lord, don't try to fool me. So many spoils are already a rare treat. Doubling them would be incredibly difficult. You can't possibly have wiped out several large and medium-sized Xianbei tribes, can you? Kang Ji chuckled. Why not? Guojia was startled and couldn't help but exchange a glance with Shi Zikai, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, they realized that Kang Ji's gains this time were probably very significant. Shi Zikai nodded to Guojia without making a sound, as if conveying some kind of message. Guojia's eyes darted around, and he suddenly shook his head, saying, My lord, please don't play tricks on us. If you really do that, I will introduce another talented person to you. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Is this really true? Guojia nodded. Jaya keeps his word. If he doesn't come, I'll go and invite him myself. Seeing Guojia's confident assurances, Kang Ji couldn't help but look at Shi Zikai. Does Zikai any talented individuals to recommend? Meeting Kang Ji's expectant gaze and seeing his confident demeanor, Shi Zikai knew perfectly well that Kang Ji was bound to win this bet. However, Shi Zikai didn't expose him. Like Guojia, he chuckled and said, Since my lord is in such a good mood, why don't I also take a gamble? Kang Ji laughed loudly. Very well. Zi, you tell me, how much spoils did this county magistrate actually acquire this time? Everyone looked at Taishi, who shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Zikai, brother Feng Xiao, you're probably going to lose badly this time. Guojia and Shi Zikai exchanged a glance, slightly surprised. With their intelligence, how could they not see that Kang Ji had made a significant gain this time, and that it might very well double? The reason I was willing to make the bet with Kang Ji was just out of interest. I wanted to take the opportunity to recommend my friend to Kang Ji. Judging from Taishi's words, it seems they underestimated Kang Ji's gains this time. With curiosity, Guojia raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, then tell me, how many cattle, sheep and horses did the Lord and his men actually harvest this time? Taishi chuckled. You'll all be shocked when I tell you. Seeing Taishi's appearance even, Dian Lai, Dian Wei and Gaoju became interested. What kind of great achievement could make Taishi so excited? Taishi said, Let's start by talking about the least valuable grassland sheep. After a pause, Taishisi kept everyone in suspense before continuing. The county magistrate and his men have captured about 900,000 grassland sheep alone. Everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Gaoju stared wide-eyed and shouted, "You, how much did you say?" Taishisi grinned, 900,000. Listen carefully, 900,000. 900,000. At this moment, even Shijikai and Gojia, who were prepared, were taken aback. My lord, are there really so many grassland sheep?" Kang Jae nodded, looking at him calmly, but the mockery in her eyes was undisguised. Kang Jae naturally realized that the two were deliberately trying to make a bet with him, and he was open to any talented person. However, Kang Jae was also well aware that Shijikai and the other person had underestimated his gains this time. Kang Jae also wanted to see what kind of expressions the two people would have when they actually learned about his gains. Enjoying the shocked and out-of-control expressions on their faces, Kang Jae nodded in satisfaction. After a long while, everyone finally came to their senses from the shock and couldn't help but look at Taishisi. If so many sheep have been harvested on the grasslands, how many cattle and horses will there be? You should know that the Han dynasty was severely lacking in cattle and horses. If Kang Jae really captured a large number of cattle and horses, how much money would they make? Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Taishi chuckled and said, "As for cattle, the county magistrate and his men have captured more than 500,000 head. As for horses, approximately 200,000. War horses were captured, along with over 100,000 ordinary horses." Taishisi spoke in a single breath, looking at the completely silent scene, and laughed inwardly. When I first learned about Kang Ji's achievements, I was shocked for a very long time. At the time, he simply couldn't believe that Kang Jae and his group had come to visit Gongsunzan and spent a month on the grasslands and had actually made so many gains. This completely shattered his worldview. When did the nomadic tribes of the grasslands become so easy to defeat? However, that was the truth. When Taishisi saw the 120,000 alien prisoners, he was completely stunned. The worship of Kang Jae also reached its peak. If Taishisi hadn't already pledged allegiance to Dian Lai, he would have gladly sought refuge with Kang Ji immediately. Who wouldn't want a lord like that? After a long while, everyone finally came to their senses from the shock. Gojia and Shijikai looked at Kang Jae with complicated expressions. My lord, you didn't wipe out one of the 3 Xianbei tribes, did you? Kang Jae chuckled. You guessed right. In the past month, your lord has wiped out the Murong tribe. As for the remaining 2, it will be soon. Their fighting force has been almost completely wiped out. They are just waiting for Han Sheng and his men to finish them off. Only then did Shijikai and Gojia understand why Huang Zhang and the others had not returned. I thought I would stay in Border Pass to guard the spoils, but unexpectedly, they went to continue fighting the alien races. Looking at Kang Jae, both Gojia and Shijikai were quite annoyed. My lord, your excellence makes us seem utterly useless. Seeing their dejected expressions, Kang Jae stepped forward, patted them on the shoulder, and laughed. Next, I need you to settle these Han Chinese and prisoners. As for the cattle, sheep, horses, each household in Linyu County will receive 1 sheep. The oxen need nose rings and some training, while the war horses will be reserved for the newly recruited cavalry. Kang Jae made arrangements for the next steps as he walked into the city. Everyone listened excitedly, but when they heard that Kang Jae was going to give each household a sheep, they paused slightly. But they quickly came to terms with it. Kang Jae had acquired a total of 900,000 sheep while Linyu County only had a little over 10,000 households. 10,000 sheep are nothing to Kang Jai these days. However, he was able to win the hearts of all the people in Linyu County, which was a very worthwhile for him. Back at the county office, Diane Lai then recounted the events of the past month. Kang Jai already knew about Emperor Ling of Han's resurrection. What some people may not know is that the current Emperor Ling of Han has not only recruited a large number of talented people, but also controls the territories of Sili, Langzhou, Bing Province, Yanshu, and Yuzhou. He also pardoned all yellow urban remnants and, with their power, began to cleanse the entire world. You mean, the current Emperor Ling of Han has partnered with the Yellow Turban Army? Even Kang Jai was surprised by this news. It should be noted that the Yellow Turban Rebellion played a significant role in bringing the Han dynasty to its current dire state. Without the Yellow Turban Rebellion, powerful families would not have seized the opportunity to rise and strengthen their own forces. Emperor Ling of Han must have harbored hatred towards the Yellow Turban Rebellion. However, the current Emperor Ling of Han has not only pardoned all Yellow Turban remnants, but is also cooperating with the Yellow Turban Army, which seems so bizarre. It seems Liu Hong has really been replaced. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. My lord, we are also speculating that your majesty has been replaced, and it may even be an alien. An extraordinary being. Kang Jai frowned. If he is an extraordinary being, why didn't the powerful figures of this world stop him? Shichikai smiled wryly and said, My lord, we suspect there's only one possibility for this situation. Kang Jai asked curiously, what's possible? That person who replaced your majesty is likely a member of the Liu family of Blue Star. His actions have been approved by the old ancestor of the Liu clan in this world. Kang Jai suddenly realized that among the remaining nascent soul-level monsters in this world, there must be members of the royal Liu family. The fact that Emperor Ling of Han, Liu Hong, was replaced without any reaction indicates that the Liu clan's old ancestor clan approved of this action. This indicates that the Liu family of Blue Star has reached some kind of agreement with the Liu clan of this world. Upon realizing this, Kang Jai felt a sudden tightness in her chest. The Liu family of Blue Star is no small family. It is a second-order family with a profound immortal-level powerhouse among its members. The most elite families in Dragon Kingdom are undoubtedly the three super first-class families, each possessing a golden immortal realm expert. The Jiang family, the Feng family, and the Ji family. These three great families are detached from worldly affairs and rarely concern themselves with matters of the blue planet. Besides these three top-tier families, Earth also has 12 first-tier families, each with a profound immortal realm expert in charge. These 12 profound immortal realm experts are also the only 12 profound immortal realm experts in the Dragon Kingdom. They are the Zhao family, the Qian family, the Sun family, the Li family, the Zhu family, the Wu family, the Zheng family, the Wang family, the Zhu family, the Liu family, the Kong family, and Yang family. And the Liu family is one of these 12 families. Kang Jai never expected that this world attract the attention of the Liu family. She didn't know whether the visitor was from the main branch of the Liu family or a branch. If it's a member of the same family, then things will be complicated. One of the 12 major families, even if the Kang family were still around, they would only be small fry compared to it. The Kang family is at best a fourth-rate family, lacking even a celestial immortal realm powerhouse. The Liu family, however, is one of the 12 top-tier families, and even its branches are not comparable to the Kang family. My lord, is there some trouble? Seemingly noticing Kang Ji's serious expression, Gojia couldn't help but ask Dao. Kang Ji nodded. It is indeed a bit troublesome, but everything is within the rules. As long as we can withstand the pressure and not be wiped out by them in the remaining time, that will be a victory. Gojia and Shi Zikai exchanged a glance. Gojia confidently said, if that's all you ask for, we're confident we can hold out until our Lord's trial is over. Kang Ji smiled broadly, looking at the confident crowd, and said with satisfaction, then I'll leave it to you all. After a pause, Kang Ji added, and don't forget the talents you mentioned. Seeing that Kang Ji still dared to think about talent at this time, Guo and Jia realized that things hadn't reached the worst point yet, and they breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing the others off, Kang Ji and Diane Lai went to the secret room. Ji, there are some things I can't say right now. I went out for a while, and the principal asked me to give you some messages. Kang Ji frowned, sensing the seriousness of the situation. What message did the principal ask you to give me? Kang Ji asked in a heavy voice. He advised us that if things go wrong, we should abandon everything in this world, including the talent we've already recruited. What? You want us to give up everything? Including the talent we've already recruited? This news was completely unexpected for Kang Ji. The principal had already promised to cover for him, even going so far as to use his connections within the Xun family. But now, their thoughts have suddenly changed. Unconsciously, Kang Ji thought of the Liu family, and it's hard to say. Just as Kang Ji was lost thought, Diane Lai continued. The principal said that the special nature of this world has exceeded everyone's expectations. Been reported that this world will be one of the prizes awarded to one of the top 3 finishers in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Top 3 in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination? Could it be that we can't take the talents from this world with us? Diane Lai shook his head. There's no definite news on that yet. But there's also no news that it's definitely possible to take it away. Kang Ji frowned, sensing the thorny nature of the situation. The principal also told me that this year is very special, so special that it is comparable to the year of the catastrophe 100 years ago. What? Something so special? To know the Tao 100 years ago, portals began to descend upon Earth, and humanity thus unlocked its awakening talent and cultivate. This year's unusual circumstances are comparable to those of a century ago, something Kang Ji truly did not expect. But he didn't feel anything special about this year. Diane Lai scratched his head sheepishly. If the principal hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed that this year would be so special. Can you guess how many purple-level talent users our Dragon Kingdom produced this year? Kang Ji was surprised. Could it be that there are a lot of purple-level talents in Awakening this year? I remember, apart from the first year of the cataclysmic change in the world, the year when Awakening produced the most purple-level talent users was only 12. Is it possible that this year will produce even more than that? Diane Lai nodded. This year alone, our Dragon Kingdom has had over 50 purple-level talent users, and the number worldwide is countless. In previous years, talents like mine at the blue level were considered top tier, and prestigious universities would contact us in advance. But this year, it seems there are a lot of blue-level talent users waking up, and the major universities haven't made any moves yet. Kang Ji was speechless. This was something he never expected. In previous years, almost 100% of blue-level talents could get into prestigious universities, at least the top 10 academies. But this year the situation has truly exceeded Kang Ji's expectations. That's not all. Guess who will be the winner of this year's Color Talent Award? A colored talent has appeared this year. Kang Ji was surprised again. It hadn't happened for several years. Could it be that it happened in our dragon country? Dian Lai chuckled and nodded and shook his head. Our dragon country does indeed have them, and there are 3 of them. However, this year not only did our dragon country produce 1, but a total of 10 people worldwide have emerged with colored energy level talents. As for whether there are any hidden cases, no one can be sure. The principal said that this year is too special, so special that everyone is afraid. Kang Jai remained silent. That was a color level talent. In the past 100 years, there have been no more than 100 people worldwide who have developed color level talents. This also includes the time when the cataclysm began a century ago. One can imagine how rare it is to have a colored level talent. However, this year there were 10 of them. That's 10 people. In the past 20 years combined, we might not have gotten this many. Not to mention the explosive growth of purple level and blue level talents. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai felt the pressure. As everyone feared, this was not a good sign. The first year of the cataclysm was the first year that awakening produced so many high-quality talents. That is a painful history that humanity is unwilling to mention. The sudden outbreak of the demonic cave, the expansion of the blue planet, and countless monsters. If it weren't for countless portals that descended, allowing humanity to utilize the resources of the worlds beyond those portals, as well as the cultivation techniques bestowed by Heavenly Tao, they would never have survived that dark period. At that time, the quality of the talents that humans awakening produced was far above average. This year, humanity has once again unleashed such high-quality talent, and what this signifies is self-evident. Kang Jai frowned. Was the world about to change drastically again? What kind of calamity would it be this time? Is this yet another massive outbreak of violence from the den of demons? Or is it a monster uprising? Is Earth expanding once again? Kang Jai couldn't guess, but he understood that this catastrophe would definitely not be simple. With a sigh, he realized that these troubles were beyond his current ability to resolve. Looking at Dian Lai, he asked, "Did the principal say anything else?" Dian Lai scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then said to Dao, "In addition, the principal also mentioned some awards for this year's National Higher Education Entrance Examination." Well, it seems that in order to prepare for possible disasters, the National Higher Education Entrance Examination will award prizes to some outstanding students this year. For example, the first 10,000 people will each receive 10,000 source coins. Everyone has 10,000 source coins? Kang Jai was shocked. It's important to understand that the value of Dao, the source coin, cannot be measured in monetary terms. Source coins can be used to enhance the origin of a world. And with enough source coins, a world can even be promoted in rank. This is why talents who want to be taken away from a certain world need to be exchanged using source coin. Because source coin is universally accepted in all heavenly Dao worlds. Normally, to redeem a core formation level cultivator, you only need to pay 10 to 99 source coins. For example, a realm talent like Huangzhong only needs 99 source coins to leave this world. Of course, the Three Kingdoms world is somewhat special now, and Kang Jai doesn't know exactly how many source coins would be needed to take them away. But this also shows just how valuable 10,000 source coins are. In the normal world, 10,000 source coins could take away to 10 God transformation level experts. This demonstrates its immense value. In addition, source coin can be directly exchanged from heavenly Daos in various worlds for all heaven and earth treasures that this world can produce. This is the real reason why source coin is so valuable. Every world has its unique characteristics. Some heaven and earth treasures can only be produced in certain specific worlds. However, for these worlds to produce certain heaven and earth treasures, a significant amount of time and opportunity is required. However, if you have enough source coins, you can directly exchange them with heavenly Dao in this world. Heavenly Dao will directly use origin. The power of law generates the corresponding heaven and earth treasures without requiring special searching or waiting, which is the most precious aspect. This convenience makes source coin exceptionally valuable. Obtaining source coin is extremely difficult. One must delve deep into the demon cave and hunt down the otherworldly demons within to acquire it. Otherworldly demon is not an ordinary monster. There are two types of demonic calamities, with the demonic cave serving as the dividing line. One type is within the demon cave, which is another world, boundless and filled with ghoul realm power. The creatures within are also known as otherworldly demons. Otherworldly demons possess intelligence, but they are cruel and bloodthirsty, and they will self-destruct and die if they stop killing for too long. Therefore, otherworldly demons are beings that are fundamentally incompatible with peaceful coexistence. Once they enter Earth, they will fight humanity to the death. Once humans kill the otherworldly demon, they can obtain source coins from it. Although the reason is unknown, this has been the case since the demon cave appeared. Another type of demonic calamity comes from outside the demon cave. Once the demon cave appears, a large amount of ghoul realm power will seep out from it. After ghoul realm power invades the land of Blue Star, it will form a demonic realm. The creatures living on these polluted lands will be affected by the demonic realm, transforming into demons and losing their intelligence. Although monsters are equally brutal and bloodthirsty and full of aggression, they do not self-destruct when they stop killing. Furthermore, demons generally don't like to stay away from the demon realm, which is why humans tolerate its existence. Furthermore, you cannot obtain source coins by hunting monsters. To obtain source coins directly, you must hunt otherworldly demons. But once you enter the demon's lair, it's a matter of life and death. Otherworldly demons, once they see a human, will fight to the death until they are killed. This is why obtaining source coin is extremely difficult. This year's National Higher Education Entrance Examination offers 10,000 source coins to anyone who ranks in the top 10,000, demonstrating Dragon's boldness. That's not all. Dian Lai clicked his tongue. The top 100 will each receive an additional 100,000 source coins and a chance to enter the Divine Ability Pavilion to learn law inscriptions. As for the top 10, each person will receive an additional 1,000,000 source coins and 3 opportunities to enter the Divine Ability Pavilion to learn law inscriptions. In addition, the top 10 will receive a talisman crafted by a true immortal realm expert. Hearing this, even Kang Jai couldn't remain calm. The value of the source coin goes without saying, but that the opportunity to learn about law inscriptions through the Divine Ability Pavilion is something Kang Ji envies. To understand Dao, once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul realm, they must begin to comprehend inscriptions, which form the foundation for future advancement to divine ability. The law inscriptions that Dragon provides to the public for free are relatively basic, and there are only 12 types, of which 9 can be selected for free. To obtain more and stronger inscriptions, you must find your own way. The Divine Ability Pavilion is where one comprehends the inscriptions. Kang Jai condensed 36 spiritual energy vortexes. This means that Kang Jai needs to comprehend the inscription of the 36 Daos. Law inscriptions. Even if Kang Jai were admitted to the 3 great academies, the 3 great academies would only be able to provide 28 law inscriptions. Furthermore, many of them are quite ordinary and you can still choose 9 of them for free. In this way, Kang Jai can only obtain a maximum of 18 law inscriptions for free. I'm still halfway to reach the 36 I need. If you are not content with what you have and want something better, then you will only lack more. Want to use nascent soul realm cultivate, the importance of perfection and the divine ability pavilion to him is self-evident. Besides the divine ability pavilion, Kang Jai also coveted the true immortal amulet, which was among the top 10. With this, Kang Jai would no longer be afraid of cultivators' sneak attacks under true immortal realm. I must get into the top 10, Kang Jai thought to himself. At this moment, Dian Lai chuckled and said, "This is only the reward for the top 10. The rewards for the 3 are even more extravagant." If you heard that, you'd probably drool too. Hearing Dian Lai say this, Kang Jai also became interested. "Oh, then tell me, what are the rewards for the top 3? Dian Lai grinned mischievously. "I heard that the top 3 have been given 3 special worlds, and the world we are in now is one of them. Anyone who ranks in the top 3 will receive a special world. It's said that the value of these 3 special worlds is no less than that of a fairyland-level world." "What? A world that's at least at the level of a fairyland?" Kang Jai was also shocked. Those were fairy tale worlds, each one priceless. I never imagined this world was so valuable. No wonder the headmaster told me to give it up, Kang Jai muttered to herself. Only now does he finally understand how dangerous he was. The resources of a fairyland-level world, definitely not easy to obtain. They are from the Kang family. Even when the ancestor was alive, there was never a complete fairy tale world, not even the lowest level Earth immortal realm. One can imagine how precious it is. That's not even the most precious thing. If you knew about the other reward for the top 3. Besides a special world, there are other rewards for the top 3. Hey, of course. According to the information the principal received, the top 3 can all become disciples of a true immortal realm expert. That's like rising to the top in one step. To become a disciple of a true immortal realm powerhouse, Kang Jai never expected that this year's rewards would be so terrifying. Those are true immortal realm experts. In addition to the 3 golden immortal realm and 12 profound immortal realm experts, Dragon Kingdom has more than 1,000 true immortal realm experts. Despite having over 1,000 true immortal realm experts, it's actually very difficult to see even one in normal times. The Dragon Kingdom possesses countless portal worlds and numerous demonic caves that need to be guarded. Over 1,000 true immortal are simply not enough to accommodate them all. Even the principals and vice principals of the 3 great academies are only at this level. If one could truly become an apprentice of another powerful figure in this rank, just as Dian lied, that would be a meteoric rise to the top. However, Kang Jai calmed down in an instant. These awards are probably not meant for ordinary students like them at all. Leaving aside cultural resources, ordinary students simply cannot compare to those powerful families. And don't forget, 3 more people with colored energy level talents emerged this year. The top 3 prizes are clearly meant for them. In the eyes of the world, those with colored energy levels are the most talented of all, far surpassing ordinary people. Even purple level talents cannot compare to colored level talents. Those big shots had also calculated this point. The top 3 must be those 3 colored level talent users, which is why they were so eager to take them as their disciples. Having figured all this out, Kang Jai gave a bitter smile. Was I being too greedy? That's a color level talent. Did I really want to try and get close to them? But then Kang Jai felt a surge of defiance. Although those three were color-level talent users, he also had an entire prehistoric world. Thinking of this, Kang Jai muttered to herself, "There are still 14 months left. I wonder if it will be enough time." Just as Kang Jai was lost in thought, Diane Lai patted him on the shoulder. "Let's not think about these things. According to the principle, the top three must be those three colored-level talent users. Even if you want to be among the top 100, your cultivation level would probably need to reach nascent soul realm. Our chances of winning at this level are slim. The principal's expectation for us is to strive for a place in the top 10,000. If you can make it into the top 10,000, you'll receive at least 10,000 source coins as a reward." Kang Jai remained silent, refraining from making any grand pronouncements, but secretly resolved to work harder to cultivate himself. "By the way, you haven't told us what the prizes are for first and second place." Kang Jai changed the subject. "Hey, the reward for second place is just an extra chance to have a true immortal realm expert help you once. As for the first place winner, they will be able to invite a powerful, profound immortal realm expert to help them once. These two rewards are useless to us, and we don't know why Dao gave us them." Dian Lai muttered indifferently, but Kang Jai was startled. Perhaps to ordinary people, asking a true immortal realm expert, or even a profound immortal realm expert, to take action is too far beyond their reach. They didn't need any powerful players of that rank to intervene. But coming from a family, he understood very well that the deterrent power of this rank was enormous for a family. Not only can it serve as a deterrent to a family, but when necessary, the intervention of this rank's stronger members can also resolve many problems. For example, the Demon Cave in Guangling East City. If such a powerful figure were to take action, it might be able to be suppressed again, ensuring that no further disturbances would occur in the short term. Thinking of this, Kang Jai was overwhelmed with emotion. These rewards were simply too tempting. She wanted them all. But he also understood that ultimately, obtaining these rewards depended on his cultivation level. "I'll lie. For the next period of time, let's not go out unless necessary. Let's focus on cultivate and try to break through the core formation realm as soon as possible." Dian Lai scratched his head. "I have no problem with it, it's just that my cultivate resources are a bit insufficient." Seeing Dian Lai's embarrassment, Kang Jai laughed and took out 10 porcelain bottles. "There are some special elixirs in here. Dilute them with water and drink them slowly. They can help you cultivate." With Kang Jai, as cultivate consumes more and more prehistoric weeds, Kang Jai also re-splits into more and more clones. This has led to an increasing number of clone plants in prehistoric world. Every 10 days, Kang Jai can harvest a batch of spiritual plants from the prehistoric world to use for cultivate. After such a long time, Kang Jai also noticed something unusual. That is, the cultivation level of one's own clone in the prehistoric world cannot exceed that of a single realm in the main body. In other words, since Kang Jai is now the foundation establishment realm, the clone in the prehistoric world, no matter how long it cultivates, cannot reach the nascent soul realm. At most, it can only reach the core formation realm. Kang Jai could sense that this was not the prehistoric world. Clone's physical body is restricted, but its soul clone is restricted by its main body. Perhaps due to the limitations of talent rules, clone a realm cannot exceed one large realm beyond the main body. Perhaps this is to prevent the clone from going too far beyond the main body and thus backfiring on the main body. Whatever the reason, once Kang Jai realized this, she stopped obsessing over clones. Cultivate for too long. If there is no reincarnation, once a certain number of years have passed, Kang Jai will remove it for his own cultivation. Over time, Kang Jai now owns as many as 360 prehistoric weeds, enough for Kang Jai herself and those around her to cultivate. This is why Kang Jai generously gave Dian Lai 10 bottles of juice. After giving the juice to others, Kang Jai can also ingest the main body of weeds for cultivate. Not a single bit wasted. 2 weeks later. Phew, I finally broke through to the foundation establishment 36 refinements. After half a month of dedicated cultivation combined with the previous cultivation, Kang Jai finally broke through to the foundation establishment 36 refinements. 36 vortexes of spiritual liquid floated in Dantian, and the powerful spiritual energy made Kang Ji's heart tremble. With such concentrated spiritual energy at the foundation establishment stage, he is probably the only one on the entire planet Earth. The ability to break through to foundation establishment 36 so quickly is largely thanks to body refining cultivation technique. Kang Jai hadn't expected that body refining could accelerate the foundation establishment's process of refining meridians. Even Kang Jai hadn't anticipated this. However, after some thought, Kang Jai realized it might be related to body refining increasing the body's resilience, which could shorten the foundation establishment period, the adaptation time required for body tempering. Similarly, after completing the 36 trials of cultivate and foundation establishment, Kang Jai also discovered a drawback of body refining. Because of the lack of fire attribute body refining, his cultivation technique caused a slight imbalance of the 5 elements in his body. Although it may not seem to have any impact, Kang Jai understands that if he ignores it now, it will affect his breakthrough realm when he reaches a higher level of cultivation. I never expected that a cultivation technique would delay the breakthrough of core formation realm. Kang Jai felt a pang of regret, regretting that she hadn't taken the opportunity to demand Zhang Fei hand over the body refining cultivation technique. As far as he knows, there are only 2 people who possess a high-grade fire attribute cultivation technique. One is Zhang Fei, and the other is Lu Bu. Both of them have now sided with Emperor Ling of Han Liu Hong. I want to get the cultivation technique from them. Just Kang Jai was frowning in worry, Go Jia and Shi Zikai arrived together. My lord, disaster has struck. The false emperor has sent out his troops. My lord, disaster has struck. The false emperor has sent out his troops. The false emperor has sent troops, and they're coming for us? Kang Jai asked in surprise. It's not just us. There's also the combined forces of Cao Cao and Han Fu. Kang Jai frowned. Fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously. Isn't the false emperor afraid that others will rise up and attack him? Go Jia shook his head. My lord, we have all underestimated the false emperor. His cooperation with the Yellow Turban remnants is not as simple as it seems. Just as the false emperor was taking action against us, and Cao Cao, the Yellow Turban army reappeared in Qingzhou, Suzhou, Nengshu, Jingzhou, and Yizhou. Furthermore, with the false emperor sending Zhu Jun to cooperate with the Yellow Turban army, the other warlords are now preoccupied with their own problems. What a grand scheme! Is this an attempt to unify the world in one fell swoop? Kang Jai paced back and forth in shock. My lord, the false emperor has acted decisively this time. His intentions are not good. He has sent an army of over 100,000 to annihilate us. This doesn't even include Liu Yu's army, which was supporting his operations. If you add them all together, it would probably number 200,000. Hiss! Kang Jai gasped. 200,000 troops. How could they possibly withstand them? All told, he only has 50,000 troops, including 20,000 White Horse volunteers and the remaining 30,000 newly recruited soldiers. How can such a small force withstand the false emperor's 200,000 strong army? Didn't Cao Cao and Han Fu's allied forces stop this army of 100,000? Don't they understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? Kang Jai asked, frowning. Go Jia smiled bitterly. My lord, Cao Cao and Han Fu are barely able to protect themselves. How can possibly care about intercepting this army of 100,000 them? Shizhikai's interface, the false emperor sent 200,000 troops straight to Jizhou. Now the allied forces of Cao Cao and Han Fu are confronting them and have no extra troops to intercept these 100,000 troops. This army of 100,000 entered Yuzhou from Bing province. Even if Cao Cao and his men wanted to stop them, they were powerless to do so. Hiss! Kang Jai sucked Qi again. False Emperor really has the guts. 300,000 troops. Did he draw all of Luoyang's forces? Aren't you afraid someone will launch a surprise attack on Luoyang? Or snatch their base? My lord, the false emperor is probably not afraid of being ambushed. All the passes around Luoyang have been sealed off, so it won't be easy to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, with the main armies in, no one has the time to launch a surprise attack on him. Kang Jai sighed and frowned at Dao. Do you know who you've brought this time? Even if they were incompetent, they wouldn't be without a chance. However, Kang Jai also knew Dao that the possibility almost zero. Go Jia and Shi Zikai exchanged a glance, both with bitter expressions. My lord, this time the commander is Huang Fusong, and there are also generals Lu Bu, Wang Yu, Xie, Peng De, Shu Huang, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Mateng and his son, etc., assisted by Jia Shu as the military advisor. The lineup is indeed powerful. Hiss? So many powerful figures. And Huang Fusong is the commander. Kang Jai stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed. This lineup was even more impressive than his own, not to mention the 200,000 strong army. Where are the 3 Liu Bei brothers? I haven't seen them at all. Kang Jai frowned. He was extremely wary of these 3. If they were hiding among the army, he was likely to suffer a great loss. My lord need not worry. The 3 brothers are not with Huang Fusong's army. They have gone with Lu Ji to attack Cao Cao and his forces. The 200,000 strong army attacking Cao Cao is commanded by Lu Ji? Yes, besides Lu Ji, there are also generals Liu Bei, Guanyu Shangfei, Zheng Xiu, Hua Xiong, and Xu Rong, with Lai Ru as their strategist, preparing to wipe out the entire Ji province in one fell swoop. Kang Jai only felt a pain in his gums. False Emperor must have gone mad. Such radicalism means that if one side loses, he will be doomed. This was the first time he had ever seen such a crazy guy. My lord, Cao Cao and his men are currently preoccupied with their own problems, so we can only try to save ourselves. Kang Jai was deep in thought, pacing back and forth. Have Han Sheng and the others returned? Kang Jai suddenly asked Dao. Besides Zai Long, Han Sheng and his men returned yesterday, with 10,000 White Horse volunteers and are currently resting. As for General Zai Long, he was leading the remaining 10,000 White Horse volunteers, still sweeping away the remnants of Xianbei on the grasslands. He nodded. Huang Zhong and the others' return gave him a great sense of security. Guards, invite Generals Dian Lai, Huang Zhong, Zhu Chu, Dian Wei, and Taishixi to the main hall for a meeting. Kang Jai stopped and gave instructions to Dao, the guard outside the door. Having just given the order, Gojia hesitated before speaking. My lord, there's another piece of news here that we're not entirely sure about. There's also information that you guys aren't sure about? Kang Jai asked, puzzled. Gojia frowned and said, This time among the 100,000 troops led by Huang Fusong, 20,000 cavalry are Bing Province Iron Cavalry led by Lu Bu. These 20,000 Bing Province Iron Cavalry disappeared after entering Yuzhou. Huh? They've disappeared? What happened? Could it be Huang Fusong wants Lu Bu to ambush us secretly? Go Jia shook his head and explained to Dao. We have two guesses. One is that Lu Bu's cooperation with Huang Fusong to attack us is a pretense, and the real purpose is to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Cao coalition from behind. Take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Cao coalition? Kang Jai looked at the map. Upon seeing this, Kang Ji's pupils immediately contracted. To be honest, this possibility was quite high. If, at a crucial moment, Lu Bu's province Iron Cavalry suddenly appears behind the Cao allied forces, Cao will inevitably be unable to withstand it. However, Cao was no fool, and it would be quite difficult for Lu Bu to ambush him. Suddenly, Kang Jai remembered what Go Jia had just said and frowned. You just said there's another possibility? Gua nodded. Another possibility is that Lu Bu will head north, circle around the Dao grasslands, and wait for our main army to be tied down by Huang Fusong before entering from other border passes, striking us directly from behind and catching us off guard. Kang Jai was shocked. Again, she looked at the map and became more and more alarmed. If what Go Jie is true, they are in grave danger. Kang Jai scanned the map back and forth. In the end, it was because he had too few troops, could not take care of everything. Just as Kang Jai was frowning in worry, a series of footsteps sounded, accompanied by a few soft squeaks. The three turned around and saw Drill Rat, about the size of a cat, swaying as it walked in. Behind them followed Xiao Niqiu, whom they had rescued from the grasslands, and a group of military generals. 6-year-old Xiao Niqiu, carrying a food box, followed closely behind Drill Rat. After rescuing Go Hua and his sister, 12-year-old Guo was given the name Kang Jian by Kang Jai and temporarily became Kang Ji's page. 6-year-old Xiao Niqiu was given the name Kang Shi and was temporarily responsible for taking care of Kang Jai, the drill sergeant. Clone. Both siblings have good potential and are well suited for cultivation. Although not a human from Earth and therefore lacking the awakening talent, his future achievements will still be considerable thanks to his aptitude. In addition, Kang Jai has high hopes for the two and knows how to be grateful, so she plans to focus on developing them. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Kang Ji invited them to sit down and briefly explained the situation. Does anyone have any countermeasures? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Go Jia and Shi Zakai had their brows furrowed. Upon receiving the news, they immediately informed Kang Jai, but they were unable to devise a solution. Seeing that no one spoke, Kang Jai stroked Drill Rat's fur, feeling a bit of a headache. Suddenly, Kang Jai paused in his movements, looked at Drill Rat in his arms, and suddenly had a crazy idea. Currently, there are 10 clones in the prehistoric world capable of reincarnation into Drill. Moreover, all 10 Drill Rat have the cultivation level of core formation realm. While Drill Rat may not be good at fighting, he is an expert at burrowing and digging. If I were to use the power of Drill Rat to cross the mountains directly into the grasslands, and then circle around Dao behind Lu Bu, sneak attack on Lu Bu. Once Lu Bu's 20,000 Bing Province Iron Cavalry are gone, whatever the false emperor's plans will come to naught. More importantly, the only cultivation technique he lacks now is the fire attribute cultivation technique. Lu Bu happens to possess top-tier fire attribute body refining cultivation technique. As long as we can get hold of Lu Bu, we won't have to worry about forcing him to hand over the cultivation technique. This is a move that achieves 2 goals at once. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately made a decision and looked at Huang Zhong and the others. Han Sheng, I'll have to trouble you to borrow 10,000 White Horse volunteers from Brother Bogey. While borrowing troops, send someone to find Zai Long and instruct him to temporarily halt the purge of the Xianbei remnants and lead his army to wait for me outside Dai County. After a pause, Kang Jai looked at Go Jia again. Feng Xiao, you lead Eli, Zhongkang Ziyi and the commander of the 10,000 White Horse volunteers and 20,000 new recruits you borrowed, and take over the other counties of Liaoxiku Commandery and Yubiping Commandery as quickly as possible. After capturing each county, immediately recruit soldiers, especially cavalry. We have a large number of war horses, we must make the most of our strength. My lord, with so few men, how can we possibly attack the city? Guo Jia looked troubled. Don't worry, I'll get Rat to help you. He patted Drill Rat, who was pregnant. With his help, even the strongest city wall is useless. The Drill Rat made a squeaking sound as if in response. Go Jia was overjoyed. With Drill Rat's help, those city walls really wouldn't be a problem. After giving instructions to Go Jia, Kang Jai looked at the others and said, You, Miss Zhongjing, Zaikai, and Gao Ju, take the remaining 10,000 new recruits and continue to be responsible for logistics and defending the city. Dian Lai was taken aback. And what about you? Where are you and Gao Ming planning to go? Me? Gao Ming and I will lead 10,000 White Horse volunteers to join Zai Long and give Lu Bu a surprise. A surprise for Lu Bu. Everyone was surprised. Shi Jikai's eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, you want to ambush Lu Bu? Guo Jia frowned. Is there enough time? If we set off now, head to Changli County, then take the border pass, enter the Xianbei grassland, and then circle around Daodai County. Such a long distance, I'm afraid Lu Bu and his group have already taken action. Kang Jai smiled wickedly. Taking the Liaodong Protectorate is naturally a longer route, but who said I was going to take the Liaodong Protectorate? Everyone was stunned. If they didn't go to Liaodong Protectorate, where else could they go? Other border pass cities can't possibly let them leave either, even if they persuaded the other border pass garrison commanders. Their whereabouts would be exposed, and Huang Fusong and Lu Bu would certainly be on guard. Kang Jai didn't explain, but looked at Go Jia and Shi Jikai. Where are the talents you two introduced? It's been half a month. Why is there still no news? Go Jia smiled wryly. My lord, Yuanzi and Boning have been targeted by the false emperor. Now that the Dao road is blocked, it will be quite difficult for them to come over. Kang Jai frowned. Where are they now? Kang Jai still has some expectations for Xu Shu and Man Chong. Xu Shu is skilled in both literature and martial arts, while Man Chong is adept at law. Both are talents he urgently needs. Go Jia responded to Dao. Breaking news, they are trapped near Zhuo Commandery, and the false emperor's people are searching for them. Zhuo Commandery. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes. If it was Zhuo Commandery, a fierce glint flashed in Kang's eyes. If it were Zhuo Commandery, perhaps he could go all the way and take over the entire Yuzhou this time. Suppress your impulses for now. Whether or not you can take Yuzhou depends on whether you can take Lu Bu. Have someone contact them and tell them to hide for now. I will send someone to pick them up. This? Gu Jia and Shi Jikai exchanged a glance, both feeling that it was a bit risky. However, since Kang Jai had said so, they couldn't object. After explaining everything, everyone immediately got to work. Kang Jai, along with Gao Ming, led an army of 10,000 men and plunged directly into the mountains. Master, the mountain road even more winding, and it will only take longer. Before Gao Ming could finish speaking, Kang Jai waved his hand, and a carriage drove up behind him. Gao Ming stared at the carriage in bewilderment. Why was a large army being mobilized with a carriage? Before Gao Ming could ask, 9 drill rat emerged from the carriage one after another. Upon seeing the 9 drill rats, Gao Ming stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. How come there are 9 drill rats all of a sudden? He is a well-known Dao. The fact that Kang Yi owned a drill rat was already quite surprising to them. But now, suddenly, 9 drill rat have appeared. These special creatures, capable of commanding other rat hordes, have suddenly become so worthless. Just as Gao Ming was in shock, Kang Jai nodded at the 9 drill rat, who understood immediately, knew what was going on. One by one, the drill rats darted out and disappeared into the forest. Before long, the entire forest began to stir, and countless rats emerged from the ground, converging on them from all directions. The sheer number of rats gathered sent chills down everyone's spines. As the swarms of rats appeared and began gnawing on the surrounding trees, a wide road appeared before everyone's eyes, leaving them all dumbfounded. However, Kang Jai was not satisfied with this. These rats were too ordinary, and their speed was still a bit slow. After a slight assessment, at this rate, it would take them at least half a month to get behind Lu Bu. No, half a month is too long. I only have 7 days at most. With a thought, a drill rat ran off, summoning a group of mice to a stream. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the rats dug, a pond about an acre in size appeared. After the pond appeared, the mice diverted water from the stream. Once the pond was full, Kang Ji approached. "My lord, what is this?" Gao Ming looked at everything in front of him, completely bewildered. "Aren't we on our way? Why are we digging a pond again?" Just as everyone was wondering, Kang Jai took out a porcelain bottle and poured the liquid inside directly into the pond. Gao Ming was stunned as he watched the liquid being poured into the pond. He had used this juice before. It could help with cultivate when diluted with water and drunk. But this thing doesn't seem to have any other function besides assisting cultivate. Gao Ming was completely baffled and stared blankly at Kang Ji's actions. Could it be for these rats to drink? But these are just ordinary rats, so what good would drinking the diluted juice do them? Just as Gao Ming was wondering, a unique herbal fragrance spread outwards. The once quiet mice suddenly became restless. As the fragrance spread, the entire mountain forest seemed to come back to life. "Quick! Make these rats jump into the water to drink." At Drill Rat's command, hundreds of thousands of ordinary rats jumped into the water and began to drink voraciously. When they felt they could no longer bear it, they all jumped out of the pond and ran wildly around it. As more and more rats drank from the water source, these rats finally began to change. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless lamented, some in pain, some in joy, and some in unbearable groans. Puffed, puffed. The sharp claws of some rats scratched across the trees and rocks around them, instantly leaving deep scratches. As time went on, these mice also showed a significant increase in size. Their fur became smoother and shinier, even faintly shimmering with a metallic sheen. Seeing the changes in these rats, Gao Ming was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The head of the family, they're evolving. Gao Ming was so shocked that he stammered and couldn't even speak. Kang Jai, however, remained quite calm about this. Looking at the calm Kang Jai, Gao Ming couldn't help but glance at the porcelain bottle in Kang Ji's hand. Exactly the same. Even the special fragrance is exactly the same. Isn't this the mysterious elixir that Kang Jai gave them to help them cultivate? How could this juice cause mice to evolve? Gao Ming was completely baffled. However, he did not know that Dao's juice was not the reason why they would not evolve. Rather, humans are higher life forms and are themselves cultivive. The juices they drink will only subtly alter their aptitude, unlike the obvious changes seen in ordinary mice. Just as Gao Ming was shocked and puzzled, changes began to appear around him one after another. Countless animals came here, but faced with 9 core formation level drill rat and tens of thousands of evolved mutant rats, none of them dared to venture in. Master, this thing of yours. Gao Ming hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. Kang Jai waved his hand. Just keep it to yourself, don't tell anyone. This thing is far more useful than you can imagine. Kang Jai didn't explain much, but simply warned Gao Ming. As a retainer, Gao Ming naturally knew what he could and could not say. Phew. It seems the Kang family secretly left quite a few good things for the patriarch, Gao Ming exclaimed. In Gao Ming's view, this thing must have been secretly left for Kang Jai by the Kang family. After all, the Kang family was once one of the 2 major families in Guangling City. It's normal to have some good stuff, including those suddenly appearing drill rat. In Gao Ming's view, they were all left by the Kang family for Kang Jai. Seeing that Gao Ming was no longer curious, Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. Kang Jai was unaware of Dao, but Gao Ming had already filled in the blanks in his mind, which is why he wasn't surprised anymore. Seeing Gao Ming like this, Kang Jai also felt relieved. As Kang Jai and his group left, the once quiet mountain forest became noisy again. The surrounding animals rushed frantically towards the pond. A fierce battle was inevitable, but Kang Jai and his group had already left this place and continued their journey towards Dai County. 7 days later, phew, finally found it. This guy was really well hidden. A day earlier, Kang Jai had met up with Zhao Yun and then returned to Yuzhou without a word. When I first heard that Lu Bu had left Border Pass, I thought he was going to ambush them. However, after some investigation, it was discovered that this was just a smokescreen by Lu Bu. After leaving the pass, Lu Bu quickly returned to Yuzhou in secret. This immediately put Kang Jai on alert, prompting him to mobilize all the mutated rats to search for Lu Bu, which led them to his location. To his surprise, Lu Bu had quietly infiltrated Jizhou and hidden himself in a valley. Judging from this situation, Lu clearly intends to launch a sneak attack on Cao Cao and Han Fu. That feint was clearly meant to mislead Cao Cao and Han Fu. During this time, Lu Ji and the armies of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei had also joined forces with Cao Cao. Alliance confronted each other. The 2 sides have had several clashes, but a final major battle has not yet broken out. Once the 2 sides break out into a decisive battle, Cao Alliance would certainly be unable to withstand Lu Bu's sneak attack. My lord, Lu Bu has 20,000 troops, as well as Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. It won't be easy for us to take him down. Standing atop another hilltop, gazing into the distance at the valley, where Lu Bu's army was hiding, Zhao Yun said with concern, Dao. Kang Jai looked at the person beside him and said with a smile, Yuanxi, do you have any good suggestions? Upon entering Yuzhou, Kang Ji immediately dispatched Drill Rat to bring Shu Shu and Man Fong over. Meeting Kang Ji's gaze, Shu Shu stroked his chin and said, although our forces are roughly equal, we have an undeniable advantage, the rat swarm. Even if the horde of tens of thousands of mutated rats is weak in combat, it is still a force to be reckoned with. If used properly, we might be able to take Lu Bu without losing a single soldier. Shu Shu and Man Chong were also shocked that Kang Jai could control tens of thousands of mutated rats. After the initial shock, the 2 realized that Go Jia and Shi Zhekai had not lied to them. Kang Jai, their lord, was truly special. Looking at the confident Shu Shu, Kang Jai smiled and said, oh, then tell me, Yuanxi, how can we take down the Lu Bu army without shedding a drop of blood? Cut off water, cut off food, seal off grain supplies, and offer surrender. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and asked Dao with interest. The rations for Lu Bu's army are enough to feed them for more than a month. Even after they run out of rations, they still have 40,000 horses, enough to sustain them for a long time. We don't have much time, and we can't afford to waste it here with them. How do you plan to resolve this? Faced with Kang Ji's test, Xu Shu calmly replied. Even if we have plenty of food, what if the rats steal it? As for the warhorses, Xu Shu chuckled. It's their fault for settling their horses at the mouth of the valley. If our Lord uses the rats to drive these warhorses out of the valley in the dead of night, and then immediately seals off the entire valley, then the Bing province iron cavalry will have no choice but to surrender. Kang Jai smiled, nodded in satisfaction, and patted Xu Shu on the shoulder. The rest of the arrangements are up to you. I'll get these rats to cooperate with your actions. Xu Shu did not refuse. Although the plan was simple, the timing of each step had to be carefully considered. If the timing is not right, Lu Bu and his group may escape. Late the next night, my lord, it's ready. Kang Jai nodded, and then the 9 drill rats emitted a faint squeaking sound. As the sound was heard, a rustling sound followed. In the valley, did you hear anything? A young soldier nudged the old soldier next to him who was about to fall asleep and asked Dao. Where's the sound? Don't overthink it, kid. Who would come to a place like this? Their hiding place was secluded, and there were scouts patrolling the perimeter, so if any enemy appeared, they would have already issued a warning. Seeing the veteran's nonchalant attitude, the young soldier frowned, listened carefully, but there seemed to be no sound again. Just when he thought he had misheard, the rustling sound started again, and it got closer and closer. Wait, there's a sound. The young soldier was shocked and hurriedly pushed the veteran next to him. However, before he could wake the veteran, 2 dark figures flashed by. Immediately, the heads of the young soldier and the veteran flew high into the air. The 2 drill rat glanced back at the fallen corpse and shook their heads in dismay. Squeak, squeak. At drill rat's command, the makeshift fence was toppled and countless mutated rats appeared, driving 40,000 warhorses toward the valley entrance. Hiss! The warhorse was startled and immediately neighed. Especially when they sensed countless mutated rats approaching them, they panicked and ran away. Who goes there? How dare you launch a sneak attack on our troops? You're asking for death. Who goes there? How dare you launch a sneak attack on our troops? You're asking for death. A loud shout rang out from the center of the camp. Immediately, a fiery red halberd flash pierced through the camp and soared straight into the sky. Aura is so strong. Sensing the terrifying aura in the distance, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is Zilong confident in taking down this beast? Kang Jai looked at Zhao Yun beside him. Zhao Yun, the battle intent was palpable, eager to be tested. If it were before, Yun would certainly not be a match for him. But now, sensing the terrifying aura in the distance, Zhao Yun smiled confidently. I'm 70% confident I can take down this beast. Kang Ji's lit it up. Lu Bu's aura clearly surpassed the ordinary core formation realm 9 revolutions, indicating that the false emperor had already taught Lu Bu the blue star cultivation technique. The reason Zhao Yun is so confident is Kang Jie has not mistreated Zhao Yun in the past 2 weeks. Not only did he teach Zhao Yun the methods of cultivation on Blue Star, but he also gave him the sap of weeds to aid cultivate. In the past 2 weeks, Zhao Yun has been sweeping across the grasslands while cultivating, and his cultivation has improved once again. If Zhao Yun's strength was comparable to a core 4 formation level before, then Zhao Yun's strength now is at least comparable to a level 12, or even a level 15. This is also why Zhao Yun is confident in winning the Lu contract. Okay, it'll be up to you, Zilong, in a bit. The traps they set up could prevent Bing Province Iron Cavalry from leaving the valley, but they couldn't stop a powerful figure like Lu Bu. If it weren't for Lu Bu, cultivate technique is still in its early stages and has not yet been fully explored. Since the core formation realm cannot fly, it's unlikely they can even leave Lu Bu behind. Fortunately, Lu Bu can't fly yet, so as long as he can't fly away, he can't escape. Even if they crossed the chasm dug by Drill Rat, they could not escape Cao Yun's grasp. In the valley, quickly! Stop the war horses! Zhang Liao shouted urgently. Where did these rats come from? So many rats! Watch out! These rats can bite. Squeaks and screams echoed through the valley. Under the dim moonlight, all they could see were dark shadows moving around beneath their feet, which was quite eerie. Torch! Quick torch! Someone shouted in terror. Don't light it. Don't light it, someone will find out. Some people shouted in protest. The entire camp was in chaos. The once tranquil valley seemed to have turned into a bustling city in an instant, and no one paid any attention to the fleeing war horses. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun were in a panic. But at this moment, everyone was avoiding the elusive mutant rats and no one was carrying out military orders. Fengxian, what do we do? All the war horses have run away. And how come there are so many rats in this valley? And they're mutated. Zhang Liao was also at a loss when faced with the suddenly appearing mutated rats, and at the same time, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Lu Bu squinted, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, and shouted, "Light the torches!" Zhang Liao was taken aback and wanted to say something, but Gao Shun had already gone to carry out the order. Soon, torches were lit, illuminating the entire valley, and the soldiers gradually calmed down from their panic. But when everyone looked around the valley, the strangely appearing rats had disappeared. Where are the mice? All the mice have disappeared. Everyone looked terrified. The situation was far too bizarre. General, something terrible has happened. The military rations have disappeared. A soldier exclaimed in surprise, and Lu Bu, and the others were alarmed and rushed to the military food storage area. However, there wasn't a single grain of military ration left. The huge logistics department was completely empty, with only rat holes remaining. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. That was their food rations for a month. How could it just disappear like that? Fengxian, could it be that these rats are after our military rations, that's why? Although this reason is somewhat far-fetched, it is the only possibility they can think of. Looking at the empty logistics area, Lu Bu clenched his fists. This place contains a month's worth of rations for their 20,000-strong army. They hid here, waiting for the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Cao coalition. But now, let's go. Let's find the warhorse first. With things as they are now, Lu Bu could only pray that the warhorse could be found. With 40,000 warhorses, they keep 20,000 for fighting and still have 20,000 for food, which would sustain them for a while. Without any hesitation, Lu Bu led his army out of the valley to search for warhorses. In their view, their mounts, even if startled, couldn't possibly run too far. They still have a chance if they can find their warhorse. However, before the group even reached the valley entrance, a loud roar was heard, and the valley entrance in front of them suddenly collapsed. Everyone was shocked to see the bottomless chasm that was hundreds of feet wide. Why did the valley entrance collapse? Everyone was stunned, as if in a dream, staring blankly at the suddenly collapsed valley entrance. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Even someone as strong as Lu Bu couldn't remain calm at this moment. Fengxian, it seems we're trapped in this valley. Zhang Liao looked solemn. The reason they chose this valley was because the mountains on both sides of the valley were quite high, and few people could climb to the top of them. As long as they guard the valley entrance and remain undiscovered, it will be difficult for anyone to find their hiding place. However, what was once their advantage has now become their fatal flaw. The situation is unclear. If they cannot leave in time and retrieve their warhorses, they may die in these vast mountains. With a gloomy face, Lu Bu understood the current predicament, but the generals didn't care. Neither mountains nor collapsed ravines can hold them back. But what about the ordinary soldiers? It will be extremely difficult for them to leave this place. Da-da. Da-da. Just as everyone was at a loss, a crisp sound of horses' hooves rang out. Everyone looked up at the opposite side. Two figures could be vaguely seen on the opposite side of the dark valley entrance. The crisp sound of horses' hooves echoed through the quiet valley, creating an eerie tension. "Is he one of our people?" someone muttered quietly. As the sound of hooves drew closer, the two figures became increasingly clear. "Damn it, they're not ours." Zhang Liao and Gao Shun felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, an ominous premonition immediately rising within them. "You charlatans, die!" With whoosh, snatched a spear from a soldier beside him and fired it. "Good timing," Xiao Yun shouted, spurred his horse, and thrust his spear out like a dragon, deflecting Lu Bu's spear with a clang. A master. Lu's pupils contracted. He knew very well how powerful his shot had been. Although it was just an ordinary shot, he actually used all his strength the moment he fired it. He knew very well that the two people who appeared under these circumstances were definitely enemies, not friends. However, his all-out shot was easily neutralized by the opponent. Even though there was a distance of 100 feet between them, Zhao Yun's ability to block the attack so easily was beyond Lu Bu's expectations. In his view, this level of strength was already comparable to that of Zhang Liao, who was standing beside him. "Feng Xian, it seems the other side came prepared." So what if they came prepared? Just two of them. Watch how I kill them. Before Zhang Liao could dissuade him, wielding his halberd, charged straight at the other side. With a loud thud, a foot slammed into the ground, and Lu Bu shot straight into the sky, heading towards the opposite side. Good heavens, 100 feet away, and he just jumped like that. Kang Jai stared in disbelief as Lu Bu soared high into the air. "Zheilong, I'm leaving this place to you." Kang Jai won't stay to face Lu Bu directly. He's no match for Lu Bu right now. Looking back from afar, one could see Lu Bu, who was in mid-air, suddenly have a red light appear beneath his feet and stomp down hard. With a whoosh, as if an air blast had occurred, Lu Bu's body, which had been falling, leaped upwards once more. Lu slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Aura is so strong. From a distance, Kang Jai squinted as he observed. The aura emanating from Lu Bu was in no way inferior to that of the geniuses on Earth. This is indeed a very special world. Someone like Lu Bu is probably no less capable in terms of aptitude than the top prodigies on Earth. Looking at Lu Bu, Kang Jai felt a little envious. "You guys are behind this." Holding a halberd, Lu Bu spoke coldly. With a grin, Zhao Yun didn't reply, but dismounted and gently patted his warhorse's neck. The Jade Lion snorted reluctantly, displeased that Zhao Yun wouldn't let it fight alongside him. "Good boy. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Zhao Yun patted the Jade Lion's head again. The Jade Lion reluctantly walked towards the back. Seeing this, Lu Bu sneered. "You still know that Dao wouldn't let his warhorse accompany you to your death. You do have some self-awareness." Zhao Yun shook his head, completely ignoring Lu Bu's taunts, and calmly raised his spear, pointing it directly at Lu Bu. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a fair fight." As soon as the words were spoken, battle intent was in full swing. "A fair fight? Ha 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 ha. Kid, do you even know who I am? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Feeling the battle intent emanating from Zhao Yun, Lu Bu simply smiled dismissively. He already knew from the people of Earth that he was the strongest person in this world. Now, pretty boy suddenly appears actually wanting a fair fight with him. He's simply overestimating himself. Really? Let me see just how strong Lu really is. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged, and with a flick of his spear, a fiery red phoenix materialized, charging towards Lu Bu. This is aura. Lu Bu stared wide-eyed at Zhao Yun in disbelief. Aura was no weaker than him at all. Who are you? The halberd cleaved through the void realm, meeting Zhao Yun's spear head-on. Heh, if you want to know who I am, defeat me first. Zhao Yun was very displeased with Lu Bu's arrogance. He wanted to teach Lu Bu a lesson. There are always people more capable than you. You're asking for it? Bu roared in anger. The halberd was brandished, Dao Dao's crimson light slashed towards Zhao Yun. You're asking for it? With a flick of the spear, he unleashed a Dao. Dao's afterimages transformed into fiery red phoenixes, heading towards Lu Bu. Wood fuels fire. How dare you? Fighting me without using your innate element. Looking at the green mixed deep within the red ki, Lu Bu Ki was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He sensed Zhao Yun's intense contempt. Ha! My derivative attributes are enough to deal with you. Zhao Yun's words thoroughly enraged Lu Bu, who swung his halberd even more fiercely. However, Zhao Yun always seemed so calm and collected when facing Lu Bu's attacks. The two sides went back and forth, and surprisingly, neither side could gain the upper hand. Zhang Liao and his men on the other side watched with trepidation, fearing that if Lu Bu were to be defeated, they would be doomed. My lord, everything is ready. Shall we make our move now? Shu Shu and Man Chong arrived beside Kang Jai at some point, both looking at the two fighting in the arena with amazement. Not for now, let Zai Long play with it first. Kang Ji's lips curled up. Seeing Lu Bu being beaten, he felt a little excited for some reason. The battle between Zhao Yun and Lu Bu lasted a long time, with both sides becoming stronger as the fight progressed. After 100 rounds, both sides were still as lively as dragon. After 200 rounds, both sides were still as lively as dragons and tigers. My lord, if we continue fighting like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to determine a winner for 3 days and 3 nights. Frowning slightly, Kang Jai hadn't expected Lu Bu to be able to hold for so long. We can't let Zai Long continue playing like this. Kang Jai was thinking this to herself, and was about to remind Zhao Yun when she saw Zhao Yun suddenly stop her attack. Lu Bu, time is running out, the battle should end. Lu Bu scoffed. You're right, the battle should end. With a loud shout, the red light of the halberd in his hand intensified. Feeling the even more terrifying aura emanating from Lu Bu, Zhao Yun simply took a deep breath. You're quite good, it's just a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the green within the deep red light suddenly surged, permeating the entire red and eventually turning into a deep dark green. The 7 probing serpent spear is a spear technique I created myself. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yun's dragon courage silver spear seemed to transform into a green snake. The green snake slithered and moved, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes forming into one snake, sometimes into 7, flicking its tongue and biting at Lu Bu. With a flick of his halberd, Lu Bu launched attacks from both sides, but each strike missed its mark, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, he couldn't even discern Zhao Yun's true direction of attack. Great skill, Gao Ming. Lu Bu was shocked. Zhao Yun's marksmanship was almost at the level of a master. Such marksmanship far exceeded his expectations. In addition, Zhao Yun used his innate attribute, which increased his combat power by more than 30%. On the other side, Zhang Liao and Gao Shun were shocked to see this. Is Fengxian going to lose? They could hardly believe that the world's #1 Lu Bu would lose to someone else. What should we do? If Fengxian loses, we may have a hard time leaving this place. At this moment, even Gao Shun was extremely nervous. Zhang Liao smiled bitterly. It seems that while we are scheming against others, others are also scheming against us. Zhang Liao squinted, staring intently at Zhao Yun, then looked at Kang Jai. Away. Do you know who plotted against us? Gao Shun glared at Zhang Liao. Who else could possibly be able to suppress Fengxian, especially using a long spear, besides Zhao Yun and Zhao Zilong? It's him! Gao Shun exclaimed, his eyes wide. Staring intently at Kang Jai, Zhang Liao's voice was grave. Zhao Yun is under the command of the extraordinary Kang Jai. You can imagine who is plotting against us this time. Kang Jai? Gao Shun exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he in Linyu County? How come he's here? Zhang Liao did not answer, because he also did not know Dao. Why are Kang Jai and Zhao Yun here? Logically speaking, with Huang Fusong and Liu Yu leading an army of 200,000 directly towards Linyu County, shouldn't Kang Jai have stayed in Linyu County to prepare for battle? Why is he here? However illogical it may seem, Kang Jai simply appeared before them, pushing them into a corner. Just as the two were lamenting bitterly, Lu Bu was finally defeated. In a daze, Lu Bu was found to be injured. Once the first injury appeared, a second followed, and more injuries appeared on Lu Bu's body. However, Lu Bu was also a tough guy. Despite being covered in wounds, he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Looks like we'll have to add fuel to the fire. Kang Jai muttered to himself. The next moment, Kang Jai contacted Drillra, and soon, wisps of black smoke appeared in the valley. Fire! Fire! Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, who were intently watching the battlefield, suddenly heard a commotion behind them and turned around to look. Before they could even see what was happening, a plume of black smoke rocked them. Immediately afterwards, a pungent smell of smoke assaulted my nostrils. Cough, 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 what's going on? Where's the fire? However, he was met with a continuous coughing sound. Zhang Liao wanted to understand the situation, but the thick smoke and choking ash made it impossible for him to organize an effective firefighting effort. The changes on the other side eventually affected Lu Bu. In a moment of distraction, Lu Bu was stabbed in the arm by Zhao Yun again. Lu Bu, surrender now. Do you really want to watch your 20,000 Bing Province Iron Cavalry die here? Zhao Yun's loud shout once again made Lu Bu lose his senses. I couldn't help but turn around and look at the other side, where black smoke enveloped the area, and then a burst of fire appeared behind the smoke. Hearing the coughs from the other side and the painful groans of the crowd, Lu Bu was deeply shaken. This is Bing Province Iron Cavalry, which has fought alongside me for many years. Do we really have to die here? At this moment, Lu Bu's heart was in turmoil. Lu Bu, I'll ask you one more time, do you surrender? If you continue to be so stubborn, these 20,000 Bing Province Iron Cavalry soldiers will be buried here forever because of you. Zhao Yun stopped his attack, pointed his spear directly at Lu Bu, and shouted a question. He gripped the halberd tightly, his knuckles turning white, and he breathed heavily, like a bellows. Lu Bu stared intently at Zhao Yun, her mind in turmoil. But the thought of losing to someone else, despite being the best in the world, made him very unwilling. His jaw clenched, and a metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. You want me to surrender? Dream on. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Lu Bu, like a wounded beast, stared intently at Zhao Yun with bloodshot eyes. He gripped his halberd tightly, his gaze sweeping towards the darkness behind Zhao Yun. He remembered there was another person there, who, judging from his strength, wasn't anything special. If they can catch this person, they are not without a way to survive. However, at that moment, da-da, da-da, da, first came the sound of horses' hooves. Immediately afterwards, the sound of countless hooves rang out. A figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Dao's figure. 1 Dao, 2 Daos, 3 Daos. More and more figures appeared, riding warhorses and carrying bows and arrows, slowly approaching the valley. Lu Bu's originally bloodshot eyes slowly faded, and his angry gaze gradually became dull. Then came astonishment, shock, and fear. When the 20,000-strong army appeared before him, all of Lu Bu's illusions were shattered. They thought that only Zhao Yun and Kang Jai were here. Even if they couldn't beat Zhao Yun, they could still have a chance if they could find an opportunity to ambush and capture Kang Jai. But when the 20,000-strong army appeared, Lu Bu realized that it was all wishful thinking. With 20,000 troops, Bing Province Iron Cavalry has no chance of escaping. I surrender. Can you spare my men? Lu Bu said unwillingly. Kang Jai waved his hand. Tie him up first. The soldiers immediately rushed forward. Lu Bu wanted to resist, but when she met Kang Jai's calm gaze, she finally gave up. A very wise choice. Kang Jai nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, Drill Rat immediately rallied the mutated rat swarm to begin extinguishing the fire. Soon, the flames in the opposite valley disappeared, the smoke and dust receded, and 20,000 Bing Province Iron Cavalrymen clutched their throats and groaned in pain. It's a miracle he didn't die after being exposed to smoke for so long. Kang Jai pointed to the chasm in the middle, his voice calm but undeniably authoritative. Throw all the weapons and armor in there. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun were conflicted. They were highly skilled in cultivation and had been in seclusion for a long time, so they were still able to stand. But very few of the others were able to stand. Most were clutching their throats, groaning in pain and coughing incessantly. But they were unwilling to surrender so easily. Surrender is your only option, otherwise. Kang Jai didn't say anything more, but Zhang Liao and Gao Shun both understood what Kang Jai meant. If Kang Jai wanted to, these people would be lambs to the slaughter, to be killed however he pleased. He couldn't help but look at Lu Bu, who was now bound and had long lost his previous high spirits. Seeing Zhang Liao and Gao Shun's expressions, he hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Seeing that Lu Bu agreed, Zhang Liao and Gao Shun no longer hesitated, and ordered everyone to throw their weapons and armor into the ditch. Despite their aching bodies, the group removed their armor and threw their weapons into the ditch without hesitation. Clong! Weapons clashed against armor, producing a clanging sound that echoed through the ravine. What a deep pit! Luckily, we didn't act rashly. Hearing the echo of the weapons, Zhang Liao's face turned ugly. The chasm before us is truly bottomless, at least 100 meters deep. With the enemy disarmed and all their weapons and armor removed, Kang Ji finally relented. Looking at Lu Bu, he said, "Feng Xian, how about we make a trade?" Lu Bu looked up at Kang Jai with a complicated expression. The victor is king, the loser is villain. I have nothing to say. Looking at Lu Bu, who was still unwilling to give up, Kang Jai shook his head. I said, I want to do a trade with you. Lu Bu remained silent, while Kang Jai shrugged, unconcerned. He continued, I know it to get you to truly surrender. Lu Bu's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Kang Jai with some wariness, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Yun became alert, staring intently at Lu Bu. Kang Jai smiled and waved his hand. Feng Xian, don't be nervous. I never intended to kill you. Lu Bu stiffened, her eyes flickered, and then she relaxed slightly. Seeing this, Kang Jai chuckled and said, "As I just said, I just want to do a trade with you." "What kind of trade do you want to do?" Lu Bu finally asked. "It's very simple, just refining your cultivate's fire attribute body. Teach me the cultivation technique and I will return your provisions to you." Huh? Lu Bu was taken aback. Cultivation technique for food supplies? Kang Jai nodded. Lu Bu's eyes flickered, then he shook his head. "No, this cultivation technique was passed down by my master and must not be passed on to anyone else." Kang Jai remained silent, staring intently at Lu Bu. After several breaths, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Kang Ji's gaze, Lu Bu finally spoke, saying, "Unless you return our war horses and let me go." "Ha!" Kang Jai scoffed. "You, no right to bargain. Don't forget, you are all my prisoners now. You may want war horses, but only if you truly pledge your allegiance to me." Lu's face stiffened. Of course, it was impossible for him to genuinely pledge allegiance to Kang Jai. Although Kang Jai defeated them with a scheme this time, it does not mean that Kang Jai can withstand the 200,000-strong army sent by the false emperor. Kang Jai will perish sooner or later, so how could he possibly follow a vassal state that is about to be destroyed? Seeing Bu Bu remained, Kang Jai chuckled. "How about we make a bet?" "A bet?" Lu was confused. Weren't they just talking about trade? How did it suddenly turn into a bet? Seeing Kang Ji's familiar smile, Zhao Yun's eyes widened. Because this smile is so familiar. It was the same smile Kang Jai had when she made the bet with Liu Bei. "A bet? I wonder what kind of bet your excellency wants to make with me." Lu Bu asked Dao, squinting his eyes. "The bet is simple. You still have to pass on the cultivation technique to me, and I will provide you with a month's worth of provisions. For the next month, you will stay here obediently and not even think about running away. I can tell you clearly that you cannot escape. In this month I will defeat Huangfu Song and Liu Yu's army of 200,000 and drive them out of Yuzhou. If I win, you will bring your 20,000 Bing province iron cavalry and submit to me, serving me as your lord for life. Fengxian, are you willing to make that bet with me? Defeat Huangfu Song's 200,000-strong army in a month?" Lu Bu thought he had misheard and squinted at Kang Jai with an expression that was like looking at a madman or a fool. "That's ridiculous. That was an army of 200,000 men led by Huangfu Song. You think it's as easy as cabbage? What if you lose?" Lu Bu squinted. "Heh, if you lose, you'll naturally be allowed to leave." Kang Ji's lips curled up. Lu Bu choked, then immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "This is not fair. Even if you don't let us go, we will find a way to leave after a month." Kang Jai remained non-committal. With the mutated rat swarm around them, leaving was simply a pipe dream. Not to mention, "You don't seem to understand the situation yet. You are all my prisoners now. Letting you go is the greatest mercy I can show." Lu Bu felt aggrieved, but Kang Jai was right. They were now prisoners in Kang Ji's hands, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Why were they released after winning, while Kang Jai, who won, was forced to pledge allegiance and submit? With a quick dart, Lu Bu inexplicably said, "Even if you win and we submit, what can you do to us if we don't put in the effort?" To paraphrase a saying from your planet Earth, we're physically in Cao Cao's camp, but our hearts are with Han. Even if we were to submit to you, what good would it do? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow as he watched Lu Bu haggle. He didn't really care whether Lu Bu was truly loyal or not. He values Zhang Liao and Gao Shun more. Only, seeing Lu Bu's face full of resentment, Kang Jai smiled and asked, "So how do you want to bet?" Lu Bu narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. "If you lose, give me the person next to you." Lu Bu stared intently at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun merely glanced at him differently and sneered. You have no chance of winning. He is a well-known Dao Kang Jai was incredibly powerful. He wiped out the 3 Xianbei tribes. What was a mere 200,000 troops compared to that? Zhao Yun had blind confidence in Kang Jai. What? Afraid to gamble? Lu Bu looked at Zhao Yun and Kang Jai provocatively. Kang Jai squinted and looked at Zhao Yun. Dao, does Zilong believe me? Zhao Yun cupped his hands in greeting, saying, I now trust my lord and will follow your arrangements. Kang Jai nodded and looked at Lu Bu. If you want to beat Zilong, you don't have enough chips from before. Lu Bu gritted his teeth. If I lose, I swear on my martial arts heart that I will wholeheartedly follow you from now on. If I break this vow, may my martial arts heart collapse, and may I die without a burial place. As soon as he was speaking, it seemed as if some mysterious force was watching over them. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, not expecting Lu Bu to dare swear on his martial arts heart. It should be noted that Lu Bu cultivates martial arts, and even after switching to Earth's cultivation techniques, he will still follow the path of martial arts law. If the oath is broken, unless Lu Bu completely abandons the path of martial arts, Lu Bu's martial arts spirit will truly collapse, and he will die without a burial place. What difference is there between Lu Bu, who can abandon the path of martial arts, and a cripple? Lu Bu's oath essentially eliminated any possibility of him betraying him. He nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I agree to these conditions. Turning to look at the other side, he asked, Bo Ping, what do you two think? Zhang Liao and Gao Xun exchanged a glance, surprised that Lu Bu and Kang Jai had actually made a bet. And the bet was so big. The two looked at each other, not daring to answer for a moment. Just then, Lu Bu shouted, Wen Yuan Bo Ping, you must believe me. With only 30,000 50,000 men, how could he possibly defeat Huangfu Yizhen's 200,000 strong army? Besides, this guy is so arrogant that he thinks he can win in just 1 month. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun thought it made sense. It was impossible to defeat Huangfu Song's army of 200,000 with only 30,000 to 50,000 men in a mere month. Thinking of this, the two nodded in unison. We are willing to bet with you. If we lose, we swear by our martial spirit that we will follow you for the rest of our lives. Kang Jai laughed, a very happy laugh, as 3 more people fell into the trap. Looking at Lu Bu, he said, All right, now it's your turn to teach me the cultivation technique. Lu didn't hesitate. The bet was done, and he was happy at that moment. Looking at Zhao Yun, he chuckled and said, I guess you are Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong? Zhao Yun snorted coldly and ignored him. Lu Bu didn't take it seriously and chuckled. Kid, don't look so sour. You'll be mine soon. Zhao Yun didn't even bother to acknowledge the arrogant Lu Bu. Kang Jai just watched with a smile, and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the smug Lu Bu. Soon Lu Bu obedient taught Kang Jai the cultivation technique, and even demonstrated it himself. Learn Lu Bu fire attribute body refining cultivation technique, body refining of 5 attributes. The entire cultivation technique collection is now complete. After sending Lu Bu back to the opposite valley, and having Drill Rat return their provisions, Kang Jai began his seclusion in the mountains. Let me see what changes will occur when all 5 elements are present. Clone, a weed, was ingested, and body refining was activated. Cultivation technique. With each repetition of the movement, the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth converged into Kang Ji's body. Fire energy flowed throughout his body, and gradually, the fire attribute began to resemble the other 4 attributes. As the fire attribute is completed, the 5 elemental energies begin to transform on their own. Kang Jai modified 5 animal frolics, where the 5 attributes constantly circulate and transform within his body. Gradually, 5 elements body refining has reached a perfect state. I didn't expect to reach the limit of body refining so quickly. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely. Although they didn't have the fire cultivation technique before, they still had a lot of fire energy in their bodies thanks to the 5 elements conversion from 5 animal frolics. Now that I've acquired the top-tier fire attribute cultivation technique, and the 5 elements are fully complete, I'm instantly perfect. Phew! Time for a breakthrough. Body refining is complete. Kang calmed down. Just as he was preparing to make a final push, breakthrough, when the body reaches its limit of refining, the mental energy in the sea of consciousness suddenly becomes restless. Huh? Why is mental energy breaking down now? Kang Jai hadn't expected that her suppressed mental energy, after consuming a clone, would increase her soul power and trigger the mental energy within the sea of consciousness. Mental energy could no longer be suppressed and began to show signs of breaking through. Never mind, since it's all going to happen naturally, let me see what changes will occur when body refining and God cultivator break through together. With his eyes focused, Kang Jai continued to move his body. The terms 5 animal frolics and 5 cultivation techniques complement each other, sometimes referring to 5 animal frolics and sometimes to 5 cultivation techniques. In the mountains and forests, as Kang Jai's cultivate played, a breeze gradually picked up. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, causing the leaves to whisper in the breeze. In the woods, starlight fell and sprinkled on Kang Jai, making her look like she was draped in starlight. A powerful force surged from the earth, seeping into Kang Jai's body from the soles of his feet. In the woods, the plants exuded a vibrant life force, surging towards Kang Jai. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be celebrating for Kang Jai, and a sense of joy permeated the mountains and forests. And just then, Kang Jai, the mental energy within the sea of consciousness, could no longer be suppressed, and a surge of mental energy burst forth from its body. At the same time, Kang Jai's body made a crackling sound, as if his bones were breaking or his flesh was groaning. A special power of the 5 elements fusions and integrates into all parts of the body. At that moment, the mental energy that had been emanating from the body seemed to sense something and suddenly retracted back into the body, merging into the flesh and blood. With the integration of mental energy, the special energy generated by mental energy and body refining unexpectedly underwent a strange fusion. The energy generated after fusion is then combined with the cells of the physical body. This change was truly unexpected for Kang Jai. The reason Kang Jai hasn't broken through for so long is mental energy. That's because he's been suppressing the cultivate of mental energy. He not only cultivated Confucian mental energy cultivate method, also cultivates the mental energy of Zhang Zhongjing cultivate method. Although mental energy cultivate methods are largely similar, but they also have different tendencies. For example, Confucian mental energy cultivate methods place greater emphasis on spiritual intimidation and mental suppression, which can be used to intimidate people. And the doctor's mental energy, the cultivate method, places greater emphasis on spiritual penetration and observation, which can amplify one's senses. Kang Jai's spirit, dual cultivation, and mental energy are a mixture of 2 properties. Originally, Kang Jai wanted to find some other mental energy. The cultivate method works together with cultivate, but unfortunately, his soul power is too strong, causing mental energy to be affected. Cultivate is progressing too fast. Now, it can no longer be suppressed and has completely broken through to the core formation level. What Kang Jai didn't expect was that the simultaneous breakthrough of body refining and mental energy produced a special change. Feeling the newly born power merging into his cells, Kang Ji actually felt a sense of primordial unity. This feeling is as if every cell in your body is under your control. If you want, you can even refine a single cell on your own. Kang Jai had a feeling that once newly born special power became stronger, he would even be able to control the division and death of cells. What amazing power! Feeling the new energy within her body, Kang Jai couldn't help but admire Dao. Perhaps we can strike while the iron is hot. Kang Jai was moved. As this thought arose, the power that Kang Jai possessed within his cells suddenly surged. As the cells throughout the body boil, the meridians, acupoints, and even the spiritual ki in the dantian also boil. Not enough! Feeling the vortex of spiritual fluid in his dantian begin to spin faster, Kang Jai realized that the spiritual fluid in his dantian was definitely not enough to break through to the core Jin realm. This was also his fault. Dantian had too many vortexes of spirit liquid, a total of 36, to the point that breakthrough, when using core formation realm, there are too few unknown spiritual instances that can be invoked. Fortunately, there's still clone weed. With a thought, 3 whole clone weeds appeared in his mouth. The herb clone melts in your mouth and quickly integrates into your body. A surge of powerful energy swept through my body, instantly bringing a feeling of comfort throughout. It was as if parched land had suddenly absorbed a large amount of water. Within Dantian, a vortex of spiritual liquid is spinning rapidly. The boundless spiritual merged into the vortex, accelerating the compression of the spiritual liquid vortex. Outside, in the mountains and forests, a vortex suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sucking in all the heaven and earth spiritual within a radius of 1 mile. Lu Bu and the others, who were resting in the valley, immediately looked up at the outside of the valley. This commotion, Lu Bu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Is a breakthrough? Zhang Liao and Gao Shun were taken aback and asked in confusion. Is this going to break through to the nascent soul level they mentioned? Lu Bu shook his head. No! I said before. That kid is only a foundation establishment realm, not even a core formation realm. It didn't even reach core formation realm? Doesn't that mean? The two were shocked and somewhat unwilling to believe it. Dao. Could such a commotion only be a breakthrough to the core formation realm? It shouldn't be that kid breaking through, right? Although Lu Bu was also unwilling to believe that such a commotion was just Kang Jai, this was achieved through a breakthrough to the core formation realm. But he had sensed Zhao Yun's QE before, and this was not Zhao Yun's Q at all. He gave a wry smile. It seems we all underestimated that kid. Anyone capable of sewing a powerhouse like Zhao Yun is certainly no ordinary person. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun remained silent. They simply couldn't believe this outcome. According to the information, Kang Jai had already surpassed them at this point. To know that Dao Kang Jai has only just broken through core formation realm, if this were to be cultivated for a longer period of time, even Lu Bu might not be a match for it. We don't need to worry. Individual strength is useless against an army of 200,000. Lu Bu was very confident. Huang Fusang was no mere good-for-nothing, but a true expert in military formations. When an army is in formation, it is difficult to shake it, no matter how strong an individual is in combat. Lu Bu didn't believe at all that Kang Jai could defeat Huang Fusang. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun both nodded in agreement. At the same time, Zhao Yun looked at Kang Jai, who was breaking through, with a face full of shock. As the suction force emanating from Kang Ji's body grew stronger, the spiritual Kia, within a radius of 1 mile, could no longer satisfy it. The spiritual energy vortex is still expanding, 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. As the area expanded, Zhao Yun became somewhat worried. If the commotion is too great and attracts the attention of outsiders, that would be bad. However, he was helpless in the face of this situation. During the breakthrough, Kang Jai felt that the spiritual Kai within her body was still insufficient, and she also experienced a headache. I never imagined that even 3 weeds weren't enough for clone. This newly generated energy is also devouring heaven and earth's spiritual ki. To Kang Ji's surprise, the new energy born from the fusion of mental energy and body refining was also devouring heaven and earth's spiritual ki to strengthen itself. This has led to the fact that Kang Jai, originally only required 3 weeds to break through, is now simply not enough. Fortunately, what he has the most of now is weeds and clone. Without any hesitation, Kang Jai swallowed 3 more clone weeds. After clone swallowed 3 more weeds, Kang Jai clearly felt the compression speed of the spiritual liquid vortex in Dantian begin to increase. Not enough, have some more. Clone consumed 3 more weeds, and within Dantian, a vortex of spiritual liquid began to collapse, collapsing towards its very center. Small, crystalline-like things appeared, surrounded by a vortex of spiritual liquid. Not enough. With gritted teeth, Kang Jai swallowed 3 more clone weeds. Also, thanks to physical body fusions, special energy allows the physical body to simultaneously absorb the energy of the weed clone. This makes Kang Jai the physical body continuously strengthens, which is why it can withstand the medicinal properties of so many weed clones. Kang Jai only felt satisfied after swallowing 12 clone plants. Now, with a roar in his heart, the vortex of spiritual liquid accelerated once again. Within Dantian, a vortex of spiritual liquid completely collapsed, ultimately transforming into a golden core shimmering with golden light. The moment the golden core took shape, a special power swept through his entire body. In an instant, Kang Ji's body began to float upwards. Kang Jai could sense that the golden core within her body had formed a special energy field. Under the influence of this special energy field, Kang Jai generates a controllable repulsive force with the ground. It was repulsive force that gave him the ability to fly, only, this flight speed is way too slow. Feeling the driving force generated by his golden core, Kang Jai smacked his lips. Although it had been introduced in textbooks, Kang Jai felt a sense of disdain when she actually experienced her own flight speed. At this speed, it's not much faster than a bicycle. Just as Kang Jai was internally complaining, the special energy from heaven and earth spiritual ki, which had been stopped from absorbing, suddenly burst out of his body. A mysterious and profound feeling arose from the bottom of my heart. With a thought, this force lifted Kang Jai up. Kang Ji's figure moved swiftly through the sky. Huh? What a unique power. It can actually affect everything. Feeling this power, Kang Ji's eyes widened. In his perception, this power could not only penetrate and observe anything, but also carried a precise divine might pressure attack, and could even be used to control objects. Yes, the mental energy that has been fused with the power of body refining can not only launch mental attacks, like normal mental energy, but also attack intangible matter. It can even control everything, just like the tangible and substantial power of body refining. This discovery truly delighted Kang Jai. This power seems somewhat similar to telekinesis. Kang Jai murmured to herself. When the Blue Star people are using the awakening talent, they have a talent called telekinesis. Telekinesis is the power that can manipulate objects. It is formless and intangible. yet it seems to have both form and substance, much like Kang Ji's power. However, Kang Ji's power has the added characteristics of penetration and observation compared to telekinesis, which telekinesis cannot match. It is difficult for telekinesis to penetrate into an object. Telekinesis is more like a macroscopic manipulation. Kang Ji's power can be manipulated not only on a macro level, but also observed and controlled on a micro level. Of course, not everything can be observed and manipulated at a microscopic level by him. Everything in the universe has an energy field, from the largest stars and universes to the smallest plants and trees. As long as something exists, it will have an energy field, including humans. The stronger the energy field, the more difficult it is for Kang Ji to penetrate and observe it with special energy. Even so, Kang Ji's newly acquired ability still excited him greatly. This is telekinesis, the highest level of telekinesis talent, which can reach the purple energy level. With this ability, Kang Ji can make it a regular combat tactic. Let's call you Divine Sense for now. To distinguish it from his telekinetic talent, Kang Ji gave his ability a new name. The emergence of Divine Sense has given Kang Ji another way to fight enemies, and has also made up for the fact that his talent is only at the white level. Divine Sense is so special that it is no less than purple level talents and may even be comparable to colored talents in the end. After all, this kind of power, which lies between tangible and an intangible matter, is truly special. When one's cultivation level is high enough, Kang Ji can completely annihilate a person at the molecular level with just a thought. With the Divine Sense, Kang Ji's fighting power has now surpassed Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, and is faintly catching up with Lu Bu. This is only the beginning of Kang Ji's breakthrough to the core formation realm. This is the benefit of a solid foundation. Just in Kang Ji, the moment the breakthrough occurred, Lu Bu and the others in the valley fell silent. Feng Xian, do you think he might actually defeat Yizhen? Glancing at Zhang Liao, Lu Bu retorted stubbornly. What are you thinking? How could that kid possibly beat Huangfu Yizhen? Don't forget, Huangfu Yizhen is a top-tier general with 200,000 troops under his command. There's no way he could lose. Zhang Liao remained silent. Although he said that, he felt vaguely uneasy. Patting Zhang Liao on the shoulder, Lu Bu said dismissively, "Don't overthink it. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, don't forget that our bet with him only lasts for 1 month. Even if he were truly more powerful than Huangfu Yizhen, do you think it's possible for him to defeat Huangfu Fusong and drive them all out of Yushu within a month?" Hearing Lu Bu say that, Zhang Liao felt much more at ease. Indeed, that was an army of 200,000. To defeat Huangfu Fusong, who had an army of 200,000, was already a pipe dream. Not to mention, the deadline is only 1 month. Just as Lu Bu and the others were discussing Kang Ji finally finished his work. "Congratulations, my lord, your strength has greatly increased." Feeling the emanating from Kang Ji, Zhao Yun was also taken aback. "It's so prodigy, I just broke through. Core formation realm is almost catching up to it. What a remarkable achievement." Kang Ji laughed, and with a flick of his wrist, the aura around his body absorbed his body, making him appear ordinary again. "We don't have much time. We need to set off immediately. We must take down Huangfu Song and Liu Yu within a month." The commotion here last night was too great. Could it have attracted unnecessary trouble? Zhao Yun asked worriedly. "No problem. I will have Drill Rat drive a large number of wild beasts and mutated beasts to the vicinity to block any possibility of spying on this place." Lu Bu's 20,000-strong army was already considered by Kang Ji to be his for the taking, so naturally he didn't want any accidents to happen. Kang Jai will not only have Drill Rat drive away the mutated beasts to the vicinity, but will also leave 2 Drill Rat to command 30,000 mutated rats to guard Lu Bu and the others. Only in this way can we ensure that Lu Bu and others will not escape within this month. After giving all the instructions, Kang Ji immediately led 20,000 White Horse volunteers towards Yuzhou. Day later. My lord, we have found out that Huang Fusong's 200,000 strong army is confronting us in Wuzhong City, Yubiping County. Our people are temporarily trapped in Wuzhong City, and the situation is not optimistic. At this time, everyone returned to Zhuo Commandery and was discussing how to capture Huang Fusong and his 200,000 strong army. Has Brother Bogi come to our aid? Kang Ji asked Dao. My lord, according to the news from our men, General Gongsun followed your advice and attacked Liaodong Commandery. However, when attacking Liaodong Commandery, they were held back by Gongsun Du. General Gongsun is now in a dilemma. If he retreats now, the cities he has already captured will inevitably be handed to Gongsun Du. However, if they continue the attack, they will inevitably lack the resources to support us. Our men asked if we should ask General Gongsun for help. General Gongsun said that if we were defeated, he would immediately come to our aid, but afterwards we would need to help him take Liaodong. Kang Jai pondered. Gongsun Zan's request wasn't unreasonable, but Gongsun Zan's retreat from Liaodong would take time. It will probably be half a month before he finishes his rest and goes to Yubiping County to provide support. Kang Jai only has 1 month, so asking Gongsun Zan for help is clearly not the best approach. Rubbing his fingers together, Kang Jai looked at the map. If we attack Zhuo Commandery, what are the chances of Huang Fusong coming back to reinforce it? Everyone looked at the map, and Su Shu frowned and said, although Zhuo Commandery is important, compared to annihilating our main army, Huang Fusong obviously won't send too many troops. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. So, Huang Fusong might send troops, but not a large number of them? Shu Shu nodded. If I were Huang Fusong, and I didn't know much about my lord's abilities, I would send 20,000 to 30,000 troops to hold him back. Once we wipe out the main force of Yubiping Commandery, our 20,000 troops will be no threat to our lord. Kang Jai clapped his hands. Great, that's exactly what we want. By not sending our main force, we have room to maneuver. Shu Shu looked up at Kang Jai in confusion. My lord, what do you mean? Seeing everyone's doubts, Kang Jai laughed and said, Gentlemen, can 20,000 or 30,000 men be a match for us? Everyone shook their heads, and Shu Shu replied without hesitation, 20 or 30,000 men are naturally no match for us. Does my lord mean we should take over these troops? Kang Jai nodded. What is our advantage? It's these massive swarms of mutated rats. Currently have 100,000 mutated rats at our disposal, making it incredibly easy to take over cities like Zhuo Commandery. With these cities, we can completely besiege and attack reinforcements, taking down Huang Fusong's troops one by one. Even if Huang Fusong sends 30,000 to 50,000 troops at a time, as long as it doesn't exceed 100,000, we will surely win with these rats. After we take over these troops, we will continue our advance towards Guangyang Commandery. If Guangyang Commandery is threatened, Liu Yu will definitely want to come to its aid. If Huang Fusong doesn't agree, it will inevitably create a rift between them, which will also relieve some pressure on Alai. If we go back to provide support, Kang's lips curled up. Once Huang Fusong gave up attacking Yubiping County, he would a pincer attack. By then, the initiative will no longer be in the hands of Huang Fusong and Liu Yu. Su Shu's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. My lord, what a brilliant idea. Seeing Shu Shu's approval, Kang Jai didn't hesitate either. We don't have much time, so let's start with Zhuo, Commandery's first city, Basin City, today. With the order given, 20,000 cavalrymen marched in a mighty procession toward Basin City. One day later, outside Wuzhong City at Huang Fusong's camp. Wang Yu, have you found out where Kang Ji is? Huang Fusong asked, looking at Sword Saint Wang Yu. Wang Yu shook his head, looking somewhat dejected. I have sent all the discs to infiltrate major cities, but I have not been able to find out the whereabouts of Kang Ji at all. All that is known is that he led 10,000 White Horse volunteers out of Linyu County 10 days ago. As for his whereabouts afterward, no one knows. Wang Fusong frowned. At such a crucial moment, Kang Ji had vanished without a trace with 10,000 White Horse volunteers. This was not normal at all. He would never believe it if Kang Ji ran away with his men. But if she didn't run away, then where did Kang Ji go? Just as Huang Fusong was frowning in thought, a messenger rushed in with another person. General, urge report. Zhuo Commandery has been attacked, and Bacon City has fallen. Huh? Zhuo Commandery was attacked? And Bacon City has fallen? Huang Fusong was stunned. Cao Cao attacked Zhuo Commandery? Does he have that kind of guts? Huang Fusong's first reaction was Cao Cao had launched a surprise attack on Zhuo Commandery from Ji Province. Given Cao Cao's current situation, where would they find the troops to launch a surprise attack on Zhuo Commandery? Even if the surprise attack succeeds and we capture 1 or 2 cities, what good will it do? Just as Huang Fusong was wondering, the messenger beside the ordering soldier shook his head repeatedly. No, General, it's the White Horse Volunteers. It was the White Horse Volunteers who attacked Bacon City. White Horse Volunteers? Huang Fusong stood up abruptly. We blocked all border pass entrances and exits, and also blocked all city roads. How did Kang Ji get to Zhuo Commandery? Could it be that he can grow wings and fly his army to Zhuo Commandery? Seeing Huang Fusong's somewhat out-of-control demeanor, Wang Yu quickly interjected, General, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Kang Ji has appeared behind us with a large army. This is not a good sign. Liu Yu, standing to the side, also looked worried. Our rear is currently vulnerable. If they run rampant, it will be detrimental to us. Huang Fusong took a deep breath, realizing he had lost his composure. He sat down again, looked at the messenger, and asked Dao, tell me the details. General, yesterday, a force of 20,000 White Horse volunteers suddenly appeared outside the city, attempting to attack our North New City. Original, wait. The messenger was stopped by Huang Fusong as soon as he started to speak. Staring at the messenger, Huang Fusong's expression was grave. You just said that a force of 20,000 White Horse volunteers ambushed you. 20,000 White Horse volunteers? Not 10,000? The messenger, though puzzled, nodded nonetheless. Yes, General, it is 20,000 White Horse volunteers. Huang Fusong's pupils contracted as he looked at Liu Yu and the others. Kang Ji only took away 10,000 White Horse volunteers. Where did these 20,000 White Horse volunteers come from? The group looked at each other, unsure how to explain. After a long pause, Wang Yu hesitated and said, could it be that these 20,000 White Horse volunteers aren't Kang Ji's soldiers? Liu Yu's in surprise. Wang Yu means that these 20,000 White Horse volunteers belong to Gongsun Zan. At this moment, Ma Teng, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Didn't they say that Gongsun Zan's troops were trapped in Liaodong County? If he were to withdraw 20,000 White Horse volunteers, could he withstand Gongdu's counterattack? Everyone was stunned again, and for a moment no one could find a better explanation. Huang Fusong frowned. Even if they somehow managed to pull 20,000 White Horse volunteers out of nowhere, how did they get to Zhuo Commandery? This is what Huang Fusong finds most perplexing. After a long silence, Huang Fusong temporarily suppressed his doubts and looked at the messenger, asking Dao, "Go on." The messenger swallowed hard before saying to Dao, "After these 20,000 White Horse volunteers appeared, our city defense soldiers were originally able to hold them off for a while. However, for some unknown reason, a portion of these 20,000 White Horse volunteers suddenly appeared in the city. Caught off guard, Bei Xinsheng quickly fell. The magistrate only had time to cover my journey to deliver the message and request reinforcements. After that, I know nothing more." After hearing the messenger's story, everyone fell silent again. The messenger's description was too bizarre. First, the sudden appearance of 20,000 White Horse volunteers is inexplicable, and second, the fall of North New City is equally bizarre. If they hadn't verified the messenger's identity, they would have all thought he was an enemy in disguise. Even so, Huang Fusong and others remained skeptical. Huang Fusong and Liu Yu exchanged a glance. Liu Yu shook his head slightly. Huang Fusong was about to put the messenger under guard first. Just then, 2 more messengers arrived in haste, led by soldiers. "General, urgent report. Fanyang County has fallen, and the enemy is attacking Zhuo County. We request your support." Everyone jumped to their feet. Liu Yu, disregarding etiquette, grabbed a soldier by the collar and shouted, "What did you say? Fanyang County has fallen too? And the enemy is still attacking Zhuo County?" Zhuo County was the seat of Zhuo Commandery and its most prosperous city. Once Zhuo County was captured, it was only a matter of time before the entire Zhuo Commandery fell. The soldier was being strangled and could hardly breathe. Seeing this, Wang Yu quickly pulled Liu Yu away. Huang Fusong, his face grim, looked at the 2 messengers and inquired about the details. Only after asking did they learn that one of the 2 men was sent by the fallen Fanyang County to request reinforcements. The other person was sent by Zhuo County to request assistance. "So Zhuo County hasn't been captured yet?" Huang Fusong confirmed Dao again. The messenger nodded. "General, the enemy is coming on strong, and I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them off for long." As he spoke, the messenger unconsciously glanced at the messenger from Fanyang County beside him. The Zhuo County messenger wasn't in a hurry at first, but after hearing about the strange fall of Fanyang County, he became anxious. Huang Fusong remained silent, lost in thought with a flickering expression. He instinctively sensed a conspiracy. "Izin! Zhuo Commandery must be saved," Liu Yu's voice rang out. Zhuo Commandery was his territory, second only to Guangyang Commandery in importance. How could he possibly agree to this if it were occupied by the enemy? Interrupted by Liu Yu, Huang Fusong frowned slightly. After listening to the reports from the 3 messengers, Huang Fusong instinctively felt a sense of vigilance. He had a feeling that he was surrounded by an enemy's conspiracy. But before he could analyze it in detail, Liu Yu interrupted him. Frowning, Huang Fusong pinched the bridge of his nose. "Gentlemen, what do you all think?" Huang Fusong did not respond to Liu Yu immediately, but looked at the others instead. Wang Yu, Ma Teng, and the others looked at each other, as they really didn't have any good suggestions in this situation. Huang Fusong was immediately disappointed upon seeing this. In fact, he was reluctant to send troops to rescue Zhuo Commandery. He had a gut feeling that this was definitely an enemy plot, and that they wanted him to send troops to support them. Looking at Liu Yu's gloomy and anxious face, Huang Fusong knew that it was impossible for him not to send troops to rescue him. Although Liu Yu outwardly obeyed the court, Huang Fusong knew that Liu Yu had long regarded Yuzhou as his own possession. Now that what's in his possession is being coveted and even stolen, how could Liu Yu possibly agree to this? Brother Boan, Wuzhong City is about to fall. In just a few more days, the city will surely run out of food. At such a critical moment, it is imperative not to divert too many troops, lest we give the enemy an opportunity to exploit the situation. Once we take Wuzhong City and eliminate their largest force, Kangjai will be no threat. Liu Yu was extremely anxious and dissatisfied with Dao. Brother Yizhen, do you think Zhuo Commandery doesn't need reinforcements? Sensing Liu Yu's dissatisfaction, Huang Fusong could only reassure Dao, no brother, no, Angus. Zhuo Commandery only had 20,000 cavalrymen, so it was already quite an achievement that they were able to capture a few counties. We only need to send 20,000 to 30,000 troops to hold them back and prevent them from attacking Guangyang Commandery. Once we completely capture Wuzhong City, we can easily resolve the crisis at Zhuo Commandery. Liu Yu frowned. Although he was still dissatisfied with this statement, he understood that it was already quite remarkable that Huang Fusong had made such a concession. Their common enemy is still Kangjai, so it's impossible for them to turn against each other directly. Thinking of this, Liu Yu nodded and said, "Then let's follow Brother Yizhen's suggestion and send 30,000 troops to contain the enemy. We must not let these people wreak havoc on other cities." Huang Fusong suddenly relaxed his grip and looked at Ma Teng. "Dao, Shaosheng, are you willing to lead 30,000 troops to hold back the enemy? I don't expect you to recapture the cities. You only need to keep them tied down at Zhuo Commandery. Once the main army has dealt with these rebels, it will naturally proceed to recapture Zhuo Commandery." Ma Teng quickly stood up, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "I will obey the general's orders." The army set off, with 30,000 troops marching in a mighty procession toward Zhuo Commandery. Upon receiving the news, Huang Zhong immediately located Gojia within Wuzhong City. "It seems that our lord has made his move." Gojia made a judgment immediately. "What do we do next? Should we cooperate with our lord?" Gojia pondered, clutching the intelligence in his hand, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, Gojia relaxed his brows and said, "Not for now. The purpose of our lord's trip is probably to besiege the point and attack reinforcements." Looking up in the direction of Zhuo Commandery, Gojia smiled and said, "Since our lord wants to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements, then we must cooperate with him." Block the point and attack reinforcements? Cooperate with the lord? Huang Zhong was a little confused. "How did you figure out that the lord wanted to besiege the city and attack reinforcements? How come he didn't notice?" Sometimes he felt that military generals and these civil officials and strategists were not the same kind of beings. How could their brains be so distorted? Glancing at the bewildered Huang Zhong, Gojia chuckled and said, "Of course, we should tighten our defenses and create the illusion that the city is about to fall, and the enemy can take it with a little more effort." Huang Zhong was stunned. To create the illusion that the city is about to fall. Seeing Huang Zhong scratching his head, Gojia shook his head and ultimately decided to set it up himself. As soon as Gojia made his move, Huang Fusong and the others on the other side immediately noticed the change. 3 days later, in the Allied forces' main tent, "Have you noticed? Wuzhong City's defenses don't seem as strong as before." As soon as she sat down, Liu Yu excitedly began to tell her story. Wang Yu was also all smiles. After 3 days of siege, the changes in Wuzhong City were becoming more and more obvious. The resistance was getting weaker and weaker, and it seemed that if they just put in a little more effort, they could take it down completely. Huang Fusong, however, frowned and did not show any optimism. Looking at Wang Yu, Huang Fusong asked Dao. Have Wang Yu's men found out anything? Wang Yu bowed and said, reporting to the general, this humble servant disciple has sent word that news of food shortages in Wuzhong City has spread, which has caused unrest among the soldiers and civilians. Wuzhong City has begun slaughtering horses and cattle to appease the people and soldiers, but the number of horses and cattle is limited. Although the people and soldiers are temporarily appeased, they remain fearful and uneasy, which has led to the current situation. Upon hearing this reason, Huang Fusong finally relented. Although the unease in my heart has not yet dissipated, given this reason, it is not surprising that such a change has occurred in Wuzhong City. It seems that we're just around the corner to completely take over Wuzhong City, Liu Yu said cheerfully. Huang Fusong remained non-committal, cautiously stating, That's true, but we can't let our guard down until we take Wuzhong City. However, most generals did not take it seriously, believing that Huang Fusong was being overly cautious. Just as everyone was discussing how to completely take over Wuzhong City, a soldier rushed over with another person. Seeing this familiar scene, Huang Fusong's heart skipped a beat. What's the matter that you're in such a panic? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked to see that the man following behind the soldier was covered in filth. General, you must save my general. My general has been captured by those White Horse volunteers. The filthy man knelt down in front of Huang Fusong with a thud, banging his head on the ground and begging Dao. Huang Fusong's heart skipped a beat, and he vaguely guessed what was going on, but he still pressed Dao relentlessly. Who is your general? The soldier kept kowtowing and crying, My general is Ma Teng. I am Wang Hu, the general's personal guard. Ma Xiaocheng? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Ma Xiaocheng just go to Zhuo Commandery? It's only been 3 days. How could he have been arrested? Everyone was baffled. 30,000 men, even a pig couldn't have been captured so quickly. Generals, you may not know this, but we were ambushed as soon as we entered the Zhuo Commandery area and before we even had a chance to meet the enemy. In just one night, all our weapons, armor, and provisions vanished without a trace. Not only that, when we awoke, all 30,000 of our troops had been captured, and we didn't even know how we had been captured. You're talking nonsense. Since you were all captured, how did you escape? Are you a spy sent by the enemy? Speak, confess now, Liu Yu shouted angrily, unwilling to believe that his 30,000-strong army had been captured so easily. Confusedly, Huang Fusong also didn't believe such nonsense and couldn't help but look at Wang Yu. Wang Hu was anxious and hurriedly explained, No, General, you must believe me. Everything I said is true. Seeing Wang Hu's appearance, which didn't seem like he was lying, Huang Fusong pulled back. Liu Yu, who wanted to continue questioning him, after calming him down, he turned to the soldier and said, Tell me everything that happened in the past 3 days, starting from when you left. As Wang Hao recounted his story, everyone finally understood strange things had happened over the past 3 days. 3 days ago, Ma Teng, along with his son Ma Chao and an army of 30,000, marched in a grand procession towards Zhuo Commandery. On the way, Ma Chao asked Ma Teng, Father, is our trip to Zhuo Commandery really just to keep those 20,000 White Horse volunteers occupied? Looking at her son who had started the conversation, Ma Teng asked Dao with a puzzled look, What's my son want to say? Ma Dao, Father, we have now submitted to your majesty, but we have no loyal troops, no merits, and no top-notch combat power. Although I've learned from those strange people that I will be quite skilled in martial arts in the future, I'm only 13 years old now, and it will be a long time before I reach the peak of martial arts prowess. Ma Teng frowned. Does my son have something on his mind? Ma Chao Dao, father, this is a rare opportunity. The enemy only has 20,000 cavalry, while we have 30,000 troops. Although the cavalry was outnumbered by the enemy, they couldn't exert their full strength in a place like Zhuo Commandery. If father can seize this opportunity to capture these cavalry, and even recapture Zhuo Commandery, your standing in your majesty's eyes will surely rise considerably, which would be a great benefit to our Ma family. As Ma Teng rode his horse, his body swaying with the rise and fall of the warhorse, listening to Ma Chao's words, his heart also began to sway. Father, this is a golden opportunity, and you won't get another chance to lead troops on your own. Ma Chao said again. Ma Teng was taken aback, and his eyes immediately flickered. Yes, his abilities are limited. Compared to Huang Fusong and others, he is not good at commanding, nor is he good at fighting. If it weren't for his son, Ma Tao's immense potential, he probably wouldn't even have been qualified to become a general. Now that he finally has the opportunity to lead troops on his own, if he cannot achieve something, he will eventually become a marginal figure. Ma Teng was very unwilling to be relegated to a marginal position. Thinking of this, Ma Teng tightened his grip on the reins and said in a deep voice, "My son is right. So what do you think we should do?" Ma Teng couldn't help but look at Ma Chao, his expression somewhat complicated. Ma Chao grinned, ignoring Ma Teng's complicated expression, and said with a hint of excitement, "Father, that we have led our troops here, the enemy must already know." But they would never have imagined that we would launch a surprise attack on them overnight. We can march quickly, and before we reach Zhuo Commandery, cook our meals and rest for several hours. After arriving at Zhuo Commandery, feign rest and regrouping, then launch a surprise attack late at night, catching the enemy completely off guard. Ma Teng remained non-committal, but raised a question to Dao. What if the other side has the same idea as us and wants to launch a night attack on us? Ma Chao smiled confidently. Father, don't forget that the enemy only has 20,000 troops, and they also need to leave people to guard several cities. How many troops do you think they can spare? Even if we could spare some manpower, wouldn't their night raid on us be exactly what we wanted? Once we've captured them, we'll disguise ourselves as their men, trick them into opening the city gates, and catch them completely off guard. Ma Chao's suggestion appealed to Ma Teng, so he agreed. However, they would never have imagined that a drill rat right beneath their feet would hear everything clearly. Kang Jai originally only wanted to send out a drill rat to keep an eye on the movements of Huang Fusong's large army. Unexpectedly, I heard such news. Upon receiving the message, Kang Jai couldn't help but grin. Why not take the prey that comes to us? When Ma Teng and his son first cooked a meal, Kang Jai secretly had drill rat put some special drugs into their food. These drugs will not cause immediate unconsciousness or physical discomfort. Only slight fatigue will occur after several hours. When Ma Teng and his son entered the Zhuo Commandery area, intending to pretend to rest and launch a surprise attack late at night, Kang Jai had drill rat drugged them again. This time, however, it was a genuine sleeping potion, although the dosage was insufficient to make 30,000 soldiers faint directly. Combined with the previous poison, it caused the 30,000-strong army to fall asleep while pretending to rest. Late at night, my lord, apart from a few people, I'm afraid the vast majority are already unconscious. This time, we truly won without shedding a drop of blood. Shu Shu was also deeply moved by Kang Ji's actions. This battle was far too easy to fight. Kang Jai rubbed his fingers together and chuckled. Taking them down is easy. The key is how to continue Huang Fusong into the trap. Shu Shu stroked his beard and pondered. Then the person who asked for help couldn't have been someone we let out on our own initiative. Kang Jai nodded. The person who was able to escape the call for help must be someone that both Ma Teng and Huang Fusong approve of. The two exchanged a glance and both smiled. Soon, night fell, and countless mutated rats appeared in Ma Teng's camp. First, they emptied all the grain and fodder, then secretly moved away the armor and weapons of those who were asleep, and finally captured these soldiers. When the agreed-upon time for the sneak attack arrived, the Ma Teng father and son realized that the camp was eerily quiet. "Father, something seems wrong." Ma Teng frowned, stepped out of his tent, and looked around the camp. He was then surprised to find that, "Where are the patrolmen? I haven't seen any patrolmen." Ma Teng and his son finally realized that something was wrong. The patrolling soldiers who should have been everywhere were nowhere to be seen. "Oh no! There must be an enemy attack." Ma Teng and his son quickly warned the police. However, their hearts soon sank to the bottom. After the warning was given, not many soldiers rushed out of the tent. Of the 30,000 troops, only a few hundred managed to break out of their camp. The others, however, vanished without a trace, as if they never existed. Just as everyone was filled with fear, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. "Oh no! We've fallen into a trap!" Although they didn't understand what kind of trap they had fallen into, or how they had fallen into it. Judging from the current situation, they have lost completely and lost miserably. "Go! Run! Escape quickly! Get out of here and tell General Huangfu the news." That's all Ma Teng can do now. Hundreds of people gathered around Ma Teng, and after a head count, Ma Teng realized that most of them were his personal guards. Apart from these personal guards, the 30,000 troops seemed to have vanished into thin air. Just then, the thunder of hooves roared, and thousands of Whitehorse volunteers charged toward them. "Walk." Ma Teng made a decisive move and led several hundred men toward the stables. However, the cavalry behind him was getting closer and closer, and Ma Teng became very anxious. Ma Chao shouted, "Father, go ahead. Your son will stop them." 13-year-old Ma Tao, carrying a long spear, charged straight at the opposing cavalry. Upon seeing this, some of the hundreds of guards immediately stayed behind. "We've come to keep young master company." Looking at his son and personal guards, Ma Teng was filled with mixed emotions. However, in this critical moment, Ma Teng made a decisive decision, gritted his teeth, turned around, and continued rushing towards the stable. "Don't let them escape!" With a loud shout, a group of Whitehorse volunteers immediately circled around Dao and charged toward Ma Teng. Seeing this, Ma Chao tried to stop them. But unfortunately, hundreds of Whitehorse volunteers surrounded them, leaving them no time to spare. With pursuers closing in, Ma Teng shouted and cleaved open the stable with a single stroke of his sword. "Mount up." At a command, about 100 men mounted their horses, ready to ride away. However, as soon as they mounted their horses, the war horses let out a pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground. "Oh no, there's something wrong with these horses." Seeing the war horse with its legs trembling and foaming at the mouth, everyone felt. "Quick! Look for any intact horses. The rest of you, follow me and hold off the pursuers." Ma Teng used the stables as a defensive perimeter in an attempt to withstand the attacks of the Whitehorse volunteers. This stable was a separate stable for these generals and their personal guards. It was not very large, which made it convenient for them to carry out defenses. However, after the Whitehorse volunteers caught up with them to the stables, they did not rush to attack, but instead began to shoot at them from horseback. Arrows rained down on them, and Ma Teng had no choice but to duck and hide in the stable. "General, all the war horses have been infected. Not a single one is rideable." Ma Teng was shocked. Given this situation, were they doomed? Just as Ma Teng was in despair, a guard tugged at him and whispered, "General, we found a hidden rat hole in the stable." "Huh? A mouse hole?" Why are you talking to me about a mouse hole now? Do you think we can escape by crawling into a mouse hole? Mateng glared at his personal guard with displeasure. No, General. This rat hole is large and very well hidden. You can hide inside while we lure away these white horse volunteers, and then you can sneak away. Mateng was taken aback. What kind of rat hole could possibly hide a person? Mateng couldn't help but follow his personal guards to the depths of the stable. Sure enough, in a rather secluded corner, there was a mouse hole. The hole slanted downwards and was covered with grass to hide it. If it weren't for checking the fallen horses, this strange mouse hole would never have been discovered. Looking at the rat hole in front of him, Mateng felt a struggle within himself. If I hide here, there might be a slight chance that I can evade their search. But he also knew that the possibility was very small. If it were someone else, the chances might be much higher, but not him. He is the commander-in-chief of an army, and the enemy has just seen him. If they discover he is missing, they will definitely search for him with all their might. Thinking of this, Mateng gritted his teeth and pulled his personal guard aside. Who, you hide inside. I and the others will lure these white horse volunteers away. Once it's safe, find an opportunity to inform General Huang Fu of the situation here. General, Wang Hu wanted to say something more, but Mateng waved his hand. Whether we can be saved or not depends entirely on you. With tears in his eyes, Wang Hu looked at Mateng, whose expression was resolute. He gritted his teeth and crawled straight into the mouse hole. Seeing Wang Hu hide in the rat hole, Mateng quickly tidied up the grass above, and even threw some horse feed nearby to further camouflage and cover the hole. Having done all this, Mateng rushed towards the stable exit, shouting to Dao, "Brothers, let's break out together and kill these damned white horse volunteers." Mateng took the lead, carrying his weapon, and charged towards the white horse volunteers. Upon seeing this, the white horse volunteers came forward without any hesitation. Perhaps wanting to capture Mateng alive, the white horse volunteers did not kill him. This also gave Mateng the opportunity to shift the battlefield. However, there is a huge gap in the number of people. As more and more white horse volunteers joined the battle, Mateng and his personal guards were eventually forced to surrender. "My lord, these are Mateng and his son." When Kang Jai appeared before Mateng and his son, Mateng was shocked. You are the extraordinary Kang Jai." Mateng stared in shock at Kang Ji. The person they had been searching for so long had actually appeared here. Moreover, he was leading 20,000 white horse volunteers, which horrified him. Looking at the captured Mateng and his son, Kang Jai chuckled but did not reply. Dao looked at the defiant Ma Chao with interest, clicking his tongue in amazement. "You're Ma Chao?" Ma Chao snorted coldly. "If you've got the guts, let me go and fight me one-on-one. I'll beat the shit out of you." Looking at the arrogant Ma Chao, Kang Jai grinned and sneered. He didn't bother arguing with a little brat and waved to his men, "Keep a close watch on him." He then looked at Zhao Yun and said, "Order people to clean up the battlefield. Don't waste those war horses." Hearing this, Mateng, who hadn't gone far, immediately became worried. He was terrified that Kang Jai would discover the secret in the stables. Once Wang Hu was discovered, they would be doomed. He was still hoping that Huang Fusang would send someone to rescue them. Fortunately, this was all part of Kang Ji's scheme, so they couldn't possibly discover Wang Hu hiding in the rat hole. Having escaped unscathed, Wang Hu cautiously crawled out of his mouse hole after white horse volunteers left. In the dark, they carefully moved away from the camp. Phew, that was close. I almost got caught. Wang Hu was very fortunate, as he had almost been spotted by the patrolling white horse volunteers several times just now. If it hadn't been so dark and I hadn't hidden myself in time, I would have been discovered by the other party long ago. Wang Hu felt extremely fortunate, as if God was on his side. "General, please help me escape from this place." With a lot of internal monologue, Wang Hu left the camp without any serious incident. Upon leaving the camp, Wang Hu unexpectedly found a war horse that had run away from the camp due to fright. Although the war horse was still a bit weak, it still delighted Wang Hu. Leading his war horse, Wang Hu carefully moved away. An hour later, the war horse was once again full of life, much to Wang Hu's delight. "General, it must be you protecting me. Don't worry, I will definitely ask General Huang Fu to come and save you." Wang Hu raced all the way back to Huang Fu's camp. After listening to Wang Hu's account, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They could hardly believe that such a strange thing had happened that night. 30,000 people just vanished without a trace. Even if they were to be assassinated, they should at least make some noise, right? How come in the end, only a few hundred personal guards were left? The group exchanged glances and Liu Yu looked at Huang Fusong questioningly. "Is there something wrong with this guy?" Huang Fusong frowned. To be honest, rationally speaking, he really couldn't believe such a bizarre thing. But because what Wang Hu said was so strange, Huang Fusong intuitively felt somewhat inclined to believe it. Looking at Wang Hu, Huang Fusong squinted and asked Dao, "How can you prove that you are Ma Shusheng's personal guard?" Huang Fusong could not possibly know one of Ma Teng's personal guards. That's why he needs Wang Hu to prove himself. Wang Hu was stunned. Meng's personal guards were either killed or captured, and he was the only one who escaped. What could he use to prove himself? Wang Hu scratched his head frantically, trying to think of someone who could prove his identity. As everyone frowned in worry at Wang Hu, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. "There is one person who might be able to verify his identity." "Who? Who can verify his identity?" Everyone was puzzled. Ma Teng's entire army was wiped out, but Wang Hu escaped. Who else could prove his identity? Huang Fusong was equally puzzled and couldn't help but look at Wang Yu. Who is Wang Yu referring to? Wang Yu gave a wry smile. "It's quite a coincidence, really. Back when I met Ma Chao, he has an excellent attitude, and I would like to take him on as my apprentice. However, this young man was proud and arrogant and unwilling to become my disciple. To ease the awkwardness, Ma Lifespan introduced his nephew Ma Dai to become my disciple. On this trip, I wanted to broaden the horizons of my fellow dissers, so I brought them all along, including Ma Dai. As Ma Teng's nephew and Ma Ka's cousin, he should have known this person." Wang Hu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I know him, Ma Dai." Young master recognizes villains. Looking at Wang Hu's excited face, everyone actually began to believe that he was Ma Teng's personal guard. But just to be on the safe side, Huang Fusong still had Wang Yu call Ma Dai. Dai is younger than Ma Tao, only a little over 10 years old. Upon seeing Wang Hu, before anyone could ask, Ma Dai exclaimed in surprise, "Wang Hu, why are you back? Didn't I hear you went to quell the rebellion with your uncle and cousin? How come you're back so soon? Could it be that my uncle and his men have already won the battle? And they sent you back to report the good news?" Seeing Ma Dai's delighted expression, everyone's faces turned grim. Wang Yu grabbed Ma Dai and pulled him out, not giving him a chance to continue speaking, and sent him away with a pretext. Ma Dai was completely bewildered as she left. Why was she called here, only to meet Wang Hu once without even exchanging a word, and then sent away again? But facing Wang Yu, her own master, Ma Dai dared not disobey and could only leave obediently, filled with doubt. Back at the camp, the atmosphere was heavy. Huang Fusong spoke up. "Everyone, since Wang Hu's identity is not in question, what are your thoughts on this matter?" The group exchanged glances, and Liu Yu still refused to believe Dao. Yizhen, 30,000 people vanished without a trace in just one night. You really believe such nonsense? Huang Fusang remained silent for a moment before saying, "It's precisely because his words are so unbelievable that I'm willing to believe him. If he had been turned by someone to deceive us, he wouldn't have come up with such a bizarre reason." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if the enemy wanted to deceive them, they wouldn't have come up with such an unbelievable reason. Gentlemen, regardless of how the other side was able to defeat Ma Teng and his group without anyone noticing, what we need to face now is how to deal with the crisis that is about to begin. Everyone's expressions hardened. They understood that now that the enemy had defeated Ma Teng's army, they would definitely be eyeing Guangyang Commandery next. Their supplies all came from the Guangyang Commandery. If anything happened to the Guangyang Commandery and their food supply was cut off, their army of hundreds of thousands would be in danger of being wiped out. "General, give me 30,000 men, and I will go to wipe out those White Horse volunteers." Wang Yu stood up, cupped her hands in greeting, and volunteered. However, Huang Fusang shook his head repeatedly. "Wang Yu, you are one of our army's top combat forces. You must not act rashly." Liu Yu nodded in agreement with Dao. "The enemy has several top generals. If Wang Yu is not here, we have no one to stop them." The main reason is that Liu Yu is afraid of death and can withstand Dian Wei. Aside from Wang Yu, Pang Di and Xu Huang are somewhat inferior to Xu Chu and his ilk. Seeing that Huang Fusang and Liu Yu disagreed, Wang Yu had no choice but to give up. At this moment, Huang Fusang looked at Pang Di and said, "Lingming, I'll give you 50,000 men. Are you confident you can hold back those white volunteers? I don't ask much of you. You don't need to reclaim any lost ground, and you don't need to confront the other side directly. My only requirement is to keep the other side tied up in Zhuo Commandery and absolutely not let them into Guangyang Commandery. If the enemy were to breach the Guangyang Commandery, it would pose a huge threat to our food supplies. Do you understand the gravity of the situation?" Pang De rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "General, rest assured, Pang Di swears to complete the mission with his life." Half a day later. "Feng Xiao, you guessed right. They have indeed sent out a large army again, this time with a total of 50,000 men." Huang Zhong looked excited and full of admiration as he looked at Go Jia. Go Jia was able to deduce this. It's simply amazing. Go Jia didn't take it seriously. Looking at Huang Fusang's camp in the distance, he began to make plans in his mind. Of the 200,000 troops, Lu Bu took 20,000, Ma Teng took 30,000, and now another 50,000 have left. Huang Fusang now only has 100,000 troops left. It's simply impossible for an army of 100,000 to capture Wuzhong City. Of course, in Huang Fusang's eyes, this possibility is still very high. After all, Wuzhong City is currently in a state of panic, and the powerful families within the city are eager to make their move. From the intelligence he already possessed, several entities had already made contact with Huang Fusang. If Huang Fusang attacks the city again, they will likely take the opportunity to open the city gates. Wuzhong City also needs a cleanup. Just as Gojia was plotting against the various powerful families in Wuzhong City, Kang Jai soon received news that Pang Di was leading a large army to arrive. I didn't expect Huang Fusang to be so willing to invest so much, with a full 50,000 troops. It's probably unlikely that he can repeat his old tricks. Given Ma Teng's case, Pang Di will certainly be extremely vigilant, and the likelihood of him drugging Ma Teng again is slim. Thinking of this, Kang Jai looked at the map. "My lord, since we can't use the same trick again, why don't we launch a surprise attack?" "A surprise attack?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, looking at Xu Shu and asking Dao, "What good plan does?" Yuanzi have? Shu Shu stroked his beard and pointed at Ji County, saying, their purpose in coming here must be to protect Guangyang Commandery, or more precisely, to protect Ji County. All of Huang Fusong's army's provisions were sent from Ji County to the front lines, so it was imperative that Ji County not be allowed to have any problems. We have 20,000 White Horse volunteers, which gives us an absolute advantage in terms of mobility. Moreover, we also have a swarm of 100,000 mutated rats. The rats can not only guard prisoners and help defend the city, but also help hide the whereabouts of the White Horse volunteers. If we wait until the 50,000-strong army has passed through Ji County and is heading towards Zhuo County, and then suddenly launch a surprise attack on Ji County, what will happen to those 50,000 troops? Without hesitation, Kang Jai replied, of course we'll go back to help. That's right, they certainly won't allow any problems to occur in Ji County. If it were an ordinary cavalryman, it would have been impossible to bypass 50,000-strong army and launch a surprise attack on Ji County. But we're different. With drill rats' help, we can completely evade these 50,000 troops, circle around behind them, and then launch a surprise attack on Ji County. If Ji County is attacked, the 50,000-strong army will surely return to its aid. We can set a trap along the way and catch them off guard. At most, they'll make a few trips back and forth, and those 50,000 troops won't be a problem. Kang Jai squinted. This was a good idea. The key was that they could lure the garrison in Ji County to come out of the city to provide reinforcements. If that's the case, they might be able to take Ji County in one fell swoop and completely disrupt Huang Fusong's plans. All right, let's proceed according to your plan. This time, we'll make sure Huang Fusong has absolutely no chance of turning the tables. Following Kang Ji's order, 15,000 of the 20,000 White Horse volunteers were redeployed, while the remaining 5,000 White Horse volunteers were deployed to guard Zhuo Commandery, with the rat swarm and Mateng's 30,000 prisoners. Meanwhile, they sped up their journey towards Zhuo County via Pangdi in Ji County. Just they entered Zhuo Commandery territory, Kang Ji immediately attacked Ji County. My lord, our soldiers who entered Ji County have been discovered. Kang Ji is resorting to his old tricks, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Ji County using drill rat. Unexpectedly, a small team of White Horse volunteers was discovered as soon as they entered Ji County. What happened? How could our people be discovered so easily? Shu Shu shook his head. I don't know. It seems there's a master in Ji County. A master? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Knowledgeable person? Who is garrisoning Ji County? Everyone shook their heads again. Kang Jai frowned and ordered Dao, investigate. We must find out who's guarding Ji County. Kang Jai became interested in this person. He was the first one who had managed to defend against Drill Rat's sneak attack. Soon, after several adventures, news finally came back. My lord, it is Jia Xu. The one currently guarding Ji County is Jia Shu. Jia Weni? Jia Weni? Kang Jai was taken aback. Isn't this guy with Huang Fusong? Kang Jai was quite surprised. Huang Fusong was attacking Wuzong City, so why wasn't Jia Xu, the strategist, with Huang Fusong? Instead, he was staying in Ji County. The group shook their heads again. We can't find out that. We only know that the person left behind by Dao is Jia Xu. As for the rest, it's very difficult for our people to find out. Kang Jai was helpless. Given Jia Xu's cautious nature, it wouldn't be easy for him to ambush him. Since we can't deal with this turtle for the time being, let's focus on dealing with Pang Di. Pang Di doesn't have Jia Xu's wisdom. If he can't deal with Jia Xu, he probably can't deal with Pang Di either. On the walls of Ji County, watching the departing Kang Jai army, Steward Jia Xu hesitated and said, Master, are we really not going to inform Peng Di and the others? Jiaxu waved his hand. Situation has changed now. It's not something we can just notify whenever we want. After a pause, Jiaxu looked towards the city and said with a solemn expression, "The matter of arranging patrols must not be abandoned. Kang Jai is a strange fellow. He managed to open up so many tunnels. If we hadn't been prepared, G County probably wouldn't have been able to hold on." The butler, his face also showing signs of relief, sighed deeply. "Kang Jai is too strange. I'm afraid Zhuo Commandery fell into this trap without us even realizing it. But Patriarch, we've fought so hard to defend the city, yet we haven't achieved much. Huang Fusong keeping you here clearly means he doesn't want you to share in the credit, and you're still risking your life this." Before the butler could finish speaking, Jiaxu interrupted. "Dao, staying here is also what I want, otherwise do you really think your master is made of clay?" "But there are no buts. The situation is very volatile right now. The aliens have invaded, and our world is full of unpredictable changes. Being able to survive is the greatest victory." Jiaxu clearly saw that the future of this world was not in the hands of these local forces, but in the hands of the Blue Star people, a complex interplay of factors with life and death uncertainties. Only by living and living a long life can one achieve victory. Seeing his master like this, the butler was quite helpless. He always felt that Your Majesty was now powerful, and that the world would ultimately belong to the Han dynasty. If you don't seize the opportunity to make contributions now, you may be marginalized in the future. However, Jiaxu completely ignored the butler's thoughts. In his mind, now was not the time to place a bet. When Dong Zhuo was defeated, he was forced to submit to the emperor, which was something he had no other choice but to do. Now that he can use Huang Fusong's help to live in peace and quiet in a remote corner, he is naturally happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. However, Kang Ji's appearance truly shattered his peace. Watching the departing White Horse volunteers, Jiaxu squinted, his thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, news of Ji County being besieged reached Huang Fusong and Pang De respectively. Liu Yu and his men, who were attacking Wuzhong City and preparing to take it down in one fell swoop, were suddenly thrown into a panic. Once Ji County falls, they will be like a rootless duckweed. If they fail to capture Wuzhong City, they will be doomed. However, Huang Fusong remained remarkably calm in the face of such a perilous situation. "We cannot retreat. Wuzhong City is right in front of us. If we retreat now, our advantage will be completely lost. Once the army inside the city receives supplies, we will face a pincer attack. Then we will be the ones trapped in the city." Huang Fusong's expression turned fierce as he squinted and continued. "The only way now is to take Wuzhong City in one fell swoop so that we can resupply locally and completely eliminate the Kang Jai forces. As long as we eliminate Kang Ji's forces, no matter how much the remaining 20,000 White Horse volunteers try to cause trouble, they will never be a match for us." Seeing Huang Fusong's insistence, the group exchanged glances, some worried and some hesitant. "Send the order. Get cooking immediately. We must take Wuzhong City tonight." Huang Fusong went berserk and completely mad. "No matter how many lives are lost, we must take Wuzhong City tonight." Inside Wuzhong City, Gojia squinted as he gazed at the smoke rising from the Huang Fusong camp. "Issue the order to proceed according to plan. Block all communication channels and ensure that not a single piece of information leaks out. In addition, distribute the prepared food to reassure the people and prepare an anti-traitor squad. Should the powerful families rebel, they will be executed without mercy." Looking at the wisps of smoke rising outside the city, Guo Jia said coldly. The decisive battle is tonight, Huang Fusong, don't disappoint me. As soon as Guo Jia gave the order, the entire Wuzhong city began to move silently. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire city, giving the impression that a storm was brewing. On the other side, Pang Di, upon receiving the news, led his troops back to reinforce without hesitation. Their mission is to protect Ji County and the Guangyang Commandery. Unexpectedly, the enemy army appeared behind them without their knowledge, catching them completely off guard. With Zhou County right in front of them, they had no choice but to turn back. As night fell, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from the vanguard of the army, which was on its way. Before they could even figure out what was going on, deafening sound of horses' hooves exploded. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All troops on high alert. However, it was too late. Kang Ji's timing was very clever, as the moon in the sky was obscured by dark clouds. The vanguard army at the front walked right into a trap. More importantly, a large swarm of mutated rats roamed among the army, causing even greater chaos. Fear, unease, eeriness, mystery, a sense of dread permeated the entire army. Pang Di tried to calm the large army, but the chaotic scene made it impossible for him to even issue orders. It's over. It's over. Pang Di looked horrified. He knew he had lost. Although his defeat wasn't as bizarre as Ma Teng's, he knew he wasn't much better off. Having lost 80,000 troops, can they still eliminate the Kangji forces? No, there's still a chance. As long as we take Wuzhong City, Kangji is still nothing to fear. Peng discreetly himself on, while simultaneously gathering his personal guards, preparing to break through the encirclement amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Huang Fusong stared intently at Wuzhong City with a serious expression. Tonight, he was determined to take this city. Feng Xiao, everything is ready. Inside Wuzhong City, Huang Zhang came to report the situation. Guo Jia looked up into the darkness as if he could see Huang Fusong's army through the night. A slight smile played on his lips. How are the preparations for those powerful families going? Several companies seemed to have realized something and actually backed down. Jia chuckled. They really got off easy. Since they've backed down, there's no need to waste our energy on them. Those who refuse to change their ways will be exterminated along with the entire family. Huang Zhang accepted the order and left, plunging the entire Wuzhong city into an eerie atmosphere of oppression. Everyone could feel a chilling atmosphere permeating the entire city. A strong wind blew, stirring up the leaves on the ground, which drifted and swayed, appearing eerily under the streetlights. The city was quiet under the cover of night. The wind howled, as if weeping or telling a story. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. A burst of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility of the street. Someone cautiously peered through the window, observing the soldiers hurrying by. Tap, tap. Tap, tap. More and more soldiers appeared, waking the sleeping civilians who cautiously watched everything outside. In a mansion, a group of people gathered together. Gentlemen, wealth and glory are within our grasp today. Those who back down will be held accountable later. The leader was a fat man, and the fat on his cheeks twitched incessantly as he spoke. The crowd's eyes were fierce. After the Kangji forces took over Wuzhong City, they suppressed these powerful families in many ways and forbade them from oppressing the people. What kind of bullshit logic was this? For thousands of years they have been high and mighty, taking whatever they wanted from those peasants. They have never suffered such humiliation. To hell with equality for all. Anyone who dares to take food from us, we'll kill them. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, having long harbored deep hatred for the Kangji forces. The emperor governs the people on behalf of heaven, and we govern the people on behalf of the emperor. This has never changed over the past thousands of years. That damned Kang Jae actually wants equality for everyone. To hell with equality for everyone. What right do those peasants have to sit on equal footing with us? The crowd grew increasingly agitated, slamming their fists on the table in anger. The fat man raised his hand to stop everyone from speaking. Gentlemen, since they don't want to have an easy time, then we don't need to be polite to them. At midnight tonight, we will open the city gates to welcome Wang Yu. And let these bastards die along with those peasants. Let's die together. Let's die together. The shouts echoed throughout the house. The fat man raised his hand again. Gentlemen, prepare for action. One by one, they got up and followed them outside. One after another, soldiers in armor appeared in the huge mansion. These people, armed and moving silently, were all assassins raised by the family, numbering nearly 1,000. Gentlemen, as long as we welcome Wang Yu in Wuzhong City will still be our Wuzhong City, and these people will still be our livestock. Anyone who dares to covet our things will be taught a lesson about the power of the powerful families. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man waved his hand, and everyone began to move. However, at that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. The sharp whistling sound made everyone look up. Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked and horrified. Thousands upon thousands of arrows appeared above their heads, raining down from the sky and shooting towards them. "Get out of the way," someone shouted in alarm. Those who possessed martial prowess used all their strength to resist. Those with little strength were quickly riddled with bullets. Thump, 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 boom. The heavy gate was smashed down by battering rams, and squads of elite soldiers rushed into the courtyard, killing anyone they saw. At the same time, many mansions in Wuzhong City were breached, and soldiers rushed in and slaughtered indiscriminately. Gojia showed no mercy to those who dared to betray them. Gojia was well aware that these families were a cancer to them. He planned to take this opportunity to completely eliminate it. The absence of powerful families in Yuzhou is more advantageous to them. The massacre continued, and Huang Fusong also launched an attack. An army of 100,000 attacked the city, and generals, including Huang Zhang, all took to the field. Seeing the tense situation, Huang Fusong frowned deeply. What's going on? The signal for the general offensive has been given, but there's not a sound from inside the city. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the gates of West City burst open, and shouts of "Bat" erupted. One could vaguely see a group of people fighting inside the city gate. "General, it's done! Those powerful families are done," Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly. However, Huang Fusong frowned, staring at the battle in the city gate, with a strange feeling about him. Seeing that Huang Fusong remained silent, Wang Yu hurriedly reminded Dao, "General, the city gates are open. Let's attack quickly." However, Huang Fusong remained motionless, staring at the battle at the city gate. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as Huang Fusong was still pondering, the city gates suddenly began to close. "General, something terrible has happened. The city gates are about to close. Those powerful families must be unable to hold them off. You must order an attack immediately." Wang Yu was extremely anxious, as this was an opportunity they had finally managed to seize. This was also his doing. It was his men who turned the powerful families against their cause, making it so easy to open the gates of West City. When the war ends, he will surely be rewarded for this achievement. For someone as ambitious as him, how could he not be excited? And how could he just watch this achievement slip away before his eyes? Wang Yu urged him repeatedly, and Huang Fusong finally he came to his senses. Although something still felt off, looking at the anxious Wang Yu and the West City gates that were about to close, Huang Fusong gritted his teeth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he couldn't let it slip away based on some unfounded intuition. Moreover, even if he wanted to give up, Wang Yu would never agree. With a sigh, Huang Fusong gave the order, and soon the few cavalrymen, led by Wang Yu, charged toward the West City gate. As the cavalry charged, the infantry followed closely behind. Inside Wuzhong City, Gojia stood on a tall building not far from the city gate, watching the approaching Huang Fusong army, a slight smile playing on his lips. Huang Fusong? Oh, Huang Fusong, I've overestimated you. Shaking his head and sighing, Gojia looked at Dian Wei beside him. Eli, the rest is up to you and Hansheng. Dian Wei nodded excitedly. He had been holding back for a long time, ever since Gojia had prevented him from taking action after he was transferred from Linyu County. Now that he can finally have a good fight, how could he not be excited? He jumped from the 3rd floor and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, Wang Yu led his cavalry into the west gate and quickly reached the street. Immediately afterwards, he saw an ugly, burly man blocking his way. Hey, you must be Sword Saint Wang Yu, right? Let's have a go. Dian Wei licked his lips, his face full of excitement. Where did this ugly wretch come from, trying to block the way? Get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Enough with the nonsense. Take this. Dian Wei didn't waste any words with the other party and charged straight over with his halberd. Wang Yu's pupils contracted upon seeing this. He actually sensed a threat emanating from Dian Wei. The cavalry behind him wanted to move forward, but just then, another shout of battle came from the other end of the street. A large group of soldiers rushed towards them, seemingly to provide support. Wang Yu shouted, "Ignore this guy. Go stop those reinforcements." The two sides quickly clashed, and more Huang Fusong troops poured into the city, surging towards the streets. Now! 2 walls of fire rose up, one inside the city and one outside, blocking Huang Fu's army. Fire. Close the city gates. Huang Zhong, atop the city tower, shouted, and a large group of archers suddenly appeared on both sides of the city gate, firing at the remaining soldiers in the gate opening. After the soldiers were shot dead, another group of people suddenly emerged from the ground and headed towards the city gate, attempting to close it. Wang Yu, who was in the middle of the battle, was shocked and tried to stop them. You dare to be distracted in battle. You're asking for death. A small halberd shot out, aiming for Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu was shocked. Ignoring the city gate behind him, he could only swing his longsword to defend himself with all his might. Meanwhile, Huang Fusong, outside the city, was blocked by a sudden fire. Looking at the raging flames at the city gate, he knew he had fallen into a trap. Attack the city. Charge up the city walls. There are nearly 10,000 soldiers in the city, as well as Wang Yu. If Wang Yu were to perish here, how would he explain it to the emperor? The remaining troops surged towards the city wall. However, soon strange things happened again. The ground supporting the ladder suddenly collapsed, and the soldiers who were climbing it stumbled and almost fell off the ladder. If the iron hooks on the ladder hadn't gotten caught on the wall, they would probably have been smashed into pieces. However, the ground collapsed, and the ladders changed from a slope to a right angle hanging on the city wall, which made it impossible for all the soldiers to have a foothold and climb up. Damn it! What's going on? How did the ground suddenly collapse? Huang Song Kuai is in a panic, and the current situation is very unfavorable to him. Even so, he dared not call it quits. Once they call a retreat, they will suffer a crushing defeat. The battle raged from late at night until dawn, leaving both sides exhausted, yet the stalemate persisted. I didn't expect Huang Fusang to be so decisive. Even after fighting to this extent, he still refuses to give up. Even Go Jia frowned as he watched the intense battle. Huang Fusang's determination exceeded his expectations and allowed him to witness the iron will and ruthlessness of the famous generals of the late Han Dynasty. If it were any other general, they certainly wouldn't have continued the war, because continuing would only benefit the defending side. Huang Fusang was in dire straits. If they could not win this battle, their only option would be to escape Yuzhou. If that happens, Luoyang's advantage will vanish, and he will have no face to see your majesty again. Feng Xiao, what do we do now? Even Drill Rat has joined the battle. If this continues, even if we win, the defending army will be wiped out. Zhang Zhongjing, who came to support, said with great concern, Dao. Guo Jia's eyes flickered uncertainly. In this situation, he couldn't think of any other way but to fight to the death, just like Huang Fusang. It was too late to transfer troops from other cities. Not to mention, other cities don't have many troops available to spare in order to defend those powerful families. Mobilize the people and inform them that if the city falls, the entire Wuzhong city will be slaughtered by the enemy. No, the civilians have not received any training. Going to the battlefield would just be sending them to their deaths. You are using human lives as bait. As a doctor dedicated to saving lives, Zhang Zhongjing did not want to see such a scene. Go Jia turned his head, his expression complex. But besides this, what other way do we have to end this war as soon as possible? Faced with Go Jia's question, Zhang Jing was speechless, but he still looked at Go Jia with a firm expression, expressing his opposition. Just as the two sides were arguing, the rat darted in front of them with a whoosh, and after gesturing for a while, the two men's eyes lit up. You mean our lord has brought 10,000 troops to support us? Go Jia found it unbelievable that Kang Jiji's thousands of troops not only captured Zhuo Commandery but also annihilated Huang Fusang's 80,000 troops that he had successively sent over. Go Jia was shocked that they still had the resources to come and support them. Zhang Zhongjing didn't care about any of that. Looking at Go Jia, he said excitedly, Now you don't have to be so extreme. With our lord's 10,000 troops, we're guaranteed to win. Go Jia also relented. He didn't want the people to die. But this war was crucial to them, and he couldn't allow himself to lose. Perhaps this is the principle behind the saying, a kind heart cannot command an army. Just as Go Jia was feeling sentimental, Huang Fusang outside the city was already extremely anxious. Liu Yu repeatedly tried to persuade Huang Fusang to withdraw his troops. By now, Liu Yu's forces were almost completely depleted, leaving him feeling utterly devastated. However, what Huang Fusang has made up his mind is not something Liu Yu can change. Huang Fusang staked everything on it. He was determined to succeed or die trying. Bowen, it's our turn. Looking at the few remaining troops around him, Huang Fusang turned to Liu Yu beside him and said, Dao. Liu Yu's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. You must be crazy. You actually want to go to the battlefield and fight yourself? Liu Yu retreated repeatedly, staring at Huang Fusang in disbelief. Just as Huang Fusang was about to say something, the earth suddenly trembled. Cavalry! It's cavalry! Liu Yu screamed, but then seemed to realize something, her face full of anticipation. Could it be that Feng Xian and the others have come back to support us? Huang Fusang remained silent, for he understood that this was merely Liu Yu's fantasy. At this time, how could Lu Bu possibly be back? Lu Bu should still be waiting to ambush the Cao Cao coalition. Upon realizing this, Huang Fusong was startled. Yes, I still have Lu Bu. If we can join forces with Lu Bu and eliminate Cao Cao in one fell swoop, we will not be without a chance to counterattack Yu Zhu. Although doing so would be a disgrace to him. As one of the three major armies, he was actually defeated and reduced to a wrecked force. He could only avenge himself by assisting Lu Ji. This was a blatant disgrace to him, but given the current situation, they have no way out except to switch sides to Lu Ji, deal with Cao Cao first, and then take revenge. General, something terrible has happened. Tens of thousands of White Horse volunteers have appeared behind us. What should we do? The scouts' urgence startled the surrounding soldiers, causing them great anxiety. Huang Fusong's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, just as I thought. Liu Yu, looking horrified, exclaimed, "Brother Yizhen, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?" Huang Fusong ignored Liu Yu, who had lost his composure, and calmly ordered his subordinates, "Sound the retreat. The rear guard becomes the vanguard. Prepare to withdraw." At Huang Fusong's command, the army besieging the city immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the sound. The soldiers attacking the city immediately abandoned their assault. But the soldiers trapped inside the city looked on in despair. Upon hearing the order to retreat, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. "Ha ha ha. Wang Yu, Huang Fusong has given up on you. Why are you still struggling?" Faced with Diane Wei's scathing words, Wang Yu gritted her teeth and remained silent. "Surrender and you will not be killed. Surrender and you will not be killed." Suddenly, the surrounding soldiers shouted loudly, and the soldiers brought by Wang Yu retreated in a tense manner. Faced with the approaching army, they knew that their chances of survival were slim. Wang Yu's face was full of struggle. He was unwilling to lose like this. Was his wealth and glory really going to be gone just like that? Xie, covered in blood, approached Wang Yu and whispered, "Master, I'll cover the rear. You can retreat from the city wall." Given Wang Yu's skills, it's still possible for him to fight his way out of the city from the city walls. However, the remaining soldiers will probably all perish here. Just as Wang Yu hesitated, a clear, cold voice rang out. "Wang Yu, my lord asked me to pass on a message to you." The crowd parted and Gojia appeared before Wang Yu. Wang Yu's pupils contracted as she looked at Gojia's narrowed eyes and said, "Traitorous scoundrel, speak your mind or shut up." "Ha!" Guojia shook his head, somewhat disdainfully towards Dao. "Traitor? Wang Yu, don't tell me you don't know whether Dao's current wife is the same as the previous, your majesty." Wang Yu snorted coldly, but did not reply. Gojia chuckled, saying nothing more, but calmly said, "My lord asked me to pass on a message to you. What that other man can give you, my lord can also give you, and even more." Wang Yu's eyes widened as she stared intently at Gojia. Xie's heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well what his master wanted, and Gojia's words had hit Wang Yu right where it hurt. Wang Yu's breathing became rapid and she stared intently at Gojia. "Dao. What does your lord know, Dao? What do I want?" Gojia nodded. "Don't worry, my lord's word is his bond. Once the world is at peace, you will reap rewards far beyond your wildest dreams." Faced with Kang Ji's temptation, Wang Yu remained silent, her eyes flickering, clearly indicating that she was struggling internally. At this moment, Gojia added, "By the way, you may not know that Dao Lu Bu. Lu Bu has been captured by my lord and has made a bet with my lord. If my lord can defeat Huang Fusong and drive him out of Yuzhou, he will lead 20,000 Bing province iron cavalry to worship my lord as their master." These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattered Wang Yu's psychological defenses. Lu Bu has been captured by your lord. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Not only was Wang Yu stunned, but Xie and the other soldiers beside him were also stunned. That's Lu Bu, the god of war Lu Bu. In the entire Luoyang, no one can rival him. Even Wang Yu, a sword saint, dared not easily provoke its sharpness. However, the fact that such a pursued by Kang Jai shocked them. Looking at Gojia, they saw that he had a calm expression, clearly not lying to them. Wang Yu's heart sank to the bottom. With Lu Bu joining the fray, can the imperial court truly eradicate such a force? This moment, Wang Yu wavered and looked at Xie with a complicated expression. He didn't know whether he should just surrender. Xie also had a complicated expression. Meeting his master's gaze, he could only manage a wry smile. In this situation, the only way to one's lens is to surrender. Just as the master and apprentice were hesitating. Tap, 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 tap. Footsteps echoed from the city wall. Soon, a figure appeared on the city wall. Huang Zhang was clad in armor, covered in blood, but it couldn't conceal his towering aura. Another expert who is no less skilled than Dian Wei. Wang Yu was completely disheartened. Even if Xie covered the rear, he couldn't escape this situation. I am willing to submit. Ultimately, Wang Yu made a wise choice. 10 days later, Ji County, the seat of Yuzhou, looking down at the civil and military officials seated below, Kang Jai felt a sense of satisfaction. Now he has many talented people under his command, including civil officials and strategists such as Gojia, Shi Jikai, Man Chong, and Jiexu. As for military officers, there were even more. In addition to Dian Wei and Taishi Si under Dian Lai, there were Huang Zhong, Xu Chu, Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Shang Liao, Gao Shun, Wang Yu, Xi Ea, Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Pao Pengdi, and some of their subordinate generals. In addition to civil and military officials, there were also special talents such as Zhang Zhongjing, as well as the brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju. It can be said that Kang Jie is now full of talented people and has the potential to sweep across the world. My lord, now that Huang Fusong has joined forces with Lu Ji, should we take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Lu Ji and his forces, and defeat the imperial army in one fell swoop? Ever since Lu Bu learned that Kang Jai had defeated Huang Fusong and Yu's 200,000-strong army and driven them out of Yuzhou in less than 10 days, Lu Bu wholeheartedly surrendered to Kang Jai. Now that they have completely captured Yuzhou, their military might is at its peak, and they seem poised to sweep across the world, which greatly excites Lu Bu. I originally thought that Kang Jai was just a small vassal state that controlled only a small corner of the country. But no one expected that Kang Ji's influence would be so great. Not only did they defeat Huang Fusong, but they also subdued Ma Teng and his son, as well as Pang Di. Even Jiexu, who remained in Ji County, surrendered to Kang Jai. Jiexu's surrender also greatly surprised Kang Jai. I thought Jiexu would follow Huang Fusong to escape to Lu Ji. Unexpectedly, Jiexu took the initiative to open the gates of Ji County and chose to surrender to them. This behavior left everyone puzzled. Even Kang Jai was surprised for a long time at the time. Regardless, Jiexu's addition greatly enhanced Kang Ji's strength as a civil and military advisor. With this group of people, if Kang Jai wanted to, it wouldn't be impossible for him to sweep across the world. However, facing the excited Lu Bu and a group of eager military generals, Kang Jai turned his attention to the civil officials and strategists. Feng Xiao, Zikai, Yuanzi, Boning, Weni. Gojia and the others exchanged glances, and Gojia took the initiative to speak. My lord, I think it is not advisable for us to send troops. The military officers all looked at Gojia, their faces full of displeasure. Kang Jai ignored the group of military officers and only looked at Gojia. Dao. Explain your reasons. Gojia Dao, the principle is very simple. The power in the world today can be divided into 4 parts. A document with Luoyang, the forces led by the false emperor, consisted 3 groups, one led by the Lord, another led by Cao Cao Cand. The last group, including Liu Biao, Liu Yan, and Sun Jian, who opposed the false emperor. If it were before, the most powerful being in the world would have been the false emperor, and we would have had to unite to contend with him. But now, our Lord has defeated Huang Fusong, occupied Yuzhou, and recruited most of Huang Fusong's forces. His overall strength has caught up with that of the false emperor. In this situation, other feudal lords will only be wary of their lord. If our lord were to send troops now, it would trigger a rift in everyone's nerves, and they might very well join forces with the false emperor to attack us. Everyone was shocked to hear this. The generals had never thought of this. When they realized that all the feudal lords were coming to attack them, they fell silent. Kang Jai naturally understood this principle. Everyone in the world is driven by self-interest, and former enemies may become allies. Feng Xiao is right. It is indeed not advisable for us to send troops to Jizhou now. In addition, I'm going back to Earth soon, so it's not a good time for you to make any big moves. But that doesn't mean you should do nothing. I have a schedule here for the next long period of time. Please take a look. Everyone took the plan from Kang Jai and quickly realized what was going on. Does the Lord intend to use the nomadic tribes of the grasslands for military training? Kang Jai nodded. With the assistance of the Gao Ming and Gao Ju brothers and the help of Drill Rat, grasslands are the best training ground for you. What if the false emperor refuses to let this go, or if Cao Cao and others develop ulterior motives and join forces with the false emperor? Then, let's fight. Kang Jai said without hesitation. We won't provoke them, but that doesn't mean we should avoid them. My principle is to allow them to recuperate and rebuild, provided they don't provoke us. If they dare to provoke us, then we will use all our strength to eliminate them. Everyone's spirits lifted. Such a lord truly inspired them. In addition, you should develop agriculture and animal husbandry as much as possible, especially spiritual plants and mutated beasts. This is our top priority for future development. Everyone readily accepted the order. On Earth, there was no shortage of ordinary resources. What was truly lacking were resources related to cultivate, such as various spirit medicines and alien beast meat. These were the resources that could be traded in large quantities and were consumables. Currently in Three Kingdoms world, besides talent, these are the only things that are truly valuable. After seeing everyone off, Kang Jai left Dian Lai alone, saying, "This time I'm going out, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a long time. You should focus on playing it safe." Dian Lai was taken aback. "You won't be able to come back for a long time. What are you going to do there?" Dian Lai was very curious. Now that his family was powerful, if they developed further, they could pacify the world. At this point, Kang Jai was about to leave for a long time, which puzzled Dian Lai. "I want to break through. Nascent Soul Realm is preparing for this trip, specifically to find suitable law inscriptions." Law inscriptions? You're not going to use the free law inscriptions provided by the government? Dian Lai asked, quite surprised. 9 out of 10 people break through when playing Nascent Soul Realm. Players usually choose the free inscriptions provided by the government, since 9 out of 12 inscriptions can be selected for free. Of these 9, there will always be a few that everyone will choose. Breakthrough. When using nascent soul realm, only a law inscription is needed as a reference, so 90% of people can break through. There's no need to worry about law inscriptions when using nascent soul realm, unless... Suddenly realizing something, Dian Lai looked at Kang Jai in shock. You want to find law inscriptions that match your own talents? Dian Lai was shocked. Break through the law inscriptions you choose when using nascent soul realm actually have a reason behind them. Breakthroughs are fine for ordinary people, but for some geniuses, during breakthrough, you will choose law inscriptions that are relevant to your talents. Because these law inscriptions can enhance one's talents to a certain extent. Only breakthrough. When you first create a nascent soul realm, the law inscriptions you condense will affect talents, creating a mysterious connection. Secondly, and even later law inscriptions will not have this effect. Therefore, the first law inscription is also known as the personal inscription. For example, Dian Lai's blue-level talent of devouring to become stronger. If breakthrough when nascent soul realm is formed, it can condense devouring law inscription. Then, its devouring and strengthening talent can be combined with devouring law inscription to become even more powerful. If in the future, Dian Lai can comprehend the law divine power of absorption and digestion through devouring law inscription. Therefore, Dian Wei's blue-level talent, devouring to become stronger, can even achieve an effect comparable to that of the colored level talent, devouring to become stronger. This is also the only opportunity for humanity to enhance its innate abilities. Although one's own talent level cannot be directly increased, the talent effect can be improved by the innate divine ability, and even by several levels. That's what those geniuses are all about, breaking through. When you encounter nascent soul, you will understand the reasons behind law inscriptions related to your own talents. However, it is not so easy to comprehend the law inscriptions related to one's own talent. Innate assignments are incredibly diverse, making it difficult to find matching law inscriptions. Needless to say, the first person who wants to comprehend law inscriptions related to talent will experience a kind of repulsion, which will increase the difficulty of comprehending inscriptions. This is why Dian Lai was so surprised when he guessed what Kang Jai was planning to do. Don't worry. I won't force things if I can't get it. Hearing this, Dian Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the law inscriptions related to soul clone talents are naturally soul law inscriptions. Soul law inscriptions are rare, and he had never heard of any place where one could comprehend them. If Kang Jai doesn't understand soul law fragment, then he'll be truly worried. All right, I'll leave this to you now, I'll be leaving now. Dian led at his chest and said, Don't worry, with Guo Feng Xiao and the others here, there won't be any problems. Kang Jai nodded, then left 3 Kingdoms world. Upon returning to Earth, Kang Ji immediately sought out the principal. You want to comprehend the soul law inscription? The principal was a little confused. How much time had passed? Could it be? Kang Jai has already broken through to the core formation realm. Suppressing the urge to use divine sense to investigate Kang Jai, Xun Zhen remained silent for a while before asking Dao uncertainly. Have you broken through to the core formation realm? Kang Jai didn't hide anything and nodded. Since comprehending divine sense, Kang Ji's control over his own ki has reached an unbelievable level. His physical body is a unified whole, coupled with the ancient art of concealing one's breath. Unless one directly probes his body with the divine sense, it is impossible to detect his true cultivation level. Using divine sense to probe others is extremely impolite. Even though only transformation God realm can generate divine sense, cultivators above transformation God realm would not easily use divine sense to probe others, as that would be a blatant provocation and humiliation. After all, according to divine sense, the other party is like a naked person, so naturally they wouldn't agree. Now that I've reached the 6th job advancement in core formation realm, I'll definitely be able to break through to nascent soul before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. So, core formation 6th job advancement? Gunzen's eyes widened. He had thought that Kang Jai had only just broken through to the core formation realm, but he hadn't expected that he had already broken through to the 6th job advancement of the core formation realm. Release aura so I can see her. Kang Jai hesitated, but still released half of aura. This aura? Sun Zen was a little confused. Why didn't this feel like a regular core formation? Realm 6th aura? This aura is even stronger than core formation 9 turns. You haven't condensed 18 spiritual energy vortexes. Have you? Sun Zen asked this question with some trepidation. If Kang Jai truly condenses 18 spiritual energy vortexes, then even without talent enhancement, there's no need to worry about Kang Ji's future achievements. Kang Jai nodded non-committally. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but the 36 spiritual energy vortexes were too problematic. It was better not to let anyone know. Taking a deep breath, Sun Zen looked at Kang Jai again. In that case, it's understandable that you want to comprehend the soul law inscription. However, then hesitated, then stopped. Difficult. Grandpa Sun, you don't know Tao either. The path to comprehending the soul law inscription? Kang Jai asked, somewhat disappointed. Sun Zen smiled wryly. To comprehend the soul law inscription, you must have items related to the soul law. Whether it's the heaven and earth treasure, which embodies the soul law, or the spirit. Treasure magical artifacts are extremely rare, and the only item I know of that can allow you to comprehend the soul law inscription. But what? No matter the cost, I can find a way. Although my soul clone, when combined with prehistoric world, can produce incredible effects. However, if it could enhance soul clone's talent, Kang Jai would naturally not want to miss out. With soul clone's primordial reincarnation, combined with soul's innate divine ability, Kang Jai truly can't imagine how powerful he will be. Sun Zen sighed. The price of that thing is beyond your reach, even I cannot afford it. At this point, Sun Zen became conflicted again. Looking at Sun Zen's conflicted expression, Kang Jai was very puzzled. Since he couldn't afford it, why didn't Sun Zen just advise him to give up directly? Why did he seem to want to say something, but then stop? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Sun Zen looked up at her and asked, "Do you really want to comprehend the soul law inscription?" Kang Jai was taken aback, then nodded solemnly. He certainly wouldn't want to give up the opportunity, if given the chance. With a sigh, Sun Zen seemed to have made a decision, and slowly said, "If you want to comprehend the soul law inscription, you'll probably have to ask Jiang Xu's mother for help." Jiang Xu's mother? Was extremely surprised. Kang Jai has very mixed feelings about his desk mate, who stayed in their class for a while during their first year of high school. Yes, that's Jiang Xu's mother. Sun Zen's expression was extremely strange when he meant Jiang Xu's mother, especially when he looked at Kang Jai. He always seemed to want to say something but couldn't. This left Kang Jai completely bewildered. Your hesitant manner, wanting to say something but not saying it, was really confusing. Shaking his head, Sun Zen seemed to want to shake off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, and continued to explain, Jiang Xu's mother is named Zhu Fanning. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhu family in Zhangzhou, and has been a close friend of your mother since childhood. She's been my mother's best friend since childhood? And she's the eldest daughter of the Zhu family in Zhongzhou. Could she be from the Zhu family, one of the 12 families? Kang Ji's eyes widened, feeling her worldview crumbling. Xun Zhen nodded. It's the Zhu family you're thinking of. The Zhu family, one of the 12 top-tier families. Really? Kang Ji was incredulous. But how come she and my mother have been best friends since childhood? Didn't you say she's the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family? In my memory, my mother was just an ordinary genius. Cultivator, otherwise how could she have married into her own father's little family? Faced with Kang Ji's question, Xun Zhen remained silent and abruptly changed the subject. In their Zhu family, there was once a sown talent. In order to cultivate this direct descendant, family found a soul law fragment. Furthermore, this soul law fragment also contains a Dao soul, related divine ability, undying spiritual light. Undying spiritual light? Kang Ji was immediately drawn to this divine ability, forgetting all about asking about her mother. Xun Zhen explains Dao. Undying spiritual light is a very practical and powerful law divine power. Once you grasp this divine ability, you can generate a spark of undying spiritual light within your own soul. At a high level, Cultivate can directly transform the entire soul into undying spiritual light. When the entire soul transforms into undying spiritual light matter, the soul can also cultivate and fight like a physical body. Even if soul is destroyed, as long as there is a glimmer of light, it can be reborn. If Soul Clone's talent allows it to comprehend such a divine ability, then Soul Clone will transform into an extremely terrifying power, truly immortal and indestructible. It's just a pity. At this point, Xun Zhen sighed again. It's a pity that the soul talent of the Zhu family, although he inscribed the soul law inscription, ultimately failed to comprehend the undying spiritual light, divine ability. Ever since the Zhu family acquired that soul law fragment, no one has been able to comprehend that divine ability. At this point, Xun Zhen couldn't help but look at Kang Ji, as if to tell him that even if you obtain the soul law fragment and comprehend the soul law inscription, you may not necessarily be able to comprehend the undying spiritual light, divine ability. If we compare divine ability to a calculus problem, then law inscriptions are the 10 digits from 0 to 9. Law inscriptions are the foundation of all law divine power, laying the groundwork and preparing for subsequent understanding of various divine abilities. Regardless of whether Kang Ji can comprehend the soul law inscription, even if he does, he may not be able to comprehend the undying spiritual light in the future. Moreover, to comprehend the undying spiritual light, Kang Ji would need to obtain the stone containing the undying spiritual light. He carried fragments of the law of divine ability with him, constantly studying and comprehending them. But why would the Zhu family entrust something so valuable to him? Even if the Zhu family were willing to trade, he wouldn't have the resources to exchange. Seeing the silent Kang Ji, Xun Zhen seemed unable to bear to continue discouraging him and spoke again. If you insist on wanting to comprehend the soul law inscription, I can take you to Zhang Exu's mother. With her help, it's not impossible for the Zhu family to let you comprehend the inscription with the help of that law fragment. Kang Ji was shocked. When did she become so dignified? If you ask Zhang Exu's mother for help, you might have a chance to use the Zhu family's law fragment. Is the difficulty due to his mother? Kang Ji always felt that Xun Zhen was implying something, but he was unwilling to say it, which really troubled Kang Ji. He took a deep breath. Now the choice was in his hands. It was up to Kang Ji whether he was willing or not. Although it would leave her indebted to others, Kang Ji was still determined to take the gamble. The divine ability of undying spiritual light is simply too appealing. It's a perfect match for my soul clone talent. Having the undying spiritual light within me, I am truly indestructible. Thinking of this, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and nodded. Please help me, Grandpa Xun. Xun Zhen nodded, said no more, and led Kang Jai to the city lord's mansion. Through the city lord's mansion's teleportation array, they arrived directly in Xianyang City. Ignoring the bustling city of Xianyang, Xun Zhen, as if in a hurry, dragged Kang Jai directly to Jiang Xu's mother. Kang Jai felt a sense of familiarity the moment she saw Jiang Xu's mother. However, this sense of familiarity was fleeting and quickly disappeared. Frowning, he sized up the gentle and beautiful woman before him, and that feeling of déjà vu resurfaced in his mind, faint yet palpable. Is it because she looks a lot like Jiang Xu? Kang Jai wondered to herself. Comparing Jiang Xu's appearance, Zhu Funing's appearance is indeed very similar to Jiang Xu's. If the two of them stood together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were sisters. As Kang Jai sized up Zhu Funing was also sizing up Kang Jai, his expression equally strange and complicated. Long time no see, little guy, Zhu Funing said. Kang Jai was surprised. Wasn't this the first time she'd met the other person? How come it had been so long? Madam? Xun Zhen hesitated, as if trying to stop something. Zhu Funing glanced at Xun Zhen, seemingly scolding him for being talkative. But after Xun Zhen spoke, Zhu Funing stopped talking to Kang Jai, and only looked at Xun Zhen. Dao, I know why you've come. I'll take you to the Zhu family now. After a pause, Zhu Funing continued, I can't guarantee whether the Zhu family will allow you to comprehend that fragment. I can only say that I will do my best. Kang Jai said gratefully, It's already a great help from Aunt Zhu. Whether it works out or not, I'm still very grateful. Zhu Funing remained non-committal, and led the two directly to the Zhu family home. Although the Zhu family is located in Xianyang City, in fact, all members of the Zhu family in Xianyang City's own secret realm world. Grandpa Xun, do you think the Zhu family will grant my request? Kang Ji asked somewhat nervously. Xun Zhen glanced at Kang Jai, his eyes somewhat unreadable, and after a long while, he finally spoke. It's really hard to say. However, even if we grant your request, it will likely come at a considerable cost. Kang Jai grinned. I'm not afraid of the consequences. Even if I can't afford to pay them now, I can repay them in the future. Xun Zhen's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he seemed to hold back. Kang Jai noticed this, but didn't show any emotion. He had witnessed this situation many times today, and he was pondering it in his mind. Xun Zhen and Zhu Funing's attitudes were too strange, and he always felt that there was something hidden in them. Meanwhile, Zhu Funing found the family elder and explained what had happened. An elder spoke up. Funing, do you intend to lend him that law fragment to study? Zhu Funing nodded in agreement. Kang Jai is Sister Yao's child, so naturally I want to help him. Another elder spoke up. We naturally understand that the Feng family girl has a close relation with you. But the family girl has already been expelled from the Feng family. Your help to that boy won't benefit our Zhu family at all. Zhu Funing wanted to refute, but at this moment another clan elder said, You can't say that. After all, the Feng family girl is the daughter of that old devil Feng Wuchen. The year Feng Yao died, Feng Wuchen went mad and slaughtered countless otherworldly demons, which shows that Feng Wuchen still cared for his youngest daughter. Another person countered Dao. This doesn't mean that Feng Wuchen also cares about this grandson. You should know that Dao didn't bring Kang Jai back to the Feng family under those circumstances back then. Doesn't that prove anything? Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if Feng Wuchen had acknowledged this grandson, he would not have abandoned him in Guangling City for the past 10 years, leaving him to fend for himself. Don't forget, this kid is only using the soul clone talent, which is the most useless white-level talent. With such talent, even if Feng Wuchen wanted to bring him back to the Feng family, the rest of the Feng family would never agree. At this moment, Zhu Funing interjected, "Old ancestors, although Soul Clone's talent is weak, if he could comprehend undying spiritual light, what about divine ability?" Someone scoffed, "Funing, are you kidding me? Undying spiritual, not to mention how many members of our Zhu family have tried to comprehend divine ability. Quite a few have even lent it out to other prodigies to comprehend. So many prodigy, even prodigy hasn't managed to comprehend this divine ability. What makes you think that kid is capable of doing so?" Exactly. Others can't comprehend it unless they treat it as their primary divine ability. Do you really believe that someone who's trying to comprehend it as their primary divine ability can actually comprehend it? Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, but no one believed that Kang Jai could comprehend the undying spiritual light. The divine ability is extremely difficult to comprehend. Since obtaining this law fragment, no one on earth has yet comprehended the divine ability, demonstrating its extreme difficulty. However, despite the doubts from the crowd, Zhu Funing tried to persuade Dao, "You shouldn't belittle him like that. He was able to cultivate to the core formation realm in such a short time, without any help. This talent is extremely rare. He might be able to do things that others can't." Everyone scoffed. "Funing, stop defending that kid. He's just a core formation realm. Which of our family's kids who took the National Higher Education Entrance Examination this year didn't reach the core formation realm? Your daughter Jiang Yixu has even reached nascent soul realm. What can that kid compare to?" That's right, you overestimate that kid. Even if he has some talent, without enough resources, he'll eventually fade into obscurity in front of us big families. Seeing that most people were against it, Zhu Funing's expression turned grim. Just then, the clan elder who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up. "Funing, I heard that you once arranged a marriage between Exuer and a girl from the Feng family." Upon hearing this all, the clan elders fell silent and turned to look at Zhu Funing. Zhu Funing remained silent. In fact, everyone in the clan knew about this. In the past, they wouldn't have paid much attention to Jiang Yixu before he developed a colored energy level talent in awakening. As long as Kang Jai can gain the Feng family's approval, they are still willing to accept this arranged marriage. But now, Jiang Yixu awakening produced the most advanced colored energy level talent, which the elders naturally didn't want. Even if Kang Jai gains the Feng family's approval and is brought back to the Feng family, they will never agree to this marriage. After all, Kang Jai is only the Feng family's grandson, not their eldest grandson. Even if it's the eldest grandson, they would still object if awakening produced the most useless soul clone talent. Color level talents can only be generated with the highest probability of combining with other color level talent users to create advanced talents. They would naturally not allow Jiang Yixu to marry Kang Ji. Not only would the Zhu family not allow it, but the Jiang family would not allow it either. Even Zhu Funing chose to remain silent in the face of this issue. Because she knew Dao that this matter couldn't be changed by her making a fuss. The will of two powerful families, or even three powerful families, cannot be changed by an individual. Just as Zhu Funing was rendered speechless, the elder of the clan spoke again. Lending him the law fragment is not out of the question. We could even give him this piece of law, but he must break off his engagement with Xiaoxu. Although he himself doesn't remember this incident, our Zhu family does act according to principles. Since you made a promise with the Feng family girl, we will naturally make it up to her. Consider this piece of law as compensation. What do you think, Funing? Zhu Funing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself speechless. The clan elders have already said this much, which means that the other party's will is not to be changed. But Zhu Funing felt uneasy, feeling sorry for her deceased best friend. After a long silence, Zhu Funing spoke up. Old ancestor, since he doesn't remember this matter, could we please not tell him about it? Since Kang Jai has forgotten about the arranged marriage, it's best not to remind her of it anymore. That would be a good thing for her. As for why Kang Jai forgot about the arranged marriage, well, after a moment of silence, the elder of the clan finally nodded and said, "All right, then let's exchange this law fragment for a promise he made in the future. Even if he remembers this in the future, we can use this promise to cancel the marriage agreement." Everyone nodded and agreed to the method. "Go and bring them here," the elder said. Meanwhile, Kang Jai, standing outside, waited expressionlessly. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he were lost in thought. In fact, at this moment, Kang Ji's mind was mostly absorbed into the prehistoric world, because another major event has occurred in the prehistoric world, and a reason Kang Ji immersed his mind in the primordial world, because just now, his soul clone gradually perished, not even having the chance to be reincarnated as a reincarnation, which finally caught Kang Ji's attention. When the first clone disappeared, Kang Jai didn't pay much attention. Although none of his soul clones had completely died over the long period of time, he wasn't surprised by the unexpected incident. However, not long after, another Dao soul clone perished again, without even the chance to be reincarnated as reincarnation, which finally caught Kang Ji's attention. After the soul clone was completely annihilated, its memories could not be retrieved. Kang Jai could only immerse his mind in the primordial chaos and investigate the reason from the other clones. However, when he focused his mind on the 3,800 clones, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. At that moment, suns appeared simultaneously in the sky above the entire prehistoric world. 10 suns shone on the same day, scorching the entire earth, causing unbearable suffering to all living beings. Prehistoric weeds, especially those with weak capabilities like Kang Jai, are on the verge of death. The closer you are to these 10 suns, the more intense the scorching heat becomes, as if you could be ignited at any moment. The 2 previously completely extinguished weeds, clone, were ignited by the heat emanating from the 10 suns because they were too close to them. The weed clone didn't even have a chance to be reincarnated. It was burned to ashes along with the soul clone. The sun true fire is terrifying. Feeling the 3,800 Dao, the pain from clone filled Kang Jai with horror. At this moment, he finally gained a direct understanding of these top-tier bloodline beings from the primordial world. Faced with such beings, his own 3,800 Dao primordial clone could be easily destroyed. At this moment, Kang's desire for the undying spiritual light became even stronger. If there is an undying spiritual light with divine ability, his clones have no need to fear Sun True Fire. Even if they are no match for Sun True Fire, they still have the chance to be reincarnated. But now, he has never even come into contact with the Sun True Fire. The heat emanating from the Sun True Fire alone has reduced him to ashes. The reason why clone has not been completely destroyed in all these years and has been able to reincarnate is he has not encountered any ancient creatures to fight. Most clone deaths are caused by primordial creatures accidentally stepping on and killing them. But the Witch Demon War is imminent, a terrifying catastrophe that will sweep across the entire primordial world. Even the slightest aftershock of the battle could annihilate his clone, body and soul. In particular, during the Lich War, Mount Busho collapsed, the primordial world shattered, and the waters of the Milky Way overflowed. At that time, his clone had nowhere to escape. It's likely that 99% of the vast clone that has been painstakingly built up over so many years will be completely wiped out. The reason it's said to be 99% is because he had a few Dao weed clones that accidentally reincarnated into the Dao fields of some powerful beings. Even so, most of the clone perished without even the chance to be reincarnated as a reincarnation, which is unacceptable to Kang Jai. But if you have undying spiritual light divine ability, then everything will be different. At this moment, the thirst for immortal inspiration became even stronger. Just as Kang Jai was pondering these things, the 10 golden crows made their move again. Seeming of staying near the East China Sea for too long, they began to fly towards Mount Busho. However, as soon as they made that move, Kang Ji's expression immediately changed. Staying near the East China Sea is fine, but in the more distant clone, the heat from the sun true fire is unbearable. But at least I can hold on and keep my life. However, as soon as the 10 golden crows moved, the temperature in the world rose, and many clone members could no longer withstand it. These clones are not those that have already been obtained from Dao. Even if the plants in immortal ascension haven't taken human form, they can temporarily withstand this heat. But his clone is only at the nascent soul level. This is still because of Kang Jai main body with the breakthrough to core formation realm. Clone's strength increased accordingly. Even the nascent soul level cannot withstand the scorching heat from the sun true fire. In an instant, 2 more clone weeds, unable to withstand the heat, spontaneously combusted and turned to ashes, their forms and spirits utterly destroyed. Some active clones, such as Drill Rat, began frantically fleeing underground, trying to escape the terrifying heat. If there's no way to avoid it, choose to commit suicide and enter the underworld to temporarily escape the terrifying sun true fire. However, there are still more than 3,600 prehistoric weeds clone. Unable to move or commit suicide, greatly worried Kang Jai. Seeing that more weed clones were about to spontaneously combust, Kang Jai gritted her teeth and simply collected all the weed clones. A total of 3,642 weeds were recovered. Looking at the clone weeds in the sea of consciousness, Kang Jai felt a headache coming on. With so many weeds and clone, how long will it take him to finish them all? Originally, there were already more than 300 weeds in the sea of consciousness space that clone had not yet absorbed. But now there are more than 3,600 more, which gives Kang Jai a headache. Only by completely absorbing these weed clones can the soul clone be recycled. Otherwise, if the soul clone is recycled, it will be unable to contain the aura of the weeds, and the aura of the weeds will erupt, which will surely be noticed by others as abnormal. However, before Kang Jai could even begin to worry, something horrifying happened. The dozen or so clone weeds that had almost spontaneously combusted suddenly burst into flames the moment they returned to the sea of the consciousness space. The spontaneously combusting clone weeds emitted terrifying flames and began to spread throughout the entire sea of the consciousness space. Sun true fire. Kang Jai almost screamed out in surprise. The flames that appeared in the sea of the consciousness at this moment were exactly the same as the sun true fire, radiating golden light. No, this isn't the real sun true fire, otherwise my sea of the consciousness space would have been burned through long ago. Even so, this flame still possesses the characteristics of the sun true fire. If it were placed in the blue star world, it would be the true sun true fire. As sun true fire begins to spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness space, all the clone is about to be ignited. Once ignited, these soul clone will be extinguished. Damn it. How could this happen? Try to stay calm, especially in this situation. If clone were to return so many weeds to the prehistoric world, not only would there be the risk of being discovered by powerful beings, but in the current prehistoric world, going in would be suicide. The power of soul cannot be wasted. These innates within the clone, spiritual ki, should not be wasted either. In an instant, Kang Jai analyzed his situation and how to deal with it. However, this countermeasure is a bit crazy. But given the current situation, what difference would it make if things went even a little crazier? Ignoring everything else, Kang Jai, who had been in a daze, suddenly sat cross-legged. This startled Xun Zhen, who was waiting nearby. I was just about to remind Kang Jai not to be impolite. But at that moment, Kang Jai unleashed a terrifying soul power. And for a moment, even Xun Zhen was somewhat dazed. A powerful surge of soul power erupts, only to recede completely into the sea of consciousness in the next instant. Zen almost thought he was seeing things. Just as I was about to observe Kang Ji's situation more closely, another unexpected event occurred. Kang Jai was suddenly enveloped in terrifying heat, and her skin turned bright red, like a red-hot iron. Sun Zen was startled again, wondering what had happened to Kang Jai. But he knew that Kang Jai was definitely not in a good state at this moment. Just as they were about to investigate, the aura surrounding Kang Jai changed once again. The previously calm aura began to rise rapidly, and the speed and magnitude of aura's rise left Xun Zhen speechless. This aura is not something a core formation realm should have. Xun Zhen exclaimed in surprise, staring blankly at Kang Ji's soaring aura, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, even if you condense 18 spiritual energy vortexes, it's impossible to have such an aura. This aura is no longer comparable to nascent soul realm. Cultivator is weak. This is impossible. Xun Zhen almost lost the ability to think. Even with his knowledge of Earth Immortal realm, he had never seen anything so terrifying. This is not something a normal human being should do. While Xun Zhen was stunned and at a loss, Kang Jai was in great danger. One wrong move and she would explode and die. Just now, he directly abandoned the physical body of all the weed clones and absorbed all the soul clones. This is why nearly 4,000 Dao clones' soul power erupted, causing him to uncontrollably rush out of the sea of a consciousness, which was noticed by Xun Zhen. Fortunately, it only lasted for a moment. In an instant, that soul power was once again controlled by Kang Ji's soul. The main body was sucked back in. Absorbed nearly 4,000 Dao clones' soul power is mostly from nascent soul realm. If Kang Jai wanted to split soul clone again, it could split into up to 300,000. However, the prehistoric weeds, now free from the control of soul clone, unleashed their full ki energy, with primordial ki spreading throughout the entire sea of a consciousness. When Sun True Fire encounters primordial ki, it's like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting it. In an instant, the entire sea of a consciousness was filled with Sun True Fire. Seeing that the sea of a consciousness couldn't withstand so much Sun True Fire, if this continued, not only would the sea of a consciousness collapse, but the soul, the main body, also couldn't withstand it. The only option now is to take a gamble. With these thoughts in mind, Kang Jai began to guide the Sun True Fire within the sea of a consciousness space toward lower Danshan. After breaking through to the core formation realm, a wisp of pill fire can be born in the golden core. The existence pill fire also provides cultivator with the foundation of alchemy. In fact, the vast majority of core formation realms cultivators are all unalchemical. Acquires not only pill formula, but also control over the flame. especially the flame used for alchemy. The pill fire generated by the golden core is very weak. At most, it can be used to melt spirit medicine. As for supporting the entire alchemy process, it's simply impossible. If you want an alchemy, you either have to wait until you have a high level of cultivation and then use that power to refine a low-grade medicinal pill. Either you need to fusion with a special different fire to enhance the intensity of the pill fire. Only then can you become true alchemy master. What Kang Jai wants to do now is to integrate Sun True Fire into pill fire, making it his special pill fire for the future. Once he possesses the special pill fire, he can refine medicinal pills, and those weed clones will finally have a purpose. Once refined into a medicinal pill, the medicinal properties and key information of the spiritual plant will be sealed within the medicinal pill, and there is no need to worry about anyone discovering anything unusual. However, doing so is very risky. Sun True Fire is too powerful, and he is not entirely confident that he can fusion. But now, it's all or nothing. Kang Jai has no way out. Sun True Fire continued downwards, and even with Kang's best efforts to control it, the heat emanating from Sun True Fire was unbearable for his physical body, causing it to turn a branding red. Fortunately, Kang Jai, the physical body, protected by the divine sense, withstood this terrifying force. Sun True Fire, carrying a massive amount of primordial ki, entered Lower Danshan. In an instant, both the already formed golden core and the vortex of spiritual liquid ignited. Kang Jai dared not delay. The remaining 30 Dao spirit-lit vortexes spun wildly, beginning to absorb the primordial ki brought by the Sun True Fire. With the support of a massive amount of primordial QI and the pressure of Sun True Fire, the 30 Dao spirit's liquid vortex began to collapse rapidly, transforming into a golden core. In a short period of time, golden cores were formed one after another, and Kang Ji's aura level rose higher and higher, quickly reaching the level of nascent soul, the degree of 9 heavens. But that wasn't all. Kang Ji's aura was still climbing, which stunned Xun Zhen, who had just recovered from his shock. This core formation realm is comparable to nascent soul. Aura from 9 heavens? How is that possible? Xun Zhen was dumbfounded and completely numb at this point. Even if one condenses 18 Dao prodigy by spiritual energy vortex, even if a genius to develop a colored energy level talent, they could never possess such an aura. Thinking of this, Xun Zhen suddenly realized something and quickly flicked his sleeve, causing a wave of light to appear around Kang Jai. Formation completely isolates Kang Ji's information. Fortunately, what Kang Ji unleashed was only the aura of the nascent soul realm. As long as no one discovers that Kang Jai is still the core formation realm, no one will pay any attention to this aura. After all, within the Zhu family's stronghold, Nescence and Soul Realm is hardly any better than Ant. Xun Zhen let out a long sigh, looked around again to make sure no one was aware of what was happening, and then let out another sigh. When he looked at Kang Jai again, his expression was extremely complicated. What kind of extraordinary encounter could have made this kid so prodigy? If he weren't so upright, he would have loved to interrogate Kang Jai to find out her secret. Even so, Xun Zhen was filled with emotion, wondering if this kid was Heavenly Dao's son. Just as Xun Zhen was feeling emotional, Kang Jai finally condensed 36 golden cores. The golden core was fully formed, and the aura surrounding Kang Jai gradually subsided. At the same time, golden core began to fully absorb Sun True Fire. However, soon, due to the excessive and domineering nature of Sun True Fire, Kang Ji's golden core developed cracks. No, this Sun Fire is too terrifying, and the golden core is too powerful to absorb it all. Kang Jai was anxious. If golden core couldn't be fused, Sun True Fire. He'd probably explode from the sheer volume of Sun True Fire in an instant. What else can Yujin do? Sun True Fire? In that instant, Kang Jai began a frantic brainstorming session. Physical body? Soul? Divine sense? Physical body. Ultimately, Kang Jai chose the most likely physical body. With the support of divine sense, the physical body may be able to absorb some Sun True Fire. Even if we can't absorb Sun True Fire, consuming some Sun True Fire is still good. Having made her decision, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and immediately guided the Sun True Fire to flow through the meridians. Through the meridians, the Sun True Fire began to spread throughout Danshan's body, which greatly reduced the pressure on Danshan. However, once Sun True Fire entered the physical body, it was like adding oil to a raging fire, instantly igniting the physical body. In an instant, Kang Jai was engulfed in raging flames. Xun Zhen, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up again. What's going on now? How did my clothes catch fire again? My relaxed state of mind was once again on edge. Just as Xun Zhen was about to intervene forcefully, the Sun True Fire on Kang Ji's body began to burn the formation that Xun Zhen had set up. With a pop, the formation that Xun Zhen had casually set up was burned with a large hole by Sun True Fire. Staring blankly at the huge hole, Xun Zhen was completely stunned. He's a powerful Earth Immortal Realm user. Even a casually placed formation has reached the God transformation level in strength. But Kang Jai, a guy who hasn't even reached the nascent soul realm level, actually burned through his God transformation level energy formation. This seems unbelievable no matter how you look at it. Just as Xun Zhen was shocked and bewildered, Kang Jai was surrounded by Sun True Fire. The key message also leaked out from the formation opening, and suddenly, a sound erupted from a cluster of buildings in the distance. Dao's terrifying news. These breaths shot into the sky and rapidly approached them. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Taoist priests dressed in Taoist robes appeared in front of Xun Zhen. What kind of flame is that? It's terrifying. It's so powerful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Some people were about to forward to investigate, but were stopped by Xun Zhen, who asked, "Gentlemen, what are you trying to do?" When Xun Zhen stopped them, everyone frowned. At this moment, an old man spoke up. "Don't touch him, he's in the fusion flame." Fusion flame? Some claimed. But why is his physical body on fire too? Everyone was puzzled. Wasn't the fusion flame in Danshan? How come his physical body was also burning? The old man stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. "I'm not entirely sure, but judging from the fluctuations in his Danshan, he is indeed using fusion flame. However, this strange fire is exceptionally domineering. This kid is probably in trouble." The old man shook his head and sighed, not having a high opinion of Kang Jai. At this moment, Xun Zhen came to his senses, his face filled with panic. "Senior, you said his condition is not optimistic. Can you help him?" Although Xun Zhen didn't recognize the old man in front of him, the other party's cultivation level was obviously much higher than his. So Xun Zhen immediately asked the old man for help. However, the old man shook his head. Fusion flame can only be obtained by oneself, not to mention his strange situation. If we act rashly, it may backfire. But Xun Zhen wanted to something more, but the old man waved his hand and said, "This kid's physical body is a bit special. Given the domineering nature of this strange fire, he should have been reduced to ashes long ago. But this kid has been persisting for so long, it's truly bizarre." As the old man spoke, he shook his head and sighed, his eyes filled with inquiry. At the same time, with the appearance of this group of people, Zhu Fening and the clan elders also came out one by one. "Seventh ancestor, what brings you out here?" When everyone appeared, the previously aloof members of the Zhu family bowed to the elder. The old man stroked his beard and explained, "I only sensed a peculiar aura of strange fire, so I came out to take a look." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Kang Jai, who was engulfed in flames. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned once again. Kang Jai was surrounded by golden flames, obscuring her face and emitting no breath. But in their perception, this golden flame was terrifying. Although this energy could not cause them any harm, the energy rank of this flame was very high, even surpassing any other strange flame they had ever seen. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Seventh Ancestor, what kind of strange fire is this? I've never seen it before." Everyone turned to look at the old man. The old man stroked his beard, squinted at the flames on Kangji's body, shook his head and sighed. "I don't know what kind of flame this is, but it looks a bit like the Sun True Fire, one of the 10. Great. But I've seen Sun True Fire. It's deep within the sun above our blue planet. Although the two are very similar, they are still somewhat different from the flames on this kid's body. The flames on this kid's body seemed even more domineering than the Sun True Fire, and they carried an aura of imperial power, as if they were alive. They were fundamentally different from the Sun True Fire on the sun. Although both are powerful, this kid's Sun True Fire has a more vibrant energy." The old man explained Dao in this way, but everyone was still confused. Someone couldn't help but say, "So, the flames on this kid's body are even more special than Sun True Fire?" The old man did not answer, but simply observed the flames on Kangji's body. Everyone turned to look at Kang Jai, whose face was contorted as he endured inhuman pain. Sun True Fire body tempering is something that not everyone can withstand. Fortunately, his physical body fusion of the divine sense, which controls the physical body, makes the physical body a unified whole, greatly enhancing its ability to withstand the Sun True Fire. After Sun True Fire merges into the physical body, it is immediately enveloped by divine sense, gradually penetrating into the cells, refining them, and eliminating impurities. As the Sun True Fire tempers the physical body, Kangji's divine sense is also rapidly depleted. No, the divine sense is running out too fast. Kang Jai was alarmed. Although divine sense had been tempered by Sun True Fire during this process, divine sense was still too little, only at the level of core formation realm. Want to completely fusion Sun True Fire, it seems we'll have to take another risk. Despite the pain throughout her body, Kang Jai remained unusually calm. In a flash, he realized his predicament and found a solution. To fully fuse Sun True Fire and Pill Fire, we need to reduce some of the pressure on lower Danshin. To reduce lower Danshin stress, the physical body must absorb more Sun True Fire. To absorb more Sun True Fire, the strength of the divine sense must be increased. To enhance the strength of divine sense, one must cultivate it on the spot. Divine sense. Cultivate. The fastest way to obtain divine sense is to directly use soul power to perform cultivate conversion. However, by using the power of soul to cultivate, the power of soul will inevitably be tainted by Sun True Fire. There was a moment of inner conflict, but I quickly made a decision. Let's give it our all. With a determined effort, the power of the divine soul began to circulate along the meridians. During this process, a portion of the divided soul power directly transformed into mental energy. The surging mental energy merged into the physical body, and after being tempered and fused by the Sun True Fire, quickly transformed into a new divine sense. With the enhancement of divine sense, Kang Jai can fuse even more Sun True Fire. After the soul power circulated in his body, it immediately became tainted with Sun True Fire. When the power of soul returned to the sea of consciousness space, it immediately ignited the soul, main body. However, soul nowadays the main body was already incredibly powerful, and the soul's power was merely tainted by the sun true fire. Although the main body was burned, it was not in danger. As more and more are infected with sun true fire, the power of Qi's soul returned to the sea of a consciousness space. The main body was also burned even more severely. However, the benefits are also obvious. As the sun true fire burns, soul the main body became increasingly pure, and wisps of impurities were expelled, turning into black smoke and disappearing. This is the power of a great calamity? Kang Jai was shocked, never expecting that the soul clone, which had returned to the main body, would actually contain the QI of calamity tribulation from the prehistoric world. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. If it had been left for too long, absorbing too much of the power of the prehistoric world's cataclysmic events would have caused serious problems. Once affected by QI of calamity tribulation, there is a risk of destruction, which is not what Kang Jai wants. Thinking this to himself, he immediately contacted Soul. Pay attention to the main body. Kang Jai felt that even sun true fire wasn't enough. After all, the prehistoric world is not just about QI of calamity tribulation, but also about karma, and other mysterious and difficult to detect forces. To completely guarantee soul the purity of the main body cannot be achieved by sun true fire alone. Perhaps we should also arrange for things like the red lotus karmic fire, samadhi true fire, karma golden lotus, and world white lotus. While Kang Jai was thinking about these random things, she did not stop cultivating herself. Soul the main body takes the initiative, traversing among the meridians, and is scorched by the sun true fire. Under the scorching heat of the sun true fire, soul blacks kept billowing from the main body. Kang Jai was shocked to see this immense power. We can't get the primordial treasures for now, but the undying spiritual light. I absolutely have to get the divine ability. With these thoughts in mind, Kang Jai became even more frantic, fueled by soul. The main body was continuously burned, soul the main body also became increasingly clear. When Kang Jai's soul, when the main body returned to the sea of a consciousness, the sun true fire spontaneously ignited on the soul. Not only that, Kang Jai's soul the main body faintly emitted a seven-colored glow, exuding an invisible, immortal Qi. Phew, it's finally done! With divine sense broken through, Kang Jai the physical body also breaks through. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kang Jai's divine sense and physical body simultaneously broke through to the nascent soul level. With the divine sense and physical body broken through, Danshan's pressure dropped sharply, and the pill fire among the 36 golden cores finally merged with the sun true fire. With a single golden flame emerging from each of the 36 golden cores, sun true fire has now fully completed its fusion. As the sun true fire and pill fire complete their fusion, the new solar pill fire begins to absorb the remaining sun true fire within Danshan. As the last wisp of sun true fire was absorbed, the solar pill fire within the golden core instantly burst forth from lower Danshan, spreading throughout his entire body. Gradually, whether it's physical body, divine sense, or soul in sea of a consciousness, the main body has been reinfected with the new solar pill fire. The new solar pill fire is just as powerful, but it offers more controllability. Whether it's solar pill fire in golden core or solar pill fire attached to physical body and divine sense, even soul, the solar pill fire on the main body has become controllable. With solar pill fire now completely under Kang Jai's control, the corners of Kang Jai's mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. With the new pill fire, I'll try to get some pill formula, and later bring the spiritual plant from the prehistoric world. With spirit medicine, there's no need to worry about storage issues. From this point on, Kang Jai can completely replace spirit medicine is refined into medicinal pills and preserved. Clone's soul power can also be absorbed and split in time and then put into the prehistoric world. In fact, if it weren't for the lack of soul clone, which prevented the weed clone from concealing its presence and preserving its essence, this amount of time would have been enough for Kenji to soul clone splits 19 times. That's hundreds of billions of soul clones. The fact that the corpses of the weed clones couldn't be preserved is what stopped the growth of the soul clone population. Now Kang Jai no longer has to worry about this. Once Kang Jai obtains the undying spiritual light, he will no longer have to worry about the primordial clone. With Kang Jai cultivate complete, and the golden flames around him gradually began to be absorbed into his body. At this moment, the old man waved his hand, and a robe appeared on Kang Ji's body, preventing Kang Jai from embarrassingly exposing herself. Seventh ancestor, everyone exclaimed. That robe was no ordinary item, and it was given to Kang Jai just like that, which was truly astonishing. The old man remained silent, but his gaze toward Kang Jai shone brightly, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Opening his eyes, Kang Jai was slightly stunned when he saw the robes he was wearing. Zun Zhen quickly offered an explanation, and Kang Ji immediately bowed to the old man in gratitude. "It's all right, it's just a robe." "Little fellow, what kind of strange fire was that just now? Why have I never seen it before?" Meeting the old man's curious gaze, Kang Jai hesitated for a second, but still explained to Dao, "Senior, I don't know what kind of flame this is either. I only know that it is related to the Sun True Fire." Kang Jai isn't lying, because this flame itself evolved from the Sun True Fire of the prehistoric world. Although it is far inferior to the Sun True Fire of the prehistoric world, it is still far superior to the Sun True Fire of other worlds. Upon hearing Kang Ji's explanation, the old man stroked his beard, gave Kang Jai a deep look, and did not pursue the matter further. Seeing the old man's attitude, everyone became curious and looked at Kang Jai with a strange gaze. The old man proactively changed the subject, saying, "I see you don't seem to be a member of the Zhu family. Young man, who are you? What brings you to the Zhu family?" At this moment, the clan elder spoke up. "The seventh ancestor, whose name is Kang Jai, is indeed not a member of my Zhu family." The clan elder recounted Kang Jai's request for the soul law fragment. At the same time, the clan elder secretly transmitted a message to the old man, telling him about the betrothal between Kang Jai and Jiang Xu. After listening to the elder's story, the old man pondered for a moment, looked at Kang Jai, and suddenly said, "Little guy, do you want to learn alchemy?" When the old man spoke, everyone was stunned. Even the clan elder, transmitting the message, was taken aback. Seventh ancestor. The clan elder wanted to say something, but was stopped by the old man raising his hand. "Don't worry, let me handle this matter." Seeing that the elder had spoken, the clan elder had no choice but to obey, even if he was unwilling. "But I had some worries in my heart, fearing that the seventh ancestor might make the wrong decision." Alchemy? Kang Jai was a little confused. She had just been thinking about where to get some pill formula in the future, but unexpectedly, it was delivered to her doorstep in the blink of an eye. Kang Jai naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing, and regardless of the old man's intentions, he agreed first. "Of course the kid wants to learn alchemy. Senior, are you going to teach me?" The old man was slightly taken aback, not expecting Kang Jai to take advantage of the situation so readily. With a slight chuckle, he looked at Kang Jai with great interest and said, "It's not impossible for you to learn alchemy. I can even give you a complete guide to pill formulas below, pills compiled by our Zhu family." seventh ancestor. The moment the old man finished speaking, everyone in the Zhu family gasped in surprise. Even Xun Zhen, standing next to Kang Jai, widened his eyes and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "The Zhu family's pill formula!" Seeing everyone's reaction, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow slightly, as if the Zhu family's pill formula was quite extraordinary. "What are the conditions for senior?" Kang Jai tried to calm herself down. Raising his hand to stop his clansmen from dissuading him, the old man stroked his beard and said, "I heard you came to our Zhu family for soul law fragment?" Kang Jai nodded, indicating that he valued soul law fragment more than pill formula. Old ancestor continued, "I can give you the law fragments, but you will owe the Zhu family a promise. If the Zhu family needs you to fulfill your obligations in the future, you must agree." Kang Jai frowned, puzzled. "A promise?" The old man nodded. "It's a promise that won't violate your principles, nor will it ask you to do anything immoral. Do you agree?" Kang Jai was stunned. It wasn't that the conditions were too harsh, but rather that they were too good. So good that he could hardly believe it. With a slight flicker in her eyes, Kang Jai had a feeling that something was amiss. He couldn't help but look at Xun Zhen, who hesitated for a moment before nodding at him. Kang Jai remained silent. Xun Zhen's reaction seemed to convince him, but he also noticed the hesitation in it. However, Kang Jai sensed from this hesitation that the promise did not pose a fatal threat to him. After a moment's thought, Kang Jai finally agreed. "No matter what schemes you have, you must retreat in the face of absolute power. As long as one can demonstrate absolute aptitude, the Zhu family will never make any excessive demands." Seeing that Kang Jai agreed, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Then Dao said, "Now that we've finished discussing the law fragments, let's talk about the pill formula." Kang Ji immediately perked up. Although the Zhu family's alchemy and pill formula were not as important as the soul law fragment, they would still have a huge impact on his future. So Kang Jai had to pay attention to them. "Senior, what are your requirements?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Let's make a bet this time." "A bet?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, never expecting that the methods he liked to use on others would one day be used on himself. "What? You're unwilling?" the old man asked with a hint of provocation. Kang Jai shook his head. "No, senior. Please tell me what the bet is." Seeing that Kang Jai did not refuse directly, the old man laughed. "The bet is simple. We'll bet on whether you can comprehend the soul law inscription within a month." "What?" "This is impossible." Before Kang Jai could react, Xun Zhen exclaimed in surprise. "Senior, to comprehend the soul law inscription in a month? That's simply impossible." Xun Zhen frowned and said to Dao, "Even the simplest law inscriptions, the fastest record for trillions of people on Earth, took a month. The difficulty of comprehending the soul inscription is incomparable. To grasp it in just 1 month, no one on the entire planet could do that." Faced with Xun Zhen's questioning, the old man simply said calmly, "But our Zhu family's alchemy and pill formula are worth it." With just one simple sentence, Xun Zhen was immediately speechless. Kang Jai was somewhat puzzled. Were the Zhu family's alchemy and pill formula really that precious? Seeing Kang Ji's confusion, Xun Zhen took the initiative to explain. "You may not know, but the Zhu family has a profound immortal level world, in which there exists a great Ming dynasty. Among them were many powerful individuals, including the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a near golden immortal level expert. The other members of the royal family are equally powerful. Among them is Emperor Wanshu, who specializes in alchemy. His medicinal pill is unique and is among the best even on Earth. The Zhu family had close ties with the Ming dynasty, and their pill formula and alchemy were also passed down from that emperor. After hearing Sun Zhen's explanation, Kang Jai finally understood why everyone was so shocked. At the same time, Kang Jai is even more eager for alchemy and pill formula. What if I lose? Since winning would bring such great benefits, Kang Jai naturally couldn't believe that losing would come without any consequences. The old man smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know how difficult it is to comprehend the soul law inscription within a month. So even if you lose, my request isn't high. You'll owe the Zhu family another favor, how about that? Everyone was stunned. Not only was Kang Jai surprised, but the others were also surprised that the old man's conditions would be so easy. What? You don't want to? Seeing that Kang Jai did not respond, the old man asked Dao instead. Before Kang Jai could answer, the old man continued, Don't worry, even if you don't want to, I won't force you. The law fragments will still be traded. Kang Jai looked up at the old man and said, I want to give it a try. The old man's lit up, and he laughed heartily. Good. This little fellow has guts. He waved to the clan elder and said, Arrange a secluded place for him. He'll stay here for a month. Kang Jai was taken aback, frowned slightly, and was about to speak, when the old man waved his hand and said, Don't worry, the time flow in this world is 30 times faster. Even if a month passes, only one day will pass on Blue Star. It won't delay your training. 30 times. Kang Jai was shocked. The Three Kingdoms world only had a 5-fold time flow rate. But he never expected that this world would reach 30 times. A time flow rate 30 times faster indicates that this world is a tribulation transcendence level world. To transform a tribulation transcendence level world into a family base that truly demonstrates profound resources. Kang Jai thought to himself. Since there was a 30-fold increase in time flow, Kang Jai naturally didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. In a courtyard of the Zhu family estate, Kang Jai sat cross-legged. The entire courtyard was shrouded in formation, making it impossible for outsiders to explore. The courtyard was not only equipped with a defensive array, but also with multiple spirit-gathering arrays, to gather heaven and earth spiritual QI in spiritual vein for the cultivator's use. After the grand formation was activated, the spiritual key here became so dense that it almost turned into mist. In addition, a large number of spiritual plants are planted in the courtyard, which exude vitality and are of great benefit to cultivators. This secluded retreat was merely an inconspicuous courtyard of the Zhu family, demonstrating the profound wealth and influence of the Zhu family. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jia gazed at the courtyard, a place powerful enough to supply the transformation God realm cultivators with cultivates, and slowly closed his eyes. In the sea of a consciousness, the soul law fragment floats quietly. Kang Jai didn't rush to cultivate, but instead immersed her mind once again in the prehistoric world. More than an hour has passed in the outside world, but nearly 3 years have passed in the prehistoric world. Even if converted to the time of the primordial era itself, 3 days had passed. In the prehistoric world, the sun and moon rise in the east and set in the west once a day, representing 1 day. In the prehistoric world, the time it takes for the sun to rise in the east and set in the west is roughly equivalent to a year in the normal world. 3 days, 3 nights, 10 days in 1 day, the entire prehistoric world is filled with complaints. Countless lives have perished, especially now that the 10 golden crows represent the sun, possessing the power of heavenly Tao. Blessed by the law, once they leave Tangu, wherever they go, the power of the sun will shine upon the entire primordial world. This also means that even if prehistoric creatures wanted to hide, they couldn't find a place to hide. Ordinary creatures in the primordial world either burrowed deep underground or were protected by a powerful field of energy. In this disaster, they suffered terribly. Kang Ji's mind sank into the primordial chaos, possessing one of his few clones. Now, in the prehistoric world, apart from a few lucky reincarnations that have made it into the clone of the Great Dao, all the other clones, except for Drill Rat, have all hidden themselves in reincarnation. Even the Drill Rat, who had already retreated deep underground, were finding it difficult to cope with the cracking and drying up of the great desolate land. What can we do? We can hide in the underworld for a while, but not forever. Reincarnation has its own rules of operation and cannot be stayed in for long. Many of his clones have now reached the time for reincarnation, and even if he is unwilling, he has no choice but to comply. But in the prehistoric world today, the 10 golden crows are still hanging around. Kwafu chasing the sun has not yet happened, let alone Hao Yi shooting down the sun. If things continue like this, it will take at least a few more days, maybe even more than 10 days, before these golden crows are shot dead by Hao Yi. But after such a long time, his clone members who are waiting for reincarnation certainly won't be able to wait. It seems we have no choice but to take back these soul clone items first. These await reincarnation. The clones of reincarnation are among the strongest in terms of soul power. In time, they may be able to reincarnate into humans or other powerful beings. Kang Ji naturally couldn't bear to see these soul clones burned to death by the sun true fire. With a thought, the more than 100 Taoist priests in the underworld, soul clone, they all disappeared. Huh? Where did Dao's weak soul go? A group of people are queuing up at the bridge of helplessness to drink Mengpo soup. Clone suddenly disappeared, immediately catching Mengpo's attention. However, Mengpo Divine thought scanned the entire underworld but found no Kang Ji. He frowned immediately upon hearing the reason for Soul Clone's disappearance. Who is it? How could they have the ability to take someone away right under my nose without me noticing? Mengpo was quite surprised. Given her background, aside from Hongjun, even 6 sages couldn't have done it so silently. Could it be Hongjun? Mengpo frowned. Thinking back to the weak soul that just disappeared, it was just an ordinary frog. What was there to warrant Dao Hongjun's attention? Mengpo was completely baffled. Kang Jiao clone after reincarnation. The soul form will transform in the corresponding reincarnation object. This is the reincarnation rule at work. Of course, once Kang Ji takes them back and the power of reincarnation disappears, these clones can return to their original state. Looking at the more than 100 Daos in the sea of a consciousness space clone, Kang Ji, without hesitation, absorbed them all. Soul clone merged into the main body, and the solar pill fire on the main body instantly burst into flames. Puffs of black smoke drifted out from the main body. This was the power of the great calamity brought back by clone. Once all impurities were removed, Kang Ji, the solar pill fire on the main body seems to have become stronger. Huh? If a new soul clone were to split off now, would the clone come with solar pill fire? Kang Ji's heart stirred, and he immediately split into a Dao soul clone. When clone appeared, Kang Ji's eyes lit up. Although the solar pill fire on the clone wasn't as concentrated as on the main body, it did indeed contain a trace of solar pill fire. As long as this solar pill fire seed exists, the solar pill fire within the clone can continue to grow. Thinking of this, Kang Ji made another thought, and the wisp of solar pill fire on clone quickly returned to clone's body and no longer showed any abnormality. I wonder if soul clone, which carries solar pill fire, can withstand the heat of sun true fire emitted by the golden crow. With that in mind, Kang Ji immediately began conducting the experiment. Soul clone stepped out and entered the prehistoric world. The moment you enter the prehistoric world, a terrifying heat sweeps towards Soul Clone. "What terrifying heat?" Kang Jai exclaimed in alarm. Fortunately, the heat was only momentary. Soon, a force of law acted on Soul Clone, pulling it into the underworld. I held on. Upon entering the underworld, Clone was overjoyed. If it were the soul from before, even for just a moment, the heat of the Sun True Fire would have been enough to ignite it. But this time, Clone held up. Not only did it withstand it, Kang Jai discovered that this Dao clone actually absorbed the heat that rushed into Soul. "The solar pill fire within my soul has actually increased slightly. It can work!" Kang Jai exclaimed with delight. However, he quickly suppressed his joy and decided to continue conducting experiments. With clone reincarnation, Kang Jai once again reincarnated into a prehistoric weed. Unfortunately, this weed was scorched to death by the Sun True Fire when it was still a seed. Kang Jai died before it even had a chance to sprout. Although he died too quickly, Kang Jai absorbed some more heat from the Sun True Fire, and the wisp of solar pill fire within Soul Clone's body was strengthened even more. "It works." Kang Jai was slightly excited. As long as Soul Clone could withstand the heat of the Sun True Fire, he could use the Sun True Fire to continue growing. With this, Dao Soul Clone continues reincarnation. Gradually, the solar pill fire within Soul Clone grew stronger and stronger, and it was able to withstand the heat of the Sun True Fire. Long time. Dao's soul is arguably one of the weakest soul types in the prehistoric world, yet he still managed to achieve this level, which truly surprised Kang Jai. What surprised him even more was that after Kang Jai's dozens of reincarnations, whether by luck or something else, prehistoric weed seeds from this reincarnation were found deep in the mud. Kang Jai speculated that this place was probably originally a pond, but after the water evaporated, it turned into silt. He was currently deep in the silt, which blocked most of his heat. "I have time!" Kang Jai was delighted. Given the current situation, truly reincarnation was desired. Reincarnation must succeed, or one's soul's strength must become comparable to that of primordial beings. That way he could reincarnate into some powerful races, which would naturally be able to withstand the heat of the Sun True Fire. Besides, to truly reincarnate with the weak soul clone, if reincarnation succeeds, then the only option is to modify the reincarnation entity, turning it into a creature capable of withstanding the heat of the Sun True Fire. Creating such a life form would take time. Now, Kang Jai has just had the time. Without any hesitation, Soul Clone immediately released its solar pill fire, carefully penetrating into the prehistoric weed's seed. Being a reincarnation type, Kang Jai has a natural affinity for this seed. With the modifications made to solar pill fire, the seed gradually developed some resistance. When the surrounding mud dries up, and the seeds are forced to be exposed to the heat of the Sun True Fire, Kang Jai tries to absorb that heat. First, Soul Clone absorbed it, and gradually, the weed seeds were also infected and began to absorb the heat. In Kang Jai's consciousness, the clone grew hotter and hotter, and gradually, flames even appeared on the seed. With the appearance of flames, the intense heat from the outside world finally subsided considerably. As the heat is absorbed, the seeds begin to sprout, take root in the earth, and absorb the sun's heat from the sky. Phew! It's finally done! Kang Jai's face was full of joy. This Dao clone's success means that Kang Jai has the potential to rival Sun True Fire. A thought arises. A Dao soul clone appears and immediately enters the prehistoric world. A full 300,000 Dao, all of soul clone, were thrown into the prehistoric world by Kang Jai. This is a rare opportunity. The heat emitted by 10 golden crows is just right for him to evolve. With 300,000 clone continuously reincarnation, gradually, a new plant appeared in the entire prehistoric world. This plant is derived from prehistoric weeds, but it is different from prehistoric weeds because they can absorb the power of the sun and are not afraid of its scorching heat. Even the first reincarnation, at this time clone, is already able to absorb the traces of sun-true fire emitted by 10 golden crows. Although these sun-true fires were weakened considerably by the heavens and earth, they were still genuine sun-true fires. Clone's change truly surprised Kang Jai. As these weeds have transformed, they can no longer be called weeds. Perhaps sungrass would be a more appropriate term. With these sungrasses, my own solar pill fire can continue to evolve, eventually becoming comparable to the true sun-true fire. One attempt brought Kang Jai great success, which made her extremely happy. Just as Kang Jai was rejoicing, the prehistoric world finally changed. 10 golden crows, Fei, finally arrived near Mount Buzhou. Upon seeing the witch clan, the 10 golden crows naturally wouldn't let them go. They began to descend, instantly increasing the heat in the air several times over. Kang Ji's 300,000 clones are both painful and pleasurable. The problem is that the calories are too high, and they feel like they've eaten too much. What's gratifying is that their rate of evolution is increasing exponentially, especially the first sungrass clone now evolving into a sun tree, because the sungrass was no longer enough to support him in absorbing more solar power. Only by transforming into a towering tree could he bear more solar power. At this moment, 10 golden crows finally provoked Kwafu was faced with the provocation of 10 golden crows. The hot-tempered Ki Kwafu was immediately enraged. Seeing that Kwafu was chasing after them, 10 golden crows became even more provoked in the direction of Kwafu. As Kwafu continued to chase the 10 golden crows, Kang Jai gradually noticed something amiss. Because the direction Kwafu was chasing was the northern wilderness. In my memory, Kwafu eventually died near the Great Northern Marsh. Really true? Kang Jai murmured to himself. Because he had a drill rat clone is located near the Great Northern Marsh. What can drill rat do? Kang Jai frowned. If Kwafu hadn't died, what changes would have occurred in the primordial world? Thinking this to himself, drill rat clone then took action. Based on his memories of his past life, Kwafu pursued the enemy relentlessly until he finally collapsed not far from the great swamp. If they had persevered a little longer and managed to replenish the water source, wouldn't Kwafu have survived? Although Kwafu cannot reach the great swamp, what if we could divert the water from the great swamp to Kwafu's side? Thinking this way, Kang Jai did just that. He was eager to see if Kwafu's fate would change if he intervened. The golden crow was flying, and Kwafu was running. Soon, the two gradually approached the great marsh. At this moment, Kwafu finally could not hold on any longer. Seeing Kwafu fall to the ground, 10 golden crows cheered and circled above Kwafu's head a few times. Seeing that Kwafu was not moving, they turned around and flew towards Mount Buzhou again. After 10 golden crows left, Kang Jai cautiously emerged from underground. Hiss! This sun-true fire is truly terrifying. It almost caught fire even when it was hiding 10,000 meters underground. Kang Jai shook Drill Rat's body, and puffs of white smoke rose from Drill Rat's body. Kang Jai glanced at the water source he had painstakingly brought in, only to have it easily evaporated by 10 golden crows, and gave a bitter smile. We've forgotten the terror of the golden crow. Now we'll have to draw water again. Fortunately, the northern marshland is large enough that the 10 golden crows cannot evaporate completely in a short time. I wonder if Kwafu is dead or not. With that thought in mind, Kang Jai hurriedly headed towards the direction where Kwafu had fallen. Seeing that Kwafu was still there and had not transformed into a peach forest, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could even get close to Kwafu, they were so intimidated by the terrifying pressure emanating from him that they could not approach. Seemingly sensing the approach of a creature, Kwafu slowly opened his tightly closed eyes a crack. Seeing that Kwafu was not dead and had even opened his eyes, Kang Jai was overjoyed. He danced and gestured to Kwafu, urging him to persevere, promising to bring the water to him himself. Kwafu watched the little mouse jumping and hopping around silently, without giving any response. Kang Jai wasn't sure if Dao Kwafu could understand him, and worried that Kwafu wouldn't be able to hold on for long, so Kang Ji immediately turned and ran away. Kwafu lay on the ground, squinting as he watched quietly. As Kang Jai slowly guided the water source towards him, he tried to get closer, but was forced to stay away by aura. Just as Kang Jai was getting anxious and helpless, the oppressive aura surrounding Kwafu suddenly disappeared. Kang Jai was taken aback, then overjoyed, and quickly directed the water source to Kwafu's mouth. They even thoughtfully dug a pond below his mouth. As the water gradually gathered, Kwafu's eyes flickered. It struggled to move its mouth, trying to absorb water from the pond. But such a small pond is like a drop in the ocean for Kwafu, who is nearly 10,000 feet tall. Even if Kwafu pressed his entire mouth close to the pond, he'd only moisten his lips at most. Upon realizing this, Kang Jai felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he was too small. Although he was tens of meters long, compared to the size of Kwafu, he was no different from ant. Seeing that Kwafu was still unable to move, Kang Jai became anxious and widened the canal again, trying to bring in more water. Kwafu just watched quietly, lost in thought. After a long while, Kwafu finally drank a sip of water, and his eyes finally changed. A faint voice came from above. "Little one, why are you helping me?" Kang Jai was stunned. He truly didn't know how to answer that question. Seeing that Kang Jai was stunned, Kwafu did not continue to ask questions. In his eyes, Kang Jai wasn't even a Yao beast, and was even weaker than ordinary wild beasts in the primordial world. This was the first time he had ever seen such a weak creature. Without any visible movement from Kwafu, a glimmer of light shone his eyes, illuminating Drill Rat. The next second, Kang Jai found that she could actually speak. "I can speak now!" Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Kang Jai so excited, Kwafu managed a forced smile. Seeing this, Kang Jai quickly said to Dao, "Hold on a little longer, I'll go and widen the canal a bit more." Just as Kang Jai was about to leave, Kwafu called him back. "No," Kang Jai was taken aback. Looking at the motionless Kwafu Dao, "You've regained your strength?" Kwafu did not answer, but only sighed softly before saying, "Heaven wants me to die, so I have no choice but to die." Kang Jai was startled. He sensed resentment and helplessness in Kwafu's words. Only when death approached and the Qi left his body did Kwafu regain his senses. Only now did he realize that it was all Heavenly Dao's scheme. Otherwise, why would a powerful half-step quasi-saint like him foolishly chase after 10 sons? In the end, he died of thirst. All of this was due to the Qi of calamity tribulation entering his body. The Qi of calamity erupted, directly corrupting and clouding his mind, causing him to lose his rationality and disrupting his own law. He was then burned to death by the Sun True Fire. It wasn't 10 golden crows who killed him, but Heavenly Dao who wanted him dead. So he had no choice but to die. Kang Jai remained silent because he knew Dao was right. If Heavenly Dao wants to completely control the primordial world, it is impossible for Earth Dao and Human Dao to be fully revived. The Wu tribe inherited Pango's will and were naturally compatible with Dao. If the Wu clan were to truly occupy and control the prehistoric world, what role would Heavenly Dao play? Seeing that Kang Jai remained silent, Kwafu didn't seem to care. In his mind, how could a weak creature like Kang Jai possibly know about Heavenly Dao? Looking at Kang Jai again, Kwafu said with a hint of resentment, "Heavenly Dao wants to scheme against me, Kwafu, and against my Wu tribe, but I will not let them have their way." Looking at Kang Jai, he said, "Little guy, no matter why you're here or why you're helping me, since you're the one I see before I die, I'll give you an opportunity." Before Kang Jai could react, Kwafu, with unknown strength, raised his right hand and pounded his chest. Immediately afterwards, a huge heart emerged from the chest, making a thump-thump sound in the air. Holy crap, what is he doing? Digging out his own heart? Kang Jai was completely baffled by Kwafu's actions. Before Kang Jai could figure out what was going on, the heart in the void realm began to shrink, eventually transforming into a crystal-clear, blood-red little heart. This heart doesn't look like a biological heart. It looks more like a magic treasure. Just as Kang Jai was in a daze, Kwafu spoke up. "This is a gift for you, as a way of repaying karma for feeding me water before I died." As soon as he finished speaking, his heart transformed into a stream of light, shooting directly into Kang Ji's body and directly clashing with Drill Rat. Clone's heart merged together. Kang Jai was still unaware of what was happening until her heart fusion was complete. How could he have given away his own heart? How could he have given his own heart? Kang Ji's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. "All right, my heart has already merged with yours. It will slowly transform your body and eventually turn you into one of our witch clan. Not only that, this heart is also a magic treasure. You'll discover it for yourself later." By the end, Kwafu's voice had become very faint. Kang Jai looked up and saw that Kwafu was pale, and his lips were moving as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he slowly closed his eyes. Kang Jai was shocked and was about to do something when she saw Kwafu's body begin to merge into the earth. In the blink of an eye, Kwafu's body completely transformed into hills and marshes. The wooden staff in his hand transformed into a peach orchard, with peach trees covering the mountains and fields blossoming and bearing fruit in an instant, filling the entire orchard with the fragrance of peaches. Kang Jai stared blankly at the changes before her, momentarily unable to process what was happening. After a long while, Kang Jai finally to her senses and looked at the peach grove again, her expression becoming complicated. "Regardless, I want to thank you." Kang Jai murmured softly, "If I have the chance, I will resurrect you." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Ji's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if in response to Kang Ji's words. Kang Jai snapped out of her daze and realized that Kwafu's heart had truly merged with her own. He quickly focused his mind on his heart, and immediately, a piece of information entered Kang Ji's mind. The next second, Kang Jai also understood the function of Kwafu's heart. Just as Pangu transformed his heart into the Pangu Shrine, powerful individuals of the Witch Clan, above the rank of Great Witch, possessed the ability to transform certain parts of their bodies into magic treasures. Godo, in her incarnation as reincarnation, also inherited this ability from Pangu. Before his death, Kwafu transformed his heart into a magic treasure. It's also a magic treasure that has its own little world within it. The small heaven is hundreds of millions of miles in circumference, larger than the earth. After all, it was formed from the heart of a half-step quasi-sage realm powerhouse. In this small world, besides mountains and rivers, at the very center, there is a huge blood pool, which is formed from the essence of Kwafu's blood. Besides having its own little world, Kwafu's heart also has two other abilities. One controls the power of the earth, and the other controls the growth of plants. Both of these are the law divine power that Kwafu himself possessed, and now they have been integrated into his heart. Kang Jai can use both of these abilities by using his heart. However, Kang Ji's own strength was too weak, and even with the help of the heart, he could not exert much power. I never expected that saving Kwafu would bring me such great benefits, but where should I go next? Kang Jai suddenly felt a little confused. Now that she had obtained Kwafu's heart, was she a demon or a witch? Just as Kang Jai was feeling lost and helpless, a loud bang came from afar. Dao's shouts. Immediately, the earth began to tremble, and a colossal figure, towering to the heavens and no shorter than Kwafu, ran towards them. What's the problem? Looking at the giant bow on the giant's back, Kang Jai made a guess. Kwafu. With a mournful cry, Hao Yi sensed the impending doom of Kwafu. As he approached the peach grove, his pace gradually slowed. At the same time, Hao Yi's body gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a human-sized form. Hao Yi walked into the peach grove in a daze, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched, and his whole body trembling. He couldn't believe that his good brother, his good buddy, a powerful great witch, would perish here. Seeing the heartbroken Hao Yi, Kang Jai didn't know whether she should go up and say hello. Kang Ji shifted her feet slightly, immediately startling Hao Yi out of her grief. Who? Hao Yi was shocked. He had been so immersed in his grief that he hadn't noticed anyone there. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Kang Jai, then paused, stunned. Yao race? Kang Ji, the appearance of Drill Rat, made Hao Yi's first thought that he had encountered Yao race. But Hao Yi immediately became a little uncertain. Did the Yao race have such weak creatures? Kang Jai opened her mouth, about to explain, but Hao Yi frowned. Whether it's the Yao race or not, disturbing brother Kwafu's eternal slumber deserves to die. Hao Yi casually struck, preparing to kill Kang Jai. Just then, a surge of power erupted from Kang Ji's heart, forming a protective shield that blocked Hao Yi's attack. Kang Jai looked at the protective shield around her body with lingering fear. If it weren't for this thing, she would have just... Clone is about to kick bucket. I never knew the heart had this ability. Kang Jai was overjoyed. The magic treasure, which could defend itself, was very useful to him at the moment. Kwafu. Hao Yi was shocked and stared intently at Kang Jai, demanding, How can you have the aura of brother Kwafu on you? Hao Yi stared at Kang Ji's heart, wishing he could dig it out and see. What is like? Faced with Hao Yi's burning gaze, Kang Jai quickly explained what had happened. You mean Kwafu willingly gave you his heart? Kang Jai nodded cautiously and said, With my abilities without Kwafu's help, I couldn't fuse this heart. Hao Yi did not refute this, it was indeed true. Moreover, Hao Yi also knew that if Kwafu hadn't taken the initiative, his heart wouldn't have transformed into magic treasure, let alone become Kang Jai. Fusion. After a long silence, Hao Yi finally spoke. Since Kwafu has chosen you, then come back to the Wu clan with me. He then approached Kang Jai and, without waiting for her consent, picked her up. Clone then turned back. I'm going to avenge brother Kwafu now, so you'll stay by my side for now. Kang Jai had no choice but to obey. Hao Yi transformed back into a gigantic giant, placed Kang Jai on his shoulders, and then ran at full speed. Kang Jai lay prone, in the lines of Hao Yi's skin, tightly gripping one of Hao Yi's thick hairs. Within her heart, an invisible energy spread out, protecting Kang Jai from being eroded by the fierce winds and sun-true fire. While running, Hao Yi glanced at Kang Jai and, seeing that he was all right, continued on his way. After an unknown amount of time, just as Kang Jai was about to vomit, Hao Yi finally stopped. He shrunk back down and left Kang Jai behind, saying, Find a place to hide. We might not be able to help you if a fight breaks out." After saying this, Hao Yi headed back towards 10 golden crows. This is how they leave me here?" Kang Jai was a little confused. Looking at the 10 golden crows playing not far above his head, Kang Jai swallowed hard. If it weren't for Kwafu's heart protecting him, he would probably have been ignited instantly. "No, we need to find a place to hide." Just as he was thinking this, Kang Jai suddenly sensed that there was another one of his dolls nearby. "Clone? It's that sun tree." Kang Jai was somewhat surprised, not expecting this Dao nearby. Clone was actually the clone that evolved into the sun tree. Sensing the presence of the sun tree, Kang Jai hurriedly maneuvered the drill rat toward it. Just as Kang Jai was about to approach Sun Tree, a mournful cry was heard from the sky, followed by a huge fireball crashing down on the ground. Holy crap! Ao Yi is that powerful? He killed a golden crow so quickly? Kang Jai was somewhat shocked, but then his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, that direction is the location of the Sun Tree. Kang Jai was shocked, worried that the golden crow's corpse would crush the sun tree to death, or even if it didn't, the sun true fire on the golden crows would burn the sun tree to death. Let Drill Rat travel on his own. Kang Ji immediately switched her attention to Sun Tree. The moment Kang Jai focused her mind on Sun Tree, she felt an overwhelming pain and a terrifying burning sensation, as if she were on fire. Not good. The sun true fire emitted after the golden crow died is too terrifying. There's simply no time to absorb it. In an instant, Kang Jai discovered the problem. The uncontrolled sun true fire was too close to the sun tree, and the heat it emitted was unbearable for the sun tree. Just as Kang Jai was pondering how to break the deadlock, Sun Tree clone sent out a strong craving. Golden crow blood? I want golden crow blood. Golden crow blood? In an instant, Kang Jai understood Clone's thoughts and exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. Are you really going to take such a risk and be so crazy? Originally, Sun Clone actually wanted to change his bloodline by absorbing the blood of the golden crow, so that he could withstand the sun true fire. However, his tree roots were still some distance from the golden crow, unable to reach the flowing blood of the golden crow. Even though his tree roots were long enough, the sun true fire near the golden crow was too terrifying for the tree roots to withstand, which is why he had to ask the main body for help. Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly switched his focus to Drill Rat, then frantically ran towards the golden crow's corpse. Protected by Kwafu's heart, Drill Rat could barely put up a fight against the already dead golden crow and sun true fire. Arriving, Jinwoo, and seeing the blood everywhere and the huge crater burned by the blood, Kang Jai didn't hesitate and immediately jumped into the blood pool. Drill Rat continued downwards, showcasing his drilling skills as he headed towards the roots of the sun tree. It wasn't that Kang Jai didn't want to put the golden crow's corpse into Kwafu's heart space, that he didn't dare. This is the corpse of the golden crow. If he were to touch it, Emperor Jun would surely kill him. As for Sun Tree, Kang Jai no longer cared about the consequences of clone absorbing the golden crow's blood. Not absorbing it means death, but absorbing it offers a chance of survival. So Kang Jai decided to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. With the final stretch cleared, the blood of the golden crow finally flowed onto the roots of the sun tree. In an instant, the roots of the sun tree made a hissing sound, as if they were being corroded and burned. Seeing this, Kang Jai worried that one tree root couldn't withstand it. So he directed the golden crow's blood to other tree roots, allowing them to help absorb it and quickly modify his bloodline. After doing all this, Drill Rat ran away as fast as he could, not wanting Emperor Jun and the others to find out that he was the one who did it. His mind switched back to Sun Tree, who was now frantically absorbing the golden crow's blood, regardless of whether it could absorb it or not. Thanks to the sun tree's transformation from prehistoric weeds, a life form that has evolved by absorbing the bloodline of countless beings since the beginning of time. Previously, I unconsciously absorbed some messy bloodlines and hid them within my own bloodline. This time, it was Master Kang Jai who absorbed the Golden Crow bloodline. In addition, the sun tree had already undergone 2 transformations, once into sungrass and the second time into the sun tree. Having learned from 2 previous experiences, Sun Tree has finally unlocked a new ability: to devour fusion, seemingly activating the special ability of the ancient prehistoric weed's progenitor. Some mysterious patterns gradually emerged within the sun tree's body in an instant. These patterns, like those of the meridians, run throughout sun tree's body. With the appearance of these patterns, sun tree's absorption of fusion golden crow's blood increased by thousands of times. This is a difficult problem. Devouring and fusion law. From prehistoric weed's bloodline in legacy, Kang Jai learned of this Dao information. This was information he only learned when he acquired the awakening ability. It turns out that while the prehistoric weeds were evolving, its descendants were also degenerating. By the time of Kang Jai, the ability to devour fusion had almost completely disappeared. Kang Jai also accidentally activated this ancient ability, which is how he learned about its origin. With the ability to devour fusion, Sun Tree's absorption of Golden Crow's blood accelerated significantly. As the blood of the Golden Crow is fused, the Sun Tree can withstand more and more Sun True Fire. The once withered leaves and trunk have been revitalized. However, Jai soon encountered trouble again. Damn it, I can't break through. Kang Jai was anxious because due to the limitations of the main body's strength, clone's cultivation could only exceed that of one realm at most. Now main body, both the physical body and divine sense, have reached the nascent soul level. Therefore, the Sun Tree can at most reach the God transformation level. But God transformation level is nothing in the vast universe. 10 golden crows are all close to grand unity, immortal being. Even a tiny bit of their blood is enough for Sun Tree to evolve to a higher realm. However, due to the limitations of its main body's strength, Sun Tree could not advance any further after breaking through to the God transformation level. No, if this continues, Sun Tree will burst. Kang Jai was extremely anxious, sensing everything about Sun Tree, when a thought suddenly struck her. Since it is impossible to break through realm, but what if we rely on volume to sustain it? Kang Jai had a sudden inspiration. Because he wanted to absorb more solar energy, Sungrass had evolved into Sun Tree. Since we can no longer use realm to withstand more Golden Crow blood, could we increase the size of Sun Tree? Without hesitation, Kang Jai controlled the Sun Tree and began to evolve it towards a higher and larger goal. As the Sun Tree grew, it was indeed able to withstand more Golden Crow blood and Sun True Fire. Without any hesitation, Kang Jai began to grow the Sun Tree at an alarming rate. 10 zang, 100 zang, 1,000 zang. Kang Jai is completely immersed in the exhilarating feeling of absorbing the Golden Crow's blood and the Sun True Fire, unaware of the changes in the outside world. With the fall of 9 Golden Crows, Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun finally arrived belatedly. They barely managed to save the last Golden Crow. Seeing the loss of his 9 sons, Emperor Jun went berserk and attacked Hao Yi. However, the ancestral witches also arrived at this moment, and a terrifying battle broke out between the 2 sides. Just as Kang Jai was basking in the pleasure of absorbing the blood of the Golden Crow, the witch and demon clans began to deploy a large number of troops. More and more people from both races joined in, and the entire prehistoric world was plunged into slaughter. Perhaps because of the Golden Crow's corpse, there were not many battles near Sun Tree. Even so, Kangjai was awakened by Drill Rat and learned about the great battle between the witch and the demon clans. This should be the second war of the Lich. This war will stop because of the appearance of the Dao ancestor. Next will be Chang Yi flying to the moon, Hao Yi turning into Wu Gang, the slaughter of the human race, the drawing of the Lich Slayer sword, and the third great war of the Lich. With this thought in mind, Kangjai focused her attention on Drill Rat once again. Although this great war was stopped by the appearance of Dao Zhu, the number of people killed by both races was still considerable. Thinking of this, Kangjai's eyes lit up, whether it's the blood of the Witch clan, the physical body of the Yao race, or their weapons and magic treasures after their deaths, these are all valuable items. With so many corpses, sneaking around and taking some shumshin should be a problem. Thinking this to himself, Kangjai did just that, secretly making his way towards the corpses from the battle. With the protection of the Kwafu heart, Kangjai traversed underground, specifically diving into piles of corpses. Regardless of whether the other party is the Yao race or the Wu clan, they secretly sneak under the pile of corpses and secretly store the corpses buried underneath into the Kwafu heart space. It was also thanks to the protection of Kwafu's heart that Drill Rat was able to get close to these corpses at all, given his meager cultivation level. Even though these corpses are dead, they were at least celestial immortal realm cultivators in life, and most of them were celestial immortal realm or higher. Even in death, such a powerful being's aura is something Drill Rat cannot approach. Thanks to the protection of Kwafu's heart, Kangjai was able to move freely across the battlefield. Kangjai dared not collect those powerful corpses, as it would easily attract the attention of others. Kangjai only dared to collect the corpses buried at the very bottom. The highest cultivation level he could find was only Golden Immortal Realm. He wouldn't even touch anything beyond that level. Even so, Kangjai was very careful with his goods, afraid of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Besides the corpses, Kangjai also collected a large number of weapons and magic treasure fragments. As for the intact magic treasures, Kangjai only dared to secretly pick ups that no one noticed. And so, after an unknown amount of time, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. A colossal giant, towering to the heavens and earth, appeared, wielding a giant axe, and charged toward Yao race. The 12 capital heavenly formation, Pangu true body. Upon seeing the figure, Kangjai instantly snapped out of her reverie. After the earth reincarnation, the ancestral witches found Qi Yu, him evolve into the 13th ancestral witch. However, Qi Yu's foundation was ultimately weaker. Although Pangu utterly defeated Yao race after its appearance, it was not as shocking as when it first appeared. Regardless of whether the Pangu true body is as powerful as it was the first time, it is still beyond Kangjai's reach. He quickly composed himself and cautiously moved away to a distance. At the same time, Yao race also unleashed the Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation, and the two sides faced off, resulting in an even more brutal battle. Even the heavens and earth trembled, as if they could barely withstand the combined force of the two forces. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, attempting to decide the winner in one fell swoop, Hongjun the old ancestor appeared. Hongjun raised his hand, and Pangu true body was forced back half a step. Hongjun waved his hand again, and Zhu Tianxing Do Great Formation collapsed. The scene fell silent for a moment. Even 6 sages, who rushed over, were stunned by Hongjun's move. However, No one noticed that Hong Jun's right hand, which was tucked into his sleeve, was trembling slightly. Glancing at the Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches, he felt even more apprehensive. Kang Jai hid carefully underground, not daring to move at all, for fear of attracting that person's attention. Even the sun tree has restrained its aura, no longer absorbing the golden crow's blood and the sun true fire. Kang Jai, who was hiding underground, soon heard Dao Zu's decree. Within 30,000 years, the witch and demon clans must not wage war against each other. In other words, the primordial human race has less than 30,000 years of safe period left. A day in the prehistoric world is equivalent to a year on Earth. The time flow rate in the prehistoric world is 10,000 times that of Earth. After some calculation, the 30,000 years of the primordial era are equivalent to 1,095 years of Kang Ji's own life. In other words, Kang Jai has 195 years to prepare for the final battle against the Lich King. This period of time is neither short nor long. The fastest cultivation speed for humans on Earth to date is only 1,000 years, which is enough to break through to the true immortal realm. Kang Ji's clone can be one large realm above the main body, which is just the profound immortal realm. A profound immortal realm would be considered one of the strongest beings on Earth. If you put them in the prehistoric world, they're no different from cannon fodder. The number of profound immortal realms that Kang Jai just collected is countless. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered, there would be many corpses of the golden immortal realm and the Tai golden immortal realm on the battlefield. To truly participate in the witch-demon war, or even preserve a portion of the human race, Kang Jai must at least possess the cultivation level of a Dalio golden immortal realm. Prehistoric world if clone wants to possess the cultivation level of Dalio golden immortal realm, the blue star main body must cultivate to Tai golden immortal realm. This is something that humanity on Earth has never achieved before. Even the strongest being on Earth is still at the golden immortal realm. This is somewhat related to the fact that the highest level discovered so far is only the golden immortal level. But it also illustrates the difficulty of breaking through to the Tai golden immortal. Even after 1,000 years, Kang Jai wouldn't dare say he could definitely achieve it. 1,000 years, no matter what, we have to give it a try. Just Kang Jai was thinking this, Dao Zu, who had just finished the meeting, disappeared. Soon, Sun Tree news came from Clone that he was being targeted by Emperor Jun and Tai Chi. Brother, what kind of tree is this? It can actually emit sun true fire? Eastern Emperor Tai stared in astonishment at the sun tree, which had grown to tens of thousands of feet tall, with a puzzled expression. Emperor Jun's expression was serious, and his voice was icy. He can not only unleash sun true fire, he can also absorb the blood of our golden crow. What? Absorb our golden crow blood? Eastern Emperor Tai was greatly alarmed and hurriedly began to investigate the situation of Sun Tree. This investigation immediately uncovered a clue. Sun Tree clone trembled under the scrutiny of the two, fearing they would wipe him out with a wave of their hands. If all else fails, we'll just take this Sun Tree back, Kang Jai thought to herself. But he also knew that Dao's own sea of the consciousness might not be able to withstand this sun tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Although the sun tree is still the transformation god realm, the energy contained within it is extremely terrifying. After completing his investigation, Eastern Emperor Tai flew into a rage, shouting, "How dare an ant desecrate my golden crow bloodline? They deserve to die." With a wave of his hand, he was about to destroy Sun Tree. Clone. Kang Jai was shocked and tried to forcibly take back Sun Tree. But at that moment, Emperor Jun stopped Eastern Emperor Tai. Brother, why are you stopping me? Faced with Eastern Emperor Taiyi's dissatisfaction and doubt, Emperor Jun stared intently at the tree and said, Taiyi, haven't you noticed that this tree is somewhat peculiar? Eastern Emperor Taiyi was slightly taken aback, looking at Sun Tree with confusion. It is indeed strange that it can absorb our golden crow blood. But there are all sorts of strange creatures in the primordial world. This is not the reason why it can desecrate our bloodline, is it? Eastern Emperor Taiyi lit the corpse of the golden crow beside him with a sorrowful expression. What's more, he absorbed his nephew's blood. Emperor Jun looked somber, but shook his head and said, That's not what I meant. Emperor Jun pointed to the Sun Tree Dao. Look at him, his internal energy is so vast, yet he's only at the mortal realm, not even reaching the earth immortal realm. It is a bit weak, but what does that have to do with us? Emperor Jun did not speak, but simply extended his palm as if there was something in it. Eastern Emperor Taiyi looked over and his eyes widened in shock. This is a fragment of my nephew's souls. Emperor Jun nodded, looking somberly at the 9-headed sword in his hand. Fragments. Eastern Emperor Taiyi's lips trembled, as if he had guessed something. Brother, you are planning to... Eastern Emperor Taiyi hesitated. Then Emperor Jun nodded and whispered, You guessed right. I want to resurrect the 9 children. Eastern Emperor Taiyi shuddered, then seemed to realize something and turned to look at Sun Tree. Sun Tree was bewildered by the look, but the next sentence sent a chill down Kangji's spine. Brother, this tree is indeed suitable for resurrecting our 9 nephews, but it seems that this tree has already developed sentience. Emperor Jun sneered, glancing at Sun Tree, seemingly mocking Kangji's ignorance. Emperor Jun coldly replied, If it has intelligence, that's easy to deal with. Just erase it. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of light shot out, instantly erasing the Sun Tree, clone's entire memory and intelligence. Kangji was shocked and too frightened to make the slightest movement. Fortunately, Emperor Jun's power did not affect his main body. It only erased the Sun Tree. Clone's memories and intelligence are just like the mengpo soup he drank during reincarnation. Kangji can instantly restore all of Clone's memories and intelligence whenever she wants. However, Kangji did not do so this time because Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun were too powerful, and he could not hide it from them at all. Fortunately, he could check on Clone's situation at any time, and was not worried about Sun Tree having its memories and intelligence. Emperor Jun continued, That will do. Although the Fusang tree is more suitable for nurturing 9 children, the souls of the 9 children are too damaged to withstand the power of the Fusang tree. Only this strange tree, which is not even an earth immortal realm, is suitable to nurture the remnant souls of 9 children. Once we find branches from the hibiscus and laurel trees, we can evolve this wondrous tree and allow it to absorb the corpses of the 9 children. Then it will surely be able to conceive 9 more children. Emperor Jun became more and more excited as he spoke, and his face was no longer so gloomy. Eastern Emperor Taiyi was equally delighted, for his 9 nephews had been resurrected, giving their Golden Crow clan hope. Listening to the two's unrestrained discussion, Kangji was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that his Sun Tree clone unexpectedly became the cauldron that nurtured 9 golden crows. Should we run now? Kangji was conflicted. Running now is the safest option, because Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun haven't reached Sun Tree yet. Do anything you want with clone. However, this would mean that the subsequent benefits Emperor Jun mentioned, including the fusion hibiscus tree and laurel tree branches, would definitely be out of the question. However, Staying also carries significant risks. He didn't believe Emperor Jun and his companion wouldn't be at Sun Tree. Tamper with clone. Once something is tampered with, then one cannot easily pack Sun Tree, because no one knows Dao's identity. Emperor Jun will be at Sun Tree. What to do on clone? If leaving the heavenly court would cause an explosion, wouldn't taking back the Sun Tree be courting death? Risks, benefits, opportunities. Kang Jai muttered to herself, ultimately unable to bear giving up the benefits Emperor Jun had mentioned. Since we won't need Sun Tree for the time being, let's just consider it a side move. With this thought in mind, Kang Jai stopped worrying. At the same time, Eastern Emperor Tai released the Chaos Bell, and with a gentle shake, the surrounding ground, including the Sun Tree, was all captured by Eastern Emperor Tai. Wow, is this the Chaos Bell? I really want one. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. He was practically drooling. Sun Tree clone, Eastern Emperor Tai, and Emperor Jun no longer lingered, and returned to Demon Court with the Yao race army. Meanwhile, Hao Yi, who had met the 12 ancestral wits, was searching for Kang Ji's drill rat clone. After a long time, Hao Yi finally found drill rat deep underground in a mountain clone. When Hao Yi found her, Kang Jai was still a little dazed, as she had been completely absorbed in Sun Tree clone, because he discovered that Chaos Bell was full of all sorts of heaven and earth treasures, and Kang Jai wanted to steal them all. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability now, and can only drool over those heaven and earth treasures. What Kang Jai coveted most was that exquisite innate plant. Spiritual root, star fruit tree, that's top quality innate. Spiritual root is in no way inferior to the top 10 innate libraries. The existence of the spiritual root. Such a top quality innate the spiritual root was hidden inside Taichi's Chaos Bell. How could he not be envious? However, before they could enjoy it for long, drill rat clone was found by Hao Yi. Hao Yi, having found clone, brought Kang Jai directly to the 12 ancestral witches. Is this the little mouse you were talking about? Kwafu really did give him his heart. 12 ancestral witches stared intently at Kang Jai as if trying to see through her. Kang Jai hesitated for a moment, but didn't dare to say a word. A sharp glint shot from Zhu Julian's eyes, landing on Kang Jai. In an instant, time seemed to flow in Zhu Julian's eyes, allowing him to see everything Kang Jai had done before. Zhu Julian even looked at Kang Ji's previous reincarnations, until Kang Ji's reincarnations were all prehistoric weeds, at which point Zhu Julian lost interest. Nodding to Dijiang then looked at Kang Jai. Since Kwafu has chosen you, then you are a member of Wu clan. Since you are a member of the Wu clan, you cannot wear the Yao race hat. Bloodline, we're preparing to transform your bloodline. Are you willing? Kang Jai naturally dared not disobey. Moreover, Witch clan bloodline was far superior to his current trash bloodline. Seeing that Kang Jai agreed, the ancestral witches nodded in satisfaction, exchanged glances, and Dijiang waved his hand, causing everyone to disappear. When they reappeared, they had already returned to the Witch clan. Upon arriving at Pangu Shrine, Dijiang looked at Kang Jai. Dai, this is the birthplace of my Witch clan. Now we will throw you into this blood pool. The blood in the blood pool will help you reduce Yao race bloodline, and then a new Witch clan bloodline is born. Your Yao race bloodlines are weak, so removal doesn't take long. However, it will probably take a long time for a new Witch clan bloodline to emerge, especially since you already have Kwafu legacy. Of course, the stronger the newly created bloodline, the longer it will take. Just stay here and wait until the bloodline transformation is successful. After saying this, Dijiang threw Kang Jai directly into the blood pool, giving Kang Jai no time to prepare. With a plop, Kang Jai crashed into the blood pool, instinctively thrashing about. However, at this moment, Dijong's voice came again. If you want to obtain a stronger bloodline, dive as deep as possible into the blood pool. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai, who was struggling, paused slightly, gritted her teeth, and finally headed towards the depths of the blood pool. The entire blood pool is actually quite large. After all, it is the origin of the witch clan, so how could it be small? The blood pool was boundless, and Kang Jai just kept sinking. The further down the ladder Kang Jai goes, the greater the pressure she faces. However, this time Kwafu's heart did not help him. Perhaps knowing where Dao was, Kwafu's heart did not provide him with a protective shield this time. Although no protective shield was provided for him, Kwafu's heart continuously transmitted Kwafu bloodline into his body. As Kwafu bloodline entered his body, and the blood from the blood pool seeped into his body, a piercing pain swept through his entire body. Feeling as if her entire body was being bitten by millions of ants, Kang Jai almost couldn't resist jumping out of the blood pool. But in the end, Kang Jai held back. To distract himself, Kang Jai had to immerse himself in Kwafu's heart and investigate the spoils of the encounter. Kang Jai was stunned when his mind entered the small world within Kwafu's heart. The corpses of the witch clan that were originally in the small world have now all disappeared. In the small world, there are now many more blood pools. These blood pools, large and small, are scattered around the Kwafu blood pool, forming a ring of blood pool sea. Seeing these changes, Kang Ji immediately guessed that the corpses of the witch clan had likely merged into this world, and the bloodline had transformed into these blood pools. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, sure enough, this small world was now more than half the size it had been before. This is the result of the corpses of those witches merging into this world. Kang Jai didn't mind. The most important thing about those witch corpses was the bloodline. Kang Jai is overjoyed that corpses can be reused. Fortunately, the Yao race corpses, as well as the complete magic treasure and its fragments, lay quietly in the small world. As long as these things are there, Kang Jai won't lose out this time. However, Kang Jai soon realized a problem. Damn it, this body seems unable to get out. If we can't get out, what use are those Yao race corpses and magic treasure? Kang Ji immediately realized she had been wrong. To send these things out, we'll have to wait for Drill Rat. After Clone transformed into a witch. Forget it, these corpses and magic treasure are all immortal rank or higher. Even if I take them out now, I won't need them. Kang Jai could only console herself with this thought. But it's okay if we don't need it. It's good to feast our eyes on it for now. With a thought in mind, Kang Ji immediately began to organize the harvest from this little world. First, there's the blood pool. In addition to the Kwafu blood pool, which is halfway to Kwasase Sage realm, there are now 3 golden immortal level witch clan bloodline pools. In addition, there are 18 bloodline pools of the profound immortal class, 36 bloodline pools of the true immortal class, and 108 bloodline pools of the heavenly immortal class. These bloodline pools surround the Kwafu blood pool in layers, forming a blood pool sea. Besides blood pool, Kang Jai obtained over 1,000 corpses from Yao race. There are 9 Yao race corpses at the golden immortal level, 54 at the profound immortal level, 360 at the true immortal level, and 1,080 at the heavenly immortal level. Kang Jai had risked his life to retrieve these bodies, and he was thrilled to see the Yao race corpses. Yao race's corpses are all treasures. They can be used to forge weapons and medicinal pills. Besides Yao race's body, Kang Jai also found quite a few magic treasures and fragments. There are a total of 36 magic treasure storage items of various sizes, each of which is sufficient for Kang Ji's current needs. Unfortunately, Kang Ji can't be sold now. All of this is for nothing. In addition, low grade the innate spirit treasure was still intact. There is no acquired spirit treasure of the highest grade. Only high grade is available. 2 acquired spirit treasure items, 1 damaged, medium grade. 5 acquired spirit treasures, 3 of which are damaged. Low grade there are 12 acquired spirit treasures, 7 of which are damaged. As for the various magic treasures below spirit treasure, there are also several unusable magic treasure fragments. To Kang Ji's surprise, among all the magic treasures, there was actually one that was low grade. Innate spirit treasure. This is an advanced skill that even some Grand Unity Golden Immortals might not have. Magic treasure. It's a miracle that Kang Ji managed to find one, and it wasn't damaged during the battle. Kang Ji took a quick look at the magic treasure. It was a gourd called Heaven Jade Gourd. After learning about the gourd, Kang Ji understood why it hadn't been damaged, because it wasn't a magic treasure for combat or defense at all. The sole purpose of this magic treasure is to store medicinal pills and spiritual plants. Spirit medicine. Medicinal pill and spiritual plant stored in magic treasure spirit medicine, nourished by Heaven Jade Gourd, not only retains its efficacy but also strengthens over time. This is somewhat similar to Laozi's purple gold gourd, but it's not as powerful. As for those 2 high-grade items, the acquired spirit treasure consists of 2 items. One is a perfectly intact violet light wings, and the other is a broken skybreaker hammer. Other magic treasures Kang Ji was too lazy to investigate. Either the item was damaged and of lower quality, or even if it was usable, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Either it's not very useful to Kang Ji right now, or it can be left aside for the time being. Only Heaven Jade Gourd and Violet Light Wings are useful for Kang Ji now. Heaven Jade Gourd can be used to nourish medicinal pill and spirit medicine. The spiritual plant and the Violet Light Wings can enhance Kang Ji's flight speed, allowing him to use them even if cultivation level is below the required standard. This is one of only 2 magic treasures that Kang Ji can currently use. Unfortunately, Kang Ji can't give it away right now. She can only wait for another opportunity to send it off. After reviewing all spiritual roots and heaven and earth treasures, I found no innate spiritual root. I don't know if Dao is because Yao race didn't collect innate. The habit of spiritual root, or innate. Spiritual roots are extremely rare. After sorting through all her gains, Kang Ji reluctantly pulled herself together. The moment I regained my composure, the pain swept over me again. This time, Kang Ji decisively chose to return her mind to her main body. As for drill rat clone, haha, what does cloning have to do with my main body? When Kang Ji returned to her main body, she discovered that a whole day had passed in the outside world. Phew. There are only 29 days left now. I don't know if I'll have enough time to comprehend the soul law inscription. My mind sank into the sea of consciousness, and I looked at the soul law fragment within it. The fragments of law emitted bursts of Tao rhythm. However, the more Kang Ji looked, the more alarmed she became. It's definitely not that easy to understand. This fragment of law contains a powerful divine ability, undying spiritual light, precisely because it contains undying spiritual light divine ability. The Tao aura emanating from this law fragment is so complex. Kang Ji must unravel the complex Tao rhyme scheme to find its most basic law inscriptions. This is like a very complex math problem. You have to find the most basic logic in the answer. It's like the Dugu 9 swords, which have evolved into countless sword moves. You must summarize the most basic sword moves from them. To glean the most basic law inscriptions from this soul law fragment is exceptionally difficult. Take a deep breath. Although it's difficult to comprehend the soul law inscription, don't forget, Kang Jai is not alone. In an instant, Kang Jai connected with the 300,000 Tao of the primordial world. Clone, 300,000 Tao clone, and main body work together to understand this fragment of law. In an instant, the law fragments that had seemed completely incomprehensible were stripped bare and laid bare before Kang Jai's eyes. Great! That's wonderful. I didn't expect this method to actually work. This experiment made Kang Jai realize that having more clones can also be beneficial. They have undergone the baptism of reincarnation, and each of them is independent. However, when they are connected to the main body, unimaginable changes occur. It's like a computer. Even if a single computer isn't powerful enough, when a large number of computers are connected together, the computing power they can unleash far exceeds expectations. Perhaps we could add more clone to prehistoric world. Originally, Kang Jai planned that clone would be sufficient, but now, Kang Jai has changed his mind. With alchemy and the future primordial storage magic treasure, Kang Jai no longer needs to worry about preserving the spiritual plant. Concerned about spirit medicine, calm your mind. The most important thing now is to comprehend the soul law inscription. I don't know what Tao is, but now I want to comprehend it. How long does it take for law inscriptions to be completed? Just as Kang Jai began to comprehend the soul law inscription, the outside world was also discussing Kang Jai. Do you think that kid can really comprehend the soul law inscription within a month? Someone asked, stirring up the conversation. How is that possible? In a month, he'd be lucky to even scratch the surface. The fastest person to comprehend the soul law inscription took 3 years. As for comprehending the undying spiritual light, not a single one of divine ability. You say he comprehended soul law inscription in a month? I don't believe it even if you beat me to death, someone scoffed. Hey, I don't believe it either. Even the most basic law inscriptions, to think you can master them in a month is just wishful thinking. He's not Shiaoxu. Even with Shiaoxu's talent, she didn't reach the level of mastering law inscriptions in a month. Yes, Shiaoxu has a color-level talent, blessed by heavenly Tao. This is the most top-tier talent, and even among all the color-level talents, she is definitely one of the most. Yes, the longer the heavenly Tao blessing, the more terrifying this prodigy talent becomes, the more terrifying it becomes. In the end, not only can the physical body grow into the top-tier color energy level talent under the influence of the heavenly Tao blessing, but also, Tao body, comprehension ability can also grow into a colored energy level talent. Heaven-defying. These two colored talents alone are terrifying, not to mention that heavenly Tao's blessing also enhances other aptitudes. As long as he doesn't perish and grows to the end, it's equivalent to having several colored energy level talents. Even Shiaoxu, with such terrifying talent, couldn't comprehend law inscriptions within a month. That kid has no chance at all. No one had high hopes for Kang Jai. No one believed that he could comprehend law inscriptions within a month. At this moment, someone noticed Zhu Fanning, who had been silent all along, and said, "Funing, Shiaoxu is your daughter. You can't do anything foolish and ruin her future." Yes, Fu Ning, you should know how terrifying Xiaoxu's talent is. That kid only has the weakest soul clone talent. Even if he comprehends the soul law inscription, even if he gets incredibly lucky and later comprehends the undying spiritual light, divine ability, however, is still far inferior to Xiaoxu's heavenly Tao blessing. The gap between him and Xiaoxu was like a chasm. They were from completely different worlds. Forcing them to stay together would only lead to suffering. Everyone offered their advice, but Zhu Funing remained silent. She understood that the elders were right. The gap between Kang Jie and Jiang Exu was too great. Putting aside the difference in their social status, the difference in their talents alone destined them to be from different worlds in the future. Forcing two people together will only cause them to drift further apart and suffer together. Rather than that, it would be better not to let the two of them be together in the first place. Just as Zhu Funing was thinking this, the seventh ancestor at the table suddenly spoke up. Funing girl, what is Xu girl's cultivation level now? Zhu Funing snapped out of his daze, looked up at seventh ancestor, and said with a hint of pride, Seventh ancestor, Xiaoxu is now at the 7th level of nascent soul realm. Hiss. Nascent soul 7th heaven. So fast? Everyone exclaimed in amazement. No wonder everyone was amazed. The world Jiang Exu was trying to enter was only the body integration level, where the time flow was only 20 times faster. Since the awakening talent was introduced, only 2 years have passed in the body integration level world. In just 2 short years, he cultivated to the 7th level of nascent soul realm. What a terrifying aptitude that is. You should know that once Dao breaks through to the nascent soul realm, he must comprehend the law inscriptions. In just 2 years, he comprehended 7 law inscriptions. What a terrifying aptitude that is. The reason why Jiang Xu's trial world is only body integration level and not a higher world is firstly because of the restrictions imposed by Dragon Country on students taking the national higher education entrance examination, and secondly because it is unnecessary. In the world of body integration level, the strongest being walking in the world is transformation God realm. Nascent soul level is the backbone of that world and is best suited for nascent soul level cultivator training. Most cultists do not break through to the transformation God realm before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Some law inscriptions are better understood by referring to the 3 academies. Not to mention, with the Divine Ability Pavilion's incentive program this year, they're even less likely to miss it. I remember Xuyatu condensed about 21 spiritual energy vortexes. Someone suddenly said, Yes, those are 20 spiritual energy vortexes, unprecedented in history. Even with such a profound foundation, Xuyatu still broke through to the 7th level of nascent soul realm. What terrifying power that is! Everyone gasped in amazement, astonished by Jiang Exu's prodigy. At this moment, someone reminded Zhu Funing again, Funing girl, I knew have a good relationship with the Feng family girl. Even if you have a good relationship with the Feng family girl, you can't act impulsively. If you harm Xiaoxu because of some feelings, then you will be a sinner against the Jiang and Zhu families. Hearing this stern warning, Zhu Funing was not deterred. She understood that the elders were doing this for Jiang Exu's own good. Similarly, she realized the gap between Kang Jie and Jiang Exu, let go of her burdens, and stopped forcing things. He nodded. Don't worry, elders. I know what's important. I won't let them meet again. At this moment, 7th ancestor spoke up saying, That's not necessary. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then greatly alarmed, one clan elder exclaiming, 7th ancestor, how could you? Before the man could finish speaking, 7th ancestor waved his hand. Don't be in such a hurry. I don't necessarily approve of them being together. Hearing this, everyone calmed down a bit. Zhu Funing looked at the 7th ancestor with some confusion. 7th ancestor, what do you mean? 7th ancestor smiled and said, You should know Dao. That kid's pill fire is in no way weaker than the 10 great strange fires. With such pill fire, if his alchemy talent is not lacking, becoming an alchemist in the future is a certainty. If Xu could find an alchemist with a good attitude to follow, that would be a good thing for her. Everyone's eyes lit up, and someone slapped their thigh and exclaimed, "That's right. Although that kid isn't good enough for Shiaxu, he could still be a follower." The rarity of the alchemist can be seen from the respect people show to the seventh ancestor. However, the Zhu family's alchemist is meant to serve the entire Zhu family. Zhangxu is ultimately a member of the Jiang family. They can help him, but they would never send a high-ranking alchemist to follow him. However, it is still possible to train Zhangxu to become a potential alchemist. Everyone then realized why seventh ancestor had made that bet with Kang Jai, and why he was willing to teach Kang Jai. Alchemy also comes with a free pill formula. When the crowd came to their senses and looked at seventh ancestor, they were immediately filled with a sense of awe and reverence. Someone exclaimed to Dao, "Seventh ancestor, even if that kid can't grasp the soul law inscription, you'd probably teach him alchemy, right?" Seventh ancestor laughed and said, "Of course. With a pill fire comparable to the 10 great strange flames, it's a pity that kid isn't alchemy. However, if he can't comprehend the soul law inscription within a month," seventh ancestor grinned and said in a deep voice, "If he can't comprehend the soul law inscription within a month, we, Zhu family, naturally can't teach him all of the pill formula. If he wants to learn the pill formula, he must serve the Zhu family." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. It's still the seventh ancestor. Gao Ming used some pill formulas to completely bind an alchemy user. Genius, it's such a great deal. Everyone chatted amongst themselves, all with smiles on their faces. No one believed that Kang Jai could comprehend the soul law inscription within a month. If Kang Jai loses the bet, they will not only receive promise from Kang Jai for the future, but also have Kang Ji owe them a favor. Most importantly, by using alchemy and pill formula, they can bind this future alchemy to their side. For the Zhu family, acquiring a genius was an extremely profitable venture. Just as everyone was rejoicing that the Zhu family was about to win over an alchemy during genius, Kang Jai was completely absorbed in epiphany. With the blessing of 300,000 clone, Kang Ji's comprehension ability at this moment has exceeded expectations. The law in soul law fragment is clearly visible in Kang Ji's eyes. If realm weren't insufficient, Kang Jai could have even mastered dying spiritual light in one go. Unfortunately, to condense divine ability, one's cultivation level must reach fusion realm, and Kang Ji's current cultivation realm has not yet been broken through. Nascent soul realm. As time passed, Kang Jai fully deciphered the soul law inscription. Now only the final step remains. Nascent soul realm, inscribed with law inscriptions. Phew! Didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It didn't even take 3 days. This speed truly shocked Kang Jai herself. In just 3 days, he comprehended the soul law inscription. If this were told, probably no one would believe it. But that's reality. Even Kang Jai was shocked by his own speed. We're still one step away, but we can't let our guard down. With a calm and focused mind, Kang Jai began to gather the 36 golden cores within Danshan. Core formation realm breakthrough to nascent soul realm is actually fusion. The golden core provides a nest for 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits. The more golden cores a fusion produces, the larger the nascent soul nest it can spawn, and the deeper the nascent soul's essence will be. This is why, when refining the realm with Qi, it is essential to condense the spiritual energy vortex as much as possible. This concerns all subsequent spiritual practice. Kang Ji's golden core has a whopping 36 cores, a feat unprecedented in history. As the 36 golden cores gradually fused, The aura surrounding Kang Jai also continued to climb. If anyone were paying attention here right now, they would surely notice that Kang Ji's aura has now even surpassed that of nascent soul realm. 9 heavens. Kang Jai has not only broken through to the nascent soul realm in his cultivation, but he has also broken through to the nascent soul level in body refining and divine sense. With the addition of the special pill fire, the combined power of these 4 factors makes Kang Ji impossible to measure ordinary nascent soul realm. With the golden core fully fused, an even larger golden core appeared within Danshan. However, this golden core is somewhat different from the previous one. The original golden core was as a unified whole, but the current golden core has 36 holes, making it look more like a nest. The moment the nascent soul nest took shape, Kang Ji immediately threw both soul and law inscriptions into the nest. Kang Ji's soul is different from others' souls. His soul is powerful and unified, while others' souls are scattered into 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits, hidden in various parts of the body. Breakthrough. When performing a nascent soul realm, you also need to gather 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits, and then fusion them into the nascent soul's lair. Because Kang Jai has the soul clone talent, from the very beginning, the 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits have gathered into a complete soul entity. Kang Jai only needs to put soul, simply place the main body into the nascent soul nest. With soul with the main body inhabiting, the nascent soul nest emitted a burst of aura and immediately began to spin rapidly. As the nascent soul nest rotated, a suction force began to pull at the spiritual kai between heaven and earth. Soul, in the nascent soul nest, the main body lay peacefully within, nourished by a continuous stream of special power. And with the nourishment of this power, soul, the main body, is also getting stronger. This is also a method used by the vast majority of cultivators to enhance their soul. Only when soul is enhanced can it support more law inscriptions. This is a mutually reinforcing relationship. With soul, the main body moves into the nascent soul nest, and the soul law inscription is also integrated into it. Catalyzed by the special power of the nascent soul nest, soul of the main body begins a fusion with the soul law inscription. This is also the only chance for the divine ability talent to evolve. With the integration of soul law inscription into soul, a feeling arose in Kang Ji's mind. Kang Ji understood that his talent had been enhanced by law inscriptions. Once you fully comprehend the soul type law divine power, your soul talent will truly undergo a transformation and enhancement. I didn't expect the breakthrough to be so easy. Containing his breath, Kang Jai felt a pang of emotion. But thinking about it, it makes perfect sense. After all, their own foundation is too deep. They had previously broken through. When core formation realm reached its 36th revolution, it absorbed nearly 4,000 prehistoric weeds. That immense primordial key had not been fully absorbed before. This time the breakthrough was so easy. Nascent soul realm is also related to this. I checked the time. It's only been 3 days, and there's still a long way to go before the 1-month deadline. Going out now would be too conspicuous, Kang Jai muttered to herself. What can we do with the remaining time? Kang Jai began to plan, having gained a great deal from the previous prehistoric world. There's not much that Kang Jai might be able to take advantage of. Those immortal artifacts. While spirit treasure can comprehend law inscriptions, the laws within them are far too complex for one to grasp, let alone comprehend. Besides spirit treasure immortal artifact, where else can one learn about law inscriptions? Upon careful consideration, Kang Jai suddenly thought of her 2 clones. A sun tree clone, a drill rat that is transformed bloodline. Drill rat's own bloodline is still evolving. and it is not yet possible to comprehend law inscriptions from the bloodline. However, Kwahafu's heart possesses two innate abilities, allowing him to comprehend two types of law inscriptions. Kwafu's heart possesses the power to control the earth, containing the law of earth, while another ability is to control plant growth, containing the law of life. Kang Jai can comprehend both of these laws. However, the law of earth Kang Jai did not intend to comprehend it, because the free law inscriptions provided to the people of Dragon Kingdom included the law of earth. Moreover, the free law inscriptions provided by Dragon Kingdom offer an even simpler way to learn them. However, Kang Jai did not intend to comprehend the earth law provided by the Dragon Kingdom, because there were better 5 elements laws inscriptions that could be comprehended, which contained 5 law attributes at once. And this is something you can learn by getting into one of the top 10 colleges, or the 3 great academies. After removing the earth law, Kang Jai, somewhat interested in the remaining law of life inscription. Unfortunately, after taking a look at the law of life contained in Kwafu's heart, it was found to be far too complex, and comprehending it would probably not be easy. Forget it. Let's see if Sun Tree can provide an opportunity to comprehend law inscriptions first. After some deliberation, Kang Jai temporarily abandoned the idea of comprehending law inscriptions through Kwafu's heart and turned his attention to the Sun Tree. But when Kang Jai focused her mind on the Sun Tree, she was immediately shocked by what she saw. Since Sun Tree's intelligence was erased by Emperor Jun, Kang Jai dared not restore it for the time being. Therefore, the current Sun Tree cannot actively transmit information to the main body. Only Master Kang Jai could immerse his mind in the Sun Tree only by cloning. Can you know what's going on here? But when he focused his mind on the Sun Tree, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Emperor Jun, Taiyi, Shihi, and Chang Shai were all there. Moreover, the environment in which Sun Tree is located has changed. Today, Sun Tree is situated in a sacred plant garden. The garden is planted with a large number of spiritual roots, spirit medicine, and even quite a few innate spiritual root. What shocked Kang Jai even more was that the land in this spiritual plant garden gave her a special feeling, as if it was constantly enhancing the essence of Sun Tree. This land is probably not ordinary soil. Could it be the breathing earth of 9 heavens? And this solar power, how can it be so concentrated? Not only the solar power, but the power of other stars is also incredibly concentrated. This place, even within the heavenly court, is probably no ordinary place. Just as Kang Jai was racing through her thoughts, Emperor Jun spoke up. Let's do it. Success or failure hinges on this. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them acted at the same time. Emperor Jun took out 2 huge tree branches. One of them emitted a strong sun-true fire, while the other emitted a cold, bluish light. Emperor Jun waved his hand and drove 2 branches directly into the Sun Tree. Before Sun Tree could react, Emperor Jun, Taiyi, Shihi, and Chang Shai all attacked simultaneously. The sun and Taiyan law flowed together, simultaneously pouring into the Sun Tree. With the infusion of the sun and Taiyan law, yin-yang law circulates within the Sun Tree. No, brother, this tree is too weak to withstand our strength. In an instant, Kang Jai felt that the Sun Tree was about to explode. The immense power of law was far beyond what a small soul transformation stage could handle. What the Sun Tree can withstand. Emperor Jun's expression changed as well. What's wrong with this tree? We've directly infused it with law's power, yet we can't make it evolve. It's truly bizarre. Husband, what do we do now? This tree is the only one suitable for resurrecting our 9 children. Are we really just going to give up like this? He was extremely unwilling. He had finally gotten a chance to save his child. But was it all going to be lost like this? Emperor Jun was equally unwilling. He glanced at the corpses of the 9 golden crows that had been prepared beforehand, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. "Use our blood. Use our blood," Emperor Jun whispered to Dao. "This strange tree was able to evolve by absorbing my son's blood. Perhaps it is particularly sensitive to blood." Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Shi He and Chang Sai did not hesitate at all. They patted their chests and forced out their essence and blood. Emperor Jun was stunned. He opened his mouth, about to say that what ordinary blood would be fine. However, Shi He and Chang Sai were so eager to save their son that they had already forced out their essence and blood, and Emperor Jun had no choice but to do the same. Seeing this, Tai gritted his teeth and forced out his own heart's blood as well. In an instant, the blood of the 4 lords of the sun and the lord of the moon poured onto the sun tree, instantly staining its entire trunk red. Kang Jai exclaimed, "Holy crap!" He hadn't expected Emperor Jun and his team to go to such lengths, injecting both law and his own blood. My own Dao clone is merely the transformation god realm. How could it withstand such immense power? The reason I was able to absorb the golden crow's blood before was because I used my enormous body and awakenings, devouring, and fusion abilities. Divine ability. But now, neither Emperor Jun's law nor his lifeblood can be absorbed by the Sun Tree. In an instant, Sun Tree's body expanded rapidly, as if it were about to explode at any moment. At that moment, Emperor Jun intervened again, forcefully stabilizing the Sun Tree and suppressing the raging energy. "Brother, this met won't work." The 4 of them looked anxious. Just then, Kang Jai finally made his move. "If this continues, Sun Tree clone is bound to die out. Kang Jai has finally clone with great potential, so how could she just give it up? The only solution now is to work hard to enhance the abilities of devouring and fusion law, absorb the essence of the 4 people with all our might, and forcibly contain these powers through our physical size. Only in this way can Sun Tree be preserved." Clone. With this in mind, Kang Ji immediately connected with 300,000 clones and devoted himself to comprehending the devouring and fusion laws. First is devouring law. Sun Tree. The devouring law pattern, created by awakening, is a natural understanding of the Dao inscription channel. With the help of 300,000 clone members, Kang Jai comprehended the technique at an incredible speed. Furthermore, because this time Kang Jai comprehended law inscriptions in the previous world, with a time flow rate 10,000 times faster, his comprehension of law inscriptions became even faster. In just half a day, Kang Jai had successfully comprehended the devouring law inscription. This is because the patterns inside Sun Tree are too profound, even surpassing the soul law fragment of the Zhu family. That's why it took so long to understand it. With the successful comprehension of the devouring law inscription, Kang Jai directly integrated the devouring law inscription into the nascent soul. However, as the devouring law inscription was incorporated, Kang Jai frowned. "I never expected that the second fusion inscription would require so much soul power. The further you progress, the more soul power you need to fuse more law inscriptions. Fortunately, for ordinary people to enhance their soul power, they can only rely on the natural growth during nascent soul realm. However, Kang Jai is different. He possesses soul clone, requiring only a few Dao. Soul clone can enhance soul the strength of the main body. Without any hesitation, several Daos were summoned back from the prehistoric world. Sungrass clone. With Sungrass, the integration of clone, soul the main body is also rapidly becoming stronger. As for Sungrass clone's corpse, was directly absorbed by Kang Jai, and his pill fire also became much stronger. Not enough. Simply understanding the devouring law inscription is far from enough. Sun Tree, although clone's ability to devour has become stronger, its absorption rate of fusion is still very slow. If Emperor June hadn't refused to give up and kept suppressing the energy within Sun Tree, Kang Jai would have exploded and died long ago. With a thought, Kang Jai continued to comprehend the fusion law. As Kang Jai gained more understanding, Emperor June quickly noticed the changes in the Sun Tree. It's evolving. It's finally reacting. Emperor June was very excited. As long as Sun Tree could evolve, his efforts would not have been in vain. As Kang Jai fully comprehends the fusion law inscription, Sun Tree's fusion capabilities rapidly increase. With the enhancement of its devouring and fusion abilities, Sun Tree surged again. Its body, originally tens of thousands of feet tall, rapidly rushed towards the horizon. 10,000 zhang, 20,000 zhang, 30,000 zhang. Emperor June and his three companions were dumbfounded as they watched the Sun Tree grow rapidly. Tai asked Dao blankly, "Why is he only growing taller, but not increasing his cultivation level?" Not only was Tai surprised, but Shi He and Chang Shai were also quite different. Emperor June's lips twitched, and he forced a consolation to Dao. "Isn't it better if you don't increase your cultivation? It's more suitable for nurturing your 9 children." But what if he never improves his cultivation? Wouldn't the nephew he conceives only have the cultivation of a mortal? Emperor June's eyelids twitched, but he couldn't answer. Looking at Sun Tree's expression, I also became puzzled. Damn it, is there really no way to increase my cultivation level? Emperor June muttered to himself. Emperor June was a little unwilling, and suddenly looked at Tai and said, "Tai, lend me your star fruit tree." "A star fruit tree? Dude, you're not planning to melt down that star fruit tree too, are you?" Tai was taken aback, looking at Emperor June in disbelief. Had he gone mad? That was a top-tier innate. Is the spiritual root used to upgrade the Sun Tree's grade? Even if this tree is a bit strange, there's no need to go to such lengths. Even if the 9 resurrected nephews have low cultivation levels, they have enough resources. So there's no need to worry about them not being able to restore their cultivation levels. Emperor June frowned. "I don't intend to fuse it. I just want to borrow the star power of the star fruit tree. If even this cannot improve its grade." Emperor June took a deep breath and slowly said, "Then I don't mind letting the star fruit tree devour him after the 9 children have settled down." Tai's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, cheered. "That's right. Brother, we can use the star fruit tree to devour the other side, since this strange tree's soul is weak anyway. Let it devour the fusion star fruit tree first, then let the star fruit tree devour the other's soul, and that way it can take its place." The star fruit tree was already under their control, and they weren't afraid that it would turn on them if it gained sentience. Even if the star fruit tree does develop sentience in the future, it will not be able to escape their control. This, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Emperor June smiled and said, "But there's no rush now. Once the 9 children begin to develop and divine soul stabilizes, if he still can't evolve, then he'll just end up benefiting star fruit tree." As they were talking, Tai had already taken out the fruit tree. The moment the star fruit tree appeared, it immediately displayed its overwhelming presence. Its sheer size made even a sun tree, tens of thousands of feet tall, seem like an insignificant in comparison. Wow! It's huge. Is this the main body of the star fruit tree? It truly lives up to its name. The main body of the star fruit tree is truly comparable to the stars. The moment it appears, countless starlight falls down, as if draping the star fruit tree in a layer of galactic starlight. While Kang Jai was shocked by the horror of the star fruit tree, Emperor June was not idle either. One Dao, as the Dao seal was unleashed, the enormous star fruit tree rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a Dao stream of light that flew into the Sun Tree's body. As the star fruit tree entered Sun Tree's body, Kang Ji immediately sensed a powerful surge of stellar energy descending from the sky and continuously pouring into Sun Tree's body. Kang Ji was about to curse. The previous heart's blood and law power weren't enough, and now the star power was coming too. Kang Ji was on the verge of collapse. After much effort, I finally grasped the two law inscriptions, Devouring and Fusion, which enhanced the Sun Tree's devouring and fusion capabilities. Just as they were about to seize the opportunity and absorb Emperor June and the others' bloodline, the star fruit tree unexpectedly caused trouble again. It really is. Kang Ji kept cursing, but the 300,000 clone members didn't dare to stop for a moment. First, Devouring and Fusion divine ability is still operating at full capacity, and the trunk of the Sun Tree is still growing rapidly. At the same time, the Sun bloodline and the Moon bloodline within the Sun Tree collided and were continuously absorbed by the Sun Tree, intertwining with each other as if they wanted to fuse. However, despite their entanglement, the two never managed to merge. Seeing this, Kang Ji narrowed his eyes. With the help of the Sun bloodline and the Moon bloodline, Kang Ji can now comprehend two kinds of law inscriptions at once: the Yin law inscriptions and the Yang law inscriptions. However, in Kang Ji's plan, what he wanted to comprehend more was the Yin-Yang law inscription. Just as he prefers to comprehend the 5 elements law's inscriptions, the Yin-Yang law inscriptions, though more difficult to comprehend, are equivalent to comprehending 2 law inscriptions once comprehended. This greatly reduces the space occupied by law inscriptions, making one law inscription equivalent to several. However, the Yin bloodline and the Yang bloodline within Sun Tree's body are still unable to fuse together. If they cannot be fused together, then Yin-Yang law cannot be born. Without the birth of Yin-Yang law, Kang Ji cannot comprehend the Yin-Yang law inscription. Just as Kang Ji intensified the fusion, Emperor June waved his hand, and the 9 golden crow corpses on the ground flew up. Although the golden crow is dead, its body is still burning with the blazing Sun True fire. Emperor June let out a soft exclamation. She and he understood each other, their powers merged, their divine souls intertwined, and the Yin and Yang forces began to merge together under their influence, forming a mutually supportive Yin dynamic. Just then, the power of Yin and Yang enveloped the 9 golden crows together, and their corpses rapidly melted away. Bloodline, enveloped by the power of Yin and Yang, transformed back into 9 giant eggs under its influence. Emperor June carefully extracted the remnants of the 9 golden crows' souls and placed them into 9 giant eggs. After doing all this, Emperor June waved his hand and immediately sent the 9 giant eggs into Sun Tree's body. This is the most crucial step. Once the 9 giant eggs merge into the Sun Tree, absorb the Sun Tree's solar power, and begin to gestate again, they will have succeeded. However, what none of them expected was that the addition of the 9 giant eggs acted as a catalyst, transforming the previously unresolved fusion between Yin and Yang. Bloodline fusion came together. This change was unexpected even by Kang Ji. Kang Ji had originally thought that, regardless of Yin and Yang, bloodline, or the power of Yin and Yang, can never truly be fused together. Unexpectedly, because of the golden crow egg, the remaining Yin and Yang power on the golden crow egg became a catalyst. In an instant, Kang Ji seized the opportunity, and 300,000 clones combined their power to comprehend the Yin and Yang. The collision of bloodlines gave birth to the first strands of Yin and Yang. The moment bloodline appeared, Kang Jai caught it and instantly deciphered the yin-yang law inscription. Having gained insights from yin and yang, Kang Ji immediately used this as a starting point to share more about yin and yang. Bloodline fusion. At this point, Kang Jai couldn't care less about yin and yang. Bloodline, which one belongs to Emperor Jun, and which one belongs to Tai. Kang Jai simply fused yin and yang bloodlines together. With the 4 Dao bloodlines intertwined, and with the fusion of yin and yang, a reaction immediately occurred. The 9 giant eggs, which were originally preparing to connect with the power of the sun within the sun tree, were also drawn by the power of yin and yang and arrived at the 4 great caves. Where bloodlines meet, the 9 giant eggs instantly merged into the 4 Daoan bloodline. In the 4 Dao, the fusion of bloodlines unexpectedly resulted in a split. The 9 giant eggs split in 2, absorbing 4 Daos after bloodline. It transformed into 18 giant eggs. That wasn't all. The 18 giant eggs were connected to the yin and yang powers within the sun tree, and then gradually rose, eventually appearing at the top of the sun tree. At the top of the sun tree, 9 giant eggs appeared on each side, one side containing 9 golden sun crows, and the other side containing 9 mystic rabbits. The sudden turn of events left not only Kang Jai bewildered, but also Emperor Jun and his 3 companions. The 4 of them were dumbfounded, never expecting such a turn of events to occur. Whose children are these 9 mystic rabbits? Even the 9 golden crows are now mixed with the bloodlines of the 4 of them. Can they still be considered Emperor Jun and his children now? All 4 fell silent, especially Emperor Jun, who felt that something was amiss. Even Tai and his 2 companions looked strange, with Tai even secretly glancing at his 2 sisters-in-law. While the 4 were still in a daze, Kang Jai was not idle either. The bloodline of Emperor Jun and his 3 companions was completely absorbed and fused by him, giving birth to yin and yang bloodline. In yin and yang, under the influence of bloodline, the yin-yang law power within the body also began to fusion. However, due to the existence of the sun crow and the moon mystic rabbit, the power of yin and yang sometimes merges and sometimes separates, forming 2 strange forms. As yin and yang within the sun tree harmonize, the sun tree no longer simply absorbs the power of the sun. It is also drawn to the yin energy in the starry sky. With the help of the star fruit tree, the power of the stars in the heavens began to converge towards the sun tree. This point, it is no longer appropriate to call it sun tree. As it absorbs the power of yin and the power of the stars, the sun tree is rapidly transforming. It possesses half the power of the sun and half the power of the moon, and the 2 are intertwined. Furthermore, it is enveloped in the power of countless stars. Under the influence of these 3 forces, the sun tree grows rapidly. 50,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 100,000 feet, and soon the breakthrough reached 100,000 feet. However, this did not slow down the growth rate of the sun tree, simply because Emperor Jun and the other 3 had poured too much power into it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, sun tree grew to 1 million feet in one go. By the time Emperor Jun and his companions recovered from their inexplicable emotions, sun tree had already transformed into a colossal tree millions of feet tall. Of course, compared to the terrifying size of the star fruit tree, which is comparable to the size of an ancient star, the current sun tree is still not enough. This tree has grown so big, but to ease the awkward atmosphere, Tai deliberately changed the subject. But when he saw Sun Tree's realm clearly, he was dumbfounded. It's still just the mortal realm. Realm hasn't improved at all. Taichi's exclamation brought Emperor Jun and the other 2 back to their senses. Suppressing their strange feelings, everyone began to examine Sun Tree closely. and upon seeing it, they too were amazed. The interplay of yin and yang. This wondrous tree has undergone such a transformation after absorbing the bloodlines of the four of us. It's truly amazing. After a pause, Emperor Jun continued, "Since this tree now embodies the yin-yang law, how about we call it the yin-yang divine tree?" No one objected to this, and from then on, Sun Tree had a new name, Yin-yang divine tree. After carefully examining the Sun Tree, Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction. Although there was a slight mishap, all 9 of his sons were safely conceived. After some time, once soul has stabilized, if the realm of this tree still hasn't grown, then he can let the star fruit tree take its place. Seeing that yin-yang divine tree had successfully transformed, Kang Jai decisively chose to leave. With his mind returning to his main body, Kang Jai finally took stock of his gains. With the help of Sun Tree's transformation, Kang Jai successfully comprehended the Devering Law inscription, Fusion Law inscription, and Yin-Yang Law inscription. If Starfruit Tree hadn't yet partnered with Yin-Yang Divine Wood Clone Fusion, this time he was able to comprehend the Star Law inscription as well. But doesn't matter. Now that the Starfruit Tree is inside him, as long as he's willing to, in the effort and time, comprehending the Star Law inscription is only a matter of time. Composing herself, Kang Jai-chai checked the time again. Only 10 days had passed. There are still 20 days left until the 1-month deadline. Kang Jai is a bit confused. His rapid comprehension isn't necessarily a good thing. For example, right now, wanting to leave the country would make me seem too prodigy and attract unnecessary attention from others. After thinking for a moment, I decided, well, since there's still time, I'll just learn another law inscription. Thinking this, Kang Jai looked back and forth between Star Law and Kwafu's Law of Life. In the end, Kang Jai chose Law of Life. It's not that Star Law isn't good, it's just that Kwafu's heart has already been combined with Drill Rat. Clone is a complete fusion, making it easier to understand. The Starfruit Tree is an independent living entity and is not related to the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Fusion will never reveal its own law to him, making it naturally much more difficult to comprehend. With this in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and immediately began to comprehend the Law of Life inscription. Time flies, the 1-month deadline has passed, and the last day has arrived. Why hasn't that kid come out of seclusion yet? Is he really clinging this last bit of time? Someone muttered in dissatisfaction. Heh, so what if I'm greedy for this last bit of time? Do you really think I can comprehend the Soul Law inscription? You guys should keep quiet. What if that kid actually comprehends the Soul Law inscription? Wouldn't that be a slap in your faces? While seemingly offering advice, the words frivolous, clearly mocking the other person. If he really comprehends the Soul Law inscription within a month, I'll do a handstand and poop. Someone swore confidently. However, no one took it seriously because they didn't believe that Kang Jai could comprehend the Soul Law inscription within a month. Xun Zhen felt helpless and anxious as he listened to these people's teasing. It's unclear whether Kang Jai has truly grasped the Soul Law inscription. Perhaps others don't think Kang Jai can comprehend the Soul Law inscription. But Xun Zhen is different. He was the only one who had ever experienced Kang Changji's terrifying soul power. He knew very well that Kang Changji's was far more terrifying than anyone else present had imagined. With that kind of talent, it's certain that she could comprehend the Soul Law inscription. Xun Zhen didn't really believe that he could grasp it within a month. But he still held a sliver of hope that Kang Jai could successfully grasp the concept. Just as Xun Zhen was anxious and worried, Zhu Funing came to his side and said, "Don't worry, even if Kang Boy doesn't understand it, he will only owe the Zhu family a favor." The Zhu family has high hopes for his future. Even if he doesn't master the soul law inscription, they will teach him alchemy, giving him another means of making a living. Sun Zhen glanced at Zhu Funing but didn't reply, knowing Zhu Funing meant well, but he still had higher expectations for Kang Jai. What if Kang Jai really does grasp the law inscriptions within a month? Just as everyone was getting impatient, Kang Jai had reached the most crucial moment. 20 days of secluded meditation in the prehistoric world is equivalent to more than 500 years of blue star days. Given such a long period of time, if one were to comprehend the law inscriptions provided on Earth, one would probably have succeeded long ago. However, what Kang Jai comprehended was the law of life within Kwafu's heart, which contained incredibly complex laws. Finding the most basic law inscriptions within it was a billion times more difficult than the blue star method. Of course, this is not without its benefits for Kang Jai as well. When Kang Jai breaks through to the body integration stage in the future, it will be billions of times easier for him to condense the divine ability seed. His current efforts are not without results. It's just that he doesn't have enough realm right now to directly condense a divine ability seed. Even so, due to a deeper understanding of the law of life, Witchrat's clone will also become more adept at manipulating plant growth by borrowing Kwafu's heart. More than 500 years, 300,000 Dao clone. The laws of the prehistoric world are truly terrifying. As Kang Jai deciphered the last trace of law of life, the law of life inscription clearly appeared before his eyes, prompting Kang Jai to let out a sigh. This is over 500 years, and it's still 100,000 Dao. With clone working together and Kwafu's heart cooperating, he was able to successfully decipher the law of life inscription. Even if any one of the three conditions is missing, he would not be able to analyze this Dao. The inscription reads, Law of Life. It's time to go out. I wonder if Dao and the others are getting impatient. Outside, with the deadline fast approaching and Kang Jai still not emerging from seclusion, many people began to feel dissatisfied. This kid, since he's destined not to understand it, why is he still pretending to try? That's right. What kind of nonsense is it to make us old seniors wait for him here? Faced with the dissatisfaction of the crowd, Sun Zhen opened his mouth, wanting to say a few words in defense of Kang Jai. Zhu Funing tugged at him. Let them complain a bit. I'm not saying this, but Kang shouldn't have done that. Since he couldn't comprehend the soul law inscription, he should have emerged from seclusion much earlier. Making everyone wait here for so long is truly impolite. Seeing that Zhu Funing had said this, Sun Zhen had no choice but to reluctantly retract what he wanted to say. But he was increasingly looking forward to seeing what expressions these people have if Kang Jai truly comprehended the soul law inscription. Just as everyone was getting impatient, and even the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family frowned, the courtyard formation closed and the courtyard gate slowly opened. Kang Jai strolled out of the courtyard with an air of nonchalance, his aura revealing his nascent soul realm cultivation level. This is... The moment they sensed the realm surrounding Kang Jai, everyone was stunned. Nascent soul realm. This is information about nascent soul realm. It's a blue star cultivation technique, not some other cultivation technique. Kah! Someone exclaimed. That's impossible. How could he have broken through to the nascent soul realm in just 1 month? Could it be that he didn't comprehend the soul law inscription? Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to have discovered the truth and nodded in agreement. That's right. This kid definitely knew that Dao couldn't comprehend the soul law inscription, so he chose to comprehend other simple law inscriptions. What's this? We're betting on the soul law inscription. What's the point of comprehending other law inscriptions? Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, as if they were convinced that what Kang Jai had comprehended definitely not the soul law inscription. Even the most prodigy genius in the Zhu family could not possibly comprehend the soul law inscription within a month. What even the Zhu family couldn't do, how could little Kang Jai possibly accomplish? Faced with everyone's attitude, Xunzen's lips curled up slightly. Because he knows Dao given Kang Ji's personality, once he chose to be the first to comprehend the soul law inscription, he would never give up halfway, much less deceive himself. Stepping forward, he looked at Kang Jia. Dao. Good lad, you actually did it. Kang Jai grinned at Xunzen's kindness. He also heard what the other members of the Zhu family were saying. However, he didn't really use life key. It's normal that these people underestimated him, since his level of prodigy has exceeded everyone's imagination. I'm sorry to have worried Grandpa Xun, but thankfully the kid managed to succeed by sheer luck. Upon hearing this, seventh ancestor, who had been silently observing Kang Jai, narrowed his eye and asked Dao with some nervousness, "Little guy, have you really comprehended the soul law inscription?" Kang Jai remained silent, only releasing the information from the soul law inscription. In an instant, everyone seemed to have their throats squeezed, and they were all rendered speechless. The entire courtyard was completely silent. Even breathing seemed to stop. It really is information from the soul law inscription. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally exclaimed in surprise. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Everyone was in an uproar. This is simply a miracle. In just 1 month, he comprehended the soul law inscription, a law inscription that is not easy to grasp. What an astonishing ability to comprehend it. Is this kid truly awakening his soul clone talent, rather than his comprehension ability? Heaven-defying talent? No one wanted to believe the result. How could such a prodigy be nothing more than awakening a soul clone talent? If it is G awakening's talent, is a colored energy level, comprehension ability, heaven-defying, they can understand some of it. All right, all of you shut up. When the seventh ancestor spoke, all the members of the Zhu family immediately shut up. Seventh ancestor looked at Kang Jai, who remained calm, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, Kang Jai was simply seen as a lucky little guy who possessed something comparable to the 10 great strange flames. On a higher level, they might possess a high aptitude for alchemy and could potentially become a decent alchemist in the future. This is also why the Zhu family was willing to invest in Kang Jai. But everything changed when Kang Jai grasped the soul law inscription in just 1 month. This means that Kang Jai possesses terrifying comprehension ability and may even have reached a level comparable to Awakening's comprehension ability. The level of a gifted being like heaven-defying. This is not impossible. For example, some people are born with innate. If he has a Dao body, then when he uses his awakening talent, he will no longer awakening. Innate the Dao body is a natural talent. However, the probability of this is extremely small, so small that it can be ignored. But now, he suspects that Kang Jai is one of those tiny, insignificant people. If that's true, then Kang Jai cannot be considered a white-level talent in awakening. But this matter is still uncertain. Kang Jai comprehended the soul law inscription within a month, which is incredible, but this cannot be definitively attributed to Kang Jai's comprehension ability. It could be due to luck that they happened to find the basic inscription of soul law, or it could be that Kang Jai used some unknown power. All of this still requires him to test the waters further. Thinking of this, Seventh Ancestor smiled. Very good. I didn't expect you to actually be able to do it, Kang Jai. Just a silly, goofy smile, but his eyes fixed on Seventh Ancestor. Seventh ancestor chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Little one, don't worry. Since I lost, the Zhu family won't renege on our debt." Kang Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If he could obtain the Zhu family's alchemy and pill formula, it would be of immense value to him. Senior is joking. Of course, I know Dao. Senior will not break his promise. It is my great fortune to receive guidance from Senior. Seeing Kang Ji's flattery, the ancestor of the Zhu family simply smiled and shook his head. Little one, don't rush to flatter me. Although I promise to teach you alchemy, my time is limited, and I can only teach you until the eve of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. How much you can learn, and how many kinds of medicinal pills you can successfully refine, all depends on yourself. As he spoke, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family's eyes shone brightly, staring intently at Kang Ji. Kang Ji was a little nervous when she heard the first part, but when she heard that she could study for the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, she immediately relaxed. It's natural that he learns slowly on his own, but he has 300,000 clones. Moreover, this number will increase over time. Kang Ji has decided that after each clone split, half of it must be reserved for further splitting. This ensures both the quantity of clones and the ability to reincarnate more clones into other creatures. Thinking to himself, he looked up at the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family and asked, "Senior, may I ask where this young man is learning alchemy from you?" Seventh ancestor waved his hand. "It's fine right here. Time flows faster here, giving you more time to study. However, this will leave you with little time for trials, which may affect your cultivation level." Kang Ji waved his hand confidently and said, "Senior, don't worry. If I study alchemy here, I won't need to wait until the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. It won't interfere with my training." These words caused an uproar, and everyone condemned Kang Ji's arrogance. "Kid, do you know how long it takes for an ordinary person to get started with alchemy? And how long it takes to refine an essence soul level? How long does it take for the medicinal pill to take? Kid, do you know how long it takes for an ordinary person to get started with alchemy? And how long it takes to refine an essence soul level? How long does it take for the medicinal pill to take?" Kang Ji was slightly taken aback. He had only spoken the truth. With 300,000 clones, one could learn anything quickly, even the primordial law, let alone an alchemy on Earth. In his view, learning the Zhu family's alchemy wouldn't take much time at all, as this place had a time flow rate 30 times faster. There are still more than 70 days until the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, which translates to more than 6 years in this time frame. With so much time, what couldn't he learn? Of course, he didn't need to study until the eve of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. However, to a Zhu family, these words were nothing short of arrogance and provocation. Let me tell you, alchemy is not so easy. Even for members of the Zhu family, it takes 3 years to get started with alchemy. To achieve the goal of refining nascent soul level medicinal pill, don't even think about it in less than 10 years. As for being familiar with all of Zhu's nascent soul realm pill formula, you won't master it without decades of practice. A member of the Zhu family sneered. Exactly. Don't assume that just because your pill fire is special, your alchemy talent is exceptional. Our Zhu family's alchemy? There are plenty of geniuses out there, but none of them are as arrogant as you. Faced with the Zhu family's rebuke, Kang Ji chose to remain silent. He couldn't very well tell the Zhu family that he really had a cheat code, and that they shouldn't try to compete with him. Moreover, he really didn't have time to stay at the Zhu family's house all the time. He also had to take care of Diane Lai. Breakthrough Nascent Soul Realm is preparing. He wanted more than to get into the 3 great academies. He wanted Diane Lai to be with him too. Diane Lai's talent is to devour and become stronger. To evolve this talent, Diane Lai, breakthrough, when one attain naissance soul, one must comprehend devouring law inscription. Therefore, Kang Jai could not possibly stay at the Zhu family's house until the eve of the National Higher Education entrance examination. However, seeing the somewhat agitated Zhu family members, Kang Jai realized that he had said the wrong thing and seemed to have provoked them. The 7th ancestor of the Zhu family, however, remained relatively calm, understanding why the group was so agitated. The reason is simple. Most of these people lacked alchemy talent and were eliminated by the Zhu family. Most of those with alchemy talent went to Ming Dynasty to learn alchemy from the old ancestor, the Emperor of Longevity. Most of the Zhu family members who stayed here didn't have much talent for alchemy. Kang Jai is a non-alchemy. The outsider from the powerful families spoke so arrogantly that it immediately annoyed them. Waving his hand to stop the excited group, the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family looked at Kang Jai. Dao, laughing. Little guy, you saw it too. Speaking too arrogantly will anger everyone. To shut them up, it's actually quite simple. Prove your alchemy talent. Kang Jai glanced at the ancestor of the Zhu family, then at the bewildered members of the Zhu family of Life QE. Although she didn't know why Dao and the others had suddenly become so agitated, Kang Jai still nodded to Dao. How can I prove my alchemy talent? Ancestor of the Zhu family smiled and said, cheerfully, if you want to initially prove your alchemy talent, it's actually very simple. I have a method for flames here. If you can master it within 2 hours, it means you have a certain alchemy talent. Before Kang Jai could respond, the elder who had just sworn to defecate upside down sneered, 2 hours? 7th ancestor, you think too highly of him. My grandson took an hour to learn the art of fire manipulation. This kid would struggle even in 2 hours. Yes, although Sanshi's gambling ethics are questionable, his grandson Zhu Changlong has been exposed to it since childhood and possesses remarkable talent. In alchemy, it took him an hour, while this kid, who has never even touched alchemy before, took 2 hours, haha. 7th ancestor waved his hand to stop everyone from continuing and looked at Kang Jai. Dao, little guy, you heard that too. Do you want to give it a try? If that doesn't work, you can't be so arrogant in the future. And don't mention leaving before the National Higher Education entrance examination. Alchemy is a vast and profound subject that cannot be learned overnight. I'm having you study with me until the National Higher Education entrance examination, and that's for your own good, so you can master more of the alchemy methods and pill formula. This time, Kang Jai didn't refute it. He still knew how to say the right thing. He cupped his hands in greeting to 7th ancestor. I was being presumptuous, but want to test my alchemy talent. 7th ancestor gave Kang Jai a deep look. Although Kang Jai appeared very humble, I could still see the arrogance in his eyes. That's absolute self-confidence. Without another word, 7th ancestor tossed out a jade slip, saying, take a look at what's inside. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. I took the jade slip, placed it on my forehead, and soon a stream of information entered my mind. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jai had received the information. Slowly closing his eyes, 300,000 clone members simultaneously deduced the contents within. After a dozen or so breaths, Kang Jai slowly opened her eyes. Little guy, have you finished receiving the information? You can try to understand it yourself first, then find the parts you don't understand, and then I'll explain it to you. Before 7th ancestor could finish speaking, a ball of flame appeared in Kang Jai's hand. The flames changed according to his thoughts, thus taking on various forms. With a gentle toss upwards and a hand seal, the flame floated straight up in the void realm, sometimes contracting, sometimes expanding, sometimes becoming a gentle flame, and sometimes a raging fire. What's going on? Did this kid learn fire manipulation techniques before? Someone asked, puzzled. No, that can't be right. That kid's technique is clearly unique to our Zhu family. Who would dare teach him this technique? Permission. Someone stared wide-eyed, saying incredulously. However, his words sent a chill down everyone's spine. No, it wasn't something you learned before. It couldn't have been thing you just learned, could it? No one wanted to believe it. No, that can't be right. He only closed his eyes for a dozen or so breaths. He learned our Zhu family's unique technique in just a dozen or so breaths? Who would believe that? Even the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family had some doubts at this point, wondering if Kang Jai had learned the Zhu family's alchemy beforehand, especially the method of flames. Seeing the scene suddenly become eerily quiet, Kang Jai's eyes darted around. Well, you might not know this, but in the world I've experienced, there's a field called mental energy. Cultivate method. My mental energy is quite strong. I've already broken through. Only reaching the nascent soul level can one quickly receive information and rapidly understand and learn it. And with the aid of mental energy, this method of controlling flames is naturally very easy. Kang Ji's explanation failed to gain the understanding of the crowd. While mental energy can indeed enhance fire manipulation, a dozen breaths. You must be kidding me. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on everyone's faces, Kang Jai opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Think what you want. My talent is just that high. Do you expect me to pretend to be an ordinary person? That would be too tiring, and he certainly didn't have that much time to waste at the Zhu family's place. Seventh ancestor glanced at Kang Jai with a complicated expression before waving his hand and saying, "Since you've learned how to manipulate fire so quickly, then start learning alchemy with me tomorrow." As for the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family paused for a moment before continuing. As for whether you will stay with me until the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, that depends on your talent. If you learn quickly, I naturally won't force you to stay here. Upon hearing this promise, Kang Ji immediately relented. Since there were no restrictions, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. The next morning, Kang Jai was taken to the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family early in the morning. However, to his surprise, he was not the only one who came to study with him. Seventh ancestor, you see, teaching an outsider is still teaching, and my grandson alchemy is also quite talented. He will be taking the National Higher Education Entrance Examination this year. Why don't you teach him too? The speaker was Zhu Sanxi, the same guy who swore he would defecate upside down. His grandson, Zhu Chonglong, is known as the Little Emperor of Alchemy in the Zhu family. His talent in alchemy is among the best in the younger generation of the family. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family glanced at Zhu Changlong, who was staring at Kang Jai. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. All right, come in with me. Without wasting any words, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family walked straight into the pill refining room. Kang Jai glanced at Zhu Changlong and frowned slightly when he saw the guy staring straight at him. Do we know each other? Zhu Changlong snorted coldly, not answering, but instead asking Dao, You're the Kang Jai that Aixu mentioned? A Shu? Kang Jai asked, puzzled, then realized something and asked Dao uncertainly, You mean Zhang Aixu? Zhu Changlong sneered again. What, you dare say you don't know Aixu? Kang Jai was baffled by the man's hostile expression. Without replying, he headed straight for the pill refining room. He didn't have time to chat with this guy here. Although she had guessed something, Kang Jai didn't care. What was more interesting than becoming stronger? Seeing that Kang Ji ignored him, Zhu Changlong was furious. But seventh ancestor was nearby, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. He could only snort angrily and follow him into the house. The pill refining room was large, with several alchemy furnaces inside. Seventh ancestor led the two to a long table. To learn alchemy, the first step must be to learn how to identify spirit medicine. Spiritual plant. Pointing to the two tables, he waved his hand, and immediately numerous spirit medicines appeared on the tables. You two are progressing at different paces. Dragon already has a foundation, so you only need to remember these 10 new spirit medicines. As for you, seventh ancestor looked at Kang Jai and said, you have to start from scratch, so you need to remember a lot. First, memorize these 100 spirit medicines. Don't worry, these are common, basic spirit medicines which are relatively easy to identify. Once you've memorized the smell, properties, and medicinal effects of these medicines, we'll teach you other alchemy knowledge. Kang Jai had no objection to the arrangement of the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family. She picked up the jade slip on the table and began to memorize the spirit medicines by referring to the descriptions in the jade slip. Alchemy is a very complex process. Different spirit medicines have different medicinal properties due to various factors such as age, growing environment, harvesting, processing, and preservation. Therefore, when using alchemy, there are various considerations regarding how much spirit medicine is needed and when to add it. Identifying spirit medicine is the most basic and also a very important step. Kang Jai studied very diligently. Even with 300,000 clones helping him memorize, he still repeatedly memorized the information to ensure that whenever he saw a spirit medicine, all the information about it would be reflected in his mind. Even so, to outsiders, Kang Jai seemed to pick up a spirit medicine plant and put it down again, almost immediately. Take a step, pick up a spirit medicine plant, smell it, and then put it down instantly. To others, this behavior seemed like nonsense, hardly resembling memorizing spirit medicine. Although the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family saw it, he said nothing, only staring intently at Kang Jai. However, this led Zhu Changlong to misunderstand, thinking that seventh ancestor was dissatisfied with Kang Jai. At the same time, he also believed that Kang Jai was just putting on airs and was simply wasting his time. Seeing Kang Jai put down the last spirit medicine and then stand there dumbfounded, Zhu Changlong couldn't help but mock Dao any longer. Kid, don't tell me you've memorized all 100 spirit medicines? Seeing the upturned corners of Zhu Changlong's mouth, Kang Jai grinned as well. How did you know Dao? Zhu Changlong's smile froze. He hadn't expected Kang Jai to be so shameless. He immediately snorted coldly. Everyone says you're arrogant, and it seems that's absolutely true. Don't think that just because you've gotten lucky and learned how to control fire, you're some kind. Kimimi. Genius. These spirit medicines are so complex. You think you can memorize them just by looking at them and smelling them? You're kidding me. Kang Jai grinned, smiled at Zhu Changlong, and then looked at the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family. Senior, I've memorized all these spirit medicines. Can we continue? The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family, who was watching the play, was slightly taken aback. He had thought that Kang Jai simply had a different learning method, going through the spirit medicine first and then memorizing it in depth. Unexpectedly, Kang Jai was serious. In just a short time, she dared to claim she had memorized all of spirit medicine. What are its flavors, characteristics, medicinal properties, etc.? Why doesn't he believe it? With suspicion in his heart, seventh ancestor began to examine Kang Jai. However, the more he tested the teaching, the more shocked seventh ancestor became. Because Kang Ji's understanding of these 100 spirit medicine plants has surpassed that of Zhu Changlong, who is standing next to him. Even among all the descendants of the Zhu family, there are few who understand it more thoroughly than Kang Ji. You really are these spirit medicines you just memorized, and not ones you've encountered before? Even the usually composed seventh ancestor was somewhat unsettled at this moment, not to mention Zhu Changlong, who was standing to the side. As one of the few geniuses in the Zhu family, he did not believe that Kang Ji could be so prodigy. He immediately shouted, "Dao, this is impossible. You must have learned how to identify these spirit medicines." Kang Ji glanced at him, then immediately looked away, clearly showing that she didn't take him seriously. Zhu Changlong was fierce and pointed at Kang Ji. "Go ahead and keep going if you dare. I don't believe you can keep learning at this fast pace." The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family was also somewhat curious as to whether Kang Ji was truly prodigy. Although he had previously suspected that Kang Ji himself possessed heaven-defying comprehension ability. But that was just a suspicion. Even if awakening produces a colored enerval talent, comprehension ability heaven-defying's prodigy? I don't think I've ever heard of someone with such prodigy memory. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family, intending to test the waters, once again produced 100 new spirit medicine plants for Kang Ji to study. A century has passed since the portal descended upon Earth, and countless worlds have produced countless varieties of spirit medicine. The number of spirit medicines suitable for alchemy is equally staggering. The number of medicines selected by the Zhu family to enter the pill formula is well over 1 million. Even just the various pill formulas before nascent soul level, there are tens of thousands of spirit medicines. This explains the Zhu family's reaction when they heard Kang Ji boast that he could learn alchemy before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family was deliberately testing Kang Ji, naturally wanting to see where Kang Ji's limits lay. Even if Kang Ji had previously studied spirit medicine, it would be impossible for her to remember tens of thousands of spirit medicine concepts. As Kang Ji began to study diligently, he quickly learned all the relevant knowledge about the 100 spirit medicine plants on the table. "This is impossible. You must have learned this before." Zhu Changlong still refused to believe it. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family raised an eyebrow. He was finding this increasingly interesting. With another wave of his hand, another 100 spirit medicine plants appeared on the table, and so it went, 100 plants after another. As the number of spirit medicines in Kang Ji's memory increased, Zhu Changlong became completely numb. At this moment, he stared blankly as Kang Ji recited various knowledge about spirit medicine, including its properties, characteristics, and age, looking rather dejected. Are there really such prodigies in this world? Impossible. Impossible. I'm more suited to follow Aixu and become her alchemist. Zhu Changlong mentally cheered himself on, determined to expose Kang Ji's tricks. However, even after studying 10,000 spirit medicine plants, Kang Ji's learning speed remained unchanged. Even Zhu Changlong himself did not learn how to identify 10,000 spirit medicine plants. No, this doesn't mean you have a great talent for alchemy. It only means you have a strong memory. Zhu Changlong tried to convince himself, but Kang Ji didn't even glance at him. Turning to the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family, he asked, "Senior, do you think we still need to continue learning about spirit medicine?" Seventh ancestor shook his head. "Not for now. You've already mastered all the spiritin for nascent soul level. Next, I'll teach you the hand seals." The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family was very excited. Kang Ji's prodigy far exceeded his expectations. If Kang Ji is truly so prodigy in alchemy, then the Zhu family should change their attitude towards him. With this in mind, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family became even more eager to test Kang Ji's limits. Ignoring the stunned Zhu Changlong beside him, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family began explaining the various hand gestures used in alchemy to Kang Ji. Hand gestures are a power that junior alchemists must master. Advanced, when alchemists refine medicinal pills, they can directly invoke the law of heaven and earth, so they don't need to rely on low-level methods like hand seals. Lower-level alchemists cannot directly manipulate law, so they can only use hand gestures to resonate with the law of heaven and earth, allowing spirit medicine to undergo various changes within the pill by influencing the law of heaven and earth. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family taught Kang Ji hand gestures, totaling over 1,000. This is only suitable for nascent soul level. Handprint of the medicinal pill. Different handprints played different roles in different alchemy processes. The ancestor of the Zhu family gave a very detailed account. I thought that Kang Ji's learning speed would be slower. For this kind of knowledge, it requires a strong understanding. However, to the astonishment of the ancestor of the Zhu family, Kang Ji understood completely almost the instant he finished speaking. Moreover, as Kang Ji learned more and more hand gestures, his understanding of their function also deepened. Handprints are actually a way to temporarily invoke the laws of heaven and earth. It has no offensive capabilities. It can only slightly trigger law fluctuations, making them a catalyst for the changes in spirit medicine within the pill furnace. The more you learn, the deeper your understanding of hand gestures becomes. In the end, without the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family explaining, Kang Ji was able to understand the uses of some of the hand gestures on his own. Prodigy's performance completely stunned the ancestor of the Zhu family. As for Zhu Changlong, he had lost his competitive spirit by this time. If we're a little stronger, there's still hope of catching up. He could only look up to the mighty Qiang Yidian with awe. However, Zhu Changlong quickly adjusted his mindset. I shouldn't compare myself to this kind of pervert. How could such a pervert become a follower of Aixu? If he can't become a follower, then I still have a chance, right? But soon Zhu Changlong frowned again. With a friend like him, why would Aixu need an alchemist to follow him? If I don't need alchemists to follow me, does that mean I still have no chance? Zhu Changlong frowned, his mind in turmoil. Kang Ji did not pay attention to Zhu Changlong's psychological changes. Although the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family noticed it, he simply shook his head inwardly and ignored it. These days, the most important thing is to be on good terms with Kang Ji. Only by wholeheartedly teaching Kang Ji and forging this good relationship can the Zhu family truly become friends with Kang Ji. With the talent that Kang Ji has shown so far, even if he doesn't become the strongest in the future, becoming a top alchemist is almost a certainty. That's why the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family disregarded Zhu Changlong and focused on passing on all his alchemy knowledge to Kang Ji. The reason why powerful families have been able to stand firm is not because they monopolize resources. Rather, it's that they know how to make choices and invest. For true geniuses, they never hesitate to invest in and help them. They are even willing to support such geniuses to become powerful families like themselves. Only in this way can they truly achieve lasting success. Of course, this is on the premise that the investor is not an ungrateful person. Cultivator focuses on karma, a genius who has received favors from the Zhu family. If one day the Zhu family has no successor, no strong leader to hold the line, The genius who has received favors from the Zhu family will become a shield for the Zhu family, even if the Zhu family eventually declines for various reasons. As long as this karma exists, when a true genius emerges in the Zhu family, those who have received their favors will also offer their assistance, enabling the Zhu family to regain its position as powerful families. This is the reason why these powerful families have remained successful for so long. As for suppressing or persecuting genius, only idiots would do that. Unless this genius has truly violated a taboo of some powerful families and must be killed. Otherwise, no powerful family would have taken action against these geniuses. At least, top-tier and super top-tier powerful families wouldn't be so short-sighted. The reason why several second, or even third-rate powerful families on Earth are now untouchable is precisely because they once invested in some super geniuses who had not yet grown up. Among them are even today's top-tier, powerful families. Old ancestor. It is precisely because of this strong bond that even second or third-rate powerful families, which lack top-tier experts, are not dared to provoke. These second or third-rate powerful families, if they can produce a true genius, will sooner or later soar to become first-rate or even top-tier powerful families, because they are more likely to grow than other powerful families during their rise to power. With strong, their growth will be faster than that of ordinary prodigies. Genius had an even smoother ride. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family is doing now is investing in Kang Jai. If Kang Jai truly grows into an extremely powerful figure in the future, even if the Zhu family declines, they will have a chance to rise again. Seeing Kang Jai completely master the hand seal, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family felt both gratified and moved. This talent is truly unmatched. Next, I'm going to formally teach you how to use alchemy. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family led Kang Jai directly to an alchemy furnace. Alchemy requires a flame first, and different flames have different effects on the medicinal pill. Seventh ancestor explained and demonstrated how to manipulate the flames. Seventh ancestor then played a single Dao, pill fire. With hands forming a mudra, flames automatically floated below the pill fire. The skill in controlling the pill fire is also related to the quality of the medicinal pill. When making alchemy, sometimes you need to simmer it over a low flame, and sometimes you need to blaze it over a high flame. All of this requires exceptional control over fire. As the seventh ancestor explained, the pill fire beneath the pill furnace changed continuously with his words. However, Kang Jai showed a strange expression at this moment. Because his pill fire from Danshan was stirring, as if, why do I have this feeling of wanting to swallow that ball of flame? Looking at the purple flame beneath the pill furnace, Kang Jai felt an even stronger sensation. Suppressing the impulse within him, he turned to look at the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family. Senior, what kind of strange fire do you possess? The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family glanced up at the flames beneath the pill furnace and casually replied, "This is the Ziwei heavenly fire. It is a kind of heavenly fire formed by the power of the Dipper and the creation and earth. Speaking of which, it does have some connection to your sun true fire. Both belong to the category of celestial fire, and both are stellar fires, extremely yang and powerful." Kang Jai blinked. So this was the Ziwei heavenly fire, one of the 10 great strange fires. But why would its own solar pill fire want to devour the other party? Could it be that swallowing the other party would be beneficial to me? Or is it that solar pill fire wants to devour any kind of strange fire? Feeling the increasingly restless pill fire within him, Kang Jai scratched his head, unsure of what to say. I can't I say. I want to devour your strange fire. That seems a bit impolite. Seeing that Kang Jai seemed a little distracted, Seventh Ancestor asked Dao with a puzzled look. Is there something you didn't understand? Kang Jai shook his head, still staring intently at the pill. Fire beneath the pill furnace. Seeing this, the Seventh Ancestor waved his hand, and the flames appeared in front of Kang Jai. What? Do you want to experience the wonders of Ziwei heavenly fire? Kang Jai swallowed hard, about to reply, when suddenly her expression changed. As the Ziwei heavenly fire drew closer, the solar pill fire within the body grew increasingly agitated, as it were about to burst out of the body at any moment. With a grim expression, Kang Jai managed to ask, Senior, could you give me this flame? Seventh Ancestor's smile froze, staring blankly at Kang Jai. Give it to you? What do you mean? You can't possibly absorb this flame, can you? Seventh Ancestor was a little confused. Kang Jai's request really baffled him. Even if someone could fuse two different flames, it would only be possible under specific conditions and by employing numerous methods. Moreover, the more powerful the strange fire, the more difficult it is to fuse with it. He only has a strange fire in his hand, not even a seed of strange fire, so it is impossible for him to fuse with other strange fires. What does Kang Jai want it for? Despite his doubts, Seventh Ancestor handed over the Ziwei heavenly fire, since he had already decided to befriend Kang Jai. He also wanted to see what Kang Jai was up to. However, when the Seventh Ancestor handed the Ziwei heavenly fire to Kang Jai, he found that Kang Jai's hands were empty. Seventh Ancestor asked Dao, puzzled, Don't you need anything to preserve it? Kang Jai shook his head, then simply extended a finger and gently touched Ziwei heavenly fire. Seventh Ancestor was shocked and was about to withdraw his hand when he saw a ball of flame suddenly emerge from Kang Jai's fingers. The flames transformed into a small mouth and swallowed the Ziwei heavenly fire in Seventh Ancestor's hand with a gulp. Hiccup! After swallowing Ziwei heavenly fire's solar pill fire, it even let out a human-like burp before shrinking back into Kang Jai's body and returning to Danshan. You. Seventh Ancestor stared with eyes as big as copper bells, pointing at Kang Jai's finger that had just spewed flames, and was speechless. Kang Jai blinked innocently. It really wasn't his fault. It was all because of that pill fire, which seemed to have come to life and had become so mischievous. Little did they know that the pill fire, having burned a great deal of soul power and eliminated a great deal of tribulation power, unexpectedly gave birth to a trace of spirituality. Upon returning to its body, solar pill fire seemed to realize its mistake and immediately retreated into the nascent soul's lair, obediently refining Kang Jai's soul. Main body. Seeing this situation, Kang Jai was also helpless. The operation of solar pill fire was truly beyond Kang Jai's expectations. You actually swallowed the Ziwei heavenly fire. Seventh Ancestor finally came to his senses and stared at Kang Jai in shock. Are you alright? The collision of two different flames will cause a conflict. If you swallow it so rashly, it will cause an explosion inside your body. Spit it out immediately. Seventh Ancestor urged anxiously, but he didn't notice Kang Jai. He assumed that pill fire's unusual behavior was just Kang Jai showing off. Seeing Seventh Ancestor's anxiety, Kang Jai could only say, Senior, don't worry, I'm fine. It seems I absorbed the flames. Huh? Absorbed it? Seventh Ancestor was stunned again, staring at Kang Jai in disbelief. Kang Jai then released pill fire from his body once again. However, this time pill fire is no longer pure gold, but rather gold tinged with a touch of purple. He really absorbed fusion. How is this possible? Kang Ji's actions completely overturned Seventh Ancestor's understanding. When did fusion become so simple? Huh? Is that the reason why it's difficult to succeed? Seventh Ancestor seemed to have thought of something and looked at Kang Ji suspiciously. Kang Ji felt uncomfortable under his gaze and was about to speak when a loud voice suddenly rang out. Is Seventh Ancestor perhaps referring to Ziwei destiny? Turning around to look behind me, I realized that Zhu Changlong had followed me again. If Zhu Changlong hadn't spoken up, Kang Ji would have almost forgotten about this guy's existence. She looked at him suspiciously, puzzled. Ziwei destiny? Zhu Changlong glanced at Kang Ji with a complicated expression. Kang Ji's prodigy had completely extinguished his temper. Compared to this kind of prodigy, he's really asking for trouble. Seeing Kang Ji's inquiry, he stopped putting on airs and explained to Dao. Besides being forcibly subdued, Ziwei heavenly fire will also actively fuse with the person who possesses Ziwei destiny. He paused, then looked at Kang Ji with a strange expression. Logically speaking, in this day and age, no one should be born with a unique destiny. That's the destiny of an emperor. It's impossible for that to happen in era. But besides the explanation of Ziwei destiny, I can't think of any other explanation. Kang Ji was stunned. An imperial destiny. Indeed, in this day and age, no one should have such a destiny. And it wasn't Ziwei heavenly fire that actively fused with him, but rather it was devoured by solar pill fire. However, Kang Ji did not offer any explanation, but simply looked innocently at Seventh Ancestor, waiting for his explanation. Seventh Ancestor was also puzzled, staring at Kang Ji for a long time, but still couldn't figure out why this was happening. He sighed, shaking off these doubts. Whether Kang Ji owns Ziwei destiny or not is none of their business. In fact, it's quite easy to acquire Ziwei destiny through acquired. Simply find a world, become its emperor, and then find a way to gain the approval of the heavenly Dao. Ziwei destiny. As for whether Kang Ji is an innate Ziwei destiny is actually not important. Composing himself, Da waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether you own a Ziwei destiny or not. Since you have fused with Ziwei heavenly fire will gradually change your destiny until you own the Ziwei destiny. Having Ziwei destiny will give you one benefit. You will gain the recognition of heavenly Dao in various worlds. Once you gain their approval, you will have to dominate the world. Otherwise, even if you wish to conquer the world, you will face numerous obstacles, making it far more difficult than for those born with a divine destiny. There's actually such a saying. Kang Ji was slightly surprised and immediately thought of Three Kingdoms world. So if that's the case, Kang Ji quickly realized that he now truly possessed the power to contend for supremacy in the Three Kingdoms. Previously, I might have been able to seize power through and I would definitely suffer at the hands of the Three Kingdoms world. Various obstacles to heavenly Dao. However, things are different now. With Ziwei destiny, he, like Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and others, now possesses the power to contend for supremacy. Kang Ji did not look down on Three Kingdoms world despite his increased strength. A world that so many powerful figures would plot to bestow gifts upon three individuals with colored level talents is no simple world. Kang Ji plans to make Three Kingdoms world his future base of operations. Therefore, Kang Ji is a must-have in Three Kingdoms world. Having figured these things out, Kang Ji couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, consuming Ziwei heavenly fire brought such benefits. Unfortunately, there are too few Ziwei heavenly fires, and solar pill fire is only tinged with purple. The power of the Ziwei heavenly fire ability is not particularly strong. If only I could devour more Ziwei heavenly fire. Just as Kang Jai was thinking this, the seventh ancestor summoned another Ziwei heavenly fire. Since you can devour Ziwei heavenly fire, let's see how much you can devour? Seventh ancestor was also very curious about the extent to which Kang Jai could fuse the two different flames. Kang Jai didn't have any customers either. It was a rare opportunity, and she quickly immersed herself in the fusion. Ziwei heavenly fire. Unfortunately, while the seventh ancestor's Ziwei heavenly fire is quite good, it is ultimately just the Ziwei heavenly fire of the small world, and cannot compare to the sun true fire of the prehistoric at all. Although Kang Ji's sun true fire, not the original sun true fire. However, after Kang Ji absorbed several sun grasses, the solar pill fire had been enhanced, gaining a slight resemblance to the prehistoric world. The shadow of sun true fire. Its quality is far superior to seventh ancestor's Ziwei heavenly fire. That is why Pillfire was satisfied after Kang Ji absorbed a large amount of Ziwei heavenly fire. This, what grade is your flame? I, a dignified heavenly immortal. You actually absorbed so much of the Pillfire from a peak level expert. Although the number of these Pillfires is not much compared to the Pillfires of the seventh ancestor itself. However, it should be noted that Dao, Kang Jai is merely a minor cultist within the nascent soul realm, let alone the nascent soul realm. Even the transformation god realm might not be able to withstand the Ziwei heavenly fire that Kang Jai just absorbed. But the truth is, Kang Jai really absorbed so much. How could its seventh ancestor not be shocked? Shocked, seventh ancestor was also relieved that the Zhu family had invested in Kang Ji in advance. Such a prodigy can no longer be bound by talent. Given time, Kang Ji's rise is inevitable. With this in mind, seventh ancestor put even more effort into teaching Kang Jai. This teaching lasted for a full 7 months for Kang Jai. That is 7 days on Earth. The reason it took so long is because Kang Jai completed the nascent soul level course. After Pill Formula, I learned all the alchemy knowledge below Wonderland. What Kang Jai lacks now is simply to refine it by hand. Once his cultivation level increases, he will be able to master these medicinal pills quickly, without having to learn them step by step. 7 days later, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family, having exhausted all his teaching options, looked at Kang Jai with some helplessness. I never imagined your talent could reach this level. Now I have nothing left to teach you. If you wish to study even more ed subjects, you will have to wait until after your National Higher Education entrance examination. Then I can take you to the great Ming dynasty to consult with the old ancestor. Kang Jai bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, master. He would be very satisfied with having learned so much about alchemy. As for alchemy and pill formula above Wonderland, Kang Jai wasn't in a hurry. By the time he breaks through to the Earth Immortal realm, who knows when Dao will arrive? In the short term, he won't have to worry about alchemy. With a wave of his hand, the seventh ancestor caused alchemy's pill furnace to shrink rapidly, transforming into a small cauldron the size of a palm, which appeared in the seventh ancestor hand. This pill furnace is called the Seven Treasure Furnace. Its special feature is that it has 7 independent spaces inside, which can refine 7 medicinal pills at once. Enough for you to use Mahayana realm. Moreover, this pill furnace also contains a Dan Dao. Law can help you understand Dan Dao. Law inscriptions. He handed the small cauldron in his hand to Kang Jai, saying, "Since you call me master, then consider this 7 treasure furnace a gift from your master to mark your graduation." Kang Ji's lips moved slightly, a hint of emotion in her voice. There's always been an apprenticeship ceremony. When did we start having a graduation ceremony? This is clearly seventh ancestor trying to send him something in a roundabout way. After receiving the 7 treasure furnace, I began to refine the small cauldron according to the refining method taught by the 7th ancestor. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will remember it forever. If I achieve something in the future, I will never forget your kindness today. 7th ancestor laughed heartily. Good, good, good. It's good that you have this intention. I have high hopes for you and look forward to your success. Kang Jai grinned. Master, just watch. This year's National Higher Education Entrance Examination will definitely surprise everyone and live up to Master's reputation. 7th ancestor stroked his beard. Don't let your guard down. Those 3 color-level talent users are not so easy to deal with. By the time of the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, their fighting power may have reached the Transformation God realm, or even higher. Transformation God realm? Don't they care about the rewards from the Divine Ability Pavilion? Kang Jai wondered. No, I meant that their combat power reaches the Transformation God realm, not that their cultivation realm will also break through to the Transformation God realm. As long as cultivation doesn't break through realm, Transformation God realm, and they can still glean the law inscriptions they seek from the Divine Ability Pavilion. Kang Jai suddenly realized, indeed, just like how he in addition to cultivating immortality, also has body refining and mental energy. Although 3 kingdoms worlds body refining and mental energy cultivate is only available in the nascent soul realm. However, this does not mean that others cannot find other cultivate systems and cultivation techniques with higher realm as supplementary tools. Even Kang Jai can deduce the subsequent cultivation technique on his own, breaking through body refining and mental energy to a higher realm. Cultivation is the fundamental practice for all humans on Earth, and is also the strongest cultivate system. However, it is slow to cultivate and difficult to break through, especially for some ambitious people who try to make all the law inscriptions. They comprehend powerful laws, which will naturally slow down their cultivation speed. However, this does not mean that their combat effectiveness will be inferior. Thinking of this, Kang Jai also felt a sense of urgency. Nascent soul realm seemed to be a bit too risky. This year is different from previous years. There are a lot more prodigies this year. The top scorers in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination in previous years would not even be in the top 100 this year. Suppressing the slight pride that had just arisen, Kang Jai bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Master. I will be careful." Leaving the Zhu family compound with mixed feelings, I glanced back at the unassuming gate, my heart filled with countless emotions. In just 8 days on Blue Star and 8 months on Zhu family, the benefits Zhu family received were immense, to the point that they were completely transformed. Not only have they broken through all 3 cultivate systems to the nascent soul level, but they have also comprehended 6 law inscriptions. Soul, devouring, fusion, yin and yang, life, and Dan Dao. Even Pillfire has undergone a transformation. Today, Solar Pillfire is comparable to, or even surpasses, the 10 most powerful strange fires on Earth. Furthermore, regarding alchemy, they even acquired alchemy from the Zhu family. Legacy is a standout among all the alchemists on Earth. Thanks to all these benefits, Kang Ji's strength has now made a qualitative leap. Shall we go back now? Sun Zhen asked Dao beside him. Kang Jai shook her head. No, I plan to stay in Xianyang City for a while. There's something else I need to do. You have something to do? Sun Zhen suddenly tensed up. This was Xianyang City, the center of the entire Dragon Kingdom. What can Kang Jai do here for the first time? Could it be that the Zhu family has already told him about his mother's identity? Gunzen frowned and guessed. If that's the case, does that mean Kang Jai is going to the Feng family to demand an explanation? Thinking of this, Gunzen became even more nervous. That was the Feng family, and he knew very well how irritable his maternal grandfather was. Just as he was about to persuade Kang Jai, he heard Kang Jai say, "Didn't they say that every citizen of Dragon Kingdom can receive 9 law inscriptions for free? This happens to be the capital city, so I plan to learn a few free law inscriptions here." Sun Zhen was stunned. He hadn't expected Kang Jai to be talking about this. Kun Zhen let out a long sigh. Kang Jai looked at him with a puzzled expression, tilting her head. "Grandpa Xun, what do you think?" Meeting Kang Ji's probing gaze, Xun Zhen coughed lightly. "No, I just didn't expect that." Kang Jai turned around and chuckled. "I don't know anyone in Xianyang. What else could it be but this?" Gun Zhen chuckled dryly, unaware of the depth in Kang Ji's eyes. However, Kang Jai is hiding everything. He is too weak right now, and it's better for him not to know some things about Dao. The two arrived at the General Services building, where they could complete various procedures, including receiving 9 law inscriptions for free. Dragon Kingdom offers its citizens 12 law inscriptions, from which citizens can choose 9 to learn for free. This is also the limit for most Dragon Chinese people, 9 Dao. The spiritual energy vortex X can be inscribed with 9 different law inscriptions. This can be considered a benefit provided by the Dragon Kingdom to its citizens. Of course, many geniuses look down on the free law inscriptions provided by the government and will choose the better law inscriptions provided by the family. However, in Kang Ji's opinion, there are still a few pretty good ones among the 12 free inscriptions provided by Dragon Kingdom. The 12 free inscriptions are Law Inscription, Yang Law Inscriptions, Metal Law Inscriptions, Wood Law Inscriptions, Water Law Inscriptions, Fire Law Inscriptions, Earth Law Inscriptions, Law of Immortality Inscription, and God Dao. Law Inscriptions, Martial Dao Law Inscriptions, Purification Law Inscriptions, War Law Inscriptions. Of these 12 law inscriptions, 2 are mandatory for Dragon citizens. One is the Purification Law Inscription, intended to help the people of our country understand the purification law in the future. Divine ability can purify polluted land and restore it to usable status. Moreover, the purification law also has a significant effect in resisting and purifying the otherworldly demon in the demon cave, which is why the Dragon Kingdom requires every citizen to learn the purification inscription. As for the other war law inscriptions, also for the good of the people themselves. After all, this is not a peaceful world. War could break out at any time. And those otherworldly demons don't care who you are. They kill anyone they see. They possess the law of war, which can greatly enhance the fighting power of the nation. Apart from these 2 law inscriptions, there are no strict requirements for the other laws, and you can choose them yourself. Kang Ji Wen Hui Refining Realm. It condensed 36 spiritual energy vortexes, thus enabling it to inscribe 36 law inscriptions. Kang Jai now has 6 law inscriptions, and is still missing a full 30 law inscriptions. Of the 12 law inscriptions provided free of charge by the state, besides the 2 that must be selected, Kang Jai also plans to comprehend 3 other law inscriptions: Immortal Dao, Divine Dao, Martial Dao. As for the Yin Law, Yang Law, and the 5 single 5 elements laws inscriptions, Kang Jai did not intend to choose any of them, because Kang Jai has already comprehended the Yin Yang Law inscription, which directly encompasses both Yin Law and Yang Law inscriptions. As for the 5 elements laws inscription, Kang Jai currently cannot obtain it. However, as long as you are admitted to one of the top 10 colleges, or the 3 great academies, you can receive it for free from the school. With this approach, Kang Jai naturally wouldn't choose to learn the 5 elements law's inscription alone. Upon arriving at the counter and stating his request, the staff member directly gave him an identity token. "Go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Before Kang Jai could speak, Xun Zhen waved his hand at Kang Jai. Kang Jai didn't mince words and went straight to the secret room where he could comprehend the law inscriptions. Each law inscription corresponds to a huge secret room. The secret chamber is engraved with densely packed related law patterns. Everyone can understand the most basic law inscriptions through these special law patterns. This is something each person needs to figure out on their own. It can't be taught at all. Moreover, individual law inscriptions can only be inscribed on nascent soul. They cannot be inscribed at all. If you want to inscribe law inscriptions on other places, you have to convert the law inscriptions into various laws for inscription. Only in this way can law inscriptions be hidden within law and presented. The reason why this happened remains a mystery to the people of Earth. Not only on Earth, but in all the worlds we've encountered, inscriptions cannot exist in isolation. They can only exist in more complex combinations, in the form of law, divine ability, and so on. Perhaps this is Tao practitioners mean when they say that Tao should not be lightly passed on. Just as Kang Jai was walking toward the inscription comprehension room, another group of people walked into the service hall. One of the people in the group paused slightly when he saw Xun Zhen. Immediately, they saw Kang Jai entering the comprehension room and exclaimed in surprise, You saw someone you know?" The leader turned to look at the person who spoke. Zhu Chenglong nodded awkwardly. Among the visitors, the one who recognized Kang Jai was Zhu Chenglong. After 7 months, Zhu Chenglong still hadn't finished learning from Kang Jai, because during the later stage, Zhu Chenglong couldn't understand a single word of what the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family said. Left with no other choice, Zhu Chenglong had to leave and never saw Kang Jai again. But he still vividly remembers Kang Ji's prodigy. I was naturally quite surprised to run into Kang Jai here. The leader didn't pay any attention, only asking Zhu Chenglong, a customer, "Dao, should we go over and say hello?" Although Kang Jai entered the inscription comprehension room, Xun Zhen was still outside. Zhu Chenglong shook his head. "I'm only somewhat familiar with the people who enter that enlightenment room. I'm not familiar with the one outside." The leader didn't pay any attention to what he said, and was about to lead everyone away when the door to the enlightenment room that Kang Jai had just entered suddenly opened. This was originally a very normal thing, but the next second they were all stunned. Because the person who came out was none other than Kang Jai. What's going on? He just went in and came out again. Doesn't he know that everyone only has one free chance to comprehend the same law inscription? Everyone was puzzled, but Zhu Chenglong felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that he has already grasped it? Zhu Chenglong muttered softly to himself. But who are all these people? Cultivator, with his keen hearing, naturally heard them all. Someone immediately sneered. "Zhu Chenglong, have you gone mad from working on alchemy?" He grasped the law inscriptions as soon as he went in. "You mean he grasped the law inscriptions in an instant? Do you think this is possible? Even young Master Feng wouldn't dare to boast like this." While everyone was talking, Kang Jai had already entered another enlightenment room. Xun Zhen also noticed Kang Ji's situation and was also puzzled. Could it be that Kang Jai had truly grasped the law inscriptions in an instant? The fastest person in the history of Blue Star to comprehend it took a month, but Kang Jai comprehended it in an instant, which is a bit terrifying, considering that it only took Kang Jai a month to comprehend the soul law inscription. Xun Zhen felt that it wasn't entirely impossible. Having witnessed Kang Ji's terrifying comprehension ability, Zhu Changlong has a clearer understanding of Kang Ji's prodigy. If the law inscriptions that Kang Ji comprehends happen to be his fort, he feels that a miracle is not impossible. Upon hearing someone's mockery, Zhu Changlong glanced at the person and, recognizing it as his arch-rival, immediately retorted to Dao. Just because you're not good enough doesn't mean others aren't. Ever since Kang Ji displayed superhuman comprehension ability and talent, the Zhu family's attitude towards Kang Ji has undergone a complete 180-degree turn. The seventh ancestor of the Zhu family warned all clansmen not to antagonize Kang Ji, but rather to be on good terms with him. Even the clan elders were warned not to interfere in the affairs of Kang Ji and Jiang Exu. The engagement, which was originally strongly opposed, has now become shrouded in mystery. Some clan elders insisted on opposing it, believing that no matter how high Kang's talent was, it could not possibly surpass that of a colored-level talent. However, some people hold a different view, believing that Kang Ji is no worse than those with color-level talents. Among them, the seventh ancestor is the most supportive of Kang Ji. As a result, the Zhu family members are divided into two factions regarding the marriage agreement between Kang Ji and have yet to reach a consensus. Even so, the Zhu family's attitude towards Kang Ji changed drastically. At the very least, they would not allow their clansmen to antagonize him. Zhu Changlong was the one who had been warned. No Kang Ji, after receiving from the family prodigy, naturally not going to make a fool of himself. Seeing Kang Ji again today evoked many emotions. However, his casual remark was met with merciless ridicule from his companions, which made him very unhappy, and he immediately retorted. Just as the other party was about to retort, the door to the enlightenment room was opened again. Kang Ji walked out of the second enlightenment room and then headed towards the third enlightenment room. Even Zhu Changlong was stunned. Are law inscriptions really that easy to understand? The ability to grasp one of these concepts instantly may be related to a good match with one's own spiritual practice. For example, those with fire attribute talents will find it easier to comprehend fire-related law inscriptions. Zhu Changlong thought this was the reason why Kang Ji left the enlightenment room so quickly for the first time. After all, Kang Ji's terrifying comprehension ability, combined with his compatibility with law inscriptions, might really be able to create miracles. But it's a bit alarming that he grasped the second law inscription so quickly. Even though Zhu Changlong had always held Kang Ji in high regard, he couldn't help but wonder if Kang Ji had just glanced at the text and hadn't truly grasped the law inscriptions. While Zhu Changlong was still in a daze, his arch-rival saw the opportunity and immediately mocked Dao. Keep bragging? Let's see how you brag now. It wasn't enough that you instantly grasped one law inscription. Now you've instantly grasped a second one? You don't mean to say that your friend can instantly grasp all law inscriptions, do you? Faced with his arch-rival's teasing, Zhu Changlong opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself. But even he himself couldn't believe that Kang Ji could have such prodigy. This is no longer a comprehension ability that humans can possess. Even with comprehension ability, even those with the heaven-defying talent couldn't do that. At this moment, the leader spoke up. All right, he's just a clown trying to attract attention. Don't let someone like him ruin our relationship. He then looked at Zhu Changlong and said, Changlong, don't get too close to people like this in the future. They're not worth it. Zhu Changlong opened his mouth, wanting to argue something, but at this moment another person beside him said, Young Master Feng is right. This kind of attention-seeking person is simply an insult to our powerful families. I wonder which family this guy Dao belongs to. Yeah, which family does that guy belong to? I've never seen him before. Only then did everyone realize that logically speaking, they should know the people Zhu Changlong knew. Even Feng Bui, who was in charge, looked at Zhu Changlong with curiosity. This stumped Zhu Changlong. Only the elders of the Zhu family knew about Kang Ji's relationship with the Feng family. He, as a junior, had no idea at all. Seeing everyone asking questions, Zhu Changlong scratched his head. I don't know which family he belongs to either. I only know that his name is Kang Jai, and he is now the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family. Huh? Your 7th ancestor's disciple? Everyone exclaimed. They had heard of the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family. That's a heavenly immortal peaks alchemist. Its status is comparable to some of the strongest true immortal realm players. These powerful disciple members, who are also likely alchemists, are not to be trifled with. Although they come from good families, they are unwilling to offend a top alchemist. Kang Jai? Why does that name sound familiar? Feng Bui frowned and muttered to himself. Young Master Feng knows this person? Everyone was curious. Could it be that Kang Jai really comes from some powerful families? However, among the powerful families who are on par with them, there doesn't seem to be a family with the surname Kang. They even tried to recall what they knew about the lower-ranking family but had no recollection of it. Feng Bui frowned. The name Kang Jai sounded familiar to him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But for a moment he couldn't remember where he had heard the name before, which really puzzled him. Where have I heard this name before? Strange, I can't remember it. Shaking his head, Feng Bui decided to stop thinking about it if he couldn't remember. He wasn't one to dwell on things. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Kang Jai walk out of the third enlightenment room again, and immediately lost interest in Kang Jai. He didn't believe that anyone could actually comprehend law inscriptions 3 times in a row in an instant. That would mean they're not human at all. Since it's impossible to grasp it instantly, there's only one explanation left. Kang Jai is trying to attract attention and waste the free opportunity to learn law inscriptions. Feng Bui had no intention of befriending such a person. Even if the other party was the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family, he wouldn't bother to associate with them. Let's go, we have things to do. Let's not linger here. Feng Bui glanced at Kang Jai as she walked toward the 4th comprehension room and said calmly, Dao. Seemingly sensing that someone was watching her, Kang Jai turned around and immediately met Feng Bui's gaze. Huh? I don't know him. Kang Jai was puzzled as to why this person was looking at him, but then he noticed Zhu Changlong next to Feng Bui and suddenly realized. So it was him. Nodding to Zhu Changlong, Kang Jai stopped paying attention to these people and headed straight for the 4th comprehension room. The moment Feng Bui met Kang Jai's gaze, that sense of familiarity surged into his heart once again. Strange, why does this person seem so familiar? Where have I seen him before? Just as Feng Bui was wondering what was going on, someone beside him called out to Dao, Young Master Feng, we should go. Interrupted from his thoughts, Feng Bui shook his head, suppressed his doubts, and nodded to his companion. Let's go. Let's register the adventurer team first. After everyone left, Xun Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I wasn't recognized. When Xun Zhen heard someone address Feng Bui as young Master Feng, he immediately realized that this person must be from the Feng family. Xun Zhen didn't know what would happen if Dao Kang Jai were recognized by the Feng family. Although Kang Jai is considered the grandson of the Feng family, this status has not been recognized by the Feng family. If Dao were recognized by the Feng family at this moment, he didn't know what would happen to him. After all, Kang Ji's maternal grandfather was notoriously bad-tempered. Just as Xun Zhen was feeling sentimental, Kang Jai had already walked into the 5th and final enlightenment room. This time, he came to comprehend 5 inscriptions: immortal Dao, divine Dao, martial Dao, purification, and the law of war. With these 5 law inscriptions, Kang Jai has now comprehended 11 law inscriptions, and his realm cultivation has broken through to the 11th level of nascent soul. Xun Zhen was still a little dazed when Kang Jai walked out of the 5th enlightenment room. "Let's go," Kang Jai called softly. Xun Zhen snapped out of his daze, then suddenly remembered something and grabbed Kang Jai. "Let's go. Let's hurry back to Guangling City." Kang Jai was taken aback, then, pulled by Xun Zhen, asked in confusion, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" "I just received a message from Guangling asking me to go back and handle some matters." Since Xun Zhen said this, Kang Jai naturally couldn't refute it, so he could only return to Guangling City first, and come back to visit the capital city when he had the chance in the future. Shortly after Kang Jai and his companion left, Feng Bui, who was handling some business, finally remembered where he had heard the name Kang Jai before. No wonder. Feng Bui slapped his thigh. "I was wondering why I felt so familiar. That look, it's just like my aunt." Xu Changlong and the others turned around in confusion. "Young Master Feng, what happened?" Feng Bui didn't reply, but stood up straight and said, "Wait for me." Here. He left those words behind and immediately ran towards the enlightenment room. However, when he arrived at the enlightenment room, Xun Zhen was nowhere to be seen. They quickly asked the staff. "What? They've already left." Feng Bui frowned. What a waste of resources. It's good that he's gone. The government provides this opportunity to learn law inscriptions for free, not for them to use it for sensationalism and waste resources. The staff were very dissatisfied with their impression of Kang Jia. Listening to the staff's scolding, Feng Bui opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Having finished his business absent-mindedly, Feng Bui went straight back to the Feng family home. She found her father, Feng Qingyang, and told him about her encounter with Kang Jai. "Are you sure that kid is your aunt's child?" Feng Qingyang asked Dao nervously. Feng Bui hesitated. "This, to be related to the Zhu family, it must be my aunt's son, right?" Feng Bui was somewhat uncertain. After all, he had only seen Kang Ji's mother in photos. Feng Qingyang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "Don't tell your grandfather about this yet. I'll go and find out what's going on." "Father, if he really is my aunt's child, will you bring him back? I heard." Before Feng Bui could finish speaking, Feng Qingyang interrupted Dao. "Don't ask too many questions, kid. Whether we come back or not is not up to us." Feng Bui immediately shut up, and a chill ran down his spine when he thought of his grandfather. Meanwhile, Kang Jai, back at school, was about to say goodbye to the principal when Xun Zhen called her back. "Here, take this." A fragment flew towards Kang Jai, who caught it and took a closer look, his pupils immediately shrinking. "Fragments of law!" Kang Jai was slightly shocked, not expecting Xun Zhen to suddenly give him law fragments. "This is a fragment of the Array Dao law that I used to comprehend, and when I was trying to understand the Array Dao law inscription. There is also a Dao in this piece of law fragment. Law divine power, but this Dao divine ability isn't very strong. Whether you choose to comprehend it in the future is up to you. However, this thing is perfect for comprehending law inscriptions." Looking at the law fragments in his hand, Kang Jai was somewhat moved and bowed to Xun Zhen. Array Dao law is also very good. If he wants to do artifact refining in the future, formation is a must-know. Moreover, array formations are also very helpful for cultivation, such as setting up spirit-gathering arrays, defensive arrays, and so on. A powerful cultivator can form an entire formation by itself, simply by standing there. It can generate a formation from its own form. It's terrifying. Clutching the law fragments, Kang Jai thanked Dao. Thank you very much, Grandpa. Gunzen waved. All right, go what you need to do. I have important matters to attend to. After sending Kang Jai away, Xun Zhen also let out a long sigh. I wonder if the Dao Feng family has discovered this kid yet. Gun Zhen muttered to himself. After leaving the principal's office, Kang Jai went home. Seeing that her sister was all right, returned to Three Kingdoms world. However, Kang Jai did not notice that shortly after he left, his younger sister, Kang Yu, took a step out and quickly disappeared into their house. Upon returning to Three Kingdoms world, Kang Ji immediately sensed that something was amiss. Ji, you're back. Upon seeing Kang Jai, Dian Lai was very excited, but his excitement was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Noticing Dian Lai's expression, Kang Jai had a sudden thought, and his divine sense scanned the entire Ji County, causing him to frown. After conquering the entire Yuzhou, they moved their capital to Ji County. At this moment, although everything in Ji County seemed normal, there was a tense, fearful, and restless atmosphere, which Kang Ji immediately sensed. Has something happened? Dian Lai, who was walking over, was taken aback. He met Kang Ji's gaze and scratched his head with a slightly dazed look in his eyes. How did you know Dao? Kang Jai didn't answer, but asked him with her eyes. A lot has indeed happened in the 40-odd days you've been gone. Cao Cao and the others have betrayed us. At this point, Dian Lai gritted his teeth, clearly very angry. Cao Cao betrayed us? He and the false emperor. Have you formed an alliance? Dian Lai nodded reluctantly. Not only Cao Cao, but also Gongsun Zan is on our side. All the other lords have formed an alliance with the false emperor. Now the entire Yuzhou is surrounded by them, including the sea. Hiss, Kang Jai gasped. He hadn't expected things to be this serious. He frowned slightly. Logically speaking, Cao Cao and his group shouldn't be allied with the false emperor. There must be something about this that he didn't know about. But no matter what the accident is, he won't let anyone who dares to mess with him get away with it. Gently tapping the back of his hand and rubbing his fingers, Kang Ji's eyes gleamed. Divine sense constantly scans the entire city, collecting all information about it. At the same time, he asked Dao, "What's the situation now? Have we lost any territory?" Dian Lai shook his head. "We haven't lost the territory we already have. Their army has just finished assembling and is constantly probing us, but..." Dian Lai hesitated, then Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "Just say what you have to say. Why have you become so hesitant?" Dian Lai scratched his head. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's that your advisors told me not to tell you for the time being. They are looking for a solution and are worried if you suddenly come back without knowing the details, you make the wrong decision. Feng Xiao and the others won't let you talk about it?" Kang Ji's lips curled up slightly. Have they found a solution? After a quick scan with divine sense, Kang Jai already guessed what trouble they had encountered. Dian Lai remained silent for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "No, your advisors still haven't come up with a solution. They're just arguing with that group of people, and making Shu Yi and the others run around every day. I don't know what they're doing." Listening to Dian Lai's complaints, Kang Jai shook her head slightly. "Their idea is good, it's just a pity." Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Dian Lai shuddered, looking at Kang Jai with suspicion and uncertainty. "You, realm are you now?" Kang Jai grinned. "Hey, I've already broken through to nascent soul realm." "What? So fast? You've only been gone a short time, and you've already broken through nascent soul realm?" Dian Lai stared wide-eyed. Wasn't it said that understanding law inscriptions was very difficult? How did you grasp it so quickly? Opportunity, you're almost at the limit of core formation realm, aren't you? When you break through, I'll give you a big gift. A big gift? Dian Lai tilted his head. You'll know when the time comes. Kang Jai didn't plan to tell Dian Lai right now, because they wanted Dian Lai to use the devouring law inscription breakthrough nascent soul realm. He still needs to plan. Go and bring Feng Xiao and the others back. Tell them I have a way to resolve the current predicament, so they don't have to waste their time on that group. Dian Lai was delighted. Without asking Kang Jai how he knew about Dao's predicament, or what solutions Kang Jai might have, he simply obeyed orders to find people. Apart from Jiaxu, who is still in Ji County, Go Jia and the others are not in Ji County. It will take some time before they all return, so Kang Jai simply chose to go into seclusion again, taking the time to study the array Dao law fragments that Zun Zhen had given him. In just one day, Kang Jai ciphered the array Dao law inscription. With the addition of the array Dao law inscription, Kang Jai has now mastered 12 inscriptions. We are only 24 short of the 36 law inscriptions. Upon emerging from seclusion, Gu Jia and the others had returned, and Kang Jai gathered them together. So, how's the grain and fodder loan going? Kang Jai asked the group with a slightly teasing tone. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, and no one spoke. Kang Jai sighed softly. You're telling Alay not to tell me, aren't you? You just afraid I'll go on a killing spree? Everyone opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but were interrupted by Kang Jai. Have you considered that those people might not have any food to lend you at all? Everyone froze, then realized something, and Dao exclaimed incredulously. My lord, you mean they already moved the grain out? Kang Jai did not answer directly, but calmly said, at least in Ji County, they have no stored grain. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Man Chong stared in horror, muttering to himself, what should we do? Hundreds of thousands of troops and so many civilians. This... Kang Jai frowned. The common people? The common people are suffering and have no food left? Gu Jia smiled bitterly. My lord, you don't know this, but just a few days after you left, these powerful families in Yuzhou started buying up the surplus grain and fodder from the farmers at high prices. At first, we didn't take it seriously. After all, this group of people were just buying up the surplus grain and fodder from the farmers and hadn't done anything drastic. Having money in people's hands can stimulate consumption, increase various demands, and create more job opportunities, which is also beneficial to us, so we did not stop it. Unexpectedly, this group of people used a covert strategy to secretly buy up the remaining grain from the people at an evener price. At that time, we were recruiting workers and building Yuzhou. As long as people worked, they could eat and stay for free. This made people sell their surplus grain to those powerful families without any scruples. By the time we realized something was wrong, the false emperor had already formed an alliance with Cao Cao and others and was waging war against us. As a result, our demand for food supplies increased significantly. But at this time, due to the war, we had to suspend all kinds of construction. In this way, the people would lose their food rations, while the food supplies we had would have to be used to supply the army, so we dared not move them lightly. To maintain stability in Yuzhou, we had to purchase grain from those powerful families. But these powerful families claimed they had no grain of their own. In a fit of anger, we staged a scene of making an example of someone. However, after dealing with several powerful families, they failed to find a large amount of their grain, and that's when, at this point, Gojia couldn't continue, feeling too embarrassed. Kang Jai handed Yuzhou over to them, but he never expected that it would turn out like this in just over a month. This left these strategists in a very awkward position. Kang Jai did not blame them. He gently tapped the back of his hand and analyzed Dao. Since you failed to find their grain supplies, it means that they have already hidden them away. Shijikai nodded. What the Lord said is right. That's what we were thinking too. So while we were arguing with them, we sent out Shu Yi and the others to search, but so far we haven't found where they hid the grain. Kang Jai shook his head. Since neither Rat One nor the others have found it, it can only mean that these provisions have likely already been transported out of Yuzhou by them. If they had prepared in advance and transported the grain out of Yuzhou, no matter how much you search, you wouldn't be able to find it. Everyone turned pale. Of course, they had considered this possibility, but they dared not think about it. If that's true, they could very well face utter ruin. Even killing all the powerful families wouldn't help. This is also why they were unwilling to tell Kang Jai the news, fearing that Kang Jie would go on a killing spree. And at that point, there would truly be no room for maneuver. As for transporting supplies from Earth, well, that's laughable. With a food shortage affecting millions of people, how many trips would it take to satisfy a few people in a cubic meter of space? Not to mention, each entry and exit requires a teleportation card, and now the price of a teleportation card has been inflated to the level of a medium-grade plant. They're not fools. They don't exchange a single heaven and earth treasure card. How could they possibly exchange a large number of them? Even if they wanted to exchange it, they didn't have the wealth. For various reasons, they are now in dire straits. If the people were to run out of food, it would be a catastrophic event. My lord, we have no choice but to compromise with those powerful families and see if we can get some supplies from them. Although the army still has some supplies, the majority of the millions of people in Yuzhou are on the verge of starvation. Gojia was very unwilling to say this, but no matter how unwilling he was, he dared not joke about the millions of people. If a mutiny occurs, it will be an uncontrollable disaster. By then, even without False Emperor and his forces attacking, Yuzhou will be unable to be defended. Despite Gojia's persuasion, Kang Jai remained calm. Since we have no food, have you ever thought about robbing or stealing it from the enemy? Shu Shu shook his head. My lord, you mean Rat One and the others, right? No, that won't work. Those people already know about Rat One and his group. They're on guard now. There's no way they can steal a large amount of grain. Gui also sighed. We've tried this method before, but it didn't work. The enemy was not only prepared, but they also did not have a large amount of stored in their camp. We suspect they stored their supplies at sea. Maritime. Yes, it's at sea. They have many ships on the high seas, and their military rations should be stored there. Not only ships, they blockaded our coastline, and they can also store food on islands, so we have no way to deal with them. As everyone shared their opinions, Kang Jie rubbed his temples. I never expected those people in the coalition to be so clever as to come up with such a method. My lord, I know you are very ruthless, but for the sake of the people of Yuzhou, please bear with it for a little while. Gojia stood up and bowed to Kang Jai, hoping that Kang Jai would not go on a killing spree. Otherwise, they would really have no way to get food from the powerful families. However, Kang Jai did not agree to their request directly. Instead, he asked Dao, if we do not touch those powerful families, how confident are you in obtaining food from them? If they use grain as leverage to force the people to revolt, how will you respond? Gojia and the others remained silent. Their expression grave, and no one answered for a moment. After a long silence, Jiashu spoke. Our only chance now is to delay them while breaking their blockade. Only in this way can we truly resolve this crisis. Kang Jai countered. Then, how confident are you of breaking their blockade? The crowd fell silent again, because none of them dared to say they were certain. After a long while, Kang Jai sighed. I can help you with the food supply issue. Everyone was stunned and looked up at Kang Ji in disbelief. But Kang Jai continued, but I hope that next time I encounter something like this, I won't hold back. You're hoping to buy the kindness of those powerful families through compromise, but you're mistaken. Peace will survive if we seek it through struggle. It will perish if we seek it through compromise. Don't expect the enemy to be kind. If the enemy is unwilling to cooperate, then kill them until they are willing to cooperate. Better to be a broken piece of jade than a whole piece of tile. What I want is a force with backbone and an indomitable spirit, instead of a force that constantly compromises in order to survive. Such a force, even if alive, would only live on their knees, clinging to life, servile and obsequious. Kang Ji's voice was loud and his tone was heavy, causing all the civil officials to lower their heads. The reason Kang Jai speaks so heavily today is because he knows that scholars throughout history have a common problem. They weigh too many factors. One could even say that intellectuals are somewhat weak. In times of peace, it's okay to be a little weak, but in times of chaos, only by being tough can one survive. The enemy will not let you go because of your weakness, nor will they sympathize with you because of your weakness, and thus spare those innocent people who are implicated. Taking a deep breath and looking at the group of people who were deep in thought with their heads down, Kang Jai said firmly, send a message to those powerful families. Within 3 days, each family shall hand over 100,000 she of grain. After drawing 100,000 troops back from the front lines, any household that fails to hand over grain and provisions within 3 days will be executed, without mercy. With a whoosh, everyone looked up, staring at Kang Jai in shock. Everyone wanted to say something, but Kang Jai only gave them a cold glance. Remember, from now on, you will all be following me to leave this world. But Earth is not so peaceful, with demons and monsters running rampant. If you continue with this kind of personality, you will surely suffer a great loss in the future. On Earth, the people are the foundation. Anyone who disregards the interests of the people, even if they use the people as leverage, must be killed. The only way to deal with this is to kill them until they dare not use the people as hostages anymore. Until all these powerful families are wiped out. Kang Jai's gaze sharpened as she stared intently at them and demanded it of Dao. Did you hear me? Listen carefully. Everyone shuddered and shouted back, Dao! Nodding in satisfaction, Kang Jai softened his tone and began assigning tasks. Next, you all go and find these herbs for me, the more the better. Although he was short of food supplies, he was now an alchemist, and refining the simplest fasting pills was a piece of cake for. There are many kinds of pill formulas for making fasting pills. The principle behind fasting pills is to use some herbs to absorb and store some heaven and earth spiritual ki, thereby achieving the effect of replenishing the energy needed by the human body. With enough fasting pills, Kang Jai can easily solve the food crisis, and all those powerful families who dare to threaten him with the people must die. As soon as the order was issued, the entire Yushu was in an uproar. In the secret room, Kang Jai releases the pill furnace, a gift from the 7th ancestor of the Zhu family. Although it has only been initially refined, it is more than enough to make a fasting pill. He turned to look at Zhang Zhongjing beside him. Mr. Zhongjing, I will now teach you alchemy. Your cultivation has now reached the core formation realm. Although you don't have enough pill fire, I'll help you find a suitable different type later. For now, you should learn some basic alchemy knowledge with me. Although Kang Jai can now refine all medicinal pills below the transformation god realm, he has never thought of becoming an alchemist. Alchemy was merely a means for him to aid his cultivation. The true alchemist, used to build his power, still needed someone else. And no one is more suitable than Zhang Zhongjing. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhongjing currently lacks a unique type of fire. Otherwise, he would be able to take on the important task of refining the Bigu pill. With a wave of his hand, a solar pill fire drifted down beneath the seven treasure furnace. You also cultivated mental energy, which is of great help in assisting alchemy. And, once you possess a unique flame, you can officially become an alchemist. Kang Ji explained as he added a large amount of herbs to the pill furnace. The seven treasure furnace has its own space, and it consists of 7 independent spaces. In other words, if Kang Ji is strong enough, he can even refine 7 kinds of medicinal pills at the same time. Now, all Kang Ji needs to refine is the Bigu pill, so he put the herbs needed for the Bigu pill into all 7 spaces. As Kang Ji was being refined, Zhang Zhongjing watched Kang movements without moving, occasionally even mimicking his own hand seals. Kang Ji glanced at Zhang Zhongjing and sighed with admiration. Zhang Zhongjing truly had a strong talent for alchemy. In just a short while, Zhang Zhongjing had memorized all the steps and required herbs for the Bigu Dan, a fasting pill. He even learned most of the hand gestures needed for alchemy. Unfortunately, strange flames are not so easy to obtain. Kang Ji's solar pill fire was too powerful. Even though Kang Ji condensed a different kind of fire seed for him, Zhang Zhongjing couldn't absorb it. If you try to absorb it by force, you may and die. For 3 consecutive days, Kang Ji and Zhang Zhongjing were refining Bigu pills in the secret room, and Zhang Zhongjing had basically learned how to refine Bigu pills. Furthermore, Kang Ji also gave him a jade slip containing a wealth of knowledge related to alchemy. Zhang Zhongjing has had a very enjoyable 3 days of learning. Aside from some technique unique to the Zhu family that Kang Ji didn't teach Zhang Zhongjing, Kang Ji taught Zhang Zhongjing all the basic knowledge of alchemy. Of course, it will take a long time to memorize all this. However, Zhang Zhongjing, with its profound heritage and foundation, has a great advantage in this regard. The only pity is, there was no different kind of fire for Zhang Zhongjing. Fusion. Just as Kang Ji was lamenting the lack of a different kind of fire, Zhang Zhongjing suddenly asked Dao, "My lord, all unusual flames, different kinds of fire?" "My lord, are all strange flames considered exotic flames?" Kang Ji was taken aback by Zhang Zhongjing's question. "What are you trying to say?" Kang Ji asked Dao. Zhang Zhongjing thought for a moment and organized his thoughts. "My lord, I once saw a strange flame on the peak of Mount Tai during a thunderstorm. This fire appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by lightning, yet it could float in the air, a truly bizarre phenomenon." "Thunderstorm? The peak of Mount Tai?" Kang Ji was slightly taken aback. Zhang Zhongjing nodded. "Yes, it only appears during thunderstorms. I discovered it by chance while gathering herbs. The flames don't appear except during thunderstorms." "A thunderstorm, a fire without roots. What kind of flame is this?" For a moment, Kang Ji couldn't recall what kind of flame it was. His eyes darted around, then he looked at his alchemy furnace. Although it has only been 3 days, a large number of Bigu pills have been refined. But compared to the food supply for millions of people for an unknown period of time, it is still insufficient. The Bigu pill that Kang Ji refined in 3 days could at most sustain the people of Yuzhou for half a month's worth of food. If he can't defeat the coalition forces within half a month, he'll have to continue with alchemy. Kang Ji had no desire to do such a job. His eyes flickered, and he looked at Zhang Zhongjing. "Dao, come, Take me to see the flames you spoke of. Zhang Zhongjing stared blankly. Before Zhang Zhongjing could speak, Kang Jai grabbed him and pulled him outside. My lord, where are you going? Guo Jia, who was approaching, looked puzzled. Stopping in their tracks, Kang Jai asked Dao, how's the situation with powerful families going? Guo Jia's expression hardened. My lord, do you truly intend to kill them all without mercy? Seeing Guo Jia's somewhat reluctant expression, Kang Jai said seriously, Fengshu, you must remember, powerful families who dare to use ordinary people as a threat do not deserve to live in this world. I've already given them a chance, and since they didn't cherish it, they shouldn't blame me. Guo Jia remained silent, then sighed and said, My lord, I understand. Currently, only 5 families have agreed to hand over 100,000 shi of grain. But even these 5 families cannot deliver it immediately. According to them, all the provisions of the powerful families in Yuso have been transferred to the sea, including theirs. Even if they wanted to pay, they had no grain to pay. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and then asked Dao, what are the public perceptions of these 5 companies? Guo Jia thought for a moment and said to Dao, it's not bad. They usually help out the people. However, these families are all rather timid and don't have a firm stance. They almost always listen to whichever side is stronger. Their attitude changed immediately after you withdrew 100,000 troops from the front lines. By gently tapping the back of his hand, Kang Jai roughly understood this family dynamic. It's neither good nor bad. One thing is certain, this kind of family cannot be reused. However, now he needs to establish some role models, such as obedient families. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Guo Jia, leave these 5 families alive, and wipe out the rest. Don't hold back. Guo trembled, wanting to dissuade him further, but the words remained unspoken. Kang Ji understood that Guo Jia, also from the powerful families, must have felt bad seeing his fellow human being treated this way. On the other hand, people like Shi Jikai and Shu Shu don't have as many ideas. Patting Guo Jia on the shoulder, Kang Jai said earnestly, Feng Xiao, when you have the chance, go and see the powerful families of Blue Star. There is an ironclad rule on Earth. The people are the foundation of everything. Powerful families may fight each other, but they cannot use the people as leverage. Any powerful family found to dare to use the people as hostages, or even to cause mass harm to the people, regardless of their rank, will be utterly destroyed. Guo Jia felt a slight tremor in his heart, and when he looked at Kang Jai again, he felt a touch of emotion. He nodded. My lord, I understand. Don't worry, I won't act on my emotions. Kang Jai laughed. That's more like it. All right, I'll leave this to you. I'm taking Mr. Zhongjing out for a bit. Before Guo Jia could reply, Kang Jai grabbed Zhang Zhongjing, and they soared into the sky. Guo Jia paused for a moment as he watched Kang Jai disappear rapidly, then his face lit up with joy. This speed. Lord Breakthrough, nascent soul realm is here. Since the breakthrough, Kang Jai has not had time to inform anyone other than Dian Lai. Nascent soul realm is a watershed moment. In this world, Guo Jia Lu Bu and others are only at the core formation level. Peak. However, it is very difficult for them to break through to the nascent soul level. Firstly, it's due to their cultivation technique. Secondly, this world's capacity to support it is insufficient. Although they have now switched to studying Earth's cultivation technique, it has only been a short time. Huang Zhang, the strongest among them, has only reached the 6th level of core formation realm, far from the core formation realm. Peak is still a long way off. With the help of Kang Ji's weed juice, even the worst of these subordinates managed to develop 12 spiritual energy vortexes. For example, Huangzhong people like Dian Wei have even developed 18 spiritual energy vortexes, only slightly less than Dian Lai. Because they have developed more spiritual energy vortexes, cultivate will require more time and resources. Now I want to break through nascent soul realm is still a long way off. The strongest beings in this world are those hidden nascent soul-level monsters. Go Jia had been worried that Kang Ji's actions were too excessive and would attract the intervention of powerful nascent soul-level experts. But now, Kang Ji is already at the nascent soul level, which immediately put his mind at ease. Meanwhile, Kang Ji, carrying Zhang Zhongjing, flew rapidly towards Mount Tai. The differences between nascent soul realm and core formation realm are quite significant. If we compare the flight speed of core formation realm to that of a bicycle, then nascent soul realm, the speed of a cultivator is at least that of a motorcycle. Kang Ji is also a nascent soul realm level 12, plus the divine sense assistance, so Kang Ji's speed is at least at the racing car level. He's much faster than the average person. In less than an hour, two arrived at the peak of Mount Tai. However, at this time, the sun was shining brightly on the peak of Mount Tai, and no strange fire was found. My lord, those flames only appear when there's thunder and rain, so there's no point in us coming now. Kang Ji didn't speak, but looked at the sky. No rush, it will rain tonight. I just don't know if Dao will thunder. It's going to rain tonight? Zhang Zhongjing was taken aback. I looked up at the sky but couldn't see anything unusual. However, given Kang Ji's high level of cultivation, perhaps he noticed something. Kang Ji wasn't idle either. Although it was still early, he had to do something during this free time, for Dian Lai. Breakthrough, the nascent soul realm, is preparing. Dian Lai breakthrough, to obtain the nascent soul realm, one needs the devouring law inscription, and to comprehend the devouring law inscription, one must possess the relevant items. The only tree Kang Ji can think of right now is the yin-yang divine tree in the heavenly court of the prehistoric world. However, the yin-yang divine tree cannot be removed at present. Therefore, the only solution Kang Ji could think of was to re-evolve awakening devourer and fusion. Only through the mysterious patterns within the sun tree of bloodline can Dian Lai comprehend the daring law inscription. With a plan in mind, Kang Ji didn't delay. The two of them found a place and began meditating, with his mind sinking into the primordial chaos. Kang Ji found a sungrass that had just been reincarnated from reincarnation. Centuries have passed on Earth, and the sungrass has multiplied into a new race. Perhaps because sungrass is formed by Kang Ji reincarnations every time. When reincarnation occurs, it is more likely to reincarnate into sungrass. The awakening was performed with ease. Although the excitement of the sun true fire was missing this time, I had already grasped the Kang Ji of the devouring law inscription and fusion law inscription, so the awakening was not too difficult. Furthermore, Kang Ji also shared the law patterns within the yin-yang divine tree, causing dramatic changes to occur within the sungrass. As the Dao rhyme is generated, the sungrass gradually begins to grow rapidly. The roots stretched deep into the earth, and the grass stems and leaves began to grow rapidly, becoming thick and tall, gradually transforming into a small tree. With each breath, it was absorbing and releasing a large amount of solar power. With each breath, the sun tree evolves rapidly, and the realm grows accordingly. Once the new sun tree reaches the nascent soul realm, Kang Ji immediately stops cultivate. As expected of the prehistoric world, it doesn't require any cultivation techniques. Simply by absorbing and exhaling heaven and spiritual cool, one's cultivation level can continuously rise. It's truly terrifying, Kang Ji thought to himself, although these clones, because they are not human bodies, do not possess the spell cultivator's cultivation technique of Earth in the prehistoric world. They can enhance their cultivation simply by breathing exercises. This is something that neither Earth nor any other world can do. New Sun Tree, after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Kangji immediately stopped cultivate and returned it to the sea of a consciousness. The moment Sun Tree entered the sea of a consciousness, the entire of consciousness immediately erupted in excitement. Hiss! What a terrifying Sun True fire! Kangji never expected that after evolving into a Sun Tree, the Sun True fire contained within it would be far more powerful than that of Sun Grass. This made Kangji the sea of a conscious is under immense pressure. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. The solar pill fire shot up from the lower Danchin and entered the sea of a consciousness. With the appearance of pill fire, the Sun True fire on the Sun Tree was rapidly absorbed. Gradually, the solar pill fire on the Sun Tree quieted down, while Kangji's solar pill fire became much stronger. Phew! Thank goodness for solar pill fire, otherwise I really would have had to release the Sun Tree out of my body. The reason why Sun Tree was not released from the body is because the Tao flame of the peak of Mount Tai has not appeared. After helping Zhang Zhongjing obtain that strange fire, Kangji plans to plant the Sun Tree on the peak of Mount Tai. The abundant sunshine here makes it more suitable for the survival of sun trees. More importantly, Kangji wants to conduct an experiment and needs to plant a sun tree here. Pulling himself back to reality, he heard Zhang Zhongjing cautiously calling out from the side. "From the side, Lord? My lord, it's about to rain." Kangji opened his eyes and, as expected, saw that the peak of Mount Tai was now covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder, as if it were the end of the world. Judging from this situation, we'll have a harvest tonight. Kangji was very happy. She didn't expect to be able to wait for a thunderstorm on the first day. Let's go take a look. However, Zhang Zhongjing grabbed him. "My lord, no. That flame is very peculiar. It cannot even be detected with mental energy. We can't use mental energy to investigate." Just as Kangji was about to ask about the specifics, a loud boom seemed to illuminate the world. In an instant, a powerful pressure appeared on the peak of Mount Tai, forcing Kangji, who was about to step forward, to stop. Looking at the peak of Mount Tai, with a solemn expression, Kangji frowned. The oppressive aura he just experienced had actually put him under considerable pressure. You should know that Tao's true strength is now no less than that of transformation God realm. Despite such strength, they actually felt pressured by that thunderous force. What's going on? This lightning actually carries its own oppressive force? Just as Kangji was wondering, another thunderbolt struck. This time, the thunder was different. It connected heaven and earth, striking directly at the top of Mount Tai. With a loud boom, lightning exploded on the peak of Mount Tai, but it didn't damage a single blade of grass or tree. However, after this thunderous roar, a ball resembling both electricity and fire appeared on the peak of Mount Tai. Is this the strange fire you mentioned?" Kangji asked Zhang Zhongjing beside him. Zhang Zhongjing nodded. "That's right, my lord, it's this flame." Kangji, out of curiosity, couldn't help but use her divine sense to find out more. Zhang Zhongjing was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "My lord, you mustn't." However, it was too late. The moment Kangji's divine sense came into contact with the fireball, it was as if it had been struck by lightning, and all the hair on its body stood on end. "My lord," Zhang Zhongjing called out cautiously. "Dao, phew." Kangji exhaled a puff of white smoke, his eyes shining. He hadn't expected that this ball of flame would actually possess lightning properties. What surprised him even more was that although the flame electrified his entire body, it did not harm his physical body. Or to be more precise, the physical body was destroyed by this lightning force, and then instantly restored. This flame seems to have some characteristics of lightning punishment. It contains life within destruction. If we can survive it, there will be great benefits. Quick, try to see if you can fusion. Kang Jai hurriedly reminded him. This kind of strange fire is no less than the top 10 strange fires. It would be a great pity if Zhang Zhongjing missed it. Seeing Kang Ji's miserable state, Zhang Zhongjing hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth. This was a rare opportunity. It would be difficult to find another Dao strange flame in this world. With Kang Jai by my side to take care of me now, this is the best time. Wait, drink this bottle of juice first. Kang Jai gave Zhang Zhongjing the latest sungrass juice. Although the juice of sungrass does not contain sun true fire, it does contain a trace of the power of the sun. After Zhang Zhongjing absorbs this wisp of solar power, he will increase his resistance to flames when he subdues the strange fire in the future. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhongjing drank the entire bottle of juice in one gulp. In an instant, a burning sensation came from my stomach and then spread throughout body. Now, while the sap is at its most potent and can enhance your resistance to flames, quickly fuse that strange fire. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhongjing released pill fire, which drifted towards the strange flames not far away. The moment pill fire touched the strange flame, it immediately engulfed Zhang Zhongjing's pill fire. Zhang Zhongjing's face turned pale, and he almost lost control of his pill fire. Concentrate and stay calm, Kang Jai reminded Dao. Zhang Zhongjing tried to calm himself, but he still couldn't take back pill fire. With gritted teeth, he thought, if I can't retrieve pill fire, I can't subdue the strange fire. I'll risk it all. In a fit of rage, Zhang Zhongjing used his own mental energy as a force to pull pill fire back. Pill fire, enveloped in a strange flame, touched Zhang Zhongjing. The moment the mental energy is activated, it is instantly ignited. Instant, Zhang Zhongjing felt as if his entire soul was on fire, but he still gritted his teeth and desperately tried to pull pill fire back. Almost there, is it really impossible to do it properly? Seeing that Zhang Zhongjing was still unable to retract the pill fire despite his efforts, Kang Jai frowned. Kang Jai frowned slightly as he looked at the strange flame. Is this flame truly a rootless plant? Kang Jai looked up at the sky, where lightning still flashed and thunder roared, as if mocking them. It's hard to say. Looking up at the sky, there was lightning and thunder, seemingly unrelated to the strange fire on the ground. But Kang Ji's intuition told her that the thunder in the sky was not simple. Thunder and blaze, let me see what tricks they're up to. Kang Jai leaped into the air and soared straight into the sky. However, as soon as Kang Jai flew above the flames, his expression changed. No, this is... In an instant, the power of lightning pierced through his body, and Kang Jai was instantly electrocuted and charred. Thanks to its robust physical body and tenacious vitality, it was much better than a typical nascent soul realm. Cultivator has long since vanished. The forces of destruction and regeneration flowed continuously within his body, causing Kang Ji's physical body to be constantly destroyed and repaired. This is... Kang Jai looked down and saw that her intervention seemed to have broken the connection between the thunder in the sky and the flames on the ground, causing the flames to instantly drift towards Zhang Zhongjing. However, the flames didn't drift far before they seemed to be restrained by another force, and no matter how Zhang Zhongjing pulled, he couldn't pull them back. There's another force on the ground that's restraining. Kang Ji, immediately noticed something amiss. Thunder, earth veins, it's hard to say, this is heavenly thunder striking earthly fire. Isn't it said that the phenomenon of lightning striking the earth usually occurs in volcanoes? How could this happen at the peak of Mount Tai? Although he had doubts, now was not the time to investigate. Kang Jai rushed to the ground and severed the connection between the strange fire and the ground with a hand chop. The strange fire, having lost its connection, instantly rushed towards Zhang Zhongjing. Kang Jai had just let go of Qi and was preparing to break free from the lightning lock in the sky. But just then, a Qi suddenly appeared on the ground and instantly locked on to him. Before Kang Jai could struggle, a flame appeared out of nowhere and enveloped her. Kang Jai never imagined that severing the connection between the strange fire and heaven and earth would result in her taking its place. The lightning in the sky now uses itself as a medium to connect with the flames in the earth's veins, giving birth to a new strange fire. Burning with the strange flames, Kang Ji immediately felt an immense threat. This is different from the strange fire that Zhang Zhongjing obtained. That strange fire was just a strange fire. Kang Jai had severed its connection with heaven and earth. But Kang Jai is different. The strange fire that envelops him is still connected to heaven and earth. It can be said that Kang Jai is currently being crushed by the continuous power of heaven and earth. Cough, cough. A large amount of residue spurted from Kang Ji's mouth. He had already suffered considerable injuries. If this continues, even if they don't die, they will be severely injured by the power of heaven and earth. "My lord," Zhang Zhongjing exclaimed. Kang Jai waved his hand. "Hurry up and absorb that flame." Zhang Zhongjing is of no help whatsoever, and Kang Jai certainly doesn't want him to make things worse. With a thought, pillfire burst forth from within his body, instantly enveloping the strange fire in the world. The pillfire, a fusion of sun true fire, is of even higher quality than this strange fire. Unfortunately, in terms of quantity, it cannot compare to this strange fire. But it doesn't matter. As long as pillfire can devour fusion's strange fires, these strange fires will eventually become nothing to worry about. However, his actions seem to have provoked the heavens and earth. With a thunderclap, the entire sky seemed to open up like a funnel, and endless lightning poured down, enveloping Kang Jai. That wasn't all. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from deep underground, and a surge of immense energy poured into the flames. The flames, engulfed by solar pillfire, instantly broke through the pillfire's encirclement. This is the dragon vein beneath the earth. Kang Jai was horrified, never expecting that she would attract such a terrifying thing. This is the dragon meridian, and he actually managed to activate it. Not only that, the lightning in the sky also changed color, from the normal color of lightning to purple. This is heavenly punishment power. Oh, crap! What heinous thing have I done to deserve this? Kang Jai wanted to curse. This was utterly inhuman. Before she could think, Kang Jai swallowed the sun grass one by one, and its powerful life force flowed into her body. This can't go on forever. While absorbing the strange fire from heaven and earth, he pondered a countermeasure. It wasn't that he was afraid of these mutated strange flames. The main reason was that he was bound by the power of heaven and earth. To his utter surprise, the lightning in the sky and the dragon vein underground formed a fiery cage centered on him, trapping him firmly within it. To break free, one must break free from the shackles of the flames. Leaving aside the heavenly lightning punishment, always felt that its appearance was somewhat strange. However, the dragon vein underground is real, and to break free from its constraints, one must break the entire dragon vein of Mount Tai. According to the information from the divine sense, the dragon vein in Mount Tai is not just a single dragon vein, it is also connected to other dragon veins deep underground. To break free from this force, let alone the nascent soul realm, even the fusion realm might not be able to do so. Perhaps only tribulation transcending realm has the potential to break free from this constraint completely. How so? Kang Jai was completely baffled. How did things develop like this? He sensed something was wrong. What a coincidence! What a bizarre coincidence! Enduring the stinging pain from the lightning, Kang Ji divine sense swept across the entire world, yet found nothing unusual. Was no one plotting against us? Or was the distance too great? Kang Jai frowned, repeatedly pondering all the information after returning to the Three Kingdoms world, analyzing it one by one. I brought Zhang Zhongjing here to subdue the strange fire on a whim. It was impossible for anyone to have planned this in advance. If it wasn't orchestrated by someone, then... Kang Jai looked up at the sky, squinting. Could it be that you want to keep me here? Kang Jai thought of the heavenly Tao of this world. Although this world is heavenly Tao origin's destiny has been broken, but that doesn't mean heavenly Tao is dead. Heavenly Tao is still alive, but his origin destiny is broken. Without the origin destiny, it will be more difficult for him to advance. Or perhaps, thereafter the Ziwei destiny within me. A thought suddenly occurred to Kang Jai. The only difference since my return is that I've become stronger. He not only possessed Ziwei destiny, but also absorbed Ziwei heavenly fire. Ziwei destiny alone may not be useful for heavenly Tao. If Ziwei heavenly fire is added, heavenly Tao may have a way to restore its origin destiny. Could this be the real reason he attacked me? His eyes gleamed. If that were really the case, how should he break out of this predicament? If it is truly this world that has attacked me, it will probably not be so easy for me to break free. Trying to force me to stay won't be that easy. Kang Jai soared into the sky in fury. His true combat power has now reached the transformation god realm. Although heavenly Tao is strong, it is ultimately just a nascent soul world. In a typical world, heavenly Tao is only 2 great realms higher than the strongest being in this world. In other words, the heavenly Tao in Three Kingdoms world is at most equivalent to Fusion Realm. Fusion Realm, although I can't break through it, if I go all out, you won't get away unscathed. Kang Ji unleashed a punch that shot straight into the sea of thunder punishment. Nascent Soul Realm unleashed his full power at the 12th level of cultivation, and the terrifying aura spread across this world. The once peaceful Three Kingdoms world suddenly erupted into chaos. The powerful figures who had been asleep opened their eyes and stared intently at Mount Tai. Those who had been paying attention to the changes here were even more shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. This aura. Could it be that someone has broken through the extreme realm? This is impossible. Wasn't it said that it was impossible to break through the extreme realm of nascent soul in this world? At this moment, countless people are unable to sleep, and countless others are flying towards Tai. Regardless of whether they reached Mount Tai or not, they dared not approach this area, because this area was too terrifying at that moment. Even Zhang Zhongjing, who was in the process of fusion with the strange fire, had to flee down the mountain for his life. Today, the peak of Mount Tai is engulfed in flames. Amidst the sea of a fire, a golden dragon soared high, gazing down at Kang Jai in the sky. In the sky, it was as if a rift had opened, and endless thunder poured down, attempting to suppress Kang Jai, this person who dared to defy the heavens. Meanwhile, Kang Jai was shattered all over, yet was rapidly repairing herself. With each rebirth, the physical body's cultivation continuously strengthens, rapidly advancing towards the nascent soul level. Peak sprint. Kang Jai never expected that the first to break through would be the physical body. With that little strength, you can't kill me. Kang Jai laughed heartily, swimming freely in the sea of the lightning, constantly provoking heavenly Dao. Seemingly provoked by Kang Jai, Dao's thunderbolts no longer strike Kang Jai. The dragon vein of the peak of Mount Tai also spews out endless dragon vein power. However, the power of the dragon veins did not attack Kang Jai, but instead collided with the power of lightning punishment, intertwined with each other, and eventually merged together. After the power of lightning punishment and the power of the dragon pulse merged, they transformed into chains that headed towards Kang Jai. Kang Jai was shocked. He never expected that this place would play such a trick on him. No, if it's a head-on fight, as long as they can't kill me, I'll definitely win in the end. But if you're locked up, then there's truly no escape. Kang Jai had no intention of testing the law chains of this world, which were chains imbued with the power of heavenly Dao. Once locked up, it's difficult to break free unless you break free of this world. While constantly weaving through the gaps in the chains, he kept thinking of a solution. At this rate, we can't hold out for much longer. As the chains drew closer and tightened, Kang Jai knew very well that in a few dozen breaths, he would have no chance of escape. No, we need to buy some time. With a wave of his right hand, the 7-treasure furnace appeared in his hand. With another wave, the 7-treasure furnace rapidly expanded, directly supporting the heavenly Dao chains that were about to lock. The 7-treasure furnace, after all, is capable of using the magic treasure of the Mahayana realm and the heavenly Dao of the 3 kingdoms world, and cannot be destroyed yet. But that's not a good solution either. This area has been completely sealed off. Even with the 7-treasure furnace, all that can be done is to prevent these chains from locking him up. If they want to escape, they still need to think of another way. What heavenly Dao needs is Ziwei destiny and Ziwei heavenly fire. But more importantly, it needs Ziwei heavenly fire. If another being were to appear possessing Ziwei destiny and Ziwei heavenly fire, they replace me. My mind sank into the sea of consciousness, gazing at the new sun tree within it. At this moment, the sun tree still radiates sun true fire. However, these sun true fires were quickly absorbed by Kang Ji's solar pill fire after they appeared. This sun tree was originally intended to be planted on the peak of Mount Tai. Perhaps it was destined. Thinking to himself, Kang Ji's solar pill fire had completely covered the sun tree. Sun tree clone immediately understood and began trying to absorb the solar pill fire from the main body. The solar pill fire contains the Ziwei heavenly fire, the sun true fire, and the strange flames that just existed between heaven and earth. Kang Jai will tentatively call it heavenly thunder earth fire, although solar pill fire contains 3 kinds of flames. However, the solar pill fire of the main body and the sun true fire of the sun tree are from the same source, so absorbing them is not too difficult. As sun tree absorbs fusion after the solar pill fire in the main body, the pure sun true fire on the sun tree began to gradually transform. Ultimately, sun true fire transformed into a new flame composed of a mixture of 3 flames. The moment the flames appeared, the golden sun tree immediately turned into a purplish gold color. Meanwhile, the top of the sun tree was surrounded by a layer of lightning, as if it contained an endless sea of thunder. It's done. Kang Jai was overjoyed. The moment the sun tree successfully transformed, Ziwei destiny was also born within the sun tree. Although, since sun tree is not human, it is theoretically impossible for it to give birth to Ziwei destiny. However, because sun tree originated from the primordial era, its status is inherently very high, and it is qualified to possess Ziwei destiny. Therefore, With the integration of Ziwei heavenly fire, Sun Tree immediately gave birth to Ziwei destiny. Once his destiny was formed, Kang Ji immediately sensed that the will of heaven and earth that had been locking him in suddenly became somewhat hesitant. He actually hesitated. Ha 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 ha. Kang Ji laughed heartily, which proved that her method was correct. Pay it to me. With a low shout, Kang Ji sent the Sun Tree flying out of his body and then the 7 treasure furnace, charging towards the heaven and earth chains. Sensing the presence of the Sun Tree, the heavenly chains hesitated for a moment. But soon, the chains abandoned Kang Ji and headed towards the Sun Tree. Taking advantage of this gap, Kang Ji immediately controlled the 7 treasure furnace to fly out of the range of the heaven and earth chains. When Kang Ji put away the 7 treasure furnace, he saw that the heavenly chains had completely locked up the Sun Tree. With a deafening roar, the towering Sun Tree, hundreds of feet tall, crashed directly into the peak of Mount Tai. The golden dragon veins quickly coiled around the roots of the Sun Tree, as if afraid that the Sun Tree would escape. At the same time, lightning crashed down from the sky, striking directly into the lightning pool at the top of the Sun Tree. Lightning bolts connecting heaven and earth fell continuously, linking with the Sun Tree and providing it with a constant supply of body-tempering energy. They're afraid Sun Tree will run away. Kang Ji was somewhat moved. The lightning that was falling now had much less destructive power, but instead contained a strong sense of vitality. This is much better than the treatment I received just now. Just as Kang Ji was feeling sentimental, a ball of light suddenly appeared in Sun Tree. Within the soul space. Before clone could react, the ball of light had already enveloped Sun Tree's soul clone. A mysterious feeling arose, and gradually, clone fell into a wonderful state of enlightenment. This is Heavenly Tao origin. What does Heavenly Tao want to do? Does Tao want to clone, fusion? Kang Ji was shocked. He never expected that Heavenly Tao from 3 Kingdoms world would want to directly fuse with his clone. Normally, Heavenly Tao only needs to use his Ziwei heavenly fire to restore his destiny, at most taking away the Ziwei destiny of the Sun Tree. Why would Heavenly Tao himself have to sacrifice it? Isn't this tantamount to suicide? Just as Kang Ji was in shock, a strange energy enveloped Soul Clone. And then, to Kang Ji's astonished gaze, Soul Clone split again, breaking into 2 Daos. Soul Clone. The sudden turn of events startled Kang Ji. This wasn't the clone he had intentionally split off from. What's more, this is a clone that split off from clone. This Kang Ji was completely baffled by 3 Kingdoms Heavenly Tao. Just as Kang Ji was bewildered, another force acted on the 2 soul clones, and in an instant the 2 Daos clones' memories and will were completely erased. So that's where you were waiting for me. Kang Ji was furious, having thought that 3 Kingdoms Heavenly Tao had come to offer help. Now it seems that this is clearly an attempt to usurp someone else's place. However, Kang Ji was not in a hurry to restore clone's memories, since clone was, after all, a clone that split off from his main body. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation in the prehistoric world couldn't completely erase clone's memories. So how could a small place like 3 Kingdoms Heavenly Tao possibly erase Kang Ji's memories? Clone's memories. In Kang Ji's perception, Sun Tree after the soul split, a Tao quickly appeared. Soul was taken out of Sun Tree's body. In Kang Ji's perception, another Tao the soul appeared in a strange space. Kang Ji instinctively knew that this was the heavenly Tao space of the 3 Kingdoms world, the true core of this world. Upon entering this space, countless laws begin to materialize, forming the foundation upon which the entire 3 Kingdoms world operates. After these laws were materialized, they gradually transformed into a Dao. Dao law chains. As soon as law's chains appeared, they rushed towards Kang Ji's soul clone. At this moment, Kang Ji was completely powerless and could only watch helplessly as the law chains merged into soul clone. Oh, I actually have control over this world. In an instant, Kang Ji understood the purpose of these law chains. These law chains were not meant to bind him, but to grant him heavenly Dao authority. Has heavenly Dao gone mad? She actually wants to clone my soul clone. Fusion. Kang Ji was shocked, never expecting heavenly Dao to have done something like this. It was simply unbelievable. Kang Ji couldn't understand why heavenly Dao insisted on doing this, and what benefit it would bring him. Fundamentally, heavenly Dao is merely a set of rules and procedures. It does not require any physical form. Even the vessel itself is a constraint for him. Even if the origin destiny needs to be repaired, heavenly Dao only needs to extract the clone destiny and the Ziwei heavenly fire of the sun tree. Fusion is not needed at all. Soul clone. Once fusion soul clone could potentially give rise to sentience, which is a major taboo and extremely dangerous for heavenly Dao. But Three Kingdoms heavenly Dao did exactly that, which puzzled Kang Ji. Just as Kang Ji was completely baffled, something flew in from heavenly Dao space. Before you could even see it had already burrowed into Kang Ji's soul clone. Holy crap! How come everything is getting into my body? Kang Ji was speechless. The day had been so thrilling that he was almost neurotic. But the next second, Kang Ji was speechless, because he had already sensed what exactly had entered his body. How did this thing get here? Kang Ji was shocked. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I never expected that something like this would exist in Three Kingdoms world. At this moment, Kang Ji finally understood why Three Kingdoms Dao insisted on being with her soul clone. Why does fusion have those outrageous actions? If I had known Dao was this thing, why did I let Sun Tree clone it instead? Kang Ji wanted to slap herself a few times. She was filled with regret. If this thing were obtained by the main body, Kang Ji would likely instantly achieve immortal ascension, becoming the strongest being on Earth today. Because this thing is actually a Pangu fruit fragment. It's the same Pangu who pioneered the prehistoric world. Kang Ji couldn't understand how Pangu Dao fruit fragment could appear in so low-level world as the Three Kingdoms. With clone and heavenly Dao fusion, Kang Ji retrieved the origin of this thing from heavenly Dao's memories. But no one knows why this thing appeared in this world. He only knew Dao, that this thing suddenly crashed into the heavenly Dao space of this world one day. And then, Origin's destiny has been shattered. However, heavenly Dao of the Three Kingdoms is not a living being, and its origin destiny was shattered, so it is completely unable to absorb this thing. As a result, even though heavenly Dao knows that Dao is a good thing, it can only look at it and cannot eat it. That's how the plot against Kang Ji came about. It can't really be called scheming. It was just that, by chance, heavenly Dao felt she should do it. Only by doing so can he truly utilize the Pangu Dao fruit fragment. Pangu is at least a being that is almost transcendent. Even if it is just a fragment of Dao fruit, it is still something at the half-step great Dao level. No wonder the Three Kingdoms heavenly Dao is desperately trying to get it. Kang Ji muttered to himself, finally understanding why the Three Kingdoms heavenly Dao had to trap him. Unfortunately, he found out a little too late. Otherwise, he would have made sure the main body got the Pangu Dao fruit fragment no matter what. If this thing is obtained by the main body, then the main body will break through in an instant. Immortal ascension, and not even ordinary immortal. Unfortunately, this thing is now in the possession of Soul Clone, and Soul Clone is connected to this heavenly Tao. Fusion. The main body has absolutely no chance. Unless Kang Jai can completely destroy this world, withstand the enormous karma, and then retrieve this thing from heavenly Tao space before this world is destroyed. Otherwise, Kang Jai would probably never get his hands on this thing in his lifetime. Thinking about this, Kang Jai wanted to slap herself. Why did she dodge back then? If we hadn't dodged, wouldn't the main body be the one that got this thing by now? But thinking about it, Kang Jai sighed helplessly. If it's the main body, then Three Kingdoms' heavenly Tao would definitely erase soul, the main body's memory and consciousness. When that time comes, will I be able to withstand it? If it is the main body, if soul's memories and consciousness are erased, is he still himself? Alas, there are gains and losses, and life is unpredictable. Perhaps this is what they mean by the interdependence of fortune and misfortune. Kang Jai could only console herself with this thought. Now, Pangu Dao fruit fragment, an avatar of heavenly Dao effusion, wants to utilize the Pangu Dao fruit fragment. Then the only option is to develop the Three Kingdoms world. Within the Pangu Dao fruit fragment lies, after all, the great Dao. Law is of immense benefit to all living beings in the Three Kingdoms world. If used properly, the Three Kingdoms world could very well grow into an existence second only to the prehistoric world. Creatures born in the Three Kingdoms world will also receive tremendous benefits, and their achievements will be limitless. Thinking of this, Kang Jai, both excited and terrified. What's exciting, of course, is that my soul clone has already connected with Three Kingdoms' heavenly Tao. Fusion. When soul clone is completely integrated with heavenly Tao fusion, this world will also become my own. Clone. The benefits are immeasurable, but he was also terrified, because this world had become the prize for the top 3 finishers in the Dragon Kingdom's National Higher Education entrance examination. If this world were to fall into the wrong hands, given the nature of those powerful families, they would surely ask their strongest members to refine it into a small world for their prodigy descendants. If that's truly the case, then the secrets of this world will surely be known to those who refine it. And by then Kang Jai couldn't imagine what would happen once the Pangu Dao fruit fragment was exposed. This is a Pangu fruit fragment. He didn't want to overestimate human nature, considering he was only at the half-step Great Dao level. Thinking of this, Kang Jai became somewhat anxious. Nascent Soul Realm's 12th level doesn't seem so safe after all. Originally, Kang Jai thought that his current cultivation level was already quite good, but when he learned that he had obtained the Pangu Dao fruit fragment, he lost all his smugness and was overwhelmed by a sense of crisis. No, I must get first place. Only those who rank first in the National Higher Education entrance examination can be the first to choose from the world. That's the only way to ensure I can obtain this world with 100% certainty. With a determined heart, I knew I couldn't let such a huge opportunity slip away, nor could I put myself in danger. If I want to win first place, I probably can't stay in this world any longer, Kang Jai muttered to himself. The Three Kingdoms world is, after all, only a nascent soul-level world. Within this world, one cannot break through to the God transformation level, whether it's body refining, mental energy, or cultivation. Unless the Three Kingdoms world advances to the God transformation level, Kang Jai will not be able to break through to the transformation God realm in this world. However, advancing Three Kingdoms world would require a massive amount of resources. which is impossible to achieve in a short period of time. Therefore, if Kang Jai wants to break through, he can only return to Earth and find the opportunity for his own breakthrough there. And now he is most likely to break through. Realm's products are body refining and divine sense. As for cultivating immortality, there are still 24 law inscriptions to go before breaking through. Kang Jai wasn't confident that she could find suitable law inscriptions within the 60-odd days. Kang Jai didn't want to casually comprehend some low-level inscriptions, as that wouldn't benefit his future cultivation. After thinking these things through, I slowly opened my eyes. When I looked at this world again, it became much clearer. As long as Kang Jai thinks, the patterns, textures, and laws of this world can be clearly displayed before him. Looking at Sun Tree again, it was a completely different tree from what it used to. The tree was over 1,000 feet tall, making Mount Tai seem less insurmountable in comparison. The tree roots run through the entire Mount Tai, taking root deep underground. Mount Tai resembles a small mound at the roots of a sun tree. The tree trunk soars straight into the sky, blocking out the sun, just like a pillar reaching to heavenly God standing atop Mount Tai. What's even more breathtaking is the sun tree's canopy, where a sea of lightning surges, with endless thunderbolts descending from the sky like a torrential downpour poured into a sea of lightning. At the base of the tree, countless dragon veins converge, connecting to the roots and providing the sun tree with a continuous source of earth power. Through the sun tree, Kang Jai could sense that the avatar of heavenly Tao had gained even stronger control over the entire planet. No wonder heavenly Tao decisively gave up herself after discovering the sun tree. The sun tree was indeed more suitable for him. Looking at the magnificent sun tree before him, Kang Jai couldn't help but sigh. As clone and heavenly Tao delve deeper into fusion, Kang Jai also comes to understand heavenly Tao's thoughts. The sun tree can absorb the power of the sun and contains Ziwei heavenly fire, and now it also contains heavenly thunder earth fire. Heavenly thunder earth fire can connect heaven and earth, making heavenly Tao's control over the three kingdoms world even stronger. Ziwei heavenly fire can also help heavenly Tao fusion. Ziwei destiny allows heavenly Tao to be reborn with a new origin destiny. As for sun true fire, it is what heavenly Tao values most. The sun tree possesses the sun true fire, which means that the sun tree can absorb the power of the sun in the sky. From the heavenly Tao of the three kingdoms world, we learn that the heavenly Tao of this world only governs this planet. The starry sky beyond planets, including the sun and the moon, are actually just projections of higher dimensional worlds. Originally, heavenly Tao was unable to utilize the power of these higher dimensional projections. However, the existence of the sun tree allows it to fully absorb the power of the sun, and it can even actively absorb the power of the sun in the void realm. This is a fantastic thing for heavenly Tao. With the blessing of heavenly Tao, sun tree can transform the power of the sun into heaven and earth spiritual ki, or even the power of the world, thus enabling the three kingdoms world to evolve autonomously. As long as the three kingdoms world evolves, heavenly Tao will be able to absorb more Pangu Tao fruit fragments. This creates a positive cycle, which is why three kingdoms heavenly Tao decisively abandoned Kang Jai after acquiring the sun tree. The real reason for the main body, because sun trees is a better choice for him. Phew! With this sun tree, even without investing resources in the three kingdoms world, given enough time, this world can evolve on its own. Kang Jai was overjoyed, but what pleased him even more was that with the sun tree, the heaven and earth spiritual Kai of the entire world would be greatly enhanced. This is naturally great news for Kang Jai, who already considers Three Kingdoms world to be his own, slowly approaching the edge of the sun tree's canopy. Kang Jai's eyes flickered as he gazed at the endless sea of lightning. These thunderous powers are all valuable. If used for body tempering, they would be the best heaven and earth treasure. Unfortunately, those who can withstand this lightning power must at least reach the nascent soul level, and none of his subordinates currently meet the minimum requirement. After thinking for a moment, he took out the 7 treasure furnace, and with a wave of his hand, the endless thunderous liquid in the sea of a thunder was drawn out and poured into the 7 treasure furnace. With this lightning essence, even after leaving this world, Kang Jai can continue body refining and strive to become a body cultivator as soon as possible. Realm breakthrough to God transformation level. Just as Kang Jai was collecting the lightning paste without any restraint, the cultivators who had been hiding at the foot of the mountain observing the situation at the top suddenly became restless. The divine punishment has stopped. What exactly happened just now? Why did such a terrifying scene occur? Someone asked. It's not just divine punishment, but also that suddenly appearing divine tree that blots out the sky. It's simply a miracle, someone exclaimed excitedly. Do you think this might be a treasure fallen from the sky? I've heard that our world seems to be more complicated than it appears. Yes. I also heard from those earthlings that the reason the divine tree just descended from the sky was because it was a benefit our world was giving us. At this point, everyone became excited. Let's go take a look. The good stuff is ours. We can't let it go to other people for nothing. Encouraged by someone, a large group of people headed up the mountain. Some cultivators who had reached the nascent soul level used their flight advantage to quickly fly towards the sun tree. Approaching the treetop, from a distance, a dozen people immediately spotted Kang Jai collecting lightning paste and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to touch anything here? A shout interrupted Kang Jai's actions, immediately displeasing him. He frowned slightly, turned around and looked behind him, only to see a large group of people flying towards them. Every single one of these people, a nascent soul-level expert. Unfortunately, although these people had all reached the nascent soul level, their flying speed was really nothing to brag about. These people are not practicing the blue cultivation technique, or they have just to practicing the blue star cultivation technique and have not yet broke through to the nascent soul level. These must be the nascent soul level powerhouses hidden in this world. In an instant, Kang Jai determined the origins of these people. Faced with these people's clamor, Kang Jai frowned, waved his hand. Key force was unleashed. Get out of here, all of you! The voice boomed like thunder, rolling away. Court death, presumptuous. One Dao Dao shouted loudly, and everyone unleashed their unique skills. In an instant, boundless energy surged in the sky, including fists and feet formed from the primordial energy of the physical body and powerful mental energy that controlled the power of and Earth. However, regardless of the type of power, when faced with Kang Jai's attack, all of the dozen or so people were sent flying back at an even faster speed than when they arrived. Some of the weaker ones even coughed blood, their faces filled with horror. Who are you? The group of people froze, staring at Kang Jai with expressions of horror. Yushu Kang Jai, his voice was calm, but it sounded like thunder to everyone. You are that extraordinary person from Yushu. Everyone stared at Kang Jai in disbelief and shock. They never expected that such a powerful enemy would be Kang Jai. You should know that these extraordinary people who came here for trials have only spent about 200 days in their world. In just over 200 days, they went from having nothing to reaching the nascent soul level. How could this not shock them? They had lived for hundreds of years and only barely reached the nascent soul level, but Kang Jai reached such a realm in just over 200 days. How could they not be shocked and jealous? Kid, so what if you're strong? This is our world. Do you really want to oppose us? Seeing they couldn't defeat Kang Jai, they had no choice but to invoke their identities. After all, this was their territory. Did Kang Jai really dare to oppose all of them? However, Kang Jai remained silent in the face of the crowd's clamor, only radiating a terrifying aura around her. So what if it's your world? What if I oppose you? What can you do to me? Boom! The boundless power of heaven and earth converged, thunderclouds surged, and a fierce wind suddenly arrived. Everyone felt an unparalleled power emanating from Kang Jai. God transformation level. This is definitely the power of the God transformation level. Impossible. It's not that our world can't be broken through. Is it the God transformation level? Why can he? One Dao Dao's terrified voice rang out, and at that moment, the group of people lost all their pride. The God transformation level is something that these people simply cannot resist. Any random nascent soul level from Earth, they couldn't even handle the cultivator of the 9 heavens. Not to mention Kang Jai, a terrifying prodigy capable of fighting opponents far stronger than himself. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding. Some people shouted in an attempt to ease tensions between the two sides. Kang Jai merely glanced at him coldly, completely disregarding him. You can't kill us. Your world has an agreement with us. You can't lay a hand on us. Another person shouted, and Kang Jai finally responded. The terrifying aura no longer pressed down on the group. Blue Star does indeed have an agreement with these native worlds, stipulating that while these native nascent soul level experts are not allowed to make a move, Blue Star experts are also not allowed to make a move against them. Of course, this agreement is aimed at strong players of the same or even higher rank. However, there was no specific explanation for the students undergoing the trial, because under normal circumstances, no student can reach the ceiling of a particular world during the trial period. If such a prodigy truly exists, they typically travel to other, more advanced worlds to gain experience. Kang Jai, however, is an exception. Seeing that Kang Jai was no longer making a move, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kang Ji's next words nearly scared them into a soul-flying scramble. You seem to have forgotten that I am a student of the trial and am not among them. Everyone was startled, their faces showing fear and panic. Indeed, if we really get down to the details, Kang Jai is not covered by the agreement. However, Kang Ji's strength could not be judged by ordinary standards. And for a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, several more people flew up from the foot of the mountain, one of whom shouted loudly, "Young friend, please hold your hand." Upon hearing this, Kang Jai looked down. An elderly man with gray hair and a wrinkled face flew over in a hurry. Upon seeing the old man, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow slightly, as the man's appearance seemed somewhat familiar to him. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from making a move?" The old man who flew closer finally took a breath and then smiled wryly. "I am Xunshu, courtesy name Jai. I greet you, young friend." "Xunshu, you're Xun Yu's grandfather? You're still alive?" Kang Jai stared wide-eyed, finding it rather strange. Logically speaking, this old man should have died decades ago, yet he's still alive in this world and has even broken through to the nascent soul level. How could Kang Jai not find this strange? Xun smiled wryly. How was he supposed to respond to that? Kang Jai realized she had made a slip of the tongue. She was just too shocked to say it. He cupped his hands in greeting. Kang Jai Dao apologized. I'm sorry, I was too shocked. I didn't expect that you had also broken through to the nascent soul level. Sun Shu waved his hand. Opportunity is just a coincidence. In front of you, young friend, my cultivation is nothing to speak of. Kang Jai chuckled. Old sir, you are too modest. You are only limited by this world. If you lived in our world, you would certainly be no worse than me. Sun Shu just smiled and didn't answer. Of course, he knew that Dao was just being polite to him. He had inquired about the prodigies on Earth. Kang Ji is definitely one of the best. Young friend Kang, would you be so kind as to spare them for the sake of my relationship with the Xun family? Sun Shu looked at Kang Jai nervously, afraid that he would refuse. Glancing at the tense crowd, Kang Jai roughly understood that these people must have some connection with the Xun family. In ancient times, these powerful families intermarried frequently, and they were all related by marriage. Even without any kinship, there are very few nascent soul levels in the entire Three Kingdoms world, and Sun Shu has some connection with them. He glanced at Sun Shu. The Xun family had a past relationship with him. His appointment as magistrate of Linyu County was facilitated by the Xun family. Although he no longer needs the title of magistrate of Linyu County, he cannot forget the favors he has received from the Xun family. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai looked at the group of old fogies and said, I can let you go, but from now on, you can no longer interfere in the affairs of this world. Furthermore, from this day forward, Mount Tai is my territory. No one is allowed to appear in this vicinity without my permission. Kang Jai stared intently at them and said in a deep voice, Can you agree to this condition? The dozen or so people looked at each other, some with reluctance, but at the prompting of the others, they nodded in agreement. Seeing that the group had given in, Kang finally let them go. Before leaving, Sun Shu invited Kang Jai to Dao. Young friend, you can come visit Xun family sometime. Kang Jai did not refuse, even though the Xun family of Three Kingdoms world had already agreed to join the Xun family of Blue Star. But that doesn't stop Kang Jai from poaching talent. If Kang Jai could recruit Xun Yu and Xun Yu, he would naturally be delighted. Watching everyone leave, including the group of people secretly watching the situation from the foot of Mount Tai, Kang Jai finally remembered Zhang Zhongjing. Phew, thankfully nothing's wrong. When Kang Ji found Zhang Zhongjing was still in fusion. This strange fire is simply too powerful for Zhang Zhongjing. His cultivation level was only breakthrough. Core formation realm was not long ago, and fusion. This strange flame was somewhat strained. Fortunately, this strange fire, lacking the support of the power of heaven and earth, is like a rootless duckweed. As long as Zhang Zhongjing persists, he can completely fusion it. With the threat gone, Kang Jai simply sat down next to Zhang Zhongjing and helped him protect himself. With a wave of his hand, a leaf suddenly drifted down from the towering sun tree that reached into the clouds. Looking at the sun tree leaves, which were larger than a person and radiated the power of lightning and fire, Kang Ji's lips twitched. If only I had known Dao, I would have taken a leaf before the sun tree evolved. Looking at the enormous leaves, Kang Jai was somewhat worried. Could Dian Lai possibly glean any devouring law inscription from this thing? Kang Jai was somewhat worried. After all, this leaf now contained not only devouring and fusion law patterns, but also the power of fire and lightning laws. Suddenly, there were 4 laws instead of 2, and Kang Jai was worried that Dian Lai wouldn't be able to grasp them. Forget it, we should trust Lai. If all else fails, let him break through his physical body to the nascent soul level first. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Zhongjing finally woke up. "Thank you, my Lord Protector." Zhang Zhongjing was filled with excitement as he finally fused the strange fire. He could sense that the strange fire he had obtained was extremely powerful, probably no less than the top 10 strange fires Kang Jai had mentioned. Kang Jai neither confirmed nor denied this, but compared to the top 10 strange flames on Earth today, the strange flame that Zhang Zhongjing obtained was indeed not bad. However, compared to the 10 true strange flames of the primordial world, Zhang Zhongjing's strange flame seems weak and fragile. However, among the strange flames evolved from the sun tree, the heavenly thunder earth fire may one day evolve into something comparable to the 10 great strange flames of the primordial era. After all, the heavenly thunder in heavenly thunder earth fire evolve into heavenly punishment thunder, the purple heaven divine thunder. The earth fire in heavenly thunder earth fire is also the earth fire of the dragon vein. As the Three Kingdoms world continues to evolve, the strange fire will also evolve. However, all of these are too far off, and Kang Jai can only think about them. "Let's go, we should head back." Grabbing Zhang Zhongjing, Kang Jai soared into the sky once more. As for Sun Tree, Kang Jai is not worried at all. Today, Sun Tree is one with Heavenly Dao. Both are his clones. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Sun Tree, Heavenly Dao can eliminate them without Kang Jai even lifting a finger. Upon returning to Yuzhou, Kang Ji's first act was to issue a counterattack order. With him in charge now, there's no need to worry about those nascent soul-level experts daring to interfere. Not to mention, Heavenly Dao is now his clone, so what else is there to worry about? With the help of the Bigu Pill, the morale of the people of Yuzhou soared. With the all-out attack of generals such as Huang Zhong, Xu Chu, Xiao Zhaoyun, Dian Wei, Tai Shi, Lu Bu, Shang Liao, Gao Xiu, Shi A, Peng De, Ma Chao, and Ma Teng, the anti-Kang alliance was defeated and forced to retreat. Kang Ji's side had too many fierce generals, while the allied forces only had Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Zhang He, Gao Lan, Yan Lang, Wen Shushu, Sun Jian, and Sun Si, who could barely contend with them. If it weren't for the yellow turban remnants harassing the Yuzhou coast and tying down a significant portion of Kang Ji's forces, the anti-Kang coalition would likely have suffered an even more devastating defeat. Even so, the anti-Kang coalition suffered repeated defeats. In just 1 month, they first lost Hejian County and Bohai County, and then Kang Jai marched south and took over the entire Qingzhou. Only then did Kang Jai restrain his sharp edge and begin to recuperate. It wasn't that he didn't want to conquer the entire world in one fell swoop, but rather that his military strength was insufficient to effectively control all regions. Kang Jai simply wants to recuperate for a while, quickly digest the areas he has already acquired, and then recruit soldiers to prepare for the next conquest. In just 1 month, Kang Ji's cultivation did not stagnate while he was conquering the world. Currently, both body refining and divine sense have reached the nascent soul level peak. However, once you reach this realm, you can't seem to break through to the God transformation level. It's all because of Kang Ji's physical body cultivation technique. Reach the nascent soul level peak. Want to break through the God transformation level can only deduce subsequent cultivation techniques. Originally, Kang Ji's mental energy was not subject to this restriction. With a powerful soul, one can completely allow mental energy to continuously break through. However, Kang Jai mental energy in breakthrough, when core formation realm was used, it unexpectedly merged with physical body, transforming into divine sense. Although divine sense is more powerful than mental energy, it is still limited by the physical body. want to break through divine sense requires the physical body to be broken through as well. As a result, Kang Ji's most important task now has become to deduce the subsequent cultivation technique of physical body. As long as the physical body can break through mental energy, the cultivate method is not important. Unfortunately, the physical body of the Three Kingdoms world, the cultivate method, only reached the nascent soul level. Peak. Even with a vast collection of cultivation techniques, deduce subsequent cultivation techniques. It's not an easy task. The main problem is the lack of a reference point, if it's just a low-level body refining simulation. Cultivation technique was not difficult for Kang Ji, but what Kang Ji wanted wasn't a mediocre film that could be broken through. Body refining of God transformation level cultivation technique. Moreover, the cultivation technique he needs to deduce must also be combined with divine sense, which makes it even more difficult. Even if Kang Ji has hundreds of thousands of clones, it's like a skilled cook trying to make a meal without rice. Just as Kang Ji was doing breakthrough, when body refining causes headaches, false emperor also suffers from headaches. Damn Kang Ji, where did this guy come from? How dare he ruin my plans? How am I supposed to explain this to young Master Feng VI? The false emperor grumbled and cursed. His purpose in coming to this world was actually for the Feng family's sake. Feng Buhui paved the way. As early as when it was rumored that the top 3 in the national higher education entrance examination would be rewarded with a special world, the 3 colored level talents divided up these 3 worlds. In the world he lived in, there were actually 2 people vying for it at the same time. They are Feng Buhui, the current generation of the Feng family, who possesses a colored energy level and a sword-wielding divine body. The other person was none other than the goddess of the capital, Jiang family, who also possessed the talent awakening with colored energy levels. Jiangsu. Because of this, the 2 even got into a physical fight. If it weren't for the 2 family members intervening in the end, the 2 wouldn't have stopped fighting at all. That's why Liu Hong, Feng Buhui's junior colleague, volunteered to come to Three Kingdoms world to pave the way. He comes from the Liu family of Earth and has intricate connections with the royal Liu family of Three Kingdoms world. In addition, the talent he used in awakening was the purple level talent soul devouring transformation. The soul devouring transformation talent can devour the remnant souls of killed beings, thereby gaining some of their memories. Furthermore, the soul devourer can extract the essence and blood of its opponent and transform into that opponent's appearance, thus taking their place and impersonating them. It is precisely because of this talent that he chose to come to Three Kingdoms world. He thought that with his status and talent, he could easily conquer the entire Three Kingdoms world. By then, even if Jiangsu still desires this world, under equal conditions, the 2 powerful families will lean towards Feng Buhui, unless Jiangsu disregards the reputation of both families and completely defeats Feng Buhui in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, forcibly choosing this world. Otherwise, this world would surely be Feng Buhui. Liu Hong didn't know why Feng Buhui insisted on having this world, but as Feng Buhui's subordinate, he naturally hoped to complete the mission. Upon entering this world, he immediately chose to impersonate Emperor Ling of Han, Liu Hong. Everything was going according to plan, but then Kang Ji suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In order to deal with Kang Ji, he even went so far as to reveal that he was working for Feng Buhui. As one of the 3 colored level talents in Dragon Country, this year, everyone is willing to give him a face. This led to his alliance agreement with Cao Cao and other feudal lords after much persuasion. Even so, he was still utterly defeated by Kang Ji, which is simply unbelievable. More importantly, Kang Ji's cultivation level had actually reached nascent soul realm, and he even made the local nascent soul level experts dare not challenge him. Such beings are beyond his ability to deal with. It seems we have no choice but to seek help from outside, Liu Hong muttered to himself. No matter how strong you are, you're still no match for those true prodigies. Just as Kang Ji was working on physical body breakthrough, when troubled by the god transformation level, the false Emperor Liu Hong has already spread the word about his affair. Blue Star, in the Feng family mansion. Buwei, there's something I want you to do, but it might be risky. If your grandfather finds out, you'll probably get a beating. Feng Buwei's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately guessed what it was. Father, are you talking about aunt's son Kang Jie? Feng Qingyang nodded. You're very smart. Although the Zhu family has acknowledged Kang Ji's identity, they haven't said a word about that kid's affairs and have kept their mouths shut. We don't know what the kid's current situation is. You know your grandfather's temper. You can only go secretly to see how that kid and his sister are doing. If Feng Qingyang paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, if they're not doing well, try to help them. I will try my best to keep this a secret for you, but if your grandfather finds out, you will have to take the blame yourself. If you do not wish to go, your father will not blame you. Feng Buwei scratched his head. Father, this matter isn't actually that complicated. It's actually quite simple to keep Grandpa from knowing Dao. Feng Qingyang was somewhat surprised and looked at his son suspiciously. Then tell me, what's your plan to keep your grandfather from finding out? Feng Buwei chuckled. It's quite a coincidence, actually. I just heard some news from the Liu family. News? What news? Feng Qingyang's interest was piqued. Feng Buwei explained. Here's what happened. Do you remember our sixth son and the Jiang family? Is Jiang Ixu vying for control of the same world? Feng Qingyang nodded. Of course I remember. This matter caused quite a stir back then. I don't know why Dao Xiaoliu insisted on fighting with the Jiang family girl for that piece of world. Feng Buwei chuckled mischievously. I can actually guess some of that. Our sixth son has a certain personality. He's single-mindedly focused on becoming stronger and will stop at nothing to achieve it. And Jiang Exu, what talent does awakening possess? Heavenly Dao bestows blessings. People who possess this talent are absolutely lucky. Heaven-defying. Since Jiang Xu insisted on choosing that world, in Lao Liu's opinion, that world was definitely the best of the three. If Jiang Exu was only moderately interested in that world, Lao Liu might not have been so insistent on having it. But Jiang Xu was determined to get his hands on that world. Our sixth brother immediately guessed that the world was definitely not as simple as he thought, which is why he had the idea of trying to seize it. If our sixth son sets his sights on something, do you think he wouldn't fight for it? Feng Buwei's explanation made Feng Qingyang look strange. Feng Buwei was unaware of Jiang Exu's situation, but Feng Qingyang, as Kang Ji's uncle, knew a little about it. What's more, Jiang Xu went to Guangling City for a period of time more than 2 years ago and even studied there for a few months. Not many people know about this, but he is not among them. Knowing all this, Feng Qingyang wasn't surprised that Jiang Ixu insisted on visiting the world near Guangling City. But their sixth son was completely unaware of these things. See, Jiang Xu of Heaven-defying insisted on having that world and immediately wanted to take it over. While I was speechless, I also felt a headache coming on. Feng Buhui is the youngest son of his third brother. He is the sixth in their generation. Although he is his nephew, Feng Buhui has now developed a color-level talent in awakening, so it's not easy for his uncle to manage him. He shook his head. He decided to let the young people handle this themselves. Thinking this to himself, Feng Qingyang looked at his son again and asked, "What does this have to do with what we're discussing?" Feng Bui chuckled and said, "Father, you don't know this, but in order to obtain that world, the sixth brother sent a younger brother, a son of a concubine from the Liu family, to that world, with members of the Liu family involved. Taking over that world shouldn't be too difficult. But then, it said that the Liu family suffered a loss in that world, perhaps encountering some kind of prodigy. In any case, the Liu family is seeking outside help and allies." Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow and immediately guessed Feng Bui's thoughts. "You want to go to that world as a helper?" Feng Bui snapped his finger and chuckled. "This matter concerns the sixth son. Now the sixth son is Grandpa's darling. If we go and help the sixth son solve the problem, what reason would Grandpa have to punish me?" Feng Qingyang clapped his hands. "Good lad. You've got it." Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. "I didn't expect my son to be so clever. Since you have a solution, then hurry up and do it. Once it's done, I'll buy you that magic treasure you've always wanted." Feng Bui was overjoyed and immediately set off for Guangling City in high spirits. After some inquiries, they quickly found out where the Kang family was. After disguising himself, Feng Bui cautiously approached Kang Ji's house, as if afraid of being discovered. In fact, he was indeed afraid of being discovered. He knew his grandfather's personality all too well. If people find out he's been to Kang family, he might as well give up his legs. I cautiously approached the vicinity of Kang Ji's house. Looking around suspiciously, he didn't seem like a good person. At Kang Ji's home, Dian Lai's mother, Aunt Mei, is cooking for Kang Yu. The two chatted and laughed, getting along very well. Just then, Kang Yu's smile suddenly froze. In her mind's eye, someone was sneaking up on their house not far from the door. Kang Yu frowned, unsure whether the visitor was after their house. Kang Yu did not rush to take action, but waited and saw how things would develop. During this period of cultivate, she has been able to make good use of her talents. In particular, she developed unique uses for the ability of Void Realm. Outside the door. This should be the one. Feng Bui stood at the entrance of Kang family, hesitant and somewhat uneasy. He didn't know how to introduce himself or how to face his cousin, whom he had never met before. For a moment, Feng Bui stood at the entrance of Kang family, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps listening furtively to something. Inside the door, Kang Yu squinted. "Why are they acting so suspiciously? Could they be my brother's enemies? Here to cause trouble? Or are you trying to kidnap me? To threaten my brother?" The little girl's mind was filled with all sorts of schemes and plots, and anger was evident on her face. But seeing Aunt Mei busy in the kitchen, the little girl suppressed her anger. Even without my brother, you think I'm easy to bully." Kang Yu sneered inwardly. Just as Feng Bui mustered his courage and was about to knock on the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned around abruptly, and before he knew it, a black demonic tiger had appeared on his left. "Mutant demonic beast," Feng Bui exclaimed in surprise. "How could a monster suddenly appear here? This is inside the city, and the entire city is suppressed by a powerful array. How could any demons possibly appear here?" After the initial shock, Feng Bui's expression turned cold. Could it be that someone wants to harm my two cousins? Just as Feng Bui was in shock, Kang Yu's voice echoed in the mutated demon tiger's mind. "Big Black attack him." Since Kang Yu awakening, dual talents, and secretly cultivate after the inexplicable appearance of the innate breathing technique in Sea of Consciousness, within just 2 months, I had already broken through to the core, formation, realm, and even condensed 36 spiritual key. Golden core. Relying on the characteristics of her void realm spirit body, the reckless girl has approached the demon cave several times. On the outskirts of the demon cave, she was forced to use her Dao heart demon-seeking talent to control several mutated demonic beasts. The mutated demonic tiger that was released this time is one of them. And its strength has even reached the nascent soul level. Controlling monsters across realms is something that probably only the Dao heart talent at the color level can achieve. However, the little girl also knew that if her brother found out about her awakening talent, he would definitely be very worried. After all, in the history of humankind, there has never been a case of someone possessing the talent for awakening before the age of 18. Because she understood this, the little girl always secretly cultivated herself and went out hunting. In just 2 months, he even used the characteristics of his void realm spirit to carve out a small world for himself. The mutated demon tigers and other demonic creatures she had subdued were all kept in captivity there. Today, Feng Bui's appearance made her mistake him for an enemy, which is why she risked releasing Dehei. As soon as Dehei made his move, Feng Bui's expression changed. Nascent soul-level demonic beast, Feng Bui exclaimed in shock, his eyes flashing with killing intent. How could a monster appear in the city, especially a nascent soul level 1, demonic beast? No, we can't fight here, or we'll destroy the whole building. Feng Bui and Kang Yu had the same thought at the same time. Feng Bui made a provocative gesture towards Dehei, then jumped from the 6th floor to the open space below. Without hesitation, Dehei immediately caught up under Kang Yu's command. 1 man and 1 tiger, 1 chasing and 1 fleeing, quickly moved away from the building. The man and the tiger did not conceal their aura, which quickly attracted the attention of the city's guards. Damn it! Combat fluctuations detected. There's still the aura of a monster. Quick! Something's happened. One Dao's exclamation rang out, and the entire city suddenly stirred into a frenzy as a large number of troops moved swiftly into action. Show you? What happened? I heard an alarm. Aunt May, who was cooking, walked out of the kitchen with a puzzled look on her face. Aunt May, it seems like there are monsters invading. We can't stay here any longer. Let's hurry to my brother's school. Aunt May was taken aback. A demonic invasion? Could it be that the demon cave has erupted? Thinking of this, Aunt May turned pale. The disaster of 10 years ago was still vivid in her mind. Now that the den of iniquity had erupted again, could it be that West City was also doomed? Seeing Aunt May's pale face, Kang Yu comforted Dao. Aunt May, it's not that serious. Listen to the noise outside, it's not very loud. It's probably just some lone monster that ran in. Aunt May hurriedly ran to the corridor to listen. Surprisingly, despite the constant sirens blaring, the fighting within the city wasn't particularly intense. Aunt May breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He glanced at the kitchen, then at Kang Yu, gritted his teeth, and without caring about the food he had prepared, grabbed Yu and left. Let's go. Find Principal Xun. Right now, your brother's school is the safest place. After all, with a powerful Earth Immortal Realm expert in charge, it's naturally the safest place. Without hesitation, the two left without taking anything and headed straight for Kang Ji's school. On the other side, after Feng Bui lured Dehei away, he immediately threw a punch. With a roar, the big black tiger pounced forward, its claws slamming down on Feng Bui. Feng Bui snorted coldly. You're asking for death. Even though Feng Bui's cultivation was suppressed by most because he was in the city. However, his physical body was powerful, and Dehei's cultivation was also suppressed, so the two fought entirely based on their physical bodies. But when the tiger's claws collided with Feng Bui's fist, a miserable howl rang out, and Dehei was sent flying backward. Kang Yu, who had been watching the battle intently, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. So strong. Kang Yu was alarmed. Oh no, Big Black is no match for him. Kang Yu immediately took control of Da Hai and fled towards the direction of the city guards. Seeing this, Feng Bui sneered. Trying to escape. Dream on. He was convinced that someone was definitely trying to harm Kang Jai and his sister, and he couldn't tolerate that. In the chase, as they turned a corner, a spatial rift appeared, and Tahei instantly disappeared around the corner. When Feng Bui turned the corner, the big black figure was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where is the demonic beast? Just as Feng Bui was wondering, a shout rang out. Right here. The battle fluctuations just now were right here. A large group of city guards rushed over and right into Feng Bui. Splash! A group of people surrounded Feng Bui. The leader shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Did you make noise? No." Now, Feng Bui frowned as he looked at the city guards who were treating him as a suspect. Is this how you protect the city? A demonic beast sneaked into the city unnoticed. Is this how you guys are dedicated to your duties? Feng Bui is so lucky. If he hadn't come to Kang family today, that demonic beast might have attacked Kang family. With Kang family's current strength, how could they possibly withstand a nascent soul level? The demonic beast's sneak attack. The more he thought about it, the more he felt life ki, and he showed no mercy when facing the city guards. However, his attitude angered the city guards. The leader coldly shouted, "Where did you come from, brat? You think you can judge the city guards like that? You said you encountered the demonic beast, so where is the demonic beast? Did you hide it away? Or perhaps you're the one who secretly brought that demonic beast in?" Faced with the city guards' questioning, Feng Bui became even angrier, and the two sides actually started arguing. Meanwhile, Kang Yu, who had taken in Big Black, followed Aunt Mei to Guanglingno, one high school, with a worried expression. "I am aware of the situation. You can stay here with me without worry. I have some things to take care of." Since the city alarm went off, Xunzhen has released Divine Sense, which has covered the entire city and naturally witnessed the battle between Feng Bui and Xunzhen was also puzzled by this. The disappearance of the demonic beast was too strange, and even he couldn't find any clues. Whose talent is this, Nandao? Is it a spatial talent? That's a bit tricky. Spatial talents are the most troublesome. Not only are they easy to escape from, but more importantly, some spatial talents can hide things so well that even the city's grand formation cannot detect it. Unless it's a super array like the one in the capital that records almost every possible formation, it's impossible to prevent everyone from abusing their talents. But a city like Guangling, which is neither too big nor too small, simply doesn't have the capacity to record that kind of format. This gave many people with unusual and eccentric talents the opportunity to exploit loopholes. Of course, very few people can exploit such loopholes, and those whose talents are registered are easily detected. But today's events are somewhat strange, because Xunzhen couldn't connect it to anyone who might have this ability. He frowned inwardly as he headed towards the city's garrison. At this time, Feng Bui had already been captured by the city guards and taken to the city garrison. The only way to find out what was going on was to look for answers from Feng Bui. When Xunzhen arrived at the city garrison, he found the people inside looking as if they were dead, all with gloomy faces. Even the city lord Wei Dalong, who had just arrived, had a large belly and worried expression. What's wrong with you guys? Xunzhen looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Wei Dalong pulled Xunzhen aside and said, "Dao, we're in trouble." "Trouble?" Xunzhen was puzzled. "The guy we just captured is from the Feng family." "Huh?" People from the Feng family? Zhen Zhen was also taken aback. Why are the Feng family members here? Zhen Zhen's eyes flickered, and he immediately thought of Kang Jai. Could it be that you were recognized by that person from the Feng family last time? Zhen Zhen frowned, and Wei Dalong, the city lord beside him, assumed that he also found the situation troublesome. What should we do? In the end, we arrested the wrong person. The demonic beast has appeared in our city. We're afraid we'll have a hard time explaining this now. Zhen Zhen rubbed his temples and comforted Dao. Let's ask them what their plans are first. Wei Dalong had no choice but to follow Zhen Zhen to Feng Bue. At this time, Feng Bue was also having a headache. If this matter has escalated to such a great extent and reaches his grandfather's ears, he will definitely be in big trouble. Just as Feng Bue was frowning in worry, two figures walked towards him. Huh? It's him. Feng Bue's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected to see Zhen Zhen here. I had already met him in Xianyang before, and I knew that he had a close relationship with Kang Jai. Feng Bue immediately felt a headache coming on. If the other party told the Feng family about his affairs, he would probably be doomed. Forcing a smile, he stepped forward and said, "Sir, we meet again." Feng Bue's enthusiasm caught Zhen Zhen and his companion off guard. Wei Dalong looked at Zhen Zhen with a puzzled expression. You know him? Zhen Zhen coughed lightly and whispered, "We'll talk about it later." He then turned to Feng Bue. I didn't expect that young Master Feng would still remember me after only meeting me once. Feng Bue waved his hand. What, young Master Feng or not? I'm Feng Bue. May I ask how this gentleman is addressed? Zhen Zhen cupped his hands in greeting. I am from the Zhen family. Zhen Zhen, this gentleman beside me is Wei Dalong, the city lord of Guangling City from the Wei family. Feng Bue was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be someone from the Zhen family or the Wei family. Although neither of these two companies has reached the level of top-tier powerful families, both have a strong foundation and are families that are on the verge of becoming top-tier powerful families. Not to mention, these two families have close relationships with many first-class and even top-tier families. Feng Bue immediately greeted the two politely. Young Master Feng, today's matter is a misunderstanding. We did not do a good job. Young Master Feng, please make any requests you may have, and we will certainly not refuse. As soon as Wei Dalong spoke, Feng Bue realized that the other party also wanted to settle things peacefully. With a quick glance, Yu Dao said, I don't know if it's a misunderstanding, but it's not impossible for me to let this matter go. Wei Dalong and Zhen Zhen were both delighted. Wei Dalong even patted his chest and said, Young Master Feng, please tell us what you need, and we will definitely cooperate. Zhen Zhen was somewhat helpless, not expecting Wei Dalong to hand over the initiative to Feng Bue. However, since things had come to this point, he could only cooperate with Wei Dalong. Feng Bue chuckled and said, My demands aren't high. What happened today isn't exactly honorable for me either, to be arrested by your people and taken to the city sanatorium. Wei Dalong and Zhen Zhen were both somewhat embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Without waiting for their response, Feng Bue continued. Therefore, demand that you keep today's events a secret. You must not divulge anything about me, not even the fact that I was in Guangling City. Wei Dalong and Zhen Zhen were taken aback. They exchanged a glance, feeling that the request was a bit strange. Zhen Zhen guessed something. He didn't say anything, only nodding to Wei Dalong. Sure, we can agree to this request, as long as the news doesn't get out. With Wei Dalong's assurance, Feng Bue relented. Dao then added, My second request is that I need 2 Three Kingdoms World teleportation cards. Is that too much to ask? The two were taken aback again. It wasn't that the requirements were too high, but rather that they were too simple. A teleportation card from Three Kingdoms World? Seemingly realizing something, Xun Zhen frowned and looked at Feng Bui with some difficulty. Young Master Feng, you are unaware that the Three Kingdoms World is only a nascent soul level world, and you probably cannot enter it. Feng Bui waved his hand. Don't worry, I will seal my cultivation before entering. I just have some personal matters to attend to inside. It won't affect the trials inside. Although Feng Bui said that, Xun Zhen guessed the purpose of Feng Bui's trip and was immediately conflicted about whether or not to let Feng Bui meet with Kang Jai. However, before Xun Zhen could refuse, Wei Dalong was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Feng Bui's request to be so simple, and immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." After speaking, he stared intently at Feng Bui. "Young master, Feng, do you have any other requests?" Feng Bui shook his head. "Just these two, they should be fine, right?" Xun Zhen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Wei Dalong had already agreed to both requests, which left him somewhat helpless. Wei Dalong chuckled and said, "No problem, of course no problem. Young Master Feng is so magnanimous. Rest assured, we'll take care of it for you in no time." Pulling Xun Zhen, who still wanted to say something, away, Wei Dalong reappeared a short while later, now holding a number of teleportation cards. "Young Master Feng, here are 10 Three Kingdoms World teleportation cards, as well as some other world teleportation cards. Please keep them safe." Looking at the stack of teleportation cards handed to him, Feng Bui raised an eyebrow, knowing Dao was trying to curry favor with him. Without any pretense, he put away the teleportation card, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Appreciate your kindness, but don't forget about keeping the news under wraps." Wei Dalong patted his chest and assured Dao, "Don't worry, the news has been blocked, and I guarantee no one will dare to gossip." Feng Bui finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the city garrison with a smile. After leaving the garrison, Feng Bui visited Kang Ji's house again. Unfortunately, Kang Yu had already gone to Guangling No. 1 high school with Aunt Mei by then. Not being home is such a hassle. Feng Bui pinched the bridge of his nose. He had originally wanted to see his cousin, but now he could only go see Kang Jai first. After checking into a hotel, Feng Bui crushed a Three Kingdoms World teleportation card. The next second, Feng Bui appeared in the Three Kingdoms World. What an active heaven and earth spiritual key. The moment Feng Bui appeared in the Three Kingdoms World, he sensed that the activity level of the spiritual Kwai in the Three Kingdoms World was much stronger than that in nascent soul level worlds. The more active your spiritual Kwai, the better it is for spiritual practice, and the easier it becomes. No wonder Lao Liu and Jiang Ixu both want to seize this world. It is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of reflection, Feng Bui immediately flew towards Luoyang City, in the imperial palace of Luoyangsang City. When false Emperor Liu Hong was taken aback when he discovered that the person who came to his aid was actually the third young master of the Feng family. "Third young master, why have you come in person?" Liu Hong was shocked. He thought it would be good enough if he could get support from the Liu family. Unexpectedly, the person who came was from the Feng family, and it was even his eldest brother Feng Buhui's third cousin. As the older brother, I naturally need to take care of what's going on with the sixth brother. Tell me first, what trouble has he encountered? Feng Bui sanguinely on the couch, looking at the false emperor standing to the side. Liu Hong. "Third young master, here's what happened. Among those who have been training in this world, a prodigy has emerged. His cultivation level has actually reached nascent soul realm, and his true combat power is comparable to God transformation level. He alone suppressed all the nascent soul level natives of this world. More importantly, this person is also involved in the struggle for supremacy. With him in charge now, we are no match for him, which is why I thought of seeking help from outside. Feng Bui became interested as he listened to Liu's story. There are such geniuses in this world. Do you know which powerful families the other party belongs to? Why would someone with such aptitude come to the nascent soul level world for training? Liu Hong gave a wry smile. Third young master, the other party is not from any powerful families, at least now. Huh? Not from powerful families? Feng Bui immediately became interested, his eyes lighting up. For prodigy non-powerful families, a genius is someone any powerful family would be interested in recruiting. A thought struck him, and Feng Bui asked Dao, "Do you know if any powerful families support the other side? Or has the other side already been recruited by any powerful families?" Lu Hong shook his head. "No, according to the information I've gathered, the other party is only somewhat close to the Gun family, but is not a member of the Gun family. Currently, he is still a loose cultivator." Loose cultivator. Loose cultivator is great. Feng Bui sat up straight excitedly, never expecting to encounter such a genius during his trip to this world. What is this person's name? What is his background? Tell me everything you know about Dao in detail. Seeing the excited Feng Bui, Liu Hong did not hesitate and began to recount all the details of what she knew about Dao. This person's name is Kang Jai and he is a student at Guangling No. 1 High School. Wait, what did you say his name was? Feng Bui suddenly stood up, looking at Liu Hong with surprise. Liu Hong, puzzled, cautiously asked, "His name is Kang Jai, Kang of the Heavens, Jai of Lightning Tribulation, third young master. Is there a problem?" Feng Bui was somewhat dazed and actually called out Kang Jai. So what talent is he awakening? With such a talent, the talent he awakens must be quite amazing, right? Feng Bui stared intently at Liu Hong, trying to hear from him that this Kang Jai was not the same Kang Jai as the other Kang Jai. However, Liu Hong gave a wry smile. "Third young master, you might not believe it, but what that kid awakening didn't produce was any amazing talent. It was actually the most useless and weakest white-level talent, soul clone, spirit soul clone." Feng Bui plopped back down on the bed. At this moment, there was no more hope. The Kang Jai that Liu Hong mentioned was indeed his cousin Kang Jai. Feng Bui was now in a bit of a predicament. On one side was his cousin, and the other was his other cousin. How could he help them? Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, Feng Bui continued to press Dao. "Are you sure the other party awakening is soul clone? Can soul clone be cultivated to this extent?" Liu Hong smiled wryly. "Third young master, although it's hard to believe it's true. This guy not only incredibly at culturing, but he's also a master at recruiting talent. During the Three Kingdoms period, most of the top generals were recruited by the other side. That's precisely why I'm no match for him." Liu Hong was inwardly miserable. She had thought it was a great opportunity to make her presence known to Feng Bui, but I never expected to run into a pervert like Kang Jia. I've lost all face. Oh right, this person seems to know alchemy. I heard that those fasting pills in Yuzhou are made by him. And they know alchemy too. Feng Bui had no more doubts. This person must be his cousin, Kang Jai. After all, he was aware that Kang Jai had become the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family's apprentice. However, he didn't know anything about Kang Ji's alchemy. After all, the seventh ancestor of the Zhu family had long warned the Zhu family members, not to reveal Kang Ji's alchemy talent casually. Even with Zhu Changlong following Feng Bui, it's unclear just how prodigy Kang Ji's alchemy talent truly is. In his view, Kang Ji only stayed in the Zhu family for 8 months, so alchemy must be nothing special. Rubbing his temples, Feng Bui was now struggling with how to resolve this situation. It would be best to persuade Kang Ji to give up this world. After all, this world has already been decided, and even if Kang Ji really conquers the entire Three Kingdoms world, this world will never be his. Unless Kang Ji can single-handedly become the top scorer in the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, he will have no chance of obtaining this world. Can a white-level talent really defeat a color-level talent? That's impossible. He knows very well how prodigy his cousin is. He was only 1 year older than the other person, but the other person's strength was almost catching up with his. I'm a genius after all, but compared to the other person, I am really no match. Thinking of this, Feng Bui became even more determined to persuade Kang Ji to give up the struggle for this world. Otherwise, it would be a shame for everyone in the end. Having made up his mind, Feng Bui looked at Liu Hong. You've spent quite a bit of time in this world. Have you discovered anything special about it? The worlds selected as the top 3 rewards are naturally not ordinary worlds. However, what makes these worlds so special is something that the prodigy must explore for themselves. These 3 worlds were calculated by the great divine ability using the method of divination, without being thoroughly explored. After all, this is a world where prizes are awarded to the top 3, so it's impossible to keep no secrets at all. That would be disrespectful to the top 3. Nobody wants their opportunities to be known by everyone else. However, if these prodigies discover it in advance, that's a different story. Liu Hong, slightly excited, exclaimed, "Third young master, this world truly holds a great secret." Looking at Liu Hong's excited face, Feng Bui raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this guy actually discovered something? Then tell me, what secrets does this world hold? Liu Hong coughed lightly, his voice trembling. Just a few nights ago, a divine tree suddenly descended from the sky in this world, and the divine tree was accompanied by strange fire. Moreover, the divine tree is thousands of feet tall and can absorb the power of the sun, thus transforming it into heaven and earth spiritual kui. You should have sensed it too. The heavenly and earth spiritual kia in this world is much denser and more active than in other worlds. This is all thanks to that divine tree. Is what you said true? Is that tree really that magical? Feng Bui suddenly stood up. If all of this is true, then the value of this tree is far more terrifying than Liu Hong imagined. Liu Hong was merely an illegitimate son of the Liu family, and perhaps did not know the value of such a divine object. Feng Bui knew all too well how terrifying a divine tree, capable of absorbing the power of the sun, was. This is a divine object that can change a world's foundation. If it can be planted in the Wind family world, then the Wind family world may very well advance. Thinking about this, Feng Bui became restless. If what Liu Hong said is true, then this world must not be given to Kang Ji under any circumstances. At the very least, that divine tree that can absorb and expel the power of the sun must not be given to Kang Ji. Even if Kang Ji is his cousin, it's still not acceptable, because such a sacred tree is related to the very foundation of their family. You don't need to worry about this. I'll go and take a look myself. Without waiting for Liu Hong's response, Feng Bui vanished from the palace in a flash. After Feng Bui left, Liu Hong clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. With third young master involved, let's see how arrogant Kang Ji can be now. On the other side, Feng Bui flew towards Mount Tai at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of explosions in the air as it streaked across the sky. Boom! Feng Bui suddenly stopped not far from Sun Tree, creating a loud bang in the air like a thunderclap. As soon as Feng Bui appeared, Sun Tree clone sensed the other's presence. Kang Jai, far away in Yushu, naturally also noticed the situation here. Such a powerful aura. When did such a powerful being appear in this world? Kang Jai was somewhat puzzled. He got up from the recliner, stood in the courtyard, and looked towards Mount Tai, as if he could see the scene on Mount Tai through space. Standing not far from the Sun Tree, Feng Bui carefully examined it, and the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. What terrifying origins! This foundation is something that this world could never have produced. The more Feng Bui looked, the more alarmed he became. As expected, the world that was chosen and specially given to those three could not be a simple one. How could such a divine object possibly appear in the ordinary world? The tree was far more precious than he had anticipated. As you gaze upward along the tree trunk, you soon see the thunder pool at the top of the canopy. The power of lightning punishment has condensed into a pool. This. For a moment Feng Bui was somewhat incoherent, as Sun Tree increasingly shocked him. My gaze moved downwards and soon fell on the roots of the Sun Tree. This is a connection to the dragon vein beneath the earth. Feng Bui exclaimed in surprise, and even involuntarily took half a step back. This tree can even connect to the dragon vein underground. Feng Bui's eyes flickered as he looked at dragon vein underground, and then at the thunder pool in the tree canopy, momentarily lost. Thought. It connects the heavens above and the earth below. This tree is actually connecting heaven and earth. This tree can actually serve as a bridge between heaven and earth. How did this tree manage to withstand that? Feng Bui was shocked, muttering to himself, and for a moment he was lost in thought again. If this tree were transplanted to our territory, our world would surely advance even further. Feng Bui could no longer remain calm. He knew that among the three great families, each family possessed a Mahayana-level world as their ancestral land. However, if this divine tree could be transplanted into the family territory, then the Feng family's territory would become the first among the three great families to have an earth immortal level world as its territory. How could he remain calm and composed amidst such honor and benefits? No, this tree must not be left here. In an instant, Feng Bui made his decision. If this tree is moved ahead of time, then the greatest opportunity in this world will be lost. At that time, the sixth brother will no longer need this world, and thus will not need to compete with his cousin. As for the Jiang family, Jiangsu. After thinking it over, Feng Bui chose the Feng family over his cousin. My cousin isn't a member of the Feng family after all. We can help him, but we can't disregard the interests of the Feng family. As for Kang Jai and Jiang Xu vying for this world, that's their business. In an instant, Feng Bui made his decision. When he looked at Sun Tree again, his gaze became intense. Cousin, I'm sorry to trouble you. This sacred tree is not something you can touch. Aura spread out from his body, and a giant hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing fiercely at Sun Tree. However, the next second, hiss! What kind of flame is that? Feng Bui quickly withdrew his large hand. The large hand formed by spiritual Kai was already burning red. Moreover, the flames followed spiritual Ki's giant hand towards Feng Bui. The main body spreads out. This flame. After dispersing the spiritual Ki's large hand, Feng Bui finally took a closer look at the flames on Sun Tree's body. Previously, I was so shocked by the thunder pool on the tree canopy and the tree roots underground that I didn't notice that the flames on the tree were also unusual. The main reason was that Sun Tree contained its flames, which prevented Feng Bui from immediately noticing their unusual nature. But when he tried to capture Sun Tree, intense strange fire suddenly erupted from Sun Tree's body. Sun Tree has fused 3 different flames. How could an ordinary spiritual key possibly touch it? Without realizing it, Feng Bui suffered a great loss. Hey, I didn't expect the strange fire on this tree to be so terrifying. It's probably even stronger than the 10 great strange fires. Where did divine tree come from? This world could never have given birth to such a divine object. The more Feng Bui learned about the Sun Tree's mystique, the more alarmed he became, and the more he yearned for it. Such divine objects are only worthy of being possessed by the 3 powerful families. Just as Feng Bui was about to make his move, Kang Jai had already taken flight and was heading towards Mount Tai. Kang Jai was shocked to find that Feng Bui was so arrogant as to dare to touch his Sun Tree clone. However, judging from the methods just now, it's clear that Feng Bui is very powerful, which is why Kang Jai decided to take action personally. Just a mere nascent soul-level divine tree? You really think I can't handle you? Feng Bui roared, and the dragons roared in unison. A giant hand not formed from spiritual ki fiercely grabbed at Sun Tree. Sun Tree erupted in terrifying flames once more, and even Mount Tarzan beneath it gradually melted under the force of these flames. However, after the flames climbed to the giant hand, they did not ignite it as before. The giant hand was only heated red-hot like a branding iron, but it did not dissipate. This is the power of my physical body. You think you can break through my defenses so easily? Feng Bui is very confident in his physical body. He cultivates the dragon elephant Vajra strength, a terrifying body refining method that can rank among the top 10 body refining techniques on Earth. This cultivation technique not only grants the power of a dragon and a body of steel, but also allows one to condense primordial energy like a martial arts master. However, just when he thought he could catch Sun Tree, a bolt of lightning struck, shattering his Yuan Qi hand. The power of lightning tribulation, Feng retreated it instantly, staring intently at the sky. He never expected that heavenly Dao from this world would dare to attack him. What a hassle! Feng Bui was somewhat troubled. With heavenly Dao's intervention, taking away this divine tree would no longer be easy. After thinking for a moment, Feng Bui flipped his hand, and a small mountain of coins appeared in Void Realm. Here is 1 million source coins, which can be used to exchange for this divine tree. Is that acceptable? Source coin is the universal currency of heavenly Dao in all worlds, enabling the evolution of one world. In Feng Bui's view, if heavenly Dao of 3 kingdoms world to obtain 1 million source coins, it would not only allow it to evolve, but it would at least take a big step forward on its path to evolution. However, faced with the temptation of 1 million source coins, heavenly Dao hesitated for only a second before more thunderbolts rained down on Feng Bui. Feng Bui had no choice but to retreat repeatedly, and his gaze toward the sky gradually darkened. You're pushing me.